Chapter 1. On the wedding day, the bride cheated on by Yue Guang, and I turned around and married her aunt. In Haicheng, the banquet hall on the first floor of the Dihao Hotel was packed with distinguished guests and filled with joy. A grand wedding ceremony is being held here. But today, the groom-to-be, Hua Chao, was holding his phone and reading a text message from his fiancée, Chen Dai. Meng Hao sprained his ankle while riding a horse. I'm in the hospital with him, treating his condition. Isn't it annoying to keep calling? It's just a wedding ceremony, is it that important? What's wrong with waiting a while? Holding the phone, Hua Chao's face was full of bitterness. This was not the first time that Chen Dai had stood him up, and every time it was because of Meng Hao. A month ago, Hua Chao and Chen Dai made an appointment to register for their marriage certificate, but Chen Dai left Hua Chao in the marriage registration hall on the pretext that Meng Hao had returned to China and she had to pick him up at the airport, making him a laughingstock. 2 weeks ago, the two had agreed to take wedding photos, but Chen Dai suddenly changed her mind and went to attend Meng Hao's welcoming banquet, leaving Hua Chao waiting in the studio with the wedding dress for a whole day. Today, on the most important day of their lives, she actually stood him up again, and the reason was so ridiculous, just because Meng Hao sprained his ankle while riding a horse. He knew this Meng Hao. He was a college classmate of his and Chen Dai's, and also Chen Dai's white moonlight. When they were in college, Chen Dai pursued him for 3 years, but the relationship ended sadly when Meng Hao went abroad. Heartbroken, Chen Dai turned around and agreed to Hua Chao's pursuit, and the two quickly established a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Hua Chao thought he had found love, so he became more attentive to Chen Dai and took care of her wholeheartedly. But Chen Dai was always lukewarm towards him, spoke coldly to him, and even refused to have any physical contact with Hua Chao. Hua Chao knew that she still had Meng Hao in her heart, but he didn't take it to heart and took better care of her. He thought that as long as he gave his heart sincerely, Chen Dai would change her mind. But now he realized that his deep affection could not compare to her white moonlight's beckoning. A sudden surge of anger rose in Hua Chao's heart. He really wanted to overturn the table and say, "Can't we just stop playing?" But in the end he gave up this ridiculous idea. He really couldn't let go of Chen Dai. So he tried hard to suppress his anger and kept telling himself, since Chen Dai has agreed to marry him, she should not do anything excessive with Meng Hao. They are just friends. As long as I treat her sincerely in the future, she will definitely change her mind. At this moment, his cell phone vibrated several times. Hua Chao thought it was Chen Dai's WeChat message, so he quickly took out his phone and opened it. The content he saw completely shattered his 3 views. It was a set of pictures Meng Hao had sent him. The first one shows a large bed in a luxurious room. In the second photo, Chen Dai was lying on the big bed, with disheveled hair and a tired look on her face. In the third photo, Meng Hao was lying next to Chen Dai, looking very satisfied. There is also a text below, "The taste of love is romantic and sweet." Look at the time on the photos, they are all from last night. Hua Chao felt as if he was hit by a club and the whole world was shaking. Last night, Chen Dai said she was going to party with friends and did not come back all night. Hua Chao only now realized that she was not going to party with friends, but to have sex with her white moonlight. On the eve of her wedding, Chen Dai actually gave herself a hat, a big green hat. Hua Chao was so angry that his hands and feet were cold and his whole body was shaking. He felt like a sharp knife was stirring in his heart. He felt that the whispers of the guests around him were all ruthless mockery of him. In order to be with Chen Dai, he turned against his parents and entered the Chen family as a house husband. He endured the sarcasm of his mother-in-law and silently supported her career, allowing Chen Pharmaceutical to leap from an unknown small enterprise to a giant in Haicheng's business world within a year. He gave everything for Chen Dai and naively thought that his efforts would eventually be rewarded. But now he realized that all his efforts were a joke in Chen Dai's eyes. No matter how much he pays, he is just a bootlicker and can never replace the white moonlight in Chen Dai's heart. Thinking of this, all of Hua Chao's love for Chen Dai instantly turned into raging anger. What the hell is this marriage going to end? He really wanted to walk away, but the next moment, he stopped. It would be too easy for this pair of bastards to leave like this. His eyes turned cold, and he murmured, "Since you don't care about your face, don't blame me for being ruthless. Today I'm going to give you a big one." It was already 12 o'clock, and just when all the guests could no longer wait and were talking about it, today's bride, Chen Dai, arrived late. At this time, Chen Dai was not even wearing a wedding dress, but was still wearing home clothes. She did not look like she was getting married at all. What is even more shocking is that she was hugging a man. The man is tall and handsome, looking very elegant. It was Hua Chao and Chen Dai's college classmate, and also Chen Dai's perfect match, Meng Hao. He walked with a limp today, his foot was obviously injured. Half of his body was leaning completely on Chen Dai, with one arm on her shoulder. The arm hung down, and his dirty hand brushed Chen Dai's chest intentionally or unintentionally, which looked extremely ambiguous. When the guests saw this scene, they were all surprised. On the wedding day, she brought another man with her, and was so ambiguous. Isn't that too much? At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit, Chen Dai's father, Chen Yongxian, also felt embarrassed and hurried over. He looked at Chen Dai and frowned and said, "Today is your wedding day with Guo Chao, but you leave everyone here alone. Is that appropriate? Also, why did you bring him here? Aren't you afraid that Guo Chao will think too much? Let him go." After saying that, he turned around and glared at Meng Hao with a sharp look. Meng Hao withdrew his hand awkwardly and prepared to stand up, but Chen Dai held his waist tightly and didn't loosen her grip. She looked at Guo Chao and said confidently, "It's just a ceremony, is it that important? What's wrong with me being a little late? Can't I just have something to do? I'm Meng Hao's only good friend in Haicheng. He sprained his ankle, and if I don't take care of him, who will? You're so obsessed with the smallest things. Are you still a man? Do you have any magnanimity at all?" Hearing Chen Dai's outrageous remarks, Guo Chao was furious. But then Meng Hao next to him added, "Yes, Guo Chao, Xiao Dai gave up everything and agreed to marry you. You should love and care for her. No matter what she does, you must support her and tolerate her. Do you understand?" As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Chao, who could no longer bear it, was already in front of him. He suddenly raised his hand and slapped him hard in the face. With a loud bang, Meng Hao was knocked to the ground. Guo Chao looked at him, squinting his eyes and asked, "Are you still beeping?" "Meng Hao!" Chen Dai screamed and quickly helped Meng Hao up. Looking at his swollen face, she was immediately furious. She turned around and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily, "How dare you hit someone? How could you be so rude? Apologize to Meng Hao immediately and seek his forgiveness, otherwise there's no point in getting married today." But before she finished her words, Chen Yongxiang beside her shouted angrily, "Xiao Dai, are you crazy? There are so many guests here today, and you're doing this. Do you want my Chen family to become a complete laughingstock? Hurry up and pack up and hold your wedding with Guo Chao." Chen Dai bit her red lips, and finally glared at Guo Chao, let go of Meng Hao, turned and walked towards the front desk. Chen Yongxiang hurriedly pushed Guo Chao, "Guo Chao, hurry up and get married, or you'll miss the auspicious time." Guo Chao looked at Chen Dai's reluctant expression, a cold look flashed in his eyes, and then he strode after her. The two of them stood on the stage. The MC looked at Chen Dai and spoke loudly. "Miss Chen Dai, are you willing to marry Mr. Guo Chao, love him and cherish him forever, and never abandon him no matter sickness or poverty?" Chen Dai hesitated visibly and looked at Meng Hao in the audience. When everyone at the scene saw this scene, they were shocked. It was obvious that her heart belonged to someone else. Everyone looked at Yang Chao, but Yang Chao, who was ready to let go, had a calm expression. Chen Yongxian was so angry that he glared at Chen Dai and shouted, "You stupid girl, just agree to it." Chen Dai bit her red lips and was about to speak, but Guo Chao exhaled and spoke. "I don't agree with this marriage. I declare that my wedding ceremony with Chen Dai is cancelled immediately. I will have no relationship with her anymore." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place fell silent. Chen Dai was obviously stunned for a moment, but quickly reacted and glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "Guo Chao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Guo Chao turned his head and looked at Chen Dai, saying coldly, "You and Bai Yueguang have a deep relationship. I am dissolving the marriage today to fulfill your touching love. Isn't that exactly what you want?" Chen Dai's face turned green with anger when she heard this. She glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, I just took care of Meng Hao and arrived a little late. Why are you making such a fuss? Do you have any magnanimity at all?" Guo Chao ignored her and turned around to hug the beautiful bridesmaid next to him, and said directly, "I'm going to marry you today, are you willing?" When the identity of the bridesmaid was recognized, the whole audience exploded instantly. Chapter 2, I've already taken care of the bed, and you tell me it's a small matter? Everyone at the scene stared at Guo Chao in disbelief. He abandoned his fiancée at the wedding and turned around to marry her aunt. This move was too explosive. Chen Yongxian reacted first. He looked at Guo Chao and shouted hurriedly, "Kid, don't mess around. Let him make a fuss." Chen Yongxian was interrupted by Chen Dai, who had reacted before she could finish her words. She looked at Guo Chao with a mocking expression and said, "My aunt is a returned overseas doctoral student in management. She is also the president of Dingsheng Group and is as beautiful as a flower. Many elites have wanted to pursue her, but my aunt rejected them without hesitation. How can he, a poor guy, want to hit on my aunt? If you don't know yourself well, you can take a piss and look at your own reflection. Guo Chao, you still want to embarrass me, you are not worthy, today you will definitely be ruthlessly rejected by my aunt, you can only be embarrassed." But before she finished her words, she saw Su Su raised her hand and took Guo Chao's arm, looking at him with seductive eyes and said, "I do." Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost popped out. Who is Su Su? She is a famous ice goddess who is rude to all men, but today she happily agreed to the proposal of her niece's future son-in-law. This. Chen Dai looked at Su Su with disbelief on her face. She had never expected that Su Su would actually agree to Guo Chao's proposal. After a while, she reacted and glared at Su Su angrily, "Auntie, do you know what you are saying?" But Su Su ignored her and looked at Guo Chao affectionately and said, "Guo Chao, I am willing to be your wife. No matter sickness or poverty, I am willing to stay with you forever and never leave you." Guo Chao looked at Su Su and nodded. "Su Su, thank you for your trust. I will never let you down. But it's too dirty here today. Let's go. I will give you a grand wedding another day." After saying that, he didn't even look at the crowd again. He put his arm around Su Su's slender waist, walked down the stage, and went straight outside. Chen Dai was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but she quickly reacted. Looking at Guo Chao's back, she shouted with a mocking look on her face, "Guo Chao, how could my aunt possibly like you? She's just acting with you. After all, you're still a poor guy. I'm putting this on hold. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll take everything back. Without me, you'll have nothing." At this time, Su Su stopped, turned her head to look at Chen Dai, and said with a laugh, "You said Guo Chao is a poor man? You said that if he leaves you, he will have nothing? Chen Dai, you have been with Guo Chao for so long, but you know nothing about his background. You are really blind. One day you will know everything, and then you will regret it to death." After saying that, he hugged Guo Chao and left without looking back. After hearing Su Su's words, Chen Dai was obviously stunned for a moment, then looked at Su Su and shouted, "What do you mean by this? Explain it to me clearly." After saying that, he chased after Su Su, but at this moment a woman could not bear the stimulation anymore. She screamed, rolled her eyes and fainted. It was Chen Dai's mother and Su Su's sister, Su Mei. "Su Mei, what's wrong with you? Wake up!" Chen Yongxiang hurried over, hugged Su Mei, and stopped shaking. The whole hall was in chaos. By this time, Guo Chao and Su Su had already arrived outside the hotel. Su Su opened the door of a Rolls-Royce sedan, raised her hand to block the car frame, and helped Guo Chao get in. Then she closed the door, went over to the driver's seat, glanced at Guo Chao in the rearview mirror, and said respectfully, "Boss, where are we going?" "Whatever." Guo Chao leaned back and closed his eyes tiredly. Su Su nodded, started the car and drove away with Guo Chao. Guo Chao lay there, thinking of how Chen Dai had just called him poor, and a hint of sneer appeared at the corner of his lips. He is not a poor man at all, but a descendant of a medical family. The Guo family has a huge business and is a giant in the whole of Jiangnan. His family had already arranged a marriage for Guo Chao, and they were to get married after he graduated. However, Guo Chao only had Chen Dai in his heart, so he broke off the engagement, broke off completely with his family, and followed Chen Dai wholeheartedly. Chen Dai wanted to make Chen's pharmaceutical bigger and stronger. Guo Chao used his private money to establish Dingsheng Group, recruited professional manager Su Su as president, and secretly funded Chen's pharmaceutical, allowing Chen's pharmaceutical to gradually grow stronger. He had originally thought that today would be his wedding day, and he would tell Chen Dai all his secrets and give her a big gift, but he never expected that Chen Dai would give him a big surprise first. But everything is over, and from now on he no longer has Chen Dai in his heart. During these 3 days, he prepared for the wedding day and night. He was extremely tired. Finally, he relaxed and fell into a deep sleep. Su Su saw Guo Chao fall asleep, so she parked the car on the side of the road, got out quietly, and closed the door. After an unknown amount of time, Guo Chao slowly woke up and saw thousands of lights outside the window. Su Su, who was standing outside the car window, asked with concern, "Boss, are you awake? Have you been standing here all the time?" Guo Chao stood up and asked Su Su. "Well, I'm afraid someone will disturb your rest," Su Su said gently. Guo Chao felt warm in his heart and nodded, "Take me home, I need to get some things. Su Su agreed, hurried over to get in the car, started the car and took Guo Chao to Baihua community, and soon arrived. Guo Chao got off the car and returned home. Looking at the extremely warm and festive wedding room, a hint of bitterness appeared on his face. He spent a whole week decorating the wedding room, and it was filled with his love everywhere. He also thought that he and Chen Dai would live happily here in the future and manage their love together, but he didn't expect that everything would become a joke. Guo Chao suppressed his discomfort, went to his room, packed his ID card and some valuables into a bag, and stood up to leave. But at this time the door opened and two people walked in. They were Chen Dai and Meng Hao. Meng Hao still had one hand around Chen Dai's neck, clinging to her like an octopus. Chen Dai put her arm around his waist and said with concern, "Meng Hao, go slowly. Your foot is still injured." Meng Hao nodded and was about to speak when he saw Guo Chao standing there with an icy expression. He froze for a moment before straightening up and saying awkwardly, "Guo Chao, you're home." Chen Dai also saw Guo Chao and immediately became furious. She rushed to him and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, you know Meng Hao is my best male friend. I'm his only friend in Haichang. He sprained his ankle. If I don't take care of him, who will? It was such a trivial matter, yet you kept making such a fuss at today's wedding. Not only did you send my mother to the hospital, but you also beat Meng Hao up like that. Don't you think you went too far?" Guo Chao looked at Chen Dai, who was making a confident argument, and laughed, "I've even taken care of the bed, and you're still telling me it's a trivial matter?" Hearing Guo Chao's words, Chen Dai suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on, glaring at Guo Chao and shouting angrily, "Okay, Guo Chao, you dare to slander me? If you don't explain it to me today, I will never let you go." Guo Chao laughed sarcastically, "Okay, I'll explain it to you right away." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and prepared to call up the photos Meng Hao sent him, but the next moment he was stunned. Chapter 3 I will resolve all the grievances you have suffered from Chen Dai. Those photos had actually been withdrawn by Meng Hao. Seeing Guo Chao holding the phone in silence, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with cunning. He limped over and said to Guo Chao, "Guo Chao, Xiao Dai is devoted to you and loyal, but you slander her like this. You've really gone too far. You really don't deserve Xiao Dai's true love for you." Before he could finish his words, Guo Chao suddenly raised his leg and kicked him in the abdomen, knocking him to the ground. He then looked at him coldly and said, "Are you still screaming? Meng Hao." Chen Dai screamed and hurried over to help Meng Hao up. Seeing Meng Hao clutching his abdomen in agony, Chen Dai instantly exploded. She turned and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily, "Guo Chao, you bastard! Apologize to Meng Hao immediately and earn his forgiveness, or I will never forgive you." Seeing Chen Dai's worried look on her face about Meng Hao, Guo Chao suddenly felt disgusted. Without even looking at Chen Dai, he walked straight out with his bag on his back. Behind him came his extremely cold voice, "Prepare for a divorce." Hearing Guo Chao's words, Chen Dai was stunned for a moment, staring at Guo Chao blankly with disbelief in her eyes. Is this still the same Guo Chao who is timid and has no temper at all? Is this still the Guo Chao who has always been licking her ass and can't live without her? Seeing Guo Chao walk to the door, Chen Dai reacted and got up and chased after him, screaming, "Guo Chao, what do you mean by that? Explain it to me clearly." But before she could run a few steps, Meng Hao, who was sitting on the ground, cried out in pain, "Xiao Dai, my stomach hurts so badly." Upon hearing this, Chen Dai quickly stopped, turned around, squatted down, hugged Meng Hao, and shouted with concern, "You must be seriously injured. I'll take you to the hospital right away." After saying that, he turned around, glared at Guo Chao at the door, and ordered directly, "Drive the car to the door immediately." But Guo Chao ignored him and walked away. Chen Dai's angry roar came from behind, "You bastard, just wait for me." Guo Chao came to the outside of the community. Su Su hurried over, opened the car door, helped Guo Chao get in the car, then started the car and left the community. Su Su looked at Guo Chao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, and said angrily, "You are devoted to Chen Dai, but she cheated on you with Bai Yue Guang. This is too much. And my sister was also very sarcastic towards you, not treating you as a son-in-law at all. She was too much. But everything is over. I will accompany you well in the future." Guo Chao shook his head and said, "Su Su, I was just acting with you just to piss them off. Don't take it seriously." Su Su turned her head, blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, "What if I take it seriously?" Guo Chao. Half an hour later, Su Su drove Guo Chao to Villa No. 1 in Shilin Bay Villa District and said to Guo Chao, "I want to show you something." After saying that, he opened the phone and handed it to Guo Chao. When Guo Chao saw the content on the phone, his eyes narrowed instantly. Without exception, all the photos above showed Chen Dai and Meng Hao being affectionate with each other. The last set of photos shows two people wearing swimsuits, sitting on the beach by the sea, leaning against each other and watching the sunset, with such sweet looks on their faces. Then in his sea view room, Chen Dai was lying in the quilt with bare shoulders, looking disheveled. The time was May this year. Guo Chao clearly remembered that Chen Dai said she was on a business trip to discuss business, but he never imagined that she would end up in Meng Hao's bed. He naively thought that the two of them had rekindled their relationship only after Meng Hao returned to China. Now he realized that the two of them had never broken up and had always been in touch. Looking at the disgusting photo, Guo Chao roared and threw his phone to the ground. Looking at Guo Chao's livid face, Su Su sighed and said, "I've long noticed that there's something fishy going on between the two of them, so I did some secret investigations and discovered these things. I didn't want to ruin your marriage, so I didn't tell you, but I didn't expect they would go so far." Guo Chao let out a long breath and said, "Bring some wine." Su Su agreed, went over to get a few bottles of white wine and placed them in front of Guo Chao. Guo Chao unscrewed a bottle and gulped it down. Then, exhaling the alcohol, he said, "For her, I broke with my family and came to Haicheng. I cared for her wholeheartedly, enduring her indifference and Su Mei's sarcasm. I thought my true love would be rewarded with her true heart, but now I know that everything I did was a joke." He then opened another bottle of wine and gulped down half of it. "I know she's always had her own sweetheart in her heart. I naively thought that as long as I treated her sincerely, I could always replace Meng Hao in her heart. But now I understand that's impossible." He downed another half bottle of wine, exhaled and said, "Unappreciated true love is worthless. All my 4 years of hard work has been wasted. Now I understand that I am the most ridiculous person." After saying that, he opened another bottle of wine and gulped it down. Su Su quickly supported Guo Chao and urged him, "Guo Chao, you can't drink like this, it will damage your health." As soon as she finished speaking, Guo Chao had already fallen on the sofa, completely drunk. "It's not possible to sleep here, let's go to bed." Su Su shook her head, then put Guo Chao's arm on her shoulders, hugged his waist, and helped him into the bedroom with difficulty, put him on the bed, and then considerately helped him take off his clothes. Looking at Guo Chao's face full of pain, Su Su felt distressed. She murmured, "Such a good man, but they don't know how to cherish him. They are really blind. But everything is over. I will take care of you in the future. I will resolve all the grievances you have suffered from Chen Dai." After saying that, she gritted her teeth, bravely took off all her clothes, climbed onto the bed, and pressed directly on Guo Chao. Chapter 4 Oh my god, why did he eat her? In a daze, Guo Chao saw Chen Dai come to him, then took off all her clothes and climbed on top of him, saying with seductive eyes, "Chao, don't you want it very much? I'll give it to you now." The next moment, Guo Chao felt himself being sucked into it, and then it was all crazy. A few minutes later, Guo Chao gradually regained consciousness. Thinking of the situation in his dream just now, Guo Chao couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He was really too deeply poisoned by her. He had already decided to break up with her, but her shadow was still in his dream. But I soon realized that the feeling just now was so real, it didn't seem like a dream at all. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked to the side, and the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. Beside him lay a stunningly beautiful woman, her delicate body stretched out, naked. When he saw the man clearly, he exclaimed, sat up suddenly, and pulled the quilt to cover his body. The person lying next to him was Su Su. Looking at Su Su's bruised body, and then at the red plum blossoms beneath her, Guo Chao finally understood what had happened. He had actually eaten Su Su. If this were to get out, it would surely blow a hole in the earth. Guo Chao slapped his head in frustration. What a shame. At this time, Su Su slowly opened her eyes, tilted her head sideways and looked at Guo Chao, and said with a smile, "Woke up?" Guo Chao looked at Su Su, his face flushed, and he quickly explained, "Su Su, I really didn't mean to do that. I was completely drunk and lost my composure." Guo Chao shut up in embarrassment mid-sentence. Would an apology be enough? Would it restore someone's virginity? Could it restore that membrane? Looking at Guo Chao's embarrassed look, Su Su smiled. "You and Su Su have already called off the wedding, you have no relationship with her anymore, and you have no relationship with me either, so why are you feeling guilty?" Hearing Chen Dai mentioned, Guo Chao suddenly became furious. He turned his head and looked at Su Su in his arms, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Su Su, you're right. She and I will go our separate ways in the future. It's perfectly legitimate for me to be with you. Susu smiled and nodded, then hugged Guo Chao and said lazily, "It's getting late, let's go to bed." The next morning, Guo Chao opened his eyes and heard a gentle voice beside him. "Are you awake? Get up and have breakfast." After hearing what Susu said, Guo Chao was stunned for a moment. During the year he was with Chendai, he got up early every morning to prepare breakfast for Chendai. Chendai had never cooked for him, but Susu got up early to make breakfast for him despite her hard work last night. Looking at this considerate woman, Guo Chao's heart suddenly felt warm. Seeing Guo Chao staring at her, Susu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Haven't you seen enough last night?" Cough cough. Guo Chao's old face turned red and he suddenly started coughing violently. Susu used to be an aloof goddess, but he didn't expect that she would become so fierce now. Is this the difference between a young girl and a young woman? The two of them went to the restaurant to eat together. At this time, Chendai called Guo Chao. "Come to Chen's Pharmaceuticals to see me immediately." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The tone was as domineering as ever, leaving no room for doubt. Guo Chao narrowed his eyes and murmured, "I was looking for you too." After saying that, he picked up the milk and took a sip. Susu put down her chopsticks, looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, "Go ahead, go ahead. My niece obviously still has feelings for you and wants to get back together with you. I think that although she is not a faithful wife, she is also beautiful and has a delicate figure. She is not bad as a concubine." Puff. After hearing Susu's vicious words, Guo Chao couldn't bear it any longer and sprayed the milk all over Susu's body. Looking at the white patch on her chest, Susu looked at Guo Chao with a face full of anger and said, "Look, you got me all over it." Guo Chao almost died from coughing. After finally calming down, he glared at Susu and said, "How could I possibly have anything to do with her again? Although I'm not married to her, we're engaged after all. Please help me draw up an agreement to dissolve the engagement." More than 10 minutes later, Guo Chao drove to Chun Pharmaceutical with the agreement to cancel the engagement drafted by Susu. He went straight to the president's office and pushed the door open. He saw Chendai and Meng Hao sitting on the sofa, talking and laughing, having a very happy conversation. Chendai looked at Meng Hao, the smile on her face as bright as a spring breeze. But when she saw Guo Chao coming in, her face suddenly fell. She looked at him and said bluntly, "Guo Chao, you beat up Meng Hao yesterday and embarrassed me at the wedding banquet. How outrageous of you. I asked you to come here today for two things. First, to apologize to Meng Hao and gain his forgiveness. Second, to publicly apologize for what happened yesterday in all media outlets, admit your mistakes, and save my reputation." Meng Hao looked at Guo Chao and said in a pretentious manner, "Guo Chao, Xiaodai is the CEO of a company. She is young, promising, and beautiful. She is definitely a white, rich, and beautiful woman. She has such good conditions, but she doesn't despise you for having nothing, and is ready to marry you and spend her life with you. However, you made her look so ugly at the wedding banquet yesterday, and even pulled her second aunt to hit Xiaodai in the face. You really went too far. I know you think Xiaodai was a little late for the wedding yesterday, but it's not a big deal. Why did you do such an excessive thing? Remember, you are a man, you should be open-minded, understand?" Hearing Meng Hao's words, Chendai suddenly felt very aggrieved. Looking at Guo Chao, a layer of mist suddenly covered her eyes. But just as Meng Hao finished speaking, Guo Chao arrived in front of him, slapped him hard in the face, and then looked at him coldly and said, "Are you still calling out? Meng Hao!" Chendai screamed and hurried over to hold Meng Hao's shoulders. Looking at his face, which was still swollen from being beaten, she was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She turned around and glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, you actually dared to hit someone, you bastard. Do you believe that I will completely break up with you?" Guo Chao chuckled, pulled out a document from his bag, and slapped it directly on the coffee table in front of Chendai. "Complete separation? I'll grant you that. Sign it." Chendai took the paper and looked at it, and immediately exclaimed, "What? Cancellation of the engagement agreement, you really want to break up with me?" Guo Chao looked at Chendai and said coldly, "Isn't this what you want?" Chendai was also furious. He tore the agreement into pieces and threw them into the trash can. He glared at Guo Chao and yelled, "You poor, stinking bastard, what qualifications do you have to break up with me? If I have to break up, I'll be the one to do it. Do you understand?" Guo Chao, however, didn't even glance at him again. He turned and walked outside. His cold voice came from behind him, "Tear up the paper agreement. I'll send you an electronic version later. I hope you'll sign it as soon as possible and then terminate all ties." From now on, you and I will live in peace and not bother each other again. Seeing that Guo Chao was going to do it for real, Chen Dai suddenly became anxious. She hurriedly got up and chased after Guo Chao, shouting as she chased. Guo Chao, come back here and explain yourself to me. But before she reached the door, Meng Hao behind her cried out in pain. Shout I, I'm so dizzy. Chapter 5 The sky is falling for Chen's pharmaceuticals. Chen Dai paused for a moment, then quickly turned back. She squatted in front of Meng Hao, looked at him with a worried look, and said, It must have been that lunatic Guo Chao who beat you up. Come on, I'll take you to the hospital. Guo Chao, who arrived at the door and saw this scene, flashed a mocking look in his eyes. Her white moonlight is still more important. He didn't stay any longer and left immediately. In the office, Chen Dai put his arm around Meng Hao's waist and helped him up. Meng Hao then put his arm around Chen Dai's shoulders and they walked outside together. Looking at Chen Dai, whose brows were furrowed, Meng Hao quickly said, Are you still angry about Guo Chao? There's no need. You're both getting divorced soon, so why would you still miss him? Chen Dai shook her head and said, Those were just words I said in anger. I'm not thinking of divorcing him. Meng Hao became anxious upon hearing this. Xiao Dai, he's just trash and not worthy of you at all. Now that he's filed for divorce, you should agree to separate from him. Why are you still clinging to him? But Chen Dai shook her head and said, Although he doesn't have any special abilities, he has taken good care of me and provided me with a stable support system. Over the past year or so, I've gotten used to being with him. Meng Hao immediately became anxious upon hearing this. It's not Xiao Dai. I can give you all of this, and I can do it better than him. But he was interrupted by Chen Dai just halfway through his words. Stop talking, Meng Hao. We are just friends. I will not divorce Guo Chao. After hearing what Chen Dai said, Meng Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was about to explode, but he quickly realized that now was not the time, so he held his breath and looked at Chen Dai gently and said, Xiao Dai, I will always support your decision. I will also be by your side, silently supporting you and waiting for you. After hearing Meng Hao's infatuated words, Chen Dai's body stiffened obviously, her pretty face flushed, and she helped Meng Hao into the car and rushed towards the hospital. At this time, Guo Chao had already driven to Dingxing Group and arrived at the president's office. Su Su hurriedly came to greet him and asked, Has she signed the divorce agreement? She doesn't agree for the time being. Guo Chao shook his head and said. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll wait slowly. Looking at Su Su's charming figure and stunning face, and listening to her considerate words, Guo Chao felt warm in his heart. He looked at her with guilt and said, Su Su, you have such good conditions. It's really unfair for you to be with me. But Su Su shook her head and said, If you hadn't saved me back then, the grass on my grave would have been 3 feet tall. I would have already fallen in love with you by then. Besides, other people don't know what your conditions are, but don't I? If anyone is unworthy, it should be me. After saying that, he went over and hugged Guo Chao's arm, tilted his head and said with a chuckle, Besides, didn't we have a good match last night? Hearing Su Su's fierce words, Guo Chao suddenly started coughing and gasping for breath. Seeing Guo Chao's embarrassed face flushing, Su Su couldn't help laughing any longer and fell over. After a long time, he finally managed to hold back his laughter and looked at Guo Chao and asked, So what are your plans next? Guo Chao said directly, Divorce Chen Dai and go home. But the next moment, a bitter look appeared on his face. When I broke with the family, I was so heroic and even said that I could live a better life without the family. But now I'm in such a mess, I'm too embarrassed to go back, so I have to make a career and go home to see my family in a respectable manner. After saying that, he turned around, looked at Su Su and asked, Tell me about the company's situation. After the company was established, he handed it over to Su Su and rarely asked about it. He focused on taking care of Chen Dai at home. He hardly knew the situation, and thought that Su Su must have worked hard. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said, After the company was established, following your instructions, it was mainly used to support Chen's pharmaceuticals. Not only did it not make any money, it even lost money, which seriously hindered the company's development. If it weren't for this burden, the company would definitely not be the size it is today. Guo Chao's face turned cold, and he ordered firmly, then cut off all cooperation with Chen Pharmaceuticals, adjust the company's direction, and transform it into producing new special effect drugs. Okay. Su Su clapped her hands and said, You focus on the company's next development. Leave the matter of dealing with Chen Pharmaceutical to me. Dare to bully my husband, not to mention my niece, even my own sister. As Su Su spoke, her delicate hands had already reached into Guo Chao's clothes like a snake, and she said with a smile, Husband, am I right? When that soft and boneless little hand touched Guo Chao's body, he immediately felt an electric shock-like sensation quickly spread throughout his body. He had tasted the sweetness of it, so his body quickly reacted. But she quickly reacted and quickly pushed Susu away, blushing and saying, "Don't mess around, we're at the company." Seeing Guo Chao's blushing face, Susu immediately giggled, "Baby, it's so fun to tease you." Guo Chao. Susu stopped laughing, her pretty face turned cold as she spoke. "My good sister is the backbone of Chen Pharmaceuticals, and now it's time for her to withdraw." After saying that, he picked up the phone and made a call. "Ruoshi, quit Chen Pharmaceutical and return to the group." "Qin Ruoshi, the chief engineer of Chen Pharmaceutical, is your good sister?" Guo Chao looked at Susu and asked in confusion. "Of course, Ruoshi is a top student at Union Medical College. If it weren't for my connection, how could she have been relegated to a small company like Chen's Pharmaceutical?" Susu chuckled. "Back then, you asked me to spare no effort to help Chen's Pharmaceutical, which is why you brought this talented woman over. Now that you're changing direction, you'll definitely need her, so it's time for her to come back." Guo Chao murmured, "Now, the sky is falling for Chen's Pharmaceuticals." The next moment his eyes turned cold. "But you asked for this all yourself." At the Municipal People's Hospital, Chen Dai helped Meng Hao out of the doctor's office. Just as they got into the car, Chen Yongxiang called. He shouted angrily, "Chen Dai, what on earth did you do to offend Engineer Qin and force her to resign?" "What, Mr. Qin wants to resign and leave?" Chen Dai's face changed drastically when she heard it. Qin Ruoshi is even more important in the company than her. If Qin Ruoshi quits, the Chen family's world will collapse. She reacted and said with a look of grievance, "Dad, how could I not know the importance of Qin Gong in the company? I wish I could worship her as a god. How could I possibly offend her? It's no use telling me this. Go talk to Engineer Qin." Chen Dai was interrupted impatiently by Chen Yongxiang before she could finish her words. "No matter what method you use, you must keep her here, otherwise don't come back to see me." After Chen Yongxiang finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Chen Dai held the phone and her face turned pale. She really couldn't understand why Qin Ruoshi, who had been working steadily in the company for nearly a year, suddenly wanted to resign. Did she really do something wrong and offend her? No, I have to go see her as soon as possible and find out what happened. Chen Yongxiang is right. I have to keep her no matter what. She quickly started the car and rushed to the company, where she saw a beautiful girl with an oval face wearing a white dress coming out of the company dragging a suitcase. If that isn't the company's chief engineer Qin Ruoshi, then who else could it be? Chen Dai hurried over, grabbed Qin Ruoshi's hand, looked at Qin Ruoshi with a smile and said, "Mr. Qin, why are you leaving? Aren't we working together very well?" Chapter 6, Performing a Handstand in a Skirt? Before Qin Ruoshi could speak, Meng Hao, who was standing next to Chen Dai, said with a firm look on his face, "Engineer Qin wants to leave because she must be dissatisfied with her treatment. Tell me, why don't you just raise her salary? Give her shares and a high salary, and she'll definitely stay." Before Meng Hao could finish his words, Qin Ruoshi turned and looked at him, her eyes suddenly cold. "If I wanted these, someone would give me more. Why would I come to this small Chen Pharmaceutical company?" "Then why did you come to Chen Pharmaceutical?" Meng Hao said with a pout. At this time, Chen Dai had already noticed Qin Ruoshi's displeasure and quickly interrupted Meng Hao. Looking at Qin Ruoshi, she said sincerely, "Mr. Qin, what did I do wrong, or what did the company do wrong? Can you tell me? Should we change our careers?" Qin Ruoshi looked at Chen Dai and said, "His question is also the answer you want. I came to your Chen Pharmaceutical company because someone asked me to do so. I am leaving today because of that person's wish." After saying that, he pulled his hand away, walked around Chen Dai, and continued walking outside. Chen Dai suddenly became anxious and shouted at Qin Ruoshi, "Mr. Qin, who entrusted you with this? How did I offend him to make him remove you? Can you sue me?" Qin Ruoshi shook her head. "Who he is, you can figure it out slowly, but I can tell you a little bit." After saying this, he turned and pointed at Meng Hao, saying in a cold voice, "You'd better stay away from that trash, or you will definitely suffer even greater misfortune." After saying that, he turned away. When Meng Hao heard this, he cursed Qin Ruoshi's ancestors in his heart. "To be honest, I dug up your family's ancestral graves, and you are slandering me like this?" Chen Dai wanted to chase after her, but Qin Ruoshi had already gotten into the car and sped away. Chen Dai stood there, his eyes fixed. Who is this person? How did I offend him? Why did I ask him to remove Qin Gong? Meng Hao, who was standing nearby, immediately threw dirty water on Guo Chao upon hearing this. It must be because of Guo Chao. Because of Guo Chao? Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao, not reacting for a moment. Meng Hao nodded. Have you forgotten what Qin Ruoshi said just now to sow discord between us? Besides Guo Chao, is there anyone else who doesn't want us to be together? He must be mad at me for delaying your wedding yesterday. He's holding a grudge, and not only did he embarrass you so much yesterday, he's even trying to get Qin Ruoshi to leave the company and ruin it. He's so hateful. Chen Dai pondered for a moment, shook her head, and said, Engineer Qin just said that it was the idea of the person behind her to let her leave. Guo Chao has no skills at all, so how could he possibly mobilize Engineer Qin? Besides, they hardly interact with each other, so this matter has no connection with him at all. Seeing Meng Hao wanted to say something, Chen Dai immediately shook her head. I don't want to talk about this right now. The key now is how to invite Qin Gong back. When Meng Hao heard that Chen Dai still wanted to invite Qin Ruoshi, he immediately felt annoyed. Qin Ruoshi's words just now had already made Meng Hao extremely disgusted, and he didn't want her to stay in Chen Pharmaceutical at all. So he looked at Chen Dai and quickly advised, Xiao Dai, that Qin Ruoshi is determined to leave. It will be difficult for you to keep her. Besides, three-legged frogs are hard to find, but there are plenty of living people with two legs. I have a friend who is an expert in this field. Why don't I invite him over? Chen Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at Meng Hao and said quickly, then quickly ask your friend to come over. The company really can't do without this kind of talent right now. Meng Hao nodded, picked up the phone and made a call. At this time, Qin Ruoshi had already arrived at Dingsheng Group. Guo Chao and Su Su had received the call and were waiting for her at the door. Guo Chao went over to take the suitcase. Su Su hugged Qin Ruoshi directly, stretched out her hands to grab a handful in front of her, and said with a smile, it's bigger again. Qin Ruoshi glared at her in embarrassment and anger. Why don't you hold back a little when you speak? Su Su said with a smile, between us, there is nothing that cannot be said. Qin Ruoshi glanced at Guo Chao, who was dragging a suitcase beside him, and said, there are outsiders here too. An outsider? I was before, but not anymore. Su Su glanced at Guo Chao. Qin Ruoshi could clearly see the tenderness and affection in Su Su's eyes. Qin Ruoshi was speechless for a moment. She hugged Su Su and took a few quick steps, putting some distance between them and Guo Chao. She looked at her and asked softly, Su Su, I really don't understand. Why is he worthy of your attention? Su Su leaned close to her ear and chuckled, he's living a good life. Cough cough cough. Qin Ruoshi almost coughed to death. She glared at Su Su and cursed, you stupid girl, the more you talk, the more inappropriate it becomes. I don't want to talk about this with you. I want to ask you about the real thing. The person who gave Chen's Pharmaceutical the formula should tell me now. When Su Su said that someone asked her to join Chen Pharmaceutical, she directly refused. She was not interested in such a small company at all. However, when Su Su gave her the formula, she was directly conquered. As a top student from a top medical university, how could she not know the value of the formula? She was eager to know who the developer of the formula was. Su Su put forward a condition, which was to join Chen Pharmaceutical and tell her when she left. Now, she knew the answer. Su Su finally didn't hide it, pointed at Guo Chao behind her, and said with a smile, that's him. Qin Ruoshi glared at Su Su fiercely and said angrily, how can a gigolo who only knows how to follow Chen Dai around be that person? Stop teasing me. Hearing Qin Ruoshi look down on Guo Chao, Su Su's pretty face suddenly showed displeasure. Qin Ruoshi, if I prove today that he is the one, you should apologize to him. The two of them were used to joking around, so Qin Ruoshi curled her lips and said, if he is that person, I will perform a handstand on the spot. If he is not, you will perform it. Do you dare to agree? Qin Ruoshi laughed when she heard it. Qin Ruoshi, you said it yourself. Whoever regrets it will become someone else's mistress. Qin Ruoshi's forehead was full of black lines. What the hell is this? Su Su took out a piece of paper from her bag, handed it to Qin Ruoshi, and said with a smile, haven't you always wanted to see the formula of the new special medicine he gave me? Now I'll give it to you. Qin Ruoshi quickly took it and looked at it carefully. The next moment, she said excitedly, oh my god, these herbs can be combined like this. It's really amazing. She looked at it for a full 5 minutes. Su Su looked at Qin Ruoshi and asked, have you memorized the recipe now? Qin Ruoshi smiled bitterly and shook her head, this formula uses as many as 15 herbs. I will remember the names, but I really can't remember the dosage. Perhaps only the designer knows it clearly. It's good that you know this. Susu smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Guo Chao and called out, Guo Chao, come here and recite the formula of that new blood pressure medicine. Guo Chao was looking at his phone and hadn't noticed their conversation, but he didn't refuse either. He spoke directly, 30 grams of Acaranthes bidentata, 15 grams of fine ochre, 18 grams of raw dragon bone, 16 grams of raw tortoise shell, 19 grams of Scrophularia ningpoensis, 12 grams of asparagus cachinchinensis, 9 grams of raw malt, 6 grams of chuandanzi, 4.5 grams of licorice. Guo Chao spoke fluently. Qin Ruoshi looked at the formula and was surprised to find that Guo Chao's answer was accurate to the last gram. She suddenly looked up at Guo Chao, her eyes almost popping out of her head. You really are that big shot. It's absolutely genuine. Susu looked at Qin Ruoshi and said with a smile, My Cici, I have proved his identity to you. Now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. When Qin Ruoshi heard this, she was stunned. She had to keep her word, but as a grown woman, how could she perform a headstand in front of a grown man while wearing a skirt? This? Chapter 7 How did the two of them get together? Qin Ruoshi looked at Susu, begging for mercy with a wry smile. Be good, I was wrong, okay? Susu smiled and said, It seems that you want to break your promise and become someone's mistress. Qin Ruoshi. Susu looked at Qin Ruoshi's blushing face and immediately chuckled. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, let's go back to the office. Qin Ruoshi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at Guo Chao next to her, then looked at Susu and said, Susu, I want to treat you to a meal. Susu looked at Qin Ruoshi's eyes, smiled and said, You want to treat him to a meal, right? After Susu revealed her true feelings, Qin Ruoshi's pretty face suddenly turned red. Qin Ruoshi smiled and said, What's wrong with you treating your boss to a meal? You'll be working under him in the future, so it's normal to keep in touch with him. What, he is the boss of the company? Qin Ruoshi's eyes widened when she heard it. What else? Susu said with a smile, He is not only the boss of the company, he is also. She stopped talking halfway and said, No more talking, let's go eat. This girl has obviously fallen in love with Guo Chao. If I tell her too much, she will pounce on me and snatch the man away. Susu called Guo Chao, and the three of them drove to the nearby Emperor Hotel and booked a private room. Qin Ruoshi and Guo Chao went into the room, and Susu turned and walked towards the bathroom. Qin Ruoshi looked at Guo Chao puzzledly and asked, Guo Chao, since you are the boss of Dingsheng Group, why don't you support Chendai openly? Why do you hide your identity? Guo Chao took a sip of tea and muttered, I wanted to give him a surprise on our wedding day, but I didn't expect her to stab me so hard on the wedding day. He doesn't deserve to know about this anymore, because I'm going to break up with him completely soon. When Qin Ruoshi heard this, her eyes lit up instantly. At the same time, two people also entered the Emperor Hotel. They were Chendai and Meng Hao. Looking at Chendai, who was full of worries, Meng Hao smiled and said, The chief engineer's issue will be resolved soon. What are you still worried about? Chendai frowned as she looked at Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao, Qin Ruoshi said I offended someone, which is why she resigned and left. Who do you think I offended? Could it be Guo Chao? Why do you suspect it's him? Meng Hao asked with a puzzled look. I just had a quarrel with him yesterday, and Qin Ruoshi resigned today. I always feel that he has something to do with it. Qin Ruoshi said with a frown. It's inextricably linked to him, so why would he deserve it? Meng Hao curled his lips and said disdainfully, Who the hell is Qin Ruoshi? She's a top student from a prestigious university. She's got the looks and the talent. How could she possibly have anything to do with someone like Guo Chao? You're overthinking it. It definitely couldn't be him. You're right. I'm probably overthinking it. Who is this person? Why is he trying to stab me in the back? As Chendai was speaking, she passed by private room number 7. Qin Ruoshi heard someone talking inside, and the voice sounded familiar. She glanced inside casually, and her pupils suddenly constricted. The people sitting there were clearly Guo Chao and a woman with a graceful back. Seeing the two of them being affectionate and talking happily, Chendai immediately became furious and rushed in, staring at Guo Chao and shouting angrily. Well, Guo Chao, you actually dared to fool around with another woman behind my back, you are shameless. Before Guo Chao could speak, the woman slowly turned around and looked at Chendai with a mocking expression and said, Guo Chao is ready to divorce you. Now she is a free man. What's wrong with chatting with me here? On the contrary, you are the one who cheated on your wife and was intimate with a strange man. If we talk about shamelessness, you seem to be even worse. You. Chen Dai was about to retort angrily, but the next moment she recognized the woman and couldn't help but exclaimed. Mr. Qin, it's you. The woman was none other than Qin Ruwashi. Mr. Qin, why are you with him? Chen Dai, who recognized Qin Ruwashi, shouted in surprise. Before Qin Ruwashi could speak, Meng Hao stepped forward and said to Chen Dai. Xiao Dai, you're right. Guo Chao really did get together with Qin Ruwashi behind your back, and to get revenge on you, he even instigated Qin Ruwashi to leave Chen Pharmaceuticals. This must be the truth. His methods are too cruel. Chen Dai was so angry that her face turned pale when she heard this. She turned her head to look at Guo Chao and said through gritted teeth, Guo Chao, just because I was a little late for the wedding ceremony, you actually dragged my aunt to embarrass me and beat up Meng Hao. I haven't settled these scores with you yet. I didn't expect you to instigate Qin Gong to leave Chen's Pharmaceuticals and continue to stab me in the back. I'd been with you for so long, but I didn't realize you were so vicious, you bastard. Before Guo Chao could say anything, Qin Ruwashi sighed and spoke first. You completely trust a wild man's words, and you're just barking at your fiancé without any reason. It seems that in your heart, he's much more important than Guo Chao. Guo Chao's decision to break up with you was a wise one. You're not worthy of Guo Chao at all. You. Seeing Qin Ruwashi sitting in Guo Chao's arms and speaking completely for him, Chen Dai was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. But she didn't dare to offend Qin Ruwashi, nor did she dare to attack her, so she vented all her anger on Guo Chao. Guo Chao, we can't live like this anymore, let's get a divorce. Guo Chao looked up at Chen Dai and said coldly. That's what I mean. Sign the divorce agreement quickly and go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to complete the divorce procedures as soon as possible. You. Chen Dai never expected that Guo Chao would choke her like this. She was so angry that her lips trembled and she couldn't speak. Meng Hao's eyes lit up behind him, and he quickly said, Xiao Dai, he's treated you like this, why are you still clinging to him? Just agree to a divorce. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ruwashi picked up a cup of hot tea and poured it directly on his face. Are you still yelling? Ah! Meng Hao covered his face with his hands due to the burns and let out a shrill scream. Meng Hao! Chen Dai screamed and hurried over. Looking at Meng Hao's swollen, red face, she was so angry that her face turned green. She glared at Qin Ruwashi fiercely, then turned to look at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, Guo Chao, you must give me an explanation for this matter, otherwise I will never let you go. Then he turned his head and looked at Meng Hao and said quickly. Meng Hao, let's go to the hospital right away to get it treated, or we'll be left with scars on our faces. After saying that, he helped Meng Hao walk outside. Seeing Chen Dai's considerate attitude towards Meng Hao, Guo Chao's eyes suddenly narrowed. He was about to explode, but Qin Ruwashi spoke first. You don't feel any pain when you have such an outstanding man like Guo Chao, but you are entangled with a piece of trash. Chen Dai, you are really blind. If you don't repent, losing me is just the first step, and you will suffer even greater losses. Just wait and see. You. Hearing that Qin Ruwashi was still stabbing him in the back, Meng Hao immediately flew into a rage. He turned around and glared at Qin Ruwashi, roaring angrily. Hold on, Qin Ruwashi. You're just a small technician. How capable are you? Do you want Xiao Dai to continue to suffer losses? What qualifications do you have to shout here? Before he finished speaking, the teacup in Guo Chao's hand suddenly smashed towards Meng Hao's head. With a dull thud, Meng Hao's head was directly cracked open. Meng Hao screamed and raised his hands to cover his head. Blood gushed out through his fingers. Chapter 8, You're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. Meng Hao. Chen Dai screamed and quickly hugged Meng Hao's head. Looking at the blood gushing out, her eyes turned red with anger. She turned her head and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily. You lunatic, you actually beat Meng Hao like this. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you. After saying that, he supported Meng Hao and quickly turned around to leave. Not long after, Su Su returned. He looked at the blood all over the ground and his expression suddenly changed. What's going on? Why is there so much blood? Qin Ruwashi spoke first. Chen Dai brought Meng Hao here just now. Before she finished speaking, Su Su's expression suddenly changed. So you two had a fight. After saying that, he rushed to Guo Chao, looked at him with concern and asked, Where are you hurt? Let me see if it's serious. After saying that, he went to unbutton Guo Chao's shirt. What are you doing? Ruwashi is right next to us. Guo Chao quickly raised his hand to hold his collar, staring at Su Su with a red face. I'm just worried about you. Su Su straightened up and glared at Guo Chao with a look of grievance. Seeing the ambiguous behavior of the two people, Shin Ruoshi, who did not attend Shindai and Guo Chao's wedding and had no idea what was going on, almost popped her eyes out. What is Su Su's identity? She is Chen Dai's second aunt. This is too much. Shin Ruoshi was instantly confused. At this time, Su Su had already understood the situation and her eyes narrowed immediately. You actually dare to go out with that rubbish Meng Hao, and even dare to flirt with Guo Chao. You really have no bottom line. I was thinking of pulling you out for the sake of our relationship, teaching her a lesson, and making her remember this, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant. Don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he picked up the phone and made a call. Withdraw all investments in Chen Pharmaceutical immediately. At the Municipal People's Hospital, Chen Dai took Meng Hao and gave him a comprehensive examination. She found that there were no sequelae, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and quickly said, Xiao Dai, Guo Chao has asked for a breakup several times, and you agreed. Why didn't you sign the agreement? Chen Dai shook her head and said, I was just angry. I don't intend to break up with him. Meng Hao became anxious upon hearing this and shouted at Chen Dai. Xiao Dai, he's a piece of trash and not worthy of you in the first place. Now his temper has become so violent and he hits people at every turn. How can I feel at ease with you being with him? Besides, he's already hooked up with that Shin Ruoshi and betrayed you, so why are you still clinging to him? Are you keeping him for the new year? Chen Dai still shook her head. He was just rude because he had something against you. He dared to lose his temper in front of me. As for him being with Shin Ruoshi, I would never believe it even if I were beaten to death. Shin Ruoshi is so good, how could she possibly be interested in him? He must have dragged Shin Ruoshi here to put on a show for me to force me to bow my head. No, we went to the Emperor Hotel on a whim. How did he know we would go there and put on a show for us? Meng Hao said, staring at Chen Dai. Chen Dai shook her head and said, he said before that he was concerned about my whereabouts, so he installed a positioning system on my phone. He knows exactly where I am. And when I come to eat in this area, I usually eat at the Emperor Hotel. It's normal for him to know my whereabouts. Hearing that Chen Dai had been trying to smooth things over for Guo Chao, Meng Hao suddenly became anxious. He reached out and grabbed Chen Dai's hand, looking at her sincerely and said, Xiao Dai, I'm the only one who truly loves you. That Guo Chao isn't worthy of you at all, so break up with him and be with me. I love you. After saying that, he suddenly hugged Chen Dai in his arms, lowered his head and kissed her red lips. After hearing Meng Hao's true confession, Chen Dai was a little dazed, but when Meng Hao was about to ask her, Chen Dai suddenly reacted. She turned her head to the side, struggled to break free from Meng Hao's arms, shook her head and said with a blushing face, Meng Hao, please don't be like this. I really don't intend to separate from Guo Chao. Seeing Chen Dai reject him and say such words again, Meng Hao was furious. Guo Chao is a piece of shit that can't be shaken off, right? He was thinking about how to persuade Chen Dai to kick Guo Chao out, but at this moment, Chen Yangxiang called Chen Dai, and Chen Dai quickly answered the call and said, Dad, I didn't persuade Engineer Qin to come back, but Meng Hao has already agreed. He will introduce a new engineer soon. Before she could finish her words, Chen Yangxiang interrupted her hastily, it's not that. Dingsheng Group suddenly wants to withdraw all its investments. What? Dingsheng Group is withdrawing its investment? Chen Dai exclaimed in shock. Our Phase 2 project is under construction and has reached a critical stage. If the investment is withdrawn, the Phase 2 project will be completely ruined. The situation is more serious than you think. Not only will the second phase of the project fail, but the first phase of the project will also be difficult to sustain. Hurry up and go to Dingsheng Group to find your second aunt and ask what's going on. Chen Yongxiang said hurriedly. Chen Dai agreed, hung up the phone, turned around and hurried outside. Let me go with you. Meng Hao hurried to follow. Chen Dai shook her head and said, why don't you recuperate here? After all, your injuries haven't healed yet. But Meng Hao shook his head and said, with something this serious happening, how can you be at ease if I'm not with you? It's okay, I can still hold on. Hearing Meng Hao's heartwarming words, Chen Dai's heart suddenly warmed. She looked at him sincerely and said, thank you. Meng Hao was overjoyed. It seemed that her psychological balance had tilted towards him again. As long as he tried harder, she would definitely throw herself into his arms. The two men got into the car and sped towards Dingsheng Group. Chen Dai frowned as he drove and said, Dingsheng Group and Shen's Pharmaceuticals have always had a good partnership, and my second aunt is in charge. How could they suddenly fall out? I really don't understand why. It must be because of Guo Chao. Meng Hao didn't miss the opportunity to throw dirty water on Guo Chao. He must have instigated your second aunt to attack Chen Pharmaceutical. Impossible. Chen Dai shook her head. How could my second aunt possibly listen to him? Why not? Meng Hao continued, you saw it at the wedding ceremony yesterday. Your second aunt agreed to Guo Chao's proposal without hesitation. They must have already slept together. Guo Chao whispered something in her ear, and she had to let him do whatever he wanted. A flash of anger flashed in Chen Dai's eyes, but she quickly calmed down, shook her head and said, my second aunt is of such status, how could she possibly look down on him? What happened yesterday was just my second aunt cooperating with him in a play. His words couldn't possibly have influenced my second aunt's decision. The reason for withdrawing her investment must be something else. Meng Hao became anxious upon hearing this. Oh, why don't you believe me? When we get to Dingsheng Group, you'll understand everything. The two men quickly arrived at Dingsheng Group and walked straight towards the office building. Because Chen Pharmaceutical and Dingsheng Group had close dealings in the past, and Chen Dai often went in and out of Dingsheng Group, the gatekeeper did not stop her as usual, but just called Su Su. When Su Su heard that Chen Dai came with Meng Hao, her eyes narrowed immediately. I thought you knew you were wrong and came here to admit your mistake, but I didn't expect you to bring Meng Hao with you. Are you trying to seduce Guo Chao? If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Chapter 9 The most powerful means of revenge against Chen Dai. Su Su, who was in the lounge, went straight to the president's office. Guo Chao looked up at Su Su and asked in confusion, didn't you go to rest? Why are you up? I missed you. Su Su said with a smile, then she came to Guo Chao, sat directly on his legs, and put her arms around his neck. Seeing Su Su being so bold, Guo Chao's face flushed and he quickly said, Su Su, what are you doing? Get up quickly, if someone sees you, there will definitely be misunderstandings. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said with a giggle, at Chen Dai's wedding ceremony, he proposed to me in front of so many people. Why didn't you think that it would be misunderstood? When you were tossing and turning me in bed last night, why didn't you think that you would be misunderstood? Now that you think about it, don't you think it's too late? Guo Chao was so angry that his face turned red and he started coughing violently. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the corridor. A hint of teasing flashed in Su Su's eyes. Here they come. She looked down at Guo Chao and said with a grin, come on, give me a kiss. When Guo Chao heard this, he could no longer bear it. His old face flushed with shame. He dodged and shouted in panic. Su Su, don't do this. I heard footsteps outside. If someone sees us, it will be bad. Su Su tilted her head and looked at Guo Chao and said, if you dare to dodge again, I will yell. Well. Guo Chao was completely stunned. Su Su smiled cunningly, lowered her head suddenly, and her beautiful red lips were imprinted directly on Guo Chao's mouth. Almost at the same time, Chen Dai walked into the president's office. Chen Dai said directly, second aunt, why did Dingsheng Group withdraw all its investments? But before she could finish her words, she suddenly felt as if she had been hit by a club and froze there, unable to move. Meng Hao, who was behind, saw that Chen Dai was not in a good state, so he quickly caught up. He was surprised to see that Su Su and Guo Chao were kissing passionately. Meng Hao's eyes almost popped out. This? Su Su felt that the effect had been achieved, so she was about to stand up, and Guo Chao was also about to let go, but when he saw Chen Dai and Meng Hao behind him, his face suddenly darkened. He suddenly raised his hands, put his arms around Su Su's neck, and moved his head forward, deepening the kiss. Seeing Guo Chao act like this, Chen Dai was so angry that she trembled all over. She pointed at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, Guo Chao, you dare to do this to my second aunt, you are shameless. Guo Chao finally let go of Su Su, looked up at Chen Dai, squinted his eyes and said, you dare to cheat on your wife, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? We don't have any relationship anymore, what qualifications do you have to point fingers at me? I didn't, you. Hearing Guo Chao's words that went against Tiangong's will, Chen Dai was so angry that her whole body was shaking and she could no longer speak a complete sentence. Meng Hao, who was standing behind him, saw that Guo Chao had taken the initiative to hand over the evidence to him. If he didn't catch him, he would be sorry to God. He took a step forward, pointed at the two of them, looked at Chandai, and shouted angrily, "Chandai, I said they were already together, now you believe it, he has nothing, you didn't despise him, you even wanted to be with him and spend your life with him, but he actually treated your deep affection as worthless, trampled on it wantonly, and cheated on you with another woman. Bah, I feel ashamed to say this. Chandai, what are you still hesitating about? Why don't you just kick this scumbag out and keep him for the new year?" Before he could finish his words, Guo Chao had already grabbed a square stool and smashed it directly towards Meng Hao's head. Meng Hao knew that Guo Chao was violent, so he kept throwing dirty water at Guo Chao and his eyes never left his hands. When he saw Guo Chao picking up the stool, he felt something was wrong and quickly dodged behind Chandai, but he was still a step too slow. His head dodged, but his shoulder was hit hard by the stool. Meng Hao screamed, covered his shoulder and squatted on the ground. Seeing the blood quickly soaking Meng Hao's shoulder, Chandai was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She pointed at Guo Chao, her lips trembling and unable to speak. At this time, Susu stood up, looked at Chandai and said coldly, "Chandai, Guo Chao and I have come to this point. Do you blame others? No one is to blame. You only blame yourself. Guo Chao originally treated you like a treasure, protecting you with all his heart and soul, helping you get to where you are today. But you didn't know how to cherish it. Instead, you hooked up with that scumbag and even cheated on Guo Chao. Now that Guo Chao has left you and is with me, it's all your karma." Chen Dai was also extremely angry. She glared at Chen Dai and yelled, "He's a loser. How could he help me? I've been supporting him the whole time. Can you please stop making excuses for him? You." Hearing Chen Dai still belittling Guo Chao, Susu's pretty face suddenly turned cold. Chen Dai, you still don't know Guo Chao's strength at all, you are really blind. It seems that Guo Chao breaking up with you is really a wise move. I fully agree with this decision. You. Seeing her second aunt sitting in Guo Chao's arms, Chen Dai was so angry that her lungs almost exploded, but Susu was the president of Dingshen Group, and she didn't dare to offend him, so she vented all her anger on Guo Chao. She pointed at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "You bastard, you are shameless. I can't live like this anymore. I will break up with you later." After saying that, he helped Meng Hao walk outside. But Susu said coldly, "Wait." After saying that, he took a few steps forward, stopped the two of them, looked at Meng Hao coldly and said, "You're such a piece of trash, and you still want to walk out with it? I'm afraid it'll dirty the company floor." After saying that, he ordered several security guards not far away, "Drag him out for me." A few people agreed, came over and kicked Meng Hao to the ground. Someone grabbed his hair and dragged him directly outside. Meng Hao let out a heart-wrenching scream in pain. "Meng Hao!" Chen Dai screamed, then turned to look at Susu and shouted angrily, "Susu, why do you treat him like this? Why don't you get someone to let him go?" Susu laughed and said, "Is it enough that I'm the president of this company? You." Chen Dai almost choked to death. Seeing Meng Hao being dragged away, Chen Dai screamed and chased after him. Seeing Chen Dai's worried look, Susu's eyes showed a hint of sarcasm, and she murmured, "A piece of trash, but you treat it like a treasure. When he shows his true colors, I want to see if you will regret it. You've always treated Guo Chao like trash, dismissing him with disdain. When you know his true abilities and identity, I'll see if you'll regret it." After saying that, he turned around and returned to the president's office. He closed the door and locked it. He came over and sat next to Guo Chao, put his arms around his neck, and gently advised, "Guo Chao, there's no need to be angry about these two pieces of trash." Guo Chao shook his head and said coldly, "After I learned about the affair between this pair of dogs and bitches, I let it go. I will never be moved by her again." Susu heard this and quickly shook her head, "That won't do. She cheated on you. You have to retaliate, otherwise you will suffer." "The best way to retaliate is? What is it?" Guo Chao looked at Susu and asked puzzledly. Susu leaned close to Guo Chao's ear and said something with a charming smile. When Guo Chao heard it, he almost coughed to death. Chapter 10, This is the Showdown. Susu chuckled and said, "The best way is for you to deal with her aunt." Cough, cough, cough. Guo Chao nearly died from coughing. After finally recovering, he looked at Susu's flushed face and said, "Susu, don't be like this. I really can't adapt." But Susu had already hugged him, looked at him with a charming smile and said, "So, are you used to this?" "Susu, this is in the office, this is really inappropriate." Guo Chao pushed Susu and said with a red face. But before he could finish his words, his eyes widened. At this time, at the First People's Hospital of the city, the doctor examined Mang Hao and told Chen Dai that except for the wound on his head, the rest were only skin injuries. Chen Dai then breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Chen Yongxiang called Chen Dai and asked about the result of Chen Dai's search for Su Su. Chen Dai immediately became furious and shouted angrily, "I have found out why Dingsheng Group targeted Su Pharmaceutical." She angrily recounted the entire incident. Chen Yongxiang exclaimed in shock upon hearing it, "What? Guo Chao is really involved with your aunt? Why does this make me feel so confused? Come home immediately and we'll have a face-to-face meeting." Chen Dai agreed and turned to leave. Meng Hao quickly said, "Xiao Dai, let me go back with you. If your aunt and uncle don't believe me, I can testify for you." Chen Dai hesitated for a moment, but finally left the hospital with the bandaged Meng Hao and drove towards the old house. Half an hour later, the two men returned to the old house. When Chen Yongxiang saw that Meng Hao had followed them, his face instantly turned cold. When Chen Dai and Meng Hao were together, Meng Hao spent a lot of Chen Dai's money. Chen Yongxiang also found out that he was having an affair with other women. Knowing that he was not a good person, he secretly found him, gave him 1 million, and forced him to leave Chen Dai. Later, Meng Hao went abroad, and Chen Yongxiang thought that this evil relationship had ended, but he did not expect that Meng Hao would return to Haicheng again and appear beside Chen Dai, and now he even came to his door openly. Then he thought about it and realized that it was because of him that Guo Chao and Chen Dai's wedding ceremony yesterday was directly cancelled. Guo Chao staged a farce of marrying his aunt in anger, which made him lose face. Chen Yongxiang was immediately furious and scolded him rudely, "What are you doing in my house? Get out!" But as soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Mei, who was sitting on the sofa. "This is how you treat guests, it's too much." After saying that, he walked straight over, grabbed Meng Hao's hand, and sat on the sofa. "Like an eagle protecting its chicks," he said, "with me here, I don't think anyone dares to chase him away." When Meng Hao and Chen Dai were together, Chen Dai brought Meng Hao home once. Su Mei fell in love with the tall, handsome and extraordinary Meng Hao at first sight and tried her best to bring them together. Later, Meng Hao went abroad and separated from Chen Dai, which became a source of regret for Su Mei. Now that Meng Hao came back, he finally saw another opportunity, so he was reluctant to let Meng Hao leave. Chen Yongxiang glared at Su Mei and said, "I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling you, he's not worthy of Xiao Dai at all. He's far inferior to Guo Chao." Although he didn't like Guo Chao very much, this kid was honest and much better than Meng Hao, the playboy, so how could he tolerate Meng Hao staying with Chen Dai? But before he could finish his words, Chen Dai angrily interrupted him, "Wrong, he is much better than that bastard Guo Chao. He can do something like seducing my aunt, how can he be a good person?" Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai and said, "You and him are not clear about each other. If you stand up Guo Chao at the wedding ceremony, will Guo Chao do something absurd? If there is any fault, it is you who made the first mistake. Shut up." Chen Yongxiang was interrupted by Su Mei before he could finish his words. "He slept with my sister, and you're still speaking for him. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Chen Yongxiang looked at Su Mei and said with a wry smile, "Su Su is your sister, don't you know how arrogant she is? She's been courted by countless wealthy sons and officials, but she's been dismissive. Do you think she'd fall for Guo Chao? It must be just a play between the two of them." After hearing what Chen Yongxiang said, Su Mei was obviously stunned. Yes, how could Su Su possibly look down on a loser like Guo Chao? Chen Yongxiang looked at Su Mei and said, "Guo Chao is a decent person. He wouldn't do something so outrageous. There must be a misunderstanding. How about I give him a call and ask him to come back and tell me what's going on?" Su Mei was about to refuse, but when she saw Meng Hao next to her, her eyes rolled, and she closed her mouth and stopped talking. Chen Yongxiang took out his phone and called Guo Chao. In the CEO's office at Dingsheng Group, Su Su sat up from the table and fell into Guo Chao's arms. She glared at him with resentment and said, "Are you trying to torture me to death?" Guo Chao said honestly, "Actually, I'm okay." "Ah?" Su Su suddenly looked up at Guo Chao, a look of fear on her face. "Are you a human or an animal?" Guo Chao's forehead was filled with black lines. But at this time, Chen Yongxiang called him, "Guo Chao, please go back to the old house now. I have something to tell you." Guo Chao pondered for a moment, and finally nodded in agreement. Chen Yongxiang was quite nice to him, so he gave him this face. Su Su said as she put on her clothes, "I'll go with you. I should also talk about some things." The two men put on their clothes, left Dingsheng Group together, and drove towards the Chen family's old house. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the Chen family's old house. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said, "You've tortured me so much that my legs are still weak. You go first, I'll be there soon after I rest for a while. Guo Chao's old face turned red, and he turned and entered the Chun family's old house. As soon as he arrived in the hall, he saw Meng Hao sitting and chatting happily with Su Mei. Guo Chao's eyes narrowed immediately. Meng Hao also noticed Guo Chao. A sly look flashed across his eyes. He looked at Guo Chao and said, Guo Chao, you've really gone too far. Even I can't stand it. Apologize sincerely to your uncle, aunt, and Chen Dai, and try your best to earn their forgiveness. Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao, his eyes narrowed as he spoke. Haven't you had enough yet, huh? If you dare to touch him today, just try it. As soon as Guo Chao finished speaking, Su Mei screamed, How dare you be so presumptuous in my Su family? I really give you face. Guo Chao, you are a piece of trash and not worthy of my Xiao Dai. If Xiao Dai had not been so determined, do you think I would have agreed to let you enter my Qin family? Since I'd given you such a great honor, you should have kept a low profile. But I didn't expect that you would still dare to act so arrogantly. At yesterday's wedding ceremony, you even dared to embarrass our Qin family. You are so shameless. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I declare now that you have no right to stay with Xiao Dai. Leave this house immediately. I want Xiao Dai to marry Meng Hao. Hearing Su Mei's words, Guo Chao's anger instantly rushed to the top of his head. He looked at Su Mei with an evil smile and said something leisurely. When everyone at the scene heard it, they were stunned. Chapter 11 Call me uncle from now on, don't be disrespectful. Guo Chao looked at Su Mei and said considerately, Sister, if you have something to say, please speak slowly. Don't be angry. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Su Mei looked at Guo Chao, unable to believe her ears. It took her a while to react. She looked at him and asked in a trembling voice, what did you call me just now? Guo Chao said calmly, Sister, Su and I are together, shouldn't I call you sister? Hold it. Guo Chao was interrupted by Su Mei's roar before he could finish his words, a piece of trash like you wants to seduce my girl, you are unworthy. If you can't recognize what color toad you are, can you piss and look at your reflection? Before she could finish her words, a woman's lazy voice rang out from the doorway, who said Guo Chao and I are not a good match. I think we are quite a good match. No matter the length or thickness, it's a good match. The person who came was Su. When Chen Yongxiang heard this, he almost coughed to death. Why didn't he notice before that his sister-in-law spoke so harshly? Su Mei glared at Su and said, Su, stop playing crazy with him, okay? I won't believe you like him with your eyesight, even if you kill me. Su glanced at Su Mei, then walked straight to Guo Chao, put her arms around his neck, stood on tiptoe and kissed him on the face. Then, she looked at Su Mei and asked with a smile, Now, do you believe it? Su Mei was completely shocked and stood there in a daze, unable to believe her eyes. It took her a long time to react. She looked at Su and screamed, Su, you damn girl. You have such good conditions, why did you hook up with this poor guy? He is not worthy of you at all, do you understand? Su looked at Su Mei, laughed and said, Guo Chao has been in your Chen family for a year, but you all think he is just a poor guy. Sister, my niece is blind, and I can't look at you with my eyes. What trump card does he have? Su Mei asked with a puzzled look after hearing Su's serious tone. Su chuckled and said, You guys can figure this out slowly. I have no obligation to tell you. I just want to say one thing, you will definitely pay the price for underestimating Guo Chao in the future. After saying that, he reached out and took Guo Chao's arm, and said calmly, Guo Chao, let's go. Seeing the intimacy between the two, Chen Dai could no longer bear it. She looked at Su angrily and shouted, Su, you are my aunt. You stole your niece's husband. Do you still have any shame? Su looked at Chen Dai, laughed and said, Guo Chao is about to divorce you. What makes you say he is still your husband? You two have no relationship anymore. What's wrong with me being with him? But I haven't agreed to divorce him. As long as our engagement lasts, he is mine. If you hook up with him, it's immoral and shameless. Chen Dai took the moral stick and hit Su hard. Since Su doesn't regard herself as an elder, there is no need for Chen Dai to respect her. But Su laughed sarcastically, you know you and Guo Chao are still engaged, but you're still flirting with that scumbag Meng Hao, cheating on Guo Chao? Speaking of immorality, you seem to be the more immoral, aren't you? I'm not having an affair with Meng Hao, and we've never done anything inappropriate. I just treat him as my best male friend. We have a pure friendship, clear and innocent. But don't try to slander me. Chen Dai glared at Su and said righteously. But before she could finish her words, Su Su interrupted her rudely. Male best friend? Pure friendship, innocent. Shendai, don't you think you're belittling everyone's intelligence by saying this? When a man approaches a woman, he is either after money or sex. What's the point of pure friendship? You are a married person, and the only man by your side can be Guo Chao. But in fact, you regard Meng Hao as more important than Guo Chao. Not only do you fly around the world with him, but you even stand up Guo Chao on your wedding ceremony, the most important day of your life, because of a trivial matter like Meng Hao sprained his ankle. You say that you did not cheat on Guo Chao. Do you believe this? Even if you didn't make it past that last step, how different is this from cheating? Is there a difference between light green and dark green when it comes to cuckoldry? These words left Chendai dumbfounded and speechless. Su Su looked at Chendai, laughed, and said, Chendai, one day you will know what it means to have lost Guo Chao. You will also eventually know what kind of rubbish the white moonlight in your eyes is. That's all I have to say. Leave. After saying that, he hugged Guo Chao and left. Get back here. Su Mei looked at the backs of the two and shouted angrily. Guo Chao stopped, turned around and looked at Su Mei, and said with a smile, Sister, don't try to persuade me to stay. I will invite you to the wedding banquet on the day when Su Su and I get married. Su Mei was so angry that she rolled her eyes again. Chendai hurried over and gave Su Mei a back massage, then turned around and looked at Guo Chao and yelled, Guo Chao, you bastard. Guo Chao looked at Chendai with a reproachful look on his face and said, Call me uncle from now on. Don't be disrespectful. You. Chendai's face turned pale with anger. At this moment, Meng Hao stood up, looked at Guo Chao, and shouted angrily, Guo Chao, this is at Xiao Dia's house, in front of her parents, and yet you're speaking so recklessly? Don't you think you've gone too far today? Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao and immediately blurted out the quintessential Chinese saying, Fuck your aunt. You. Meng Hao never expected that Guo Chao would be so rude. He was so excited that he was speechless. Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao and sneered, You want to marry Chendai, don't you? Then I'm her uncle, which means I'm your uncle too. I'm your elder, right? What's wrong with an elder scolding a younger one? Besides, I'm your uncle, so what's wrong with scolding your aunt? Meng Hao suddenly froze there, stunned. He never expected that Guo Chao would come up with such a twisted logic and even feel so confident in criticizing his aunt. Seeing Guo Chao firing on all cylinders and leaving everyone speechless, Su Su almost laughed out loud. This guy looks serious and like a big wooden man, but she didn't expect that when he gets angry, he can be so infuriating. She held back her laughter, hugged Guo Chao and walked straight out. Chen Yongxian looked at Guo Chao in amazement. This kid used to be a taciturn person, so how come he became so eloquent today? But this was not important. He had more important things to deal with. He quickly caught up with Su Su and said with a wry smile, Su Su, we are all family. You are acting like enemies. It's a joke. If you're laughed at, it's not because of us, but your good daughter. Su Su retorted bluntly, so don't try to find fault with me. If you have time, you should teach your daughter a lesson. Chen Yongxiang's face flushed red at being rebuked, and he quickly said, I'll tell her later. But Su Su, why did Dingsheng Group withdraw all the investment? Can you mediate and get Dingsheng Group to retract their decision? That investment is too important to our Chen Pharmaceuticals. Su Su's words made Chen Yongxiang completely kneel down. Chapter 12 Chen Dai plots to trick Guo Chao. Su Su pushed Guo Chao forward and said to Chen Yongxiang seriously, If you have any problems in the future, just talk to your brother-in-law. After all, he is the head of my family. Lien, lapel? Chen Yongxiang staggered violently and almost fell to the ground. My son-in-law is now my brother-in-law? Wouldn't this make people laugh if I told them this? But Su Su didn't even look at him again, and left with her arms around Guo Chao. He wanted to chase her, but then Chen Dai screamed, My mother fainted again. When Chen Yongxiang heard this, his face changed and he quickly turned back. By this time, Su Su and Guo Chao had already driven away. Su Su swung her fist and hit Guo Chao on the shoulder, giggling, Guo Chao, you can do whatever you want to me. You can't just shout it all over the place and complain about Meng Hao's aunt. Why don't you just complain about me, you stinking rascal? I said you used to be quite honest, how did you become like this now? Guo Chao looked at Su Su and said innocently, You taught me this. I'll beat you to death. Su Su punched him with her pink fist again. It didn't hurt at all, but instead made Guo Chao's heart flutter. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said excitedly, Guo Chao, you went all out today and made them speechless. It was really satisfying. But I knew you were a quiet person at home before. Why did you change your temperament so drastically now? When Guo Chao heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. I'm not a pushover. I didn't resist before because I loved Chindai. Now, there's only hatred between her and me. What else can I worry about? Whoever bullies me, I will pay them back tenfold or 100-fold. Okay, that's how it should be. Su Su applauded. Guo Chao looked at Su Su, a trace of guilt on his face, but by doing this, I caused a rift between you and your sister, and made you feel uncomfortable. I'm sorry. A gap? She and I already had one, but Su Su shook her head, her pretty face turned cold and she said, after I graduated from university, I haven't found a suitable job yet, so I want to work at Chen's Pharmaceuticals to buffer the situation. Do you know what my sister said? She just said, you can go to work, but you must marry a man who is closely related to their interests. Is this treating me like a sister? No, it's clear that he wants to use me as a tool to gain benefits. From then on, she and I were only related by blood, as for our feelings, he. After saying that, he looked at Guo Chao and said, if we had a good relationship, do you think I would agree to your proposal at my niece's wedding ceremony, in front of my sister? Impossible. So you don't have to feel any psychological burden at all. Upon hearing this, Guo Chao breathed a sigh of relief. This makes me feel much better. The next moment, his face turned cold and he said, if they dare to provoke me again, then be prepared to endure my revenge. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and asked with a gossipy look on her face, Guo Chao, how are you going to take revenge? Tell me. Guo Chao said seriously, keep complaining about her aunt. Get out. Su Su giggled, swung her pink fist and hit Guo Chao. The punch was so powerful that the buttons of the shirt broke open, and the large area of white and the deep cleavage were completely exposed in front of Guo Chao. Looking at the alluring scenery, smelling her tempting fragrance, and thinking of the battle between the two of them on the desk at noon, Guo Chao suddenly couldn't hold it back. He put his arm around Su Su and said seriously, dear, there's one thing I didn't understand this afternoon. Let's study it again. After saying that, he directly picked up Su Su and put her on his lap. Su Su's pretty face flushed instantly. She raised her fist and punched Guo Chao's chest, shouting in shame and anger, Rabbit, it's broad daylight, and we're in the car. How can you be so presumptuous now? But before she could finish her words, her body suddenly stiffened. In again. In the emergency room of the First People's Hospital of the city, Chen Dai saw the doctor coming out and hurried to greet him. She asked anxiously, Doctor, how is my mother? The condition is basically stable now, but, the doctor looked at Chen Dai and said with a frown, your mother's heart disease is not something that has just been discovered, it's an old problem. I remind you all the time that heart disease can't stand being bullied, but you just don't listen. If you still don't pay attention and let her get bullied again, any consequences could happen. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Dai and Chen Yongxiang were both stunned. At this time, Meng Hao pulled Chen Dai aside and said in a low voice, Xiao Dai, Guo Chao has actually made Auntie so angry this time. This is too much. Chen Yongxiang clearly heard Meng Hao fanning the flames, and his anger immediately flared up. He turned around and glared at him, shouting, Stop fanning the flames here. If it weren't for you, how could things have come to this? Get out of here immediately. But before he could finish his words, Chen Dai angrily interrupted him, Meng Hao is right. If it weren't for the unclear relationship between Guo Chao and my aunt, my mother wouldn't be so angry. So Guo Chao is the culprit, and you are still speaking for him. You are really confused. You. Seeing Chen Dai defending Meng Hao without any principles, and failing to recognize her own mistakes, putting all the blame on Guo Chao, Chen Yongxiang was immediately furious. He glared at her and shouted angrily, You are such a jerk who can't tell the difference between good and bad. Get out of here too. Get out. Just go. Chen Dai was also angry. She stomped her feet and turned to leave. Meng Hao saw her and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. He quickly followed her. When they came outside, Chen Dai was still standing there gasping for breath. Meng Hao hurried over and pretended to comfort her, Xiao Dai, uncle was deceived by Guo Chao, so he defended him. The root of all this is Guo Chao. There's no need for you to be angry with uncle. Chen Dai gnashed her teeth and said, This bastard has messed up my family like this. This time, I will never forgive him. He disgusts me like this because he doesn't want to see me with you. Today, I'm going to rub salt into his wounds. Meng Hao, you arrange it this way and that. I want him to know that if he offends me, Chen Dai, he must pay a price, a heavy price. When Meng Hao heard this, his heart immediately beamed with joy. Ha, they finally started hurting each other. They should get divorced soon. That's great. She suppressed her excitement, nodded, and quickly turned around to make arrangements. A Rolls-Royce Phantom sedan came up, and Su collapsed in Guo Chao's arms, limp like a puddle of mud. It took her a long time to recover. She looked at Guo Chao with a frightened face and said, "Guo Chao, you're so fierce. I'm really scared of you. If you keep going on like this, I'm going to be tortured to death by you." Then he muttered, "If you keep doing this, I'll have to find someone to share the firepower." "What did you say?" Guo Chao didn't hear the last sentence clearly and asked Su. "Never say nice things twice." Su glared at Guo Chao. Guo Chao wanted to ask more, but his phone rang urgently. Guo Chao picked up the phone and answered it directly. He smiled and said, "Brother, are you cured?" It was Yang Wei, his good college classmate, but everyone in school called him by that homonym. "You are sick, your whole family is sick." Yang Wei immediately retorted. "Ha ha." Guo Chao suddenly burst into laughter. "Brother, do you have something to talk to me about?" The other person also smiled and said, "I came to Haicheng today to do something, and I wanted to have a drink with you. It just so happens that some old classmates also want to get together. I have already booked a place, so you should hurry up. If you are late, I will beat you to death." Chapter 13. Who told you that no one will like Guo Chao in the future? Okay, send me the address and I'll be there right away. Guo Chao agreed immediately. When he was in school, he had a very good relationship with Yang Wei. When his old friend came to Haicheng, he insisted on meeting him. Looking at the address Yang Wei sent, Guo Chao looked at Su lying there powerlessly and said, "I'm going to meet up with some old classmates. How about I take you home first?" "No, you just focus on your work. I'll just lie here and wait for you to finish your work before we go back together." Su looked up at Guo Chao and said coquettishly, "I can't sleep if you're not around." Guo Chao had no choice but to get up and get out of the car from the back door, then got into the driver's seat, started the car, and quickly arrived at the Chuncheng Hotel and came to private room number 7. There were several men and women sitting in the private room, talking. A fat man in a suit saw Guo Chao, his eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up to greet him, holding him, and said with a smile, "I haven't seen you for a long time. I missed you so much. Come and sit down." It was Guo Chao's best friend, Yang Wei. Yang Wei enthusiastically pulled Guo Chao over and sat next to him. The other men and women just glanced at Guo Chao and then looked away, continuing to chat while eating melon seeds. It was obvious that they were not interested in Guo Chao. Guo Chao was too lazy to pay attention to them. He looked at Yang Wei and said with a smile, "You used to be a dull guy, but now you have strong organizational skills. You even organized a class reunion." Yang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How could I possibly have that kind of appeal? I was just dragged here to join in the fun, and I was asked to bring you along. I thought we could take this opportunity to have a good drink and have some fun. If it's not your group, then whose is it?" Guo Chao asked doubtfully. "It's me." Just as Guo Chao finished speaking, a woman's cold voice sounded at the door, and soon a person pushed the door open and came in. "Chen Dai, here." The men and women who had acted indifferent when they saw Guo Chao quickly stood up and greeted Chen Dai, saying warmly, "Chen Dai, you're here. Come and sit down. You're the one who called me Chen Dai. Call me Mr. Chen." "Oh, yes, look at my mouth. Mr. Chen, please take a seat." "Oh no, please take the seat. You are the most successful among our classmates, so you should sit in the first seat." Several people greeted him warmly and pushed Chen Dai to the front seat. But at this moment, a magnetic voice sounded at the door. Everyone came early. It was Meng Hao who had parked the car and rushed over. When the women saw Meng Hao, their eyes lit up instantly. They rushed over, looked at Meng Hao excitedly, and shouted, "Wow, campus hunk, I haven't seen you for a few years. You've become more and more handsome. Back in school, I wanted to pursue you, but I knew I wasn't qualified because only someone like Mr. Chen was worthy of you." Meng Hao saw everyone's reaction and turned to look at Guo Chao, his face full of pride. But Guo Chao didn't even look at him. He looked at Yang Wei and said, "Let's go somewhere else to drink." He felt sick when he saw these two pieces of trash. "Don't leave." Chen Dai took a few quick steps, leaned against the door, stared at Guo Chao and said coldly, "Today I want to announce something in front of you and these classmates." After saying this, he reached out and took Meng Hao's arm, raised his head and looked at Guo Chao with a proud expression and said, I now declare that I am severing all ties with Guo Chao, and I'm also announcing that I am in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with Meng Hao." As soon as she finished speaking, there was a burst of applause. "Well, it's time for this." "Exactly. Back in school, everyone thought you and Mr. Chen were a perfect match. Everyone was rooting for you too, but we never expected you to go your separate ways. Mr. Chen ended up with a piece of trash. This is something we all find hard to accept. You finally kicked this piece of trash out and got together with the most handsome guy on campus. We are so happy for you." "Great. You say bad things about Guo Chao in front of him, do you have any shame?" Yang Wei couldn't stand it anymore when he heard what these people said, and he yelled. But before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by a woman with glasses. "Aren't we telling the truth? And you, a useless person, want to stand up for others? Do you have the qualifications? You?" Yang Wei's face turned pale with anger. Chen Dai raised her hand and pressed the crowd, and the scene suddenly quieted down. She looked at Guo Chao and said coldly, "Guo Chao, I don't despise your cowardice or your uselessness. I condescended to marry you, so you should be obedient and behave yourself. But you actually didn't know what was good for you. You got into a fight with me over such a small matter, and made my mother so angry. You even wanted to drag my second aunt to hit me in the face. So don't blame me for being rude. I'm asking you now, do you regret it?" Yang Wei never thought that things would get to this point. Looking at Guo Chao, he quickly advised, "Guo Chao, apologize to Chen Dai immediately, let her calm down and change her mind." But Guo Chao scoffed, "Apologize to her, calm her down, change her mind? Ha, impossible. Doesn't she want to break up? I'm just waiting for that." After saying that, he looked at Chen Dai and said bluntly, "You asked me if I regretted it, right? I do regret it. I regret that I shouldn't have been with a scumbag like you. I wasted 4 years of my best time." Everyone at the scene stood there in a daze, staring blankly at Guo Chao, their eyes full of disbelief. Everyone knows that Guo Chao is Chen Dai's loyal bootlicker. How dare he turn against Tian Gang in front of Chen Dai? Chen Dai hadn't expected Guo Chao to dare to choke her like this. She was so angry that her face turned green. She pointed at Guo Chao and said through gritted teeth, "You bastard, do you know what will happen if I kick you out? I tell you, you'll be left with nothing and become a homeless dog. Once I kick you out, no woman will ever fall in love with a poor guy like you again. You'll live your whole life in loneliness." As soon as she finished speaking, a lazy voice sounded from the direction of the door. "Who told you that no one will like Guo Chao anymore?" As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. Chen Dai was caught off guard and was knocked forward a few steps, almost falling to the ground. Burning with rage, she suddenly turned around, glaring at the person and ready to explode, but the next moment her pupils suddenly constricted and she shouted in surprise, "Second aunt!" The person who came was Su Su. Su Su went over and hugged Guo Chao's arm, looked at him affectionately and said, "My dear, I am willing to be with you and love you till we grow old together." After hearing Su Su's words, Chen Dai was so angry that her face turned pale. She glared at her and shouted angrily, "Second aunt, don't you think what you said is too much?" Su Su turned her head and looked at Chen Dai, chuckled and said, "You've already announced that you have nothing to do with him, so what's wrong with me being with him?" Seeing this scene, Chen Dai was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She glared at Su Su and shouted angrily, "Su Su, what kind of magic potion did he put on you that you actually want to be with that poor guy of his? You're still calling him poor now. You're not blind, you're simply mentally retarded." Su Su glared at her and said bluntly, "Chen Dai, I originally thought that if we withdraw the engineers and recover the investment, you would behave yourself. I didn't expect you to come with this scumbag to flatter Guo Chao. I don't think you're hurt at all. In that case, I have another piece of good news for you." Su Su then said something, and when Chen Dai heard it, she screamed. Chapter 14. I wish you a happy marriage and a baby soon. Su Su looked at Chen Dai and said coldly, "From today on, Dingsheng Group will never sell a single bottle of medicine from your Chen Pharmaceutical Company." "No!" Chen Dai screamed when she heard it, "Auntie, please don't do this. All of Chen Pharmaceuticals' products have always been distributed by Dingsheng Group, and it has no sales channels of its own. This move is equivalent to directly strangling Chen Pharmaceuticals' neck. More importantly, Dingsheng Group only charges its own cheap channel fees when selling Chen Pharmaceuticals' drugs. If they open up more sales channels, they will have to pay high sales costs. Chen Pharmaceutical is already in a difficult period, how can it withstand such a blow?" So she suddenly became anxious and begged Su quickly. But Su said coldly, if you dare to bully Guo Chao, you should pay the price. After saying that, she ignored him, hugged Guo Chao and turned to leave. When she reached the door, she stopped again, looked at the men and women present, chuckled and said, I've already understood it. You were all invited by manhwa to come here to cheer for Dai and the others and to slap my boyfriend in the face. He promised you something. As long as you cooperate with the trick today, he will recruit you all into Chun Pharmaceutical and give you important positions, right? You don't know what's going on with Chen Pharmaceuticals, right? Let me tell you right now, Dingxing Group has siphoned off Chen Pharmaceuticals' core technology and withdrawn all investment. Today, I've also blocked their sales channels. You should understand what's going to happen to Chun Pharmaceuticals in the future. Several people were dumbfounded when they heard it. At this time, Mang Hao hurriedly shouted, don't listen to her nonsense. As long as I'm here, Chun Pharmaceutical will not fail. As soon as he finished speaking, Su suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Ha, bah. He spat directly into his face, but still not satisfied, he went over, grabbed a wine bottle, and swung it directly at Mang Hao's head. There was a dull thud, and Mang Hao screamed, covering his head and squatting on the ground. Blood gushed out through his fingers. Su pointed at Mang Hao and said coldly, are you still yelling? Mang Hao! Dai exclaimed and hurried over to help Mang Hao up. Seeing her worried look towards Mang Hao, Su narrowed her eyes and said, I wanted to destroy him today, but I kept him because I wanted to see how you guys would fight each other when he showed his fangs. After saying that, he didn't even look at them again, hugged Guo Chao, turned around and left. The students looked at Mang Hao and Dai and began to complain, Dingxing Group is suppressing Chen Pharmaceutical like this. Chen Pharmaceutical is absolutely doomed. They're trying to trick us with a company that's about to go bankrupt. What a joke. No wonder they both got together, they're really the same kind of rubbish. I think Guo Chao is much better than them. Let's go find Guo Chao. Everyone dispersed, leaving Dai and Mang Hao there, stunned. I was originally planning to slap Guo Chao in the face today, but how did things turn out like this? Outside, Yang Wei caught up with Guo Chao and quickly explained, brother, I'm not in the same group as them. I really didn't know that this class reunion today was a trap set up by Mang Hao and Dai, otherwise I wouldn't have dragged you here even if I killed you. Guo Chao patted Yang Wei's shoulder and said with a smile, you don't have the guts to cheat me, do you? He. Yang Wei scratched his head and laughed, then pointed at Su who was driving over and said excitedly, oh my god, brother, why didn't I realize that you were so popular with women before? How come you find girlfriends one better than the other? This sister-in-law is so beautiful like a fairy, much better than that Dai. No wonder you stopped licking Dai, it turns out you found someone better. Hearing that Yang Wei could speak, Su smiled, looked at him, nodded, and said, Guo Chao's friend? Sister-in-law, she's my best friend. Yang Wei said quickly with a smile. Okay, are you willing to be the security minister of my Dingxing Group in the future? Su said with a smile. Yang Wei was stunned for a moment, he couldn't believe his ears. He used to be just a security guard in a small company, but today Su actually made him the security director of a large company like Dingxing Group. This is simply a step-by-step promotion, a sparrow turning into a phoenix. But he quickly reacted, shook his head and said, sister-in-law, to be honest, I really don't have that ability. Su smiled and said, it doesn't matter whether you have the ability or not, the key is that you can talk. Yang Wei was also a sly man. After hearing what Su said, his eyes lit up and he shouted excitedly, sister-in-law, I wish you a long and happy marriage, a son soon, and 3 babies in 1 pregnancy. Guo Chao. The classmates behind them also followed. They obviously heard Su's words and quickly echoed, Boss Su, we also wish you and Guo Chao a happy and long life together. Can you let us work at Dingxing Group as well? Su turned around and looked at those people, pointed to the trash can next to her and said with a laugh, that's where you should go, understand? After saying that, he ignored everyone, pulled Guo Chao into the car and sped away. Those people all froze there, their faces filled with shame. Dai sent Mang Hao to the emergency room of the First People's Hospital. When the doctor saw it was Mang Hao, he couldn't help but mutter, why is it him again? It seems like he's been here 3 times in the past 2 days to treat his injuries, right? Hearing this, Dai was even more furious. She gritted her teeth and said, I will never let this bastard go. I must seek justice for you. After Mang Hao treated the wound, he followed Dai to visit Su Mei, who was still staying in the ward. But before they reached Su Mei's ward, a young man with long hair, a pimpled face, and shabbily dressed came out. Seeing Chen Dai, he hurried over, rubbing his hands and laughing as he said, "Sister, Shiro's birthday is coming soon, and I want to buy her a luxury car as a birthday present. It's not much, just 2 million, so just transfer it to me." The man was Chen Dai's younger brother, Chen Haijun. Hearing Chen Haijun's words, Chen Dai glared at him. 2 million right out of the blue, isn't that too easy for you to say? Chen Haijun curled his lips and said nonchalantly, "Sister, our company's market value is 200 million. Isn't 2 million a drop in the bucket? Why are you so stingy?" Hearing Chen Haijun's words, Chen Dai could no longer suppress her anger and glared at him and shouted, "Do you know that Dingsheng Group is now suppressing our Chen Pharmaceutical one after another, and the market value is 200 million? Whether our company can survive is a problem. You're idle all day, not taking care of anything, and you've put all the burdens on me. All you do is ask for money. Don't you feel ashamed?" When talking about the grievances, Chen Dai's eyes suddenly turned red. Chen Haijun was stunned when he heard this. "Sister, what are you talking about? The president of Dingsheng Group is our aunt. She is standing there. How could she let Dingsheng Group suppress us? Why am I confused?" Meng Hao, who was standing nearby, quickly came over to look at Chen Haijun and said, "Hainan, you and your girlfriend Shiro were on vacation in Malaysia a while ago and missed your sister's wedding. A lot of things happened there. Let me tell you." He recounted the entire incident with some embellishments. Chen Haijun's eyes widened when he heard this. "I was wondering why my aunt would stab my Chen family. It turns out this bastard is behind this. I must kill him now." After saying that, he turned and rushed outside. Chapter 15. I really love you, promise me? But at this moment, Chen Yongxiang came out of the ward, glared at Chen Haijun and yelled, "That's enough. You still think things aren't chaotic enough, right? Even if we beat Guo Chao up, will that solve this problem? No, it will only make your aunt even more disgusted. If she continues to be ruthless to us, do you think the company can still be saved?" Chen Dai felt so wrong that she glared at Chen Yongxiang and shouted, "Dad, he's the culprit who brought this upon our family. Why are you still speaking for him? Is Guo Chao the culprit?" "No." She was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang before she could finish her words. He pointed at Meng Hao beside her and said coldly, "If you hadn't been entangled with him, and if you hadn't even stood up Guo Chao's dove at the wedding ceremony, would he have done this? So if there's any culprit, it's not Guo Chao at all, it's him." After hearing what Chen Yongxiang said, Meng Hao was so angry that he wanted to stab him to death. "To be honest, I fucked your wife, why do you hate me so much?" But he knew he couldn't let his image fall apart right now, so he looked at Chen Dai and said with a look of grievance, "Sha Dai, I'm with you only because we're good friends and I want to help you, but I didn't expect your uncle to have such a big prejudice against me. If my presence causes discord in your family, I'm willing to withdraw." After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this, Chen Dai could no longer hold back her anger. She glared at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Why are you driving my friend away? Can you please give me a little respect? If you don't like me, I'll leave too." After saying that, he turned around and followed Meng Hao. Seeing Chen Dai being so disobedient, Chen Yongxiang's lips trembled with anger. He wanted to go over and beat this disobedient girl to death, but she was his daughter after all, so he couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, there were more important things to deal with now. So he suppressed his anger, glared at Chen Dai's back and shouted, "You damn girl, the company is about to go bankrupt, you know? You still have the mood to talk to me about this garbage? Go to Yongxing Group tomorrow and ask your aunt to accompany you and ask her to let Chen Pharmaceutical go. Remember, you must not bring that garbage, otherwise it will make your aunt jealous." But Chen Dai didn't even turn back, and left straight away holding Meng Hao's hand. Seeing this damn girl's disobedient look, Chen Yongxiang was furious. At this time, Chen Haijun, who was standing next to him, looked at Chen Yongxiang and blamed him, saying, "Dad, let me be fair. You really shouldn't have treated Brother Hao like that today. Brother Hao is so good, 1,000 times better than that Guo Chao. Let me say, just kick that loser Guo Chao out and let Brother Hao be with my sister." "Hold on." Chen Yongxiang, who was already fuming with nowhere to vent his anger, heard Chen Haijun trying to put pressure on him. He immediately flew into a rage and kicked him on the butt, angrily cursing, "You useless thing, what qualifications do you have to shout here? Get out of here right now, or I'll beat you to death." Chen Haijun muttered unconvincedly, "Why don't you just talk it out nicely? Why are you hitting and scolding me?" Seeing Chen Yongxiang about to raise his foot again, Chen Haijun quickly slipped away and chased after Chen Dai and Meng Hao. Chen Dai left the hospital and angrily said, "It was Su Su who did something wrong to me, and I still have to apologize to her. How can this be justified? This is bullying. Meng Hao quickly advised, Xiao Dai, if you don't bow to Su Su and she continues to suppress Chen Pharmaceutical will really be in danger. So, you should listen to Uncle Chen and apologize to her. First, stabilize the situation, develop our sales channels, and raise funds. Once everything is ready, it won't be too late to turn against him. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. After listening to Meng Hao's words, Chen Dai gradually calmed down and had to admit that what Meng Hao said made sense. Meng Hao, I listened to you. Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao and said, even though you were bullied by Guo Chao, you were still able to consider the issue from a fair and just standpoint. Meng Hao, you are truly amazing. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai affectionately and said, it was just a few hits. What's that? For you, I would even go through fire and water, even to pieces. After hearing Meng Hao's touching words, Chen Dai's heart suddenly warmed. She looked at Meng Hao sincerely and said, thank you, Meng Hao. Seeing Chen Dai's emotion, Meng Hao's heart suddenly blossomed. He grabbed Chen Dai's hand and said quickly, Xiao Dai, why are you so polite to me? It's getting late. I've already arranged a hotel. Let's go over there and have a good chat. I want to tell you what's really in my heart. Seeing the greed in Meng Hao's eyes and then listening to his words, Chen Dai instantly understood what he meant. Her pretty face flushed, and she quickly pulled her hand away, shook her head, and said, I still have to go take care of my mother later, you can go back by yourself. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the hospital. Meng Hao suddenly became anxious and hurried over to grab Chen Dai's hand. He said anxiously, Xiao Dai, I really love you. Promise me, okay? Chen Dai broke free again, looked at Meng Hao, shook her head and said, Meng Hao, Guo Chao and I haven't divorced yet, we can't do that. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and shouted anxiously, no, Xiao Dai, that rubbish is not worthy of you at all. He even dared to stab you in the back and hit you in the head. He is clearly a scumbag. Why are you still thinking about him? After hearing Meng Hao's words, Chen Dai's eyes clearly flashed with anger, but the next moment she shook her head and said, Meng Hao, can you give me some time to think about it carefully? After saying that, he turned and left. Seeing this scene, Meng Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This happened again at the critical moment. Are you pretending to be a chicken? Chen Haijun came out of the bathroom next door and saw Meng Hao standing there alone. He asked in confusion, brother, why are you here alone? Where's my sister? Your sister has gone back to the hospital to take care of your aunt. Meng Hao was furious, but he remained calm on the surface. He looked at Chen Haijun and said with a smile, my mom is being taken care of by my dad, so she doesn't need any help at all. How about I call her out, and you two can just get a room tonight? The sooner you become my brother-in-law, the sooner I can feel at ease. After Chen Haijun finished speaking, he turned around and prepared to leave. But Meng Hao stopped him. He shook his head and said, there's so much going on at the company, and Auntie's still lying in bed. Your sister and I don't have the mood for that. Brother, you are too kind. If it were me, I would have pushed my sister onto the bed long ago. What would that Guo Chao have to do with it? Chen Haijun said with regret. Seeing Chen Haijun's support, Meng Hao's eyes lit up. He looked at Chen Haijun and said, Haijun, the company has run into difficulties, and your sister really doesn't have any money to give you, but it's your girlfriend's birthday, so how can you not give her something? Well, this Maserati president of mine has only been home for a month, so it's considered a new car. You can give it to Xiao Meng as a birthday present. After saying that, he handed a bunch of car keys to Chen Haijun. Chen Haijun was so excited when he saw this that he almost knelt before Meng Hao, brother, oh no, brother-in-law, from now on you are my real brother-in-law, I won't recognize anyone else. Meng Hao shook his head and said with a smile, I've always treated you as my own brother. Okay, let's get down to business. Tomorrow I want your aunt to change her mind and stop making things difficult for Chen Pharmaceutical. In fact, the key to this matter lies in Guo Chao. If we can deal with him properly, all the troubles will be solved. Upon hearing this, Chen Haijun gritted his teeth and said, don't worry, brother-in-law. If this guy dares to come out and mess things up tomorrow, we'll beat the shit out of him together. No, I can't go tomorrow. Meng Hao quickly shook his head and said, Uncle Chen is right. Your aunt doesn't want to see me right now, so my going over there will not only be useless, but will have the opposite effect. So, I can only leave tomorrow's matters to you. The last time he went to Dingshan Group, Su Su almost ruined him, so he didn't want to offend Su Su. You're right. Chen Haijun, completely bought off by Meng Hao, had no doubt about Meng Hao's reason for not going. He vowed, "Don't worry, if I see Guo Chao tomorrow, I'll make him get the hell out of my sister's presence. If he disobeys, I'll beat the shit out of him." After saying this, he said goodbye to Meng Hao and left. Meng Hao looked at Chen Haijun's back, a cunning smile in his eyes. "Guo Chao, you really think that just because you hold Su Su's thick legs, you are qualified to fight me? You are not worthy. After tomorrow, Chen Dai will be mine. Chapter 16. Take action and teach him a lesson. The next morning, Guo Chao prepared a meal and came to the bedroom. He kissed Su Su on the forehead and said with a smile, "Little lazy cat, get up and eat. You have to go to work soon." Su Su opened her eyes and said weakly, "You tormented me all night last night, and you still want me to go to work during the day. You evil capitalist, please stop exploiting me, okay? I've decided, I won't be in charge of the company anymore. From now on you, the big boss, can handle it yourself. I'll just do my night shift." Guo Chao. But seeing Su Su's look of being unable to bear the beating, Guo Chao did not harass her anymore. After dinner, he said goodbye to Su Su and drove alone towards Dingsheng Group. After Guo Chao left, Su Su picked up the phone and made a call. "Directorly, the boss will be personally presiding over the company's overall affairs today. Please arrange a few things." Guo Chao rushed to Dingsheng Group. The office director was already waiting respectfully in the lobby. He then took Guo Chao directly to the chairman's office. "Boss, the office is ready for you. If you need anything, just let me know." He had barely finished his words when the phone rang rapidly. He left the office, took out his phone, listened for a moment, then looked up at Guo Chao and said quickly, "Boss, Mr. Chun from Chen Pharmaceuticals is here to see Mr. Su. Do you think we should notify Mr. Su? Chen Dai?" Guo Chao narrowed his eyes slightly, and was about to order her to be driven away, but the next moment he changed his mind and stood up and walked outside. "I will handle this matter myself. It's a good time to talk to her about divorce." Guo Chao quickly arrived at the company gate and saw Chen Dai negotiating with Yang Wei. "I'm here to see my aunt." "Why won't you let me in?" "Open the door immediately." Yang Wei, who had just taken office as the Minister of Security, came here to check on the post and saw Chen Dai trying to break in. Remembering how she disgusted Guo Chao last night, Yang Wei stopped her without any hesitation and refused to let her in no matter what. Chen Dai was so angry that she almost died, but at this moment, Guo Chao arrived. Yang Wei saw Guo Chao and hurried over to greet him. "Guo Chao, they want to go in and see President Su. Can you let them in?" Before Guo Chao could speak, Chen Dai spoke first. "Guo Chao, you have no right to talk to me here. Go back immediately and let my aunt come out." Hearing Chen Dai's arrogance, Guo Chao turned and left. His cold voice came from behind him. "Kick them all out. Don't let any of them in." As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haijun, who was standing behind Chen Dai, could no longer endure it. He pointed at Guo Chao and roared angrily, "Guo Chao, you bastard, I have been wanting to settle accounts with you for a long time, and you actually came out here to jump around. Who the hell do you think you are? I heard that just because my sister was a little late for your crappy wedding yesterday, you actually dared to make trouble. You're picking on your mother. Let me say something unpleasant. Don't even mention if one of my sister goes to check on brother Hao's feet. Even if they check into a room and sleep together, you have to wait patiently. Do you understand? A piece of trash dares to stir up trouble. I'm giving you face, right? I'm putting my words here. Get out of my sister's side immediately and make room for brother Hao, or I'll beat you to death. Do you believe it?" Hearing Chen Haijun's increasingly off-topic remarks, Chen Dai turned her head to look at him, frowning and saying, "I came to talk to my aunt about company matters today. What are you talking about?" Chen Haijun stiffened his neck and said, "Sister, what I said is the truth. This rubbish is not worthy of you at all. You and brother Hao are a match made in heaven." After saying that, she turned around and glared at Guo Chao. "Did you hear me? Get away from my sister right now, or I'll beat the shit out of you." Guo Chao stopped, turned his head and looked at Yang Wei calmly and ordered, "Go ahead, teach him a lesson." "Yes." Seeing the arrogant look of Chen Dai and Chen Haijun, Yang Wei had been holding a lot of anger for a long time. When he heard Guo Chao's order, he immediately became like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Holding the rubber stick, he roared and rushed directly towards Chen Haijun, followed closely by a group of security guards. Chen Haijun saw that things were not going well, glared at Yang Wei and shouted, "I'm telling you, Su Su, the president of Dingsheng Group, is my aunt. If you dare to touch me, my aunt will never forgive you." Before he could finish his words, Yang Wei hit him on the back with a rubber stick. Immediately afterwards, a group of security guards rushed forward, pinned Chen Haijun to the ground and beat him up. Chen Haijun was beaten so hard that he cried for his parents and screamed in agony. Chen Dai rushed over, grabbed the security guards and screamed, "If you keep fighting, someone will die. Stop it, stop it." But those people ignored him and continued to attack Chen Haijun. Chen Dai was completely at her wits' end. She turned around, glared at Guo Chao, and shouted, "Hurry up and make them stop, or someone will die." By the end of her speech, her voice was clearly filled with tears. Guo Chao then waved his hand, and Yang Wei retreated with a group of security guards. Guo Chao looked at Chen Haijun with narrowed eyes and said, "If you dare to jump in front of me again, I will punish you once. If you don't believe me, you can try it." Then he turned his head and looked at Chen Dai, "Don't come to me again except to talk about divorce. I'm not looking for you today, I'm looking for my aunt." Chen Dai shouted angrily. Guo Chao turned around and heard his cold voice behind him, "From now on, I have the final say in Dingsheng Group. It's useless for you to find anyone else." After saying that, he turned away. "You have the final say in Dingsheng Group. Your mother is too boastful." Chen Haijun sat up from the ground and yelled at Guo Chao's back. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Wei suddenly turned around and stared at him fiercely, saying, "Haven't you had enough yet, huh?" Well. Chen Haijun immediately felt like a castrated chicken with its neck strangled, and dared not make a sound anymore. At this time, Chen Dai hurried over to help Chen Haijun up, looked at him with concern and asked, "Haijun, how do you feel?" "I feel like I'm about to be beaten to death." Chen Haijun said with a grin, "Sister, how dare this guy let someone attack me? Who gave him the courage? Who gave him the confidence?" "Aunt." Chen Dai said helplessly. When Chen Haijun heard this, his eyes widened. "Sister, do you think my aunt is really hooking up with him?" Hearing this, Chen Dai felt irritated. It was as if her favorite toy had been taken away from her. She shook her head and said, "Why are we talking about all this now? The key is that my aunt simply refuses to see us. How can we solve the company's problems?" Chen Haijun also felt a little confused. What should he do? But at this moment, a girl came out from the group. The girl has a pretty face, a ponytail, and a white floral slim dress that perfectly outlines her delicate body. She is also a beauty. Seeing the girl in the dress, Chen Haijun's eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly called out, "Xiaoro, this way." The girl was none other than his girlfriend, Lin Xiaoro, the cost accountant of Dingsheng Group. Chapter 17. Lin Xiaoro knelt down. Lin Xiaoro looked at Chen Haijun, then quickly came over to look at him, frowning and asking, "How did you get beaten like this?" "Guo Chao, it's that bastard Guo Chao." Chen Haijun roared, gritting his teeth. "Guo Chao?" Lin Xiaoro's face was filled with confusion when she heard this. Guo Chao was always servile and obedient in the Chen family. How could he dare to have someone beat you up today? I don't know what despicable means he used to get close to my aunt. He relied on my aunt's support, so he dared to be so arrogant. Chen Haijun angrily recounted the whole incident. He's hooking up with President Su? Lin Xiaoro's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she heard that. She glanced at Chen Dai beside her and said, "She's not my." Seeing Chen Dai's ugly face, Chen Haijun quickly stopped Lin Xiaoro, shook his head and said, "Don't provoke my sister. Now find a way to take us in to find my aunt." Lin Xiaoro shook her head, "The gate guard won't let you in, so what I say doesn't count. Besides, President Su didn't come to the company today, so there's no point in bringing you in. And that's your aunt. If you have any problems, just give her a call and tell her, why make things so complicated?" Chen Dai said helplessly, "Her phone is always turned off, and I can't get through at all. I went to her house and the door was closed, and no one answered her at all." Lin Xiaoro frowned and said, "I finally understand now. With Guo Chao standing in our way, it's impossible for us to communicate with President Su. You're right. If I can't see my aunt, I can't make her change her mind and stop suppressing Chen Pharmaceutical. Chen Pharmaceutical will be finished. What should I do?" Chen Haijun shouted anxiously. Lin Xiaoro thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Haijun and said, "Actually, Su Su is no longer the sole decision-maker at Dingsheng Group. The company won't tolerate her misbehavior." Seeing the puzzled looks of Chen Dai and Chen Haijun, Lin Xiaoro continued, "I got the news that the real boss of Dingsheng Group, who has never appeared before, is coming to the company today to take charge. As long as I inform the boss about Su Su abusing her power to help Guo Chao, he will definitely not let her off. He might even fire her out of anger. Then the crisis for Chen Pharmaceutical will be resolved." Chen Haijun's eyes lit up when he heard this. He grabbed Lin Xiaoro's hand and said excitedly, "Xiaoro, you are really my lucky star. Go quickly." When this matter is resolved, I will make my sister transfer half of the company's shares to your name. Lin Xiaoro nodded and turned to enter the company. Chen Haijun gritted his teeth and said, "Do you really think that just because you have Susu's thick legs, you can jump around in front of my Chen family? You think too much. Today my girlfriend will uproot you." Lin Xiaoro returned to the company and went straight to the door of the chairman's office. Her palms began to sweat at the thought of meeting the company's mysterious boss behind the scenes. The boss of such a large company must be a very impressive figure, and he must have great power. Will he believe what he said? At that moment, she actually backed out. But the Chen family will also be her husband's family in the future. If Chen Pharmaceuticals collapses, she will also suffer the losses. So in the end, I gritted my teeth, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door gently. A man's voice sounded from inside, "Come in." Lin Xiaoro found the voice very familiar, but quickly shook her head. How could she know the boss behind the scenes? She must have heard it wrong. She tried to calm herself down and pushed open the door. She put her hands together on her lower abdomen, not daring to raise her head. She said timidly, "Boss, I'm Lin Xiaoro, the cost accountant in the finance department. I'm looking for you today." Before she finished speaking, a puzzled voice rang out from the window seat in front of her, "Is that you?" This time, Lin Xiaoro finally heard the voice clearly. It was definitely familiar. She looked up in confusion and was shocked. The person standing in front of her was not the boss, but Guo Chao. Guo Chao was holding a towel in his hand, obviously cleaning. Lin Xiaoro immediately understood that the chairman had just started working here, so the office must need cleaning. Guo Chao was the one arranged by Susu to clean the office. When she thought about the stinky cleaning lady who had just made her so respectful and even nervous that her palms were sweating, she immediately flew into a rage. She glared at Guo Chao and shouted rudely, "When I came in just now, you should have told me that the boss was not here. You are still pretending. What are you, a stinky cleaning lady, pretending to be?" She looked at Guo Chao with a hint of sarcasm in her eyes. "Also, I thought you were favored by Mr. Su, but it turns out that you are just a stinky cleaner here. It seems that you are nothing special. What qualifications do you have to show off in front of me?" I say to Guo Chao, "Chen Dai is such a good person, and she is so lucky to fall in love with a poor guy like you who has nothing. You should just be obedient and endure everything. Don't even mention that they are taking care of by Yue Guang. Even if the two of you sleep together, you have to endure it, understand?" Guo Chao looked at Lin Xiaoro and his eyes narrowed immediately. As expected of Chen Haijun's girlfriend, everything she says is exactly the same. In the past, when he was at the Chen family, Lin Xiaoro looked down on him in every way. Because of Chen Dai, he had always endured it. He didn't expect that she would still be jumping around here today. Guo Chao suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. Seeing Guo Chao dare to glare at her, Lin Xiaoro immediately became furious. "You, a stinky cleaner, dare to look at me like that? Do you believe that I can have the office fire you with just one word?" At this moment, Director Li from the office hurried over. Lin Xiaoro's eyes lit up when she saw the office director. She came over and pointed at Guo Chao and started to slam him. "Director Li, I saw this cleaner sneaking around here just now. I suspect he's trying to steal something, so I'd better fire him to prevent the company from losing valuables in the future." If it were in the past, knowing that he was Susu's man, Lin Xiaoro would never dare to slander him, but now she has no scruples. Even Susu was about to be brought down by her, so how could she take Guo Chao seriously? After saying that, she turned around and looked at Guo Chao, her eyes full of certainty. She was sure that this guy was about to get into trouble. But as soon as she finished her words, she was interrupted by the office director's sharp voice, "Shut up." Lin Xiaoro looked at the office director with disbelief on her face. She has been in the company for almost a year and is an old employee. Can't she stand up to a smelly cleaner? But he quickly reacted and looked at the office director and said, "Director Li, are you worried about Susu because she's his backer? I'm telling you there's absolutely no need to worry. I'm going to report her to the boss right now for using her power to suppress Chen Pharmaceuticals in order to help this poor guy, causing huge losses to the company. The boss will definitely not let her off and will even arrest her. I told you to hold it." Hearing that Lin Xiaoro was still acting recklessly, the office director's face turned pale. He couldn't bear to argue with her anymore and hurried to Guo Chao. His voice trembled slightly and he said, "Boss, it's all my fault that I didn't make arrangements in advance and let her break into your office and speak nonsense to you." "What? He's the boss of the company?" Lin Xiaoro screamed upon hearing this. The next moment, her face turned pale. She stared blankly at Guo Chao, unable to believe her eyes. This guy, who was like a dog in the Chun family, with the least sense of existence, was actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Dingsheng Group? How could this be possible? But the office director was the most informed, so how could he have recognized the wrong person? So it was confirmed that Guo Chao was the boss of the company. Thinking of her usual attitude towards Guo Chao, and then thinking about what she had just said to him, Lin Xiaoro's heart suddenly tightened. Now it is no longer a question of whether you can keep your job, but whether you can survive. One can imagine how terrifying the power of the boss of the giant Dingsheng Group is. If he wants to make himself disappear, it is just a matter of a word. Thinking of the terrible thing, her whole body trembled. She knew in her heart that if she didn't pay a price today, she would not be able to get through this hurdle. She bit her red lips and walked towards Guo Chao. Chapter 18. Are you satisfied with my apology? She came up to Guo Chao, forced a smile and said, "Boss, it's all my fault for not recognizing you. I was just talking nonsense in front of you. It's my fault. I apologize. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me." But Guo Chao looked at her with cold eyes and said nothing. When Lin Xiaoro saw this, she broke out in a cold sweat, and the little hope in her heart disappeared. She understood that she had to use that ultimate move today to have a chance of survival. She finally made up her mind, turned around and looked at the office director, bit her red lips and said, "Director Lee, could you please step out for a moment? I want to apologize to the boss alone." What kind of existence is the office director? His eyelashes are empty. After listening to Lin Xiaoro's words and looking at her expression, he instantly understood what Lin Xiaoro wanted to do. He nodded and said coldly, "You'd better apologize sincerely and get your boss's forgiveness. Otherwise, you know the consequences better than I do." After saying that, he turned around and left, considerately closing the door behind him. After hearing what Lin Xiaoro said, a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of Guo Chao's lips. He went over and sat on the boss chair, leaning back. He wanted to see what tricks this woman was going to play. Lin Xiaoro went over and locked the door, then turned and came to Guo Chao, saying with a guilty look on her face, "Boss, I know I shouldn't have bullied you along with the Chen family. I also know I shouldn't have looked down on you, and I know I shouldn't have said those outrageous words to you just now. I was wrong, and I know I must pay the price, so I'm willing to pay it." After that, she reached under her skirt and fumbled around a bit, and soon found a small pink panty. She put the panty into her bag and came to Guo Chao. Guo Chao never expected that Lin Xiaoro would actually do this. He quickly reached out to push Lin Xiaoro away, frowning and saying, "Lin Xiaoro, please be respectful." But Lin Xiaoro looked at him, continued to operate, and said pitifully, "Boss, can you give me a chance to make amends?" Thinking of this woman's attitude towards him before, and then thinking about Chun Haijun's hateful face, Guo Chao's heart suddenly rose with anger. These two people in the Chun family had bullied him a lot, and just now, they were still talking nonsense to him. They deserved to be punished. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but relax the force he was pushing Lin Xiaoro with. Lin Xiaoro's eyes lit up, and then. But the next moment her body suddenly stiffened, her hands tightly grasped Guo Chao's arm, her face full of pain. Guo Chao also noticed something was wrong and looked at Lin Xiaoro in surprise and asked, "Are you still a virgin?" Lin Xiaoro gritted her teeth and nodded. "No, you and Chen Haijun have been together for almost a year, don't you?" Guo Chao asked doubtfully. Lin Xiaoro nodded. "He has made that request to me many times, but I rejected it every time. I really don't want to give myself to him so easily." "No, then why did you agree to be his girlfriend?" Guo Chao looked at the beautiful and well-built Lin Xiaoro and asked with interest, "And with your qualifications, it seems that Chun Haijun is not worthy of you at all. Why did you want to be with him?" "A year ago, when I was returning home, I ran into a gang of thugs. It was Chen Haijun who saved me. To repay him for saving my life, and considering his family was well off, I agreed to be with him." Lin Xiaoro didn't hide anything and continued, "But I've never been interested in his requests for intimacy, so until now, all we've done is hold hands." Guo Chao chuckled, "A hero saving a beautiful woman. I heard Chen Haijun say this when he was drunk. Those thugs were the actors he hired." "What? You said that the heroic rescue of the beauty was a farce directed and acted by him?" Lin Xiaoro looked at Guo Chao and shouted in surprise. Guo Chao spread his hands and said calmly, "We're already like this. Do you think it's worth it for me to lie to you? What do I want from you?" When Lin Xiaoro heard this, her eyebrows raised in anger. "How dare this bastard trick me like this?" After saying that, he looked at Guo Chao and said angrily, "And boss, the reason I treated you like that is because he often said things like you were a loser and poor in front of me. That's why I was so presumptuous in front of you. So, all of this is his fault. He has hurt me like this. Why should I continue to get along with him? I will cut off all ties with him in the future." Guo Chao looked at her and said bluntly, "Lin Xiao, listen to me clearly. No matter what happens between us, I will never give you any status." Lin Xiao smiled bitterly and said, "Boss, this is my apology to you. As long as you can forgive me, I have nothing else to ask for." The calculations in her mind were already clattering. As long as she had this relationship with this man, he would never treat her as a stranger. 2 hours later, it was already 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun was scorching. Chen Dai and Chen Haijun were sweating profusely, but they didn't dare to leave. They were all waiting for news from Lin Xiao. After all, this was a major event that would determine the fate of Chen's pharmaceutical. Chen Haijun wiped his sweat and glanced towards the office building. There was still no sign of Lin Xiao. He turned to look at Chen Dai and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Sister, it's been 2 hours. Why hasn't Xiao come out yet? Is this matter so time-consuming? How about I give her a call to urge her?" Chen Dai quickly shook her head. "Hainan, she went to see the boss behind the Dingsheng group. If you rashly call and interrupt their conversation, it might ruin everything. You'd better just wait patiently." Chen Haijun was really worried. He shook his head and said, "I'd better send her a text message to ask about the situation. I feel so uneasy." After saying that, he sent a text message to Lin Xiao. In the chairman's office, Lin Xiao's phone vibrated several times. Lin Xiao took out the phone from her bag, took a look at it, and put it directly into her bag. "Who's calling?" Guo Chao took a puff of his cigarette and asked Lin Xiao. "It's from Chen Haijun. He texted me to ask how things are going." Lin Xiao did not hide it. Guo Chao looked at Lin Xiao and asked with a smile, "So how do you think things are going?" Seeing Guo Chao joking, Lin Xiao raised her fist and punched him, saying shyly, "You're so ungrateful." The next moment he looked at Guo Chao and said, "Boss." Guo Chao waved his hand, "When it's just the two of us, you can call me by my name." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up and she nodded quickly. "Guo Chao, I'll go take care of Chen Haijun and Chen Dai's affairs." Seeing Guo Chao nod, she started to put on her clothes and get out of bed, then turned her head to look at Guo Chao and said something. When Guo Chao heard it, his eyebrows suddenly raised. Chapter 19 Lin Xiao backstabs Chen Haijun. Lin Xiao looked at Guo Chao and said, Chao, regarding our current relationship, I feel there are some things I cannot hide from you. Just a month ago, I saw Chen Dai and Meng Hao go to the hotel with my own eyes, and they didn't come out until the next morning." Guo Chao's eyes narrowed suddenly, a cold glint flashing in them, but he quickly calmed down. He said indifferently, "Now she and I have nothing to do with each other. I am no longer interested in anything about her." Lin Xiao originally wanted to ask Guo Chao how to respond to Chen Dai about the cooperation with Chen Pharmaceutical. After hearing what Guo Chao said, she suddenly understood. She looked at Guo Chao and said, "Don't worry, I will take care of the Chen family's affairs." After saying that, he turned around and left, but after taking a step, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground because it was so painful. She leaned against the wall for a while before she recovered and walked outside. Looking at her crab-like gait, Guo Chao's heart softened. He looked at her back and said, "If you have any problems in the future, you can call me." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly, and she knew that her sweat today was not in vain. She nodded, left the room, and closed the door. The moment she closed the door, a happy smile appeared on her face. At the company entrance, Chen Dai looked at her watch, then turned to look at Chen Haijun with a worried look on her face and said, "Haijun, it's been so long and there's still no news. Is it possible that Xiao's business hasn't been completed?" "Impossible." Chen Haijun said confidently, "Xiao is so beautiful, which man wouldn't be confused when seeing her?" He felt something was wrong when he said this, and quickly changed his words. "Xiao is so capable at work, and she's using Su Su as a token of her loyalty. The boss will definitely adopt her suggestion and kick Su Su out. But it's just a small matter, and it can be explained in just 10 minutes. Why hasn't he come out for so long? I feel uneasy." Chen Dai frowned and said, "Do you think it's Guo Chao who's causing trouble for Xiao? How is that possible?" Chen Dai was interrupted by Chen Haijun before he could finish his words. "He's a useless guy who only knows how to live off others. He has no ability at all. How could the boss possibly listen to him? Besides, he's just a small fry in the company. He's not even qualified to see the boss. It's definitely not because of him. The next moment, a trace of anger appeared on his face. I get angry when I mention this guy, but just because he has Susu's thick legs, he dares to jump in front of us and even let people beat me. He is so daring. Once Susu is brought down, he'll lose his backing and see how I deal with him. Chendai shook her head. Actually, I always feel that my aunt's status is such that she can't possibly get involved with Guo Chao. Besides, Guo Chao doesn't have the guts to do that. Before he could finish his words, Chen Haijun angrily interrupted him. Sister, things have come to this point, and you are still speaking for him. Why are you still talking about this garbage? Divorce him quickly, kick him out, and then get together with Brother Hao. All the troubles will be completely solved. Chen Dai was just about to say that she and Meng Hao were just friends, but at this moment, Chen Haijun pointed in the direction of the office building and shouted excitedly, Xiaoro is out. Chen Dai turned around and saw Lin Xiaoro walking out of the office building with a bag on her back. But he felt that Lin Xiaoro's walking posture was wrong no matter how he looked at it. At this time, Lin Xiaoro had already arrived at the gate. Chen Haijun hurried over to greet her, grabbed her hand, and said with a look of confidence, Xiaoro, it's done, right? The boss has decided to kick Susu out, right? That must be the case. I absolutely believe in your ability to get things done. But before he could finish his words, he saw Lin Xiaoro suddenly pull back her hand, take a step back, stare at him and say rudely, can you be more respectful? Seeing the cold look on Lin Xiaoro's pretty face and hearing her words that seemed to distance him from others, Chen Haijun was stunned for a moment. It took him a while to react. He looked at Lin Xiaoro and shouted in surprise, Xiaoro, I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it normal for us to be like this? Before he could finish his words, Lin Xiaoro interrupted him rudely, not anymore, not anymore. This sentence was like a club hitting Chen Haijun on the head. He felt dizzy and took a quick step forward. He looked at Lin Xiaoro and shouted hurriedly, Xiaoro, what did I do wrong? Tell me and I'll change. I really can't live without you. After saying that, he was about to grab Lin Xiaoro's hand. Lin Xiaoro took a step back, looked at Chen Haijun and said bluntly, don't bother me anymore. I'm telling you the truth. I've found the love that truly belongs to me. There's no possibility for us to be together anymore. Let go. Hearing Lin Xiaoro's words, Chen Haijun was completely furious. He glared at Lin Xiaoro and yelled, who is it? Who stole my girlfriend? Tell me, and I will chop him to death. You still want to touch him? You are not worthy. Lin Xiaoro looked at Chen Haijun with a mocking look on her face, and then wanted to tell him Guo Chao's background, but when she saw Chen Dai next to her, she immediately changed her mind. His relationship with Guo Chao was not stable yet. If Chen Dai knew Guo Chao's identity, she would definitely stick to him. The two of them might get together again, and then he would have nothing to do with it. So when the words came to her lips, she changed her tone, you don't deserve to know that person. After saying that, he turned and left. Chen Haijun screamed from behind, Xiaoro, please don't leave me. I can't live without you. Seeing Lin Xiaoro still walking in, he suddenly became anxious and started to use moral blackmail. Lin Xiaoro, don't forget that I saved your life back then. It would be ungrateful for you to separate from me. Hearing Chen Haijun's words, Lin Xiaoro immediately became furious. She turned her head and looked at him rudely, saying, that's enough. You clearly directed and acted in this farce yourself, and now you still have the nerve to bring it up. Do you have any shame? Chen Haijun was stunned for a moment. He had handled this matter perfectly and had blocked all the news. How could Lin Xiaoro know the truth? Chen Dai hadn't expected this to happen, but when she saw Lin Xiaoro about to leave, she suddenly remembered the important matter. Looking at Lin Xiaoro's back, she hurriedly shouted, Xiaoro, how did your talk with the boss go? Will he kick Xiaoro out? Lin Xiaoro looked at Chen Dai with a mocking expression and said, to tell you the truth, the boss and Mr. Su have a very close relationship. He won't be provoked by anyone. If you want to fire Mr. Su, just give up on that idea. Also, Dingsheng Group will no longer cooperate with your Chen family, so stop bothering me. You have to eat the bitter fruit you sowed yourself. After saying that, he ignored her and turned away. After hearing what Lin Xiaoro said, Chen Dai suddenly froze there, dumbfounded. At this moment, Meng Hao rushed over, looked at Chen Dai with concern and asked, Xiao Dai, why do you look so grim? What happened? Chen Dai shook her head and said dejectedly, Dingsheng Group will never cooperate with the Chen family again. The Chen family is finished. How could this happen? Meng Hao asked in surprise. Hasn't the culprit, Su, already been kicked out by the group's boss? Why would Dingsheng Group still target the Chen family? No. Chen Dai weakly repeated Lin Xiaoro's words. Meng Hao was immediately shocked when he heard it. What? Su and the boss have a close relationship? But she quickly realized, I understand. Su must have climbed into the boss's bed. Otherwise, how could the boss have entrusted the company to her without asking any questions? But we don't even know the boss of Dingsheng Group, let alone any grudges between us. Why would he target Chun Pharmaceutical like this? Chen Dai said helplessly. Meng Hao thought for a moment, his eyes rolling. He then looked at Chen Dai and said firmly, all this is because of Guo Chao. Chapter 20 I'm going to kill him. Because of Guo Chao? Impossible. Chen Dai shook her head and said, how could he possibly influence the boss of Dingsheng Group? He can't, but Su can. Meng Hao continued to throw dirty water on Guo Chao. It must have been him who had Su speak ill of him in front of the boss, which ultimately led to the boss's decision to deal with Chen Pharmaceuticals. So the root of this matter lies with him, otherwise there is no other explanation. Chen Dai's brows suddenly frowned. At this time, Chen Haijun, who was standing next to him, looked at Meng Hao with a sad face and shouted, Brother Hao, my girlfriend suddenly broke up with me. She's really broken my heart. When I met her this morning, she was so friendly. How could she suddenly turn hostile? What's going on? He was almost crying as he spoke, which showed how much Lin Xiaoro meant to him. Xiaoro asked to break up with you? I can see he loves you so much, how could this happen? Meng Hao looked at Chen Haijun with surprise, but the next moment his eyes turned. Then he said firmly, I understand. It must be because of Guo Chao. Because of Guo Chao? Chen Haijun was confused. How is it related to him? Meng Hao said firmly, think about it, you two met this morning and everything was fine, but after just a short while, she suddenly turned against you. It must have been Guo Chao who said bad things about you in front of her, which led to Xiaoro breaking up with you. Chen Dai, who was standing next to him, frowned and said, Meng Hao, these are just your guesses, not necessarily the facts. It must be true. Chen Haijun, who was furious, glared at Chen Dai and shouted, it must be this bastard. Just because I said a few words to him just now, he started to retaliate against me, trying to sow discord between Xiaoro and me and ruin my marriage. He's stabbing me in the heart. I'm going to kill him. After saying that, he prepared to rush towards the company. When Meng Hao saw this, his heart immediately beamed with joy. This guy Guo Chao is going to be in trouble soon. It would be best if Chen Haijun hacked him to death with a mad sword. But then Chen Dai stepped forward to stop him, glaring at him and shouting, Chen Haijun, can you please stop being crazy? If you really hurt Guo Chao, how will you recover? You'll end up in jail. Chen Haijun glared at Chen Dai, his eyes bloodshot as he roared, he's ruined my wife, and I don't give a damn whether he goes to jail or not. Let me go, I'm going to chop him to death. Can you please be more rational? What Meng Hao said just now was just speculation. What if that's not the case, and Xiaoro and you just had a little temper tantrum? Calm down and figure things out first, okay? After hearing what Chen Dai said, Chen Haijun finally stopped and said fiercely, it's best to have nothing to do with him, otherwise I will never forgive him. Meng Hao felt a pang of regret. Why didn't he just chop it off? But at this point, he still had to establish his character, so he quickly said, Navy, your sister is right. We should get to the bottom of this matter first. At this moment, Chen Yangxiang called Chen Dai, Xiao Dai, didn't you go to Dingsheng Group to discuss cooperation with your aunt? How is the discussion going now? Does your aunt agree to continue cooperating with our family? Chen Dai shook her head and said weakly, Dad, I haven't even seen my aunt, but I heard from Xiaoro that Dingsheng Group will never cooperate with our Chen family again. Chen Yongqiang suddenly became anxious, how could this happen? Come back to the company as soon as possible, let's talk in person. Chen Dai agreed, then went over and got in the car. The group left and quickly returned to Chen's Pharmaceuticals. When they arrived at the chairman's office, Chen Yangxiang looked at her and asked hurriedly, Xiao Dai, what's going on? Chen Dai repeated Lin Xiaoro's words. Chen Xuejuan, who was standing next to her, couldn't hold back his anger and gritted his teeth, saying, Dad, that bastard Guo Chao instigated my aunt to speak ill of our company in front of the boss of Dingsheng Group. That's why Dingsheng Group has always been against our Chen family. All this is because of that bastard Guo Chao. I haven't even met your aunt, let alone the boss of Dingsheng Group. Who are you saying these things? Chen Yongqiang glared at Chen Haijun. Brother Hao said so, and I think it's the truth, Chen Haijun said with his neck stiffened. Then he turned around and pulled Meng Hao, who was standing at the door, in. Brother Hao, tell my dad. Meng Hao cursed Chen Haijun's ancestors in his heart. You're such an idiot. Why drag me into this? But at this point, he couldn't avoid it. He looked at Chen Yongxiang and said awkwardly, Uncle Chen, there's absolutely no other possibility except what I've analyzed. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang's roar, analyze your mother. If you hadn't interfered in this, would things have come to this point today? Also, I told you not to hang around in front of Chen Dai anymore, but you ignored me. Get out of here right now. If you dare to bother Xiao Dai again, I'll chop you to death. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dai suddenly became anxious. He is my friend, how can you treat him like this? Meng Hao hated Chen Yongxiang to the core, but he still had to establish his character, so he looked at Chen Dai, shook his head, and quickly said, Xiao Dai, don't be angry with me and Uncle Chen. It will make me feel uneasy. Fuck you, if you don't get out of here, I'll smash you to death. Chen Yongxiang couldn't bear it any longer and grabbed the ashtray on the table and threw it at Meng Hao. Meng Hao didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore and quickly turned around and left in shame. Chen Dai glared at Chen Yongxiang and shouted angrily, Dad, I told you he's my friend, and you still treat him like this? It's really too much. Chen Haijun also added, That's right, Brother Hao is such a good person, how could you have the heart to treat him like this? Hold it. Chen Yongxiang was so angry that he covered his chest. He took a few deep breaths, finally suppressing his anger and glaring at the two of them, saying, The company is in such a state now, and you are still talking nonsense about an insignificant person. Are you so ignorant? Seeing that Chen Yongxiang's face turned pale with anger, Chen Haijun quickly shut his mouth. Chen Dai looked at Chen Yongxiang helplessly and said, Dingsheng Group is now determined not to cooperate with us. How can we break the deadlock? Look for your aunt. Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai and said, The key point now lies with your aunt. But she didn't answer our calls, and we couldn't find her. Chen Haijun said helplessly, They're still relatives, why are they treating us like enemies now? You should ask your sister about this. Your sister's behavior is so disgusting that not only your aunt can't stand it, but even I can't stand it. Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai fiercely, Forget it, I'll do it. After saying that, he picked up the phone and called. The phone rang a few times before it was connected. Chen Yongxiang quickly said with a smile, Su, I'm your brother-in-law. I want to meet with you to talk about company cooperation. Before he could finish his words, he was stunned by Su's words. Chapter 21 Is there pure friendship between men and women? Su lazily said, Don't look for me for this matter, just look for Guo Chao. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Yongxiang was stunned for a moment and quickly called again, but the other party's phone was turned off. Chen Yongxiang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It seems that this matter still has to fall on Guo Chao. Xiao Dai, you should make an appointment with Guo Chao and have a good chat with him. Let's restore your relationship as soon as possible. Before he could finish his words, Chen Haijun exploded. He glared at Chen Yongxiang and yelled, Dad, do you know what that bastard did? He actually instigated Xiao to break up with me. He wanted to ruin your daughter-in-law's relationship, and you still want my sister to reconcile with him? Restoration, what the hell? This kind of trash should be kicked out. Chen Yongxiang was also obviously stunned. How could Guo Chao do such a shameful thing? But he quickly realized that Guo Chao was definitely not that kind of person, so he looked at Chen Haijun and asked, Who told you this? Did Guo Chao tell you, or did Xiao tell you? Brother Hao told me. Chen Haijun said righteously. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yongxiang angrily interrupted him, Your sister got kicked in the head by a donkey. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey too? You actually trusted him so much. Do you know what kind of person he is? Hearing Chen Yongxiang belittling Meng Hao again, Chen Dai couldn't help but glare at him and yell, I know you looked down on Meng Hao back then, but he's a completely different person now. Why are you still treating him like this? You keep belittling him. Tell me clearly today. What evidence do you have against him? Chen Yongxiang stared at Chen Dai and was about to tell her what happened that year, but when the words came to his lips, he held them back. If Chen Dai knew that it was him who drove Meng Hao away and ruined their relationship, she would definitely quarrel with him, so he changed his words. If he were doing well now, would he run away to the small city of Haicheng and continue to look for you? He did it for my friend, for friendship. Chen Dai looked at Chen Yongxiang and said righteously. Friendship? Chen Yongxiang said with a mocking look on his face, is there such a thing as pure friendship between an adult man and a woman? Bullshit. It's either greed for money or lust for beauty. Also, you are a married woman now, why are you still having friendships with other men? You are entangled with this bastard. Not only Guo Chao can't stand it, no man can stand it. From now on, I will completely break off all ties with manhwa and live wholeheartedly with Guo Chaoyue. Do you understand? Before Chen Dai could say anything, Chen Haijun muttered unconvincedly, you're just a loser. You can't accept this or that. If you can't accept it, just get a divorce. That way my sister and brother Hao can be together. Brother Hao is much better than that Guo Chao. They're the perfect match. Hearing that Chen Haijun was still speaking for Meng Hao, Chen Yongxian was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He pointed at him and roared angrily, you useless thing, you are still speaking for him now. Then let me ask you, our company has come to this point now, has he helped in any way? He didn't help at all, yet he's still better than Guo Chao. How is he better than him? Seeing Chen Yongxian getting angry, Chen Haijun shut his mouth awkwardly. Chen Yongxian glared at Chen Dai and said, hurry up and find Guo Chao. Chen Dai looked at Chen Yongxiang and said with a face full of grievance, Dad, he and my aunt are entangled. It's obviously his fault. Now he is asked to bow to him. Isn't it too unfair? Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai and said bluntly, it was because you and Meng Hao were entangled first, and even stood up Guo Chao at the wedding ceremony, that this happened. Did Guo Chao and your aunt ever overstep their bounds in the past? No. So it's your fault in the end. Besides, the fate of the company is now in the hands of Guo Chao, so what if you bow your head? If you don't care about the company's life or death, then so be it. Chen Dai had no choice but to nod, turn around and leave, driving towards home. In the chairman's office of Dingsheng Group, Guo Chao leaned back in his boss chair with his eyes closed, his mind still full of the scenes of him and Lin Xiaoro making love just now. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of Guo Chao's lips. He just had this kind of relationship with Su Su, and today he ate Lin Xiaoro. Although it was to take revenge on Chen Dai and Chen Haijun, he himself felt that this was too despicable. Back then, he only had Chen Dai in his heart. Even looking at other women was considered a betrayal of Chen Dai. But now he has captured 2 cities in a row. This is really a bit too much. But he soon remembered Chen Dai's betrayal of him, and a miserable smile suddenly appeared on his face. The woman he treated wholeheartedly betrayed him without hesitation. Is this the love he carefully cherished? He. At that moment, Guo Chao's heart was completely chilled. He would never believe in love again and would just play around in this world. Just when Guo Chao was feeling excited, the door was gently pushed open. Guo Chao opened his eyes and saw Lin Xiaoro knocking on the door and coming in. She closed the door behind her and locked it behind her. Then she came to him and said gently, Akeo, I sent them away. I believe they won't bother you again. Yeah. Guo Chao said calmly. Seeing Guo Chao's reaction, Lin Xiaoro was visibly stunned. Then, with a quick roll of her eyes, she dropped a bombshell, Ah Chao, that Meng Hao is here too. I heard him tell Chen Haijun that you were the one who instigated me to break up with him, and Chen Haijun even threatened to get rid of you. Guo Chao attacked him just to take revenge on Chen Haijun. Mentioning Chen Haijun would definitely arouse his anger. Meng Hao cheated on Guo Chao, which was definitely a thorn in his heart. Now that she was being attacked from both sides, she didn't believe Guo Chao could still bear it. As expected, as soon as she finished speaking, Guo Chao suddenly sat up, a sinister look flashed in his eyes, and he hooked his finger at Lin Xiaoro, come here. Lin Xiaoro's eyes lit up slightly, but she quickly concealed it. She immediately came to Guo Chao, looked at Guo Chao who had already taken off his clothes, and asked knowingly, Ah Chao, what are you doing? This is an office. But before she could finish her words, Guo Chao had already lifted up her skirt, then grabbed her slender waist with both hands, lifted her up high, and then suddenly threw her down. Chen Dai returned home, opened the door and entered the room. Seeing the desertedness inside, Chen Dai suddenly felt very uncomfortable. In the past, no matter when she came back, Guo Chao would sit in the living room waiting. As soon as he saw her coming back, he would greet her cheerfully and warmly, put slippers on her feet, ask about her well-being, put the prepared meals on the table, take care of her while she ate, and massage her back when she was tired. In the past, she always thought Guo Chao was annoying, but now looking at the cold room, she realized that that was the warmth of life. Thinking of this, her heart softened slightly, and she murmured, in fact, I was also confused by you and believed your performance with my aunt. In fact, based on my aunt's pride, how could she have that kind of relationship with you? Since you truly loved me before, and I did do something wrong this time, I will forgive you once if you honestly admit your mistake to me, completely cut off all ties with my aunt, and resume cooperation between Dingsheng Group and Shen Pharmaceuticals. She went over and sat on the sofa, picked up the phone and called Guo Chao. Chapter 22 In Her Heart, by Yue Guang is still important. In the chairman's office of Dingsheng Group, Guo Chao was driving on the highway when his phone rang. Guo Chao slowed down the car, took the phone, glanced at it, and answered it. Chen Dai's voice rang out, "Guo Chao, come home right now." Those words were not a negotiation at all, but full of commands. Guo Chao's eyes turned cold and he hung up the phone directly. Chen Dai was stunned when she heard the beeping sound on the phone, her eyes full of disbelief. This guy actually dared to hang up on her? But this is the fact. Chen Dai was so angry that she threw the phone onto the sofa. "You bastard, you actually dared to hang up on me, you bastard." She gritted her teeth in her heart and decided that she would never call Guo Chao again. But thinking about the company's affairs, which still depended on him, she held her anger and picked up the phone again and called Guo Chao again. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Chen Dai suppressed her anger, lowered her posture and said, "Guo Chao, please go home. I want to discuss something with you." "Wait." Guo Chao simply said 2 words and hung up the phone. He hung up. He actually hung up again. Chen Dai said angrily, "Asshole, I'll deal with you when you come back." On the other end of the phone, Guo Chao put it down, looked at Lin Xiaoro and said, "I have to go back and talk to her about the divorce." When Lin Xiaoro saw Guo Chao answering a call from Chen Dai and preparing to rush over, her heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that Guo Chao simply couldn't let go of Chen Dai? But after hearing his last words, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her mood instantly improved. She straightened up, hugged Guo Chao's waist tightly, and said breathlessly, "Little male dog, give me a ride." 2 hours later, Chen Dai looked at Guo Chao, who pushed the door open, raised her arm and stretched her watch towards Guo Chao, and said angrily, "I called you at 1:10 in the afternoon, but look at what time it is now. 3:10, you stood me up for 2 hours. Do you know that my time is precious?" In the past, whenever Chen Dai lost her temper, Guo Chao would quickly explain with a smile, apologize profusely, and then come over to massage her shoulders and back to beg for mercy. However, Guo Chao's performance today almost made her jaw drop. Guo Chao didn't even look at her. He walked straight over and sat down on the sofa. He looked at her and said bluntly, "If you don't want to wait, you don't have to wait." Well. Chen Dai nearly choked to death. It took her a while to react. She glared at Guo Chao and yelled, "Guo Chao, it's clearly your fault. Look at your attitude. Don't you think that's too much?" Guo Chao leaned back on the sofa, looked at Chen Dai, chuckled, and said, "You're just going to wait in this room for a while, and you feel like you can't stand it anymore? Then have you ever thought about how I would feel if you stood me up at your wedding ceremony, in front of everyone?" When Chen Dai heard this, a trace of guilt flashed across her face. She looked at Guo Chao and said sincerely, "Guo Chao, I know I was a little wrong that day. I admit my mistake to you. Please don't be angry. I promise you that I will pay attention to my relationships with other people of the opposite sex in the future. Let's make peace, okay?" Before she could finish her words, the phone rang urgently. She picked up the phone and answered it immediately. Meng Hao's painful voice rang out over the phone, "Shut-I was in a car accident and am being taken to the hospital by ambulance. I think my leg is going to be broken." "Ah, so serious?" Chen Dai's face changed immediately when she heard it. She said hurriedly, "Wait, I'll be there right away." After saying that, she stood up and hurried towards the door with her bag. But after taking 2 steps, she suddenly remembered that Guo Chao was still sitting there. She stopped, looked at him and said hurriedly, "Meng Hao was in a car accident. It's very serious. I have to go and see him right away. We can talk about our affairs later. You wait for me at home. I'll be back as soon as I'm done." After saying that, without waiting for Guo Chao to speak, he hurriedly changed into slippers and slammed the door and left. Guo Chao sat on the sofa with a mocking smile on his face. Is this what they call keeping a distance from other members of the opposite sex? Is this what they call wanting to reconcile with him? The guy was just hit by a car, but when a phone call came, she felt like the whole world collapsed. She threw herself here like garbage and hurried away. This fully proved that in her heart, Bai Yue Guan was much more important than herself. He smiled coldly, took out a divorce agreement from his bag, slammed it on the table, and walked away. Still waiting for her, what the hell? Chen Dai rushed to the hospital and came to the emergency room. Looking at Meng Hao lying on the bed, she asked with a worried look on her face, Manghao, how are you feeling? Is your leg okay? Manghao looked at Chendai, quickly straightened up, and looked at her. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, I just took an X-ray, and there are no broken bones. Then, with a lingering fear, he added, I'm really worried my legs might get broken. I'm a stranger here, and there's no one to look after me. Chendai came and sat down beside the bed, looked at him and said without hesitation, Don't worry, I am your friend. No matter what happens to you, I will take care of you. Menghao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Chendai happily and said, Xiaodai, I knew you would never give up on me, but... The next moment, a look of embarrassment appeared on his face. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Chendai and said, Xiaodai, Uncle Chen has such a deep prejudice against me. If people knew that you came to take care of me again, he would think too much and would be angry. Why don't you just leave? After saying that, he turned his head, and the moment he turned his head, his eyes suddenly turned red. After hearing what Menghao said, Chendai frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want to make his father angry. But seeing Menghao's sad face, about to cry, her heart softened. She supported Menghao's shoulders and said firmly, I'm not leaving. I'm going to stay here and take care of you. Everyone has a few friends. What's wrong with me taking care of my friends? If he wants to think too much, then let him think too much. Hearing Chendai's words, Menghao's eyes flashed for a moment, but he quickly concealed it. He turned around, suddenly grabbed Chendai's hand, looked at her with joy, and shouted, Xiaodai, thank you so much. It's great to have known you in this life. Chendai was stunned for a moment, hurriedly pulled his hand away, sat down to the side, and then said, Lie down well, your leg is still injured. Menghao was visibly stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed slightly, but he quickly relaxed again. He obediently lay down on the bed, then looked at Chendai and asked, Xiaodai, I heard Uncle Chen said he wanted to talk to Guochao about the company. How did the conversation go? In fact, he said this with evil intentions. He knew that since Guochao had proposed to Chendai's aunt at the wedding ceremony, they were ready to break up. How could he let Chen Pharmaceutical go just because of Chendai's words? So he said this just to provoke Chendai and stir up her anger. Maybe she would kick Guochao out of anger, and he could take the opportunity to take the position. But just as he finished speaking, Chendai suddenly remembered that Guochao was still hanging out at home. She slapped her forehead and said, If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten that Guochao is still waiting for me at home. Since you're okay, I'm relieved. I have to go back to find Guochao as soon as possible. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. When Menghao saw this, he regretted it so much that he wanted to slap himself in the face. You have such a foul mouth. Why do you bring this up for no reason? Seeing Chendai preparing to leave, Menghao suddenly became anxious. If the two of them went back and had a fight, their old love might be rekindled and they would get together again. Wouldn't all his efforts then be completely in vain? No, he would never allow this to happen, so he rolled his eyes and immediately had an idea. Chapter 23, King Qin circling the pillar. He hugged his leg, looked at Chendai with a painful expression and shouted, Xiaodai, my leg suddenly hurts so much. Chendai's face changed immediately when she heard this. She put Guochao's matter behind her and quickly said, I'll go call a doctor. After saying that, he hurried away and quickly called a doctor over. The doctor examined Menghao and left only after confirming that there was nothing serious. Menghao pestered Chendai for a while before letting her go. Menghao looked at Chendai's back with a cunning smile on his face. From the time Chendai came here to the time she left, an hour and a half has passed. Guochao, you should have been impatient and left directly. Still want to be alone with Chendai? Impossible. Chendai quickly rushed back home, pushed open the door and went in. While changing her shoes, she said, Menghao's leg didn't break any bones, so I rushed back. But the room was silent and no one answered. Chendai quickly changed her shoes and went into the living room, but there was no sign of Guochao. Guochao, where are you? Chendai shouted and looked everywhere, even the bathroom, but she couldn't find Guochao at all. She turned back and saw the divorce agreement on the coffee table. Chendai immediately became furious when she saw this, and she picked up the phone to call Guochao. When the call was connected, she immediately launched into a barrage of thunder. Guochao, what does the divorce agreement you put on the coffee table mean? Didn't I just go and take care of Menghao? He had a car accident, so what's wrong with me taking care of him? He's in Haicheng, and I'm his only friend, don't you know? You're divorcing me over such a trivial matter. Can't you be more open-minded? Are you still a man? Before she could finish her words, there was a bang on the phone, followed by a beep as it was hung up. Chen Dai was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. What a bastard! He hung up on her again. She called again, but the call could no longer be connected. Chen Dai was so angry that she was shaking all over. This guy actually blocked her. She threw the phone directly onto the sofa and shouted angrily, "You bastard, whoever calls you again in the future is a dog." But before she could finish her words, the phone rang urgently. Chen Dai's face showed a hint of sarcasm. She casually pressed the Bluetooth headset to answer the call and sneered, "Aren't you very awesome? Are you so arrogant so soon? You have to bow down to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yongxiang's voice rang out on the phone, "What the hell are you talking about? I'm your dad." Chen Dai quickly bent down and picked up the phone. When she saw the caller ID, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment with her toes. If it's not Chen Yongxiang, then who else could it be? She blushed and said, "Dad, I'm sorry, I thought it was Guo Chao calling." Chen Yongxiang didn't have time to dwell on these trivial details and got straight to the point. "Okay, enough about that. How did your talk with Guo Chao go? Is he willing to reconcile with you? Is he willing to let your aunt let us, Chen Pharmaceutical, go?" When Chen Dai heard this, she immediately became furious and said angrily, "Dad, I get angry when I mention this. I just went out to do something and asked Guo Chao to wait for me at home. I will talk to him in detail when I come back." When I came back, this guy left without saying goodbye and even left a divorce agreement on the table. I was so angry. How could this happen? Why is this kid asking for a divorce again? Chen Yongxiang exclaimed in surprise, "Didn't you talk to him properly?" Chen Dai said angrily, "I wanted to talk to him, but when I called him, he didn't answer at first, and then he blocked me. How can I talk to him?" Chen Yongxiang was silent, but quickly reacted and asked in confusion, "No, you went back to talk to Guo Chao about this matter after 1 p.m. How come you haven't gotten to the point yet? What on earth are you guys busy with? And you said you were out busy, what else could be more important than this? I really have something important to tell you." Chen Dai said confidently, "Manghwa was in a car accident and is in the hospital. You know I'm his only friend in Haicheng, so of course I have to go and take care of him." "Shut up." She was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang's roar before she could finish her words. "It's because of Manghwa that your relationship has become like this. You went to meet Guo Chao and left him alone to go to the hospital to take care of Manghwa. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? You are still wondering why Guo Chao turned against you and left, and you don't understand why he wants to divorce you. Now you understand, right? I told you to cut off contact with Manghwa, but you completely ignored my words? Do you still see me as your father?" Chen Dai grumbled with a look of grievance, "Who can't have a few friends of the opposite sex?" Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang's roar, "You already have a husband, and you still want a frivolous friend of the opposite sex? Break up with that Manghwa immediately, and then go straight to your aunt's house and apologize to Guo Chao." "I go to my aunt's house and apologize to Guo Chao?" Chen Dai was completely shocked by Chen Yongxiang's explosive words. "Otherwise, if you want to bankrupt the company, you can do whatever you want." Chen Yongxiang said angrily and hung up the phone. Chen Dai sat there holding the phone, looking reluctant. Guo Chao and Su Su were together and it was clearly their fault, yet they had to go and apologize in person. How could this make sense? But thinking of what Chen Yongxiang said, the fate of Chen Pharmaceutical is now in the hands of Guo Chao and Su Su. If he doesn't bow his head, the company's troubles cannot be solved, and it may even go bankrupt. Thinking of this, she completely lost her temper, sighed, and finally got up and left home, driving towards the Qilin Bay Villa area. At this time, Guo Chao had already returned to Villa number 1 in the villa complex. As soon as he entered the hall, Su Su, who was tidying up her room, hurried over to greet him. She placed slippers in front of him and greeted him with a smile, "You're back. Come on, I'll go sit on the sofa and rest for a while. I've prepared the food and I'll bring it over right away." Looking at Su Su's attentive look, Guo Chao's heart suddenly trembled. During the 1 year that he had been with Chen Dai, he had always taken care of her so attentively, but Chen Dai had never enjoyed his care once. But today with Su Su, he actually felt a tenderness and consideration that he had never felt before, so he stared at Su Su blankly, and was stunned for a moment. Seeing Guo Chao staring at her, Su Su was obviously stunned for a moment. She raised her hand and touched her face. She looked at Guo Chao puzzledly and asked, "Is there dust on my face?" Guo Chao finally reacted. He reached out and held Su Su's shoulders, saying gently, "There are flowers on your face, as bright as peach blossoms." Su Su was stunned for a moment, but she quickly reacted. She looked at Guo Chao and said with a giggle, "I thought you were just a blockhead, but I didn't expect you could please girls." After saying that, she stood on tiptoe and kissed Guo Chao on the face. Then she looked at him and said with a blushing face, "Good boy, I thought about it." After saying that, she stretched out her arms, wrapped them tightly around Guo Chao's neck, kissed him on the mouth, and then deepened the kiss little by little. She raised her legs and wrapped them around Guo Chao's waist, performing the Qin King's pillar movement. The door was not even closed, and they were doing this in the living room. Guo Chao also felt that something was wrong. He was about to break free, but at this moment, a cry of surprise came from behind. "You." Hearing the familiar voice, Guo Chao turned around and looked at the person who came, and his brows immediately frowned. Chapter 24. Chen Dai was caught again. The person who came was actually Chen Dai. Chen Dai stood there covering her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Su Su also noticed something unusual. She looked up and saw Chen Dai standing at the door. Her pretty face turned red and she let go of Guo Chao reflexively. Guo Chao said that was his niece and son-in-law. Even she, who was a hot-tempered girl, felt embarrassed when he treated her like that in front of her. Chen Dai finally reacted. She glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, I always thought you and my aunt were just acting together, but I didn't expect you to be so serious. Do you still have any shame?" Hearing these accusatory words, Guo Chao wanted to let go of Su Su's hand, but suddenly stopped. The next moment, he put one hand around Su Su's slender waist and the other hand around his neck, holding her tightly in his arms. Then he lowered his head and kissed her red lips domineeringly, and then gradually deepened the kiss. Seeing this scene, Chen Dai was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She never thought that she was standing here, but he dared to continue with Su Su in front of her. She glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, you are shameless." Guo Chao then stopped, turned his head and looked at Chen Dai, squinting his eyes and said, "I have already planned to divorce you, and I will be free soon. Su Su has never been married, so it is only natural for me to be with her. How can you say that I am shameless? But you, while we were still married, were still flirting with that manhwa, so if we were to talk about shamelessness, you'd be the one who was even worse. Manhwa and I have a pure friendship. There's nothing wrong between us." Chen Dai explained, but before she could finish her words, she glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. It was obviously you who cheated on me, okay? Guo Chao, how dare you do such a shameless thing behind my back? I can't live like this anymore. Divorce." After saying that, he stamped his feet and left angrily. Outside the villa she had just arrived at, the phone rang rapidly. Chen Dai directly pressed the Bluetooth headset to answer the call and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, you heard me clearly, don't even think about apologizing to me. I won't accept your apology. This marriage is over." Before she could finish her words, Chen Yongxian's angry voice rang out on the phone, "What do you mean by divorce? I asked you to go to Guo Chao to apologize, and this is the result? Dad, it's you." Chen Dai finally realized that he had offended the wrong person. "Tell me quickly, what's going on?" Chen Yongxiang shouted hurriedly. "Dad, I saw that bastard Guo Chao hugging and kissing my aunt, and I thought they were just acting to piss me off, but now I know they were totally serious. He actually cheated on me during marriage. Why should I live with this kind of rubbish? I want a divorce." Chen Dai said angrily. When he talked about the grievances, his eyes turned red. Chen Yongxiang said unhappily, "You feel uncomfortable when they hug each other, so how can Guo Chao feel comfortable when you and Manhwa are together like that? Don't you understand the principle of not doing to others what you don't want done to you?" Hearing Chen Yongxiang actually scolding her, Chen Dai was furious. "It's obviously his fault for cheating, why are you still blaming me? If you're talking about cheating, you were the first to do it. What right do you have to criticize them?" Chen Yongxiang said bluntly, "The most important thing is that the fate of Chen Pharmaceuticals is now in their hands, and you're still divorcing them. Do you really want the company to fail? Dad, the only thing that matters to you is the company, right? The only thing that matters to you is money, right?" Chen Dai said angrily, and hung up the phone directly. Her eyes instantly turned red. At that moment, she felt extremely wronged. She felt that no one understood her, but at this moment, her phone rang again urgently. Chen Dai quickly glanced at the caller ID, answered the call, and said in a hoarse voice, "Manhwa." Manghwa's concerned voice rang out over the phone, "Xiao Dai, your voice doesn't sound right to me. What's wrong with you?" Chen Dai shouted angrily, I'm so angry. Upon hearing this, Meng Hao quickly said, Xiao Dai, please come to the hospital as soon as possible. Tell me what's going on. I'm really worried. Hearing Meng Hao's caring words, Chen Dai felt warm in her heart. She nodded, hung up the phone, drove to the hospital, and came to Meng Hao's ward. Seeing Chen Dai coming, Meng Hao quickly got up from the bed, but as soon as he stood up, he groaned, his body tilted, and he fell to the side. Chen Dai cried out in surprise and quickly went over to support Meng Hao, shouting, Meng Hao, sit down quickly. Your leg is still injured. Meng Hao sat down beside the bed, looked at Chen Dai, and asked anxiously, Don't worry about me. Tell me what's going on with you. Seeing the key that could not be concealed in Meng Hao's eyes, Chen Dai's heart suddenly felt warm. Unable to contain her frustration any longer, she sat down next to Meng Hao and told him what had happened. Meng Hao's eyes widened when he heard this. Xiao Dai, he has nothing, but you don't despise him at all and treat him wholeheartedly. Yet, he actually cheated on you. He's really gone too far. Uncle Chen asked you to give up your bottom line and beg Guo Chao for the benefit of the company. This is really inappropriate. Xiao Dai, I understand you. Hearing Meng Hao's heartwarming words, Chen Dai could no longer bear the grievance. She leaned on Meng Hao's shoulder, tears streaming down her face. Meng Hao took the opportunity to put his arms around Chen Dai's slender waist and held her in his arms, with a smug smile on his face. But at this moment, Xin Ruoshi, who was taking care of her mother in the hospital, happened to pass by the ward door. Seeing the two people hugging each other tightly, she frowned, but quietly took out her mobile phone to take a photo before leaving. She hesitated for a while, and finally called Su, I saw Meng Hao and Chen Dai hugging each other in the hospital, and I took a photo. I don't know whether I should send it to Guo Chao. After all, it's too cruel for Guo Chao. Just send me the photos. Su said calmly. Xin Ruoshi agreed and sent the photo to Su. In Villa No. 1, Qilinbei Villa District, Su, lying in Guo Chao's arms, clicked on the photo and held it out to Guo Chao. She chuckled and said, Look at how affectionate your ex-wife and his white moonlight are. Their relationship is so deep. Didn't you say Chen Dai invited you to her home to discuss it in detail, and promised you to keep your distance from Meng Hao and live a stable life with you? Is that it? Although he had decided to let go of Chen Dai completely, Guo Chao's heart still ached when he saw the scene. Su put her phone aside, put her arm around Guo Chao and said, You couldn't let go just now because you still felt sorry for Chen Dai, right? But she was with her white moonlight behind your back without any psychological burden, and she didn't think about you at all. Why do you still care about her? After saying that, she turned over and pressed on Guo Chao, kissed him on the face, and said coquettishly, Don't think too much, this time we let go. In Meng Hao's ward at the First People's Hospital of the city, Meng Hao looked at the beautiful Chen Dai in his arms and suddenly felt a surge of heat all over his body. He looked at Chen Dai, swallowed his saliva, and said pretentiously, Xiao Dai, don't think too much, I will always be by your side. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Chen Dai on her smooth forehead. Chapter 25 Whose dad are you? Chen Dai reacted immediately, quickly straightened up, dodged Meng Hao's kiss, and said with a blushing face, Meng Hao, don't do this. Meng Hao froze there for a moment, stunned. He had never expected that even at this point, Chen Dai could still refuse him. But he quickly reacted and grabbed Chen Dai's hand, looked at her and said hurriedly, Xiao Dai, you also know that I really love you. But Chen Dai pulled her hand away, shook her head and said, Meng Hao, please don't be like this. In my heart, I only consider you a friend. Are we just friends? Meng Hao was furious. He glared at Chen Dai and shouted, Xiao Dai, are you still thinking about Guo Chao? He's cheating on you, so why can't you let him go? A flash of pain flashed across Chen Dai's eyes. The next moment, she shook her head and said, I don't want to mention him anymore. The company's affairs have worried me to death. Seeing Chen Dai sitting further and further away from him, Meng Hao was furious. He thought that this time when he came back, he only needed to beckon Chen Dai to climb onto his bed obediently. But he never expected that Chen Dai would become so difficult to deal with. But he knew that he couldn't rush it, so he held his breath and looked at Chen Dai and said quickly, Don't worry, Xiao Dai, the engineer I invited will be in place tomorrow, and the production line will be able to resume production by then. If there is no capital, we raise capital. If there is no sales channel, we create one, and everything will be fine. Don't worry, Chen's pharmaceutical will thrive even better after leaving Dingsheng Group. After hearing Meng Hao's words, Chen Dai's eyes finally lit up. Meng Hao, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do. Meng Hao quickly said, Xiao Dai, given the relationship between you and me, do we really need to be so polite? Looking at Meng Hao's fiery eyes, Chindai lowered her head directly. Meng Hao gritted his teeth in his heart and thought, when I press you on the bed, I'll see how you can still pretend to be cool in front of me. The next morning, in the chairman's office at Chen Pharmaceutical, Chindai and Meng Hao sat on the sofa. Meng Hao looked at Chen Yongxiang, who was sitting behind his desk, and said confidently, Don't worry, Uncle Chen. Engineer Lu and Qin Ruoshi are classmates, and his skills are definitely not inferior to hers. With him around, production will definitely return to normal. Chen Dai looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, Dad, did you see that? When we were in trouble and urgently needed help, where was Guo Chao? Not only did he not help, but he stabbed us in the back. Is this the ideal son-in-law you have in mind? On the contrary, Meng Hao has been running around to help us without any regrets. Now you know who is a good person and who is a bastard, right? Do you still have a prejudice against Meng Hao? Chen Yongxiang wanted to refute, but in the end he sighed and closed his mouth helplessly. After all, it was Meng Hao who solved this big problem. If I attack him now, it would seem that I don't know what is good for me. Meng Hao quickly took the opportunity to establish his persona, Xiao Dai, don't mention Uncle Chen anymore. I believe he will definitely accept me in the future. Hearing Meng Hao's words, Chen Yongxiang's brows furrowed. Accepting him as what? A son-in-law? This guy was clearly being overbearing. At this moment, the vice president of production rushed over. Chindai quickly stood up and asked, Boss Xiang, has Engineer Lu sorted out the production line? Sorting out your ass, the vice president of production said angrily, he's a complete layman, he knows nothing and can't solve any problems. Impossible. Meng Hao stood up upon hearing this and shouted hurriedly, Engineer Lu and Qin Ruoshi are alumni of the same school. Her level is definitely not inferior to hers. You are talking nonsense. The vice president of production turned around and glared at him, saying bluntly, go down and see for yourself. The production line is still paralyzed. Then he turned to look at Chen Yongxiang and said, Mr. Chen, I just checked his graduation certificate, but it's nowhere to be found on the official website. It's obvious that he made a fake certificate to deceive people. When Meng Hao heard this, he jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He glared at the vice president of production and shouted with his neck stiff, impossible. You're slandering me. Slander. Enough. Meng Hao was rudely interrupted by Chen Yongxiang before he could finish his words. He stood up suddenly, pointed his finger at Meng Hao, and roared angrily, the facts are in front of you, and you are still quibbling here. I'm giving you face, right? Meng Hao, I should have thought of this long ago. It's impossible for a rubbish like you to have any outstanding people around you. I actually let you bring people in. I'm really stupid. The next moment he glared and yelled, get out of here right now, get out. Uncle Chen, I was deceived too. Meng Hao shouted quickly, then turned to look at Chindai, Xiao Dai, I didn't know he was from the northwest. I was deceived too. I really want to help Chen Pharmaceutical this time. You must believe me. Hearing that this guy was still trying to establish himself with Chindai, Chen Yongxiang immediately flew into a rage, if you dare to yell here again, I'll smash you to death. After saying that, he grabbed a dumbbell nearby and rushed towards Meng Hao. Oh my god, so violent. Meng Hao was so frightened that his face turned pale. He screamed, threw away his crutches, and ran out. Chen Yongxiang looked at Chen Dai and shouted angrily, this is the leg injury you told me was serious. Did you see it? He ran faster than a rabbit. Chen Dai, now you know what kind of person he is, right? I want to ask you, will you still hang out with him in the future? Chen Dai was stunned and speechless. At this time, the deputy general manager of production next to them looked at the two of them and said quickly, Mr. Chen, I suggest that we invite Engineer Qin back. Without her, production will simply not work. Chen Yongxiang turned his head and looked at Chen Dai. Chen Dai said helplessly, Dad, I have begged Qin Gong, but she won't come back at all. Then I'll treat you. Chen Yongxiang said, and then he picked up the phone and made a call. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Chen Yongxiang said with a smile, Mr. Qin, I'm Chen Yongxiang. I'm calling you to ask you to return to Chen Pharmaceuticals and continue our cooperation. Of course, if you have any conditions, just mention them, and I will meet them all. The next moment, his eyes widened, what did you say? As long as Guo Chao agrees, you will come back. Before he could finish his words, the phone was disconnected. Chen Yongxiang was stunned holding the phone, his eyes filled with disbelief as he asked, how did Guo Chao gain the ability to command Qin Ruoshi? Could he be the boss behind the scenes that Chin Ruwashi mentioned? Chen Dai curled her lips and said disdainfully, he's not worthy of it. He must have instigated my aunt to do it. The next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, this bastard has been targeting Chen Pharmaceuticals. How despicable. Shut up. Chen Dai was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang before she could finish her words. If you hadn't released someone's dove at your wedding ceremony, would Guo Chao have targeted you? Chen Dai was so angry that she wanted to die. Honestly, whose father are you? Chen Yongxiang sat on the sofa, heaved a long sigh of relief and said, but this is also good. The problem all comes down to Guo Chao. As long as you ask Guo Chao for forgiveness and he agrees to let you go, all the crises of Chen Pharmaceutical can be solved. What? You still want me to beg him? Chen Dai shouted when she heard it, he cheated on me with my aunt and beat me up. My face is swollen, and you still want me to beg him? I have no shame, right? You saw them sleeping in the same bed, didn't you? If cuddling is considered cheating, then you're even worse than Guo Chao. Chen Yongxiang retorted bluntly, go find Guo Chao right away. If you delay any longer, Chen Pharmaceutical will be completely ruined. After saying that, he pushed Chen Dai out of the office. Seeing Chen Yongxiang's actions, Chen Dai was furious, but thinking about the difficulties the company was facing, she had no choice but to walk out in frustration. As soon as I arrived at the door, a man came to greet me hurriedly. Chapter 26. If you can't satisfy her, be careful, she will give you a green hat. It was Meng Hao. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said anxiously, Xiao Dai, let me tell you, I really didn't know that bastard was such a jerk. Otherwise, I would never have brought him to the company. He also deceived me. You must believe me. Chen Dai shook her head and said, it won't do you any good to cheat me. Besides, we are friends. I believe you won't cheat me. Meng Hao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He looked at Chen Dai excitedly and said, Xiao Dai, I knew you would believe me. Thank you. The next moment, he looked at Chen Dai, whose face looked grim, and asked with concern, Xiao Dai, why do you look so grim? What happened? Chen Dai sighed and recounted how Chen Yongxiang had forced her to apologize to Guo Chao. Meng Hao immediately grew anxious. Xiao Dai, he's been cheating on you with your aunt. He's done something really bad, and you're still begging him? Where's your dignity? When Chen Dai heard Meng Hao mention this, her face was instantly filled with anger, but the next moment she shook her head and sighed, let's not talk about this anymore. After all, the crux of the company's problems lies with him. We should go find him and resolve this problem first, so that the company can return to normal. Meng Hao wanted to persuade her again, but the next moment he thought of something, rolled his eyes, nodded, hurried over to drive the car over, took Chen Dai, and rushed to the Qilin Bay Villa area. In Villa number 1 of Qilin Bay Villa District, Guo Chao came to the bedroom and looked at Su Su, who was lying there with her eyes still closed, and said, Su Su, the meal is ready, get up and eat. Su Su said tiredly, I'm too tired to get up and eat. The next moment, he struggled to open his eyes, glared at Guo Chao, and shouted angrily, Guo Chao, are you a human or an animal? You've tortured me all night. If you keep up this, you'll tear me apart. Guo Chao's old face turned red and he turned and walked outside. Su Su stared at his back and muttered, no, I have to find someone to help me share the firepower. Guo Chao didn't bother Su Su anymore. He went out to eat, then left the villa and prepared to get in the car to go to the company. But at this moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom came roaring over and stopped beside him with a sudden brake. The car door opened and a woman got out. It was Chen Dai. When Guo Chao saw Chen Dai, his eyes turned cold. He ignored her and turned to walk towards the car. Seeing Guo Chao, who used to crawl over to her like a pug to fawn over her, now completely ignoring her, Chen Dai was furious. She took a few steps forward to block Guo Chao and shouted arrogantly, can't you see me? Why are you walking away? Guo Chao looked up at Chen Dai, if it's a divorce, you decide. If it's anything else, forget it. You. Seeing Guo Chao's arrogant look, Chen Dai really wanted to slap him in the face. Who gave you the qualifications to be so arrogant? But thinking that she was here to beg for help today, she couldn't lose her temper. So she took a few deep breaths, suppressed her anger, glared at Guo Chao and said, I admit that being late for the wedding ceremony was my fault. I apologize to you. At the same time, I can also forgive you and my aunt for teaming up to make me angry. I am willing to reconcile with you and hold the wedding on another date, but the prerequisite is that you have to tell my aunt to let Chen Pharmaceutical go, otherwise Chen Pharmaceutical really can't hold on. Guo Chao looked at Chen Dai and laughed, I was wondering why you would lower yourself to beg me today. Turns out you wanted to beg for mercy. I tell you, you're overthinking it. This is the price you should pay for betraying me. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, the driver's door of the Rolls-Royce opened, and Wang Hao rushed out. He came to Guo Chao and looked at him and shouted, "Guo Chao, Xiao Dai is of such noble status, when has she ever begged anyone like this? Today she lowered herself to beg you, and you should have accepted it obediently. But you actually dared to do this to her. Don't you think you've gone too far?" After hearing what Meng Hao said, Chen Dai could no longer hold back the grievance in her heart. She glared at Guo Chao, and her eyes suddenly turned red. "Xiao Dai, don't cry." Meng Hao took out a tissue and wiped the corners of Chen Dai's eyes. Then he turned and glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "Look, you've made Xiao Dai cry. Why don't you apologize to her quickly?" But before he could finish his words, Guo Chao had already raised his palm and slapped him left and right. Then he said coldly, "What kind of toad do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to jump around here?" Meng Hao was knocked to the ground, covering his face and screaming miserably. "Meng Hao!" Chen Dai screamed and hurried over to help Meng Hao up. Looking at his swollen face, her eyes red with anger, she turned and glared at Guo Chao, shouting, "Guo Chao, look at what you've done to Meng Hao. Why don't you apologize to him right now?" Seeing Chen Dai's worried look, Guo Chao laughed, "A piece of trash who hooked up with a married woman, and he still wants me to apologize to him. Do you think he deserves it? He and I are innocent, please don't slander us." Chen Dai wanted to explain, but was interrupted by Guo Chao. "Chen Dai, are you here to beg for mercy today?" "No, you are here specifically to disgust me." "Then I'm also putting it here, even if you beg to the sky, Dingsheng Group will not help your Chen Pharmaceutical anymore." Then, looking at Meng Hao, who was lying on the ground with a look of resentment on his face, he said with a mocking smile, "Meng Hao, you want to be my scapegoat, right? Then you better be mentally prepared. Mine is too big, and Chen Dai's place has long been turned into an 8-lane two-way traffic by me. With your little matchstick, I guess you can't even touch it and satisfy her. Be careful that she will cheat on you again, huh? You bastard! You are shameless!" Chen Dai and Meng Hao yelled almost in unison, but Guo Chao ignored them, turned around, got in the car and sped away. Chen Dai helped Meng Hao up, looked at him with concern and asked, "Meng Hao, your face is so swollen, let's go to the hospital as soon as possible." After saying that, he helped Meng Hao into the car and drove quickly to the hospital. The doctor treated Meng Hao's face and the two of them left the hospital. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai's furrowed brow and said guiltily, "Xiao Dai, I know he has a prejudice against me, and I shouldn't have come out to provoke him today, but when I saw how he treated you, I really couldn't help it." Chen Dai quickly shook her head and said, "It's not your fault. It's just that he's such a jerk. Actually, I'm not thinking about him. I'm thinking about how to solve the company's problems. I really don't want to beg him anymore." Meng Hao thought for a moment and quickly said, "It's really not appropriate for you to go find him. It would be better to let the Navy find him. I'll contact the Navy and we'll resolve this issue." The Navy acts impulsively. Is it appropriate for him to go? What if a conflict occurs? Chen Dai said with a frown. After all, Hai Jun is your younger brother. Guo Chao can only hit him twice at most. What else can he do to him? Don't worry, nothing will happen. After Meng Hao finished speaking, he turned around, got into the car, and left. The car had not driven far when Meng Hao picked up the phone and called Chen Haijun. Not long after, the two met. Looking at Meng Hao's swollen pig-like head, he asked in confusion, "Brother Hao, who beat you like this?" "It's Guo Chao again. He insulted your sister, and I couldn't stand it, so I said a few fair words. But he treated me like this." Meng Hao sighed and said, "Let's not talk about me. I came to you today to talk about the matter between you and Xiao Meng. Guo Chao broke you up. Are we just going to let it go like this?" This one sentence directly touched Chen Haijun's sore spot, and he exploded instantly. Chapter 27 I don't even want your sister anymore, why would I tolerate you? Chen Haijun waved his fists and roared angrily, "Just let it go like this, how can it be possible?" When this matter was mentioned, Chen Haijun suddenly became furious and said through gritted teeth, "I'm going to find him now and beat the shit out of him." After saying that, he walked over, opened the car door and got in. Meng Hao pretended to shout from behind, "Hainan, please don't be impulsive. After all, he is your brother-in-law." Before he could finish his words, Chen Haijun angrily interrupted him, "He even pried my wife away from me. Is he my brother-in-law? He is not. He is my enemy." Today I will beat him to his knees and beg for mercy. After saying that, he got into the car and sped away. Meng Hao looked at the direction where Chen Haijun's car was going away, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. You son of a bitch, you feel so good about beating me, don't you? This retribution will fall on you soon. I, Meng Hao, never suffer any loss. Anyone who dares to bully me will be made to pay 1,000 times the price. After saying that, he started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and followed Chen Haijun. Dingsheng Group, in the chairman's office, Guo Chao looked at Qin Ruoshi and said, Mr. Qin, please take care of the production of the new company's new specialty medicine. Let's work together to get the new specialty medicine on the market as soon as possible and develop the company. Don't worry, leave it to me. Qin Ruoshi nodded, got up and left. Seeing the door close, Guo Chao leaned back in his chair and murmured, Dad, Mom, Grandpa, wait until I develop the company, I will come back to see you. I want to prove to you that I, Guo Chao, am not a waste. As soon as he finished speaking, the office director hurried over, looked at his pale face and said, Boss, your brother-in-law came to the company to cause trouble, and even got entangled with accountant Lin. Xiao Rou? Guo Chao's eyes narrowed suddenly. In the past, he would have ignored this matter, but Lin Xiaorou and he already had that kind of relationship, and she was his woman in a sense, so how could he not care? Guo Chao stood up, left the office and walked outside. A large number of people gathered at the company's entrance. In the middle of the crowd, Chen Haijun held Lin Xiaorou's hand tightly. He looked at her earnestly and said, Xiaorou, what did I do wrong? You said I would change. I love you. I really can't live without you. But I don't love you anymore. Lin Xiaorou suddenly pulled her hand away, looked at Chen Haijun and said bluntly, You actually staged a farce and deceived me. I feel sick just looking at you now. I'm telling you clearly now that I already have someone in my heart, so please don't bother me anymore. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. But Chen Haijun took a step forward, grabbed her hand, and shouted hurriedly, Guo Chao told you all this, right? I'm telling you, he's just trying to get revenge on my sister and sow discord between us, so don't believe him. When he comes out, I'll make him explain to you in person. He's just slandering me. Let me go. Lin Xiaorou shouted angrily, pulling her hands hard. Xiaorou, I love you. I won't let you leave. I won't let go. Chen Haijun stretched out his hand and hugged Lin Xiaorou's slender waist tightly, refusing to let go. Security Chief Yang Wei couldn't stand it any longer, so he came over with several security guards, glared at Chen Haijun and shouted, You bullied our employees at the company gate and treated us like decorations, right? Let her go quickly, or we will not be polite. Chen Haijun turned around, glared at Yang Wei, and yelled, I haven't even settled the score for the last time you hit me, and you're still showing up like that? Do you believe I can call my aunt and have you all fired? But before he finished speaking, a cold voice sounded behind Yang Wei, Just call Su Su and fire them all? I don't believe it. It was Guo Chao who arrived. Seeing Guo Chao, Lin Xiaorou suddenly broke free from Chen Haijun's hand and went directly behind Guo Chao. Guo Chao glanced at Lin Xiaorou and said calmly, Don't worry, no one can touch you with me here. When Chen Haijun saw this, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. Damn, my girlfriend needs your protection? He glared at Guo Chao and gritted his teeth, You son of a bitch, I was just looking for you, but you showed up all of a sudden. You were the one who told Xiaorou that I was setting a trap for her, right? Now explain to her immediately that all your words were slander. But Guo Chao looked at him calmly and said, You said these words when you were drunk. You. Hearing that Guo Chao not only did not apologize but continued to provoke him, he immediately flew into a rage, raised his hand and pointed at Guo Chao and roared angrily, You are a piece of shit with nothing, and you dare to challenge my bottom line again and again, do you believe I will kill you? Before he finished speaking, Guo Chao suddenly raised his hand and slapped him to the ground. He looked at him coldly and said, You disgusted me a lot in your house before, but for Chen Dai's sake, I always tolerated you. Now I am ready to kick your sister out, why should I tolerate you anymore? Get out of here immediately, or I will destroy you. Seeing this loser who used to be so timid at home and didn't even dare to fart dare to do this to him today, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He jumped up from the ground and was about to rush over to fight Guo Chao to the death, but Yang Wei had already surrounded him with a dozen security guards, staring at him coldly. Seeing that the other side had more people, Chen Haijun lost his temper immediately. He took a few steps back, glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, Just wait, you bastard, this is not over yet. But Guo Chao ignored him, turned around and walked towards the company, and Lin Xiaorou followed closely. Seeing Lin Xiaorou following Guo Chao closely, Chen Haijun was obviously stunned. At this moment, Meng Hao came up behind him, pointed at the two men's retreating figures, and said through gritted teeth, "Brother, you saw it, the relationship between these two people is obviously unusual." Chen Haijun was stunned for a moment, but the next moment he shook his head and said, "Brother Hao, you are joking. After all, she is his brother-in-law's wife. No matter how shameless he is, he can't do anything to her." Meng Hao curled his lips and said, "Su Su is your aunt? If he could even do that to her, you should know how shameless Guo Chao is." Then he pointed at the two people who had entered the office building and continued to sow discord. "Look at those two people chatting and laughing. It's obvious that they have a special relationship. Xiaoro said she has someone in her heart, and I think it must be that bastard Guo Chao. No, last time she said I wasn't worthy of knowing that person. It was clearly a senior executive of Dingsheng Group. How could it be a piece of trash like Guo Chao?" Chen Haijun shook his head, still unconvinced. Meng Hao looked at Chen Haijun and said, "Brother, if Xiaoro really cheated on another man, he should have done it long ago. But why did this happen only after Guo Chao got involved with Su Su and joined the company? Don't you think this is too coincidental? Also, is it possible that Xiaoro didn't want to expose Guo Chao, fearing you would beat him up, and deliberately concealed the truth?" Seeing Chen Haijun's face darken, Meng Hao continued, "Brother, you told me that Xiaoro never treated Guo Chao well at home. But you just saw that Guo Chao defended Xiao Rou without hesitation, and the two of them were chatting and laughing when they entered the office building. It's obvious that their relationship is not ordinary, so you really need to think carefully about what happened between them." Before he finished speaking, Chen Haijun jumped up. Chapter 28, Shui Linglong, the Underground Emperor of Haicheng. "Stop talking." Chen Haijun roared with bloodshot eyes, "No way, it must be this bastard. He actually dared to steal my girl. If I don't kill him, I'll take his surname." He was about to rush into the company when Meng Hao raised his hand to stop him. "Brother, don't you see all the security guards over there? You can't get through at all. What should I do? Am I just going to watch him snatch my wife away and plant grass on my head?" Chen Haijun glared at Meng Hao and shouted. Chen Haijun shook his head and pulled Meng Hao aside, saying, "His wife was taken away from him for nothing? How is that possible? I have a way to deal with him. Let's talk in the car." After saying that, he pulled Chen Haijun and got into the car next to him. He looked at Chen Haijun and said directly, "Brother, if we do this and that, Guo Chao will never dare to touch Xiao Rou again, and you'll get rid of your anger." Chen Haijun's eyes lit up and he nodded, gritting his teeth and saying, "Don't worry, I will castrate him this time. He dared to touch my woman, this is what he deserves." In the chairman's office of Dingsheng Group, Lin Xiaoro came to Guo Chao, looked at him with a guilty look and said, "Ah Chao, it's all because of me, that bastard Chen Haijun, that he came to the company to cause trouble. I'm sorry for causing trouble for the company." Guo Chao waved his hand and said calmly, "He was arrogant and domineering. It has nothing to do with you. You don't have to feel guilty. He used to be my boyfriend. He caused trouble because of me. How could it have nothing to do with me? I was really wrong. I must apologize to you." Lin Xiaoro said sensibly, then reached out and hugged Guo Chao. When it was time to get off work in the afternoon, Lin Xiaoro glared at Guo Chao and said, "Ah Chao, I really doubt whether you are a human or an animal." Guo Chao stood up and put on his clothes. He laughed and said, "Someone said exactly the same thing as you." "What did you say?" Lin Xiaoro was putting on her clothes and didn't hear what Guo Chao said clearly. "Never say good things twice." Guo Chao smiled slightly and stood up. Lin Xiaoro came out of the suite, looked at Guo Chao and said, "Ah Chao, I'm so weak that I can't drive at all. Please take me home." Guo Chao agreed with a smile, went down first, and drove the car to the door of the hall. Seeing Lin Xiaoro get in the car, he turned the car around and drove towards her home according to Lin Xiaoro's instructions. When the car passed an intersection, a dump truck ran a red light and rushed out. If Guo Chao had not stepped on the brake suddenly, he would have definitely hit the dump truck. Guo Chao got out of the car, knocked on the window of the dump truck, frowned and said, "Hey, how do you drive?" As soon as he finished speaking, a gnashing voice came from behind the dump truck. "That's how we drive, do you have any objections?" While the voice was being spoken, a group of people came over. The leader, a young man with braids and a pimpled face, was Chen Haijun. Behind him followed 6 men. They all had buzz cuts, wore black clothes, and each held a watermelon slicing knife. They all looked like tough guys. Guo Chao looked at Chen Haijun, squinting his eyes and said, "You're the one who caused this scene today, right?" "That's right, it was me who did it." Chen Haijun glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, "How dare you steal my woman? You really think I'm a soft persimmon, but unfortunately I'm not. After saying that, he came in front of Guo Chao, pointed at him, and shouted arrogantly, "You son of a bitch, I will castrate you today. I will let you know what the consequences of offending me are." But before he could finish his words, Guo Chao raised his leg and kicked him in the lower abdomen. With a dull thud, Chen Haijun was kicked to the ground. Guo Chao looked at him and said sarcastically, "Now tell me, what will happen if I offend you?" "You?" Chen Haijun looked at Guo Chao with disbelief in his eyes. He had never thought that Guo Chao would actually dare to attack him at this moment. When he came to his senses, he was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He pointed at Guo Chao and shouted, "Okay, you son of a bitch, you're really arrogant. If I don't castrate you today, I'll take your last name." After saying that, he shouted to the 6 men in suits, "Brother, go ahead and kill him." Several people nodded, holding watermelon slicing knives, and approached Guo Chao. "No." Lin Xiaoro saw it and screamed. She pushed the car door open and got out. She stumbled in front of Guo Chao and blocked him. She looked at Chen Haijun and shouted, "Chen Haijun, if you have any anger, take it out on me. If you want to hit someone, hit me. Don't hurt Guo Chao." Seeing his girlfriend, who ignored his comfort and protected Guo Chao like an eagle protecting a chick, Chen Haijun's eyes instantly turned red. He pointed at Guo Chao and Lin Xiaoro, gritting his teeth and said, "I finally understand now. You two dogs and bitches are really together. If that's the case, then both of you stay here." After saying that, he shouted at those people, "Go ahead, kill these two dogs and that woman. Kill them." Seeing the 6 men approaching like ferocious monsters, Lin Xiaoro's face turned pale. At this time, Guo Chao reached out and pulled her behind him, saying calmly, "Don't be afraid, this is just a little bit of garbage, there is nothing to be afraid of." When Guo Chao was at home, his family hired several martial arts coaches to teach him martial arts since he was a child. Guo Chao had already become a master a long time ago, so how could he take these small fries seriously? But as soon as he finished speaking, Chen Haijun burst into laughter. "How dare you call them trash? You are truly ignorant and fearless. Now I will tell you their identities." After saying that, he turned around and pointed at the 6 people, saying arrogantly, "Do you know who they are? Let me tell you, they are the subordinates of Sister Shui Linglong, the underground emperor of Haichang. Every one of them has blood on his hands. They are definitely ruthless men who will kill people without blinking an eye. They are all good fighters. Anyone like you can easily knock down 5 or 6 of them. With 6 of them standing here, what qualifications do you have to be arrogant? Oh, by the way, you still have those lousy security guards from Dingshan Group behind you, right? But let me tell you, they are nothing in front of these masters, they have to kneel down at any moment. Now I ask you, are you still arrogant?" But when Guo Chao heard this, he laughed. "So it's Shui Linglong's men, what a coincidence." He looked at the 6 people and said something bluntly. When everyone at the scene heard it, they were all stunned. Chapter 29. I was scared to death. Guo Chao looked at them calmly and said, "You guys don't have the qualifications to act arrogantly in front of me. Tell Shui Linglong to come see me in person." The 6 people in Chen Haijun were all stunned after hearing what Guo Chao said. What kind of person is Shui Linglong? She is the underground emperor of Haichang, a ruthless person who dares to chop people with a glare. Anyone who hears her will shudder. But this guy actually shouted for Shui Linglong to come and see her. Is this guy taking the wrong medicine? Before anyone could react, a Bentley slowly pulled up beside them. Then, a gentle voice rang out from the car, "Who wants to see me?" As the words were spoken, the door of the Bentley car opened, and a pair of beautiful legs in black stockings stretched out first. Soon, a woman in a hip skirt got out of the car. The woman had an oval face that was smooth and fair, and her facial features were as delicate as ivory carvings. She had a beautiful face, and her small shirt was bulging. Her waist was slender, and it was exaggeratedly plump below. Her figure was extremely hot. The woman took excellent care of herself, and her age was impossible to tell. You could say she was 20 or 30. When she stood there, she was like a blooming peony, radiant and shining, or like a ripe peach, making people's hormones surge at the first sight. But the people at the scene took one look and quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look again, for fear of causing fatal disaster. Because the person who came was none other than the underground emperor of Haichang, Shui Linglong, known as Sister Shui. She looks as beautiful as a peach blossom, but her methods are extremely cruel. It turns out that the old boss of Haichang, Nan Badian, was competing with her for territory. Such a fierce Nan Badian was chased for 6 streets by her with a machete. In the end, she forced Nan Badian to kneel in front of her and beg for mercy. He then fled from Haichang and never appeared again. This shows how cruel Shui Linglong is. This kind of person is so ruthless that he can stop a child from crying. Who would dare to provoke him? At this time, the 6 people came over and bowed deeply and respectfully. We are honored to meet Sister Shui. Chen Haijun also reacted and hurried over. Seeing Shui Linglong pointing at Guo Chao, he gritted his teeth and said, Sister Shui, this is the bastard. Not only did he disrespect your men, he even dared to speak rudely to you. How audacious! Shui Linglong held her head high, her eyes shooting from the tip of her nose at Guo Chao, but when she saw Guo Chao clearly, her expression changed instantly. But Chen Haijun didn't notice the change in Shui Linglong's expression, and continued to smugly say, Sister Shui, who dares to disrespect you in Haichang? But this bastard actually said that your subordinates have no right to be arrogant in front of him, and even shouted for you to come see him. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Sister Shui, give the order, let someone teach him a lesson. Before he could finish his words, Shui Linglong suddenly screamed, raised her hand and slapped Chen Haijun in the face. With a bang, Chen Haijun was knocked to the ground, and half of his face swelled up instantly. Shui Linglong glared at him and roared, If you dare to scream again, I'll kill you, believe it or not? After saying this, under Chen Haijun's surprised gaze, Shui Linglong took a few quick steps and came to Guo Chao. Then she smiled and said, Brother, I really didn't know it was you, otherwise how could I dare to do this? I'm sorry, I bow to you and apologize. After saying that, he actually bowed to Guo Chao. The next moment, the whole place was silent. When Chen Haijun saw this scene, he was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. What kind of person is Shui Linglong? He is the underground emperor of Haichang, a big boss who never bows his head to anyone. But today he actually bowed his head to apologize to Guo Chao and even bowed to him. How is this possible? But that's the truth. He looked at Guo Chao with disbelief in his eyes. How could this useless guy with no skills get close to Shui Linglong? But this is also true. At this time, Guo Chao nodded, then walked up to Chen Haijun, raised his hand and patted his swollen fat face, and said calmly, You want to find someone to deal with me? Chen Haijun looked at Shui Linglong standing behind Guo Chao, his face pale with fear. He quickly said with a smile, Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Guo Chao glanced at him, then turned and waved to Lin Xiaoro. Lin Xiaoro came to Guo Chao's side. Guo Chao reached out and hugged Lin Xiaoro in his arms. He looked at Chen Haijun and said calmly, I like your girlfriend. She will be mine from now on. Don't harass her anymore. Remember? What? You're attracted to her? Chen Haijun jumped up when he heard this. She's your wife's brother's girlfriend. You're attracted to her. What if my sister accidentally finds out? No need for Wu Yi to know. Just go back and tell her directly that I like your aunt and your girlfriend. That's it. Guo Chao said arrogantly. Well. Chen Haijun was almost choked to death by Guo Chao's anti-human words. What he thought in his heart was, are you planning to deal with all the women in my Chen family? At that moment, he really wanted to stab Guo Chao to death with a knife, but looking at Shui Linglong, who was like Shura standing behind him, he immediately retracted the idea. If he dared to touch Guo Chao, Shui Linglong would definitely plant him in the ground and let him take root and sprout. So in the end, he was completely timid. He looked at Guo Chao with a smile and said, Brother-in-law, to be honest, I really don't deserve Xiaoro. Only a tall and handsome man like you is her true home. I wish you two a happy life together and a baby soon. Can I leave now? After saying this, he was almost crying. How frustrating it was to wish his girlfriend a baby with another man soon. But there was no other way, he couldn't leave otherwise. Guo Chao looked at Chen Haijun and shook his head. In the past, you caused me a lot of trouble in the Chen family, so I don't think it's right for you to leave like this. After saying that, he took the machete from a man in a suit next to him and hit Chen Haijun's arm with the back of the knife. With a crisp sound, Chen Haijun's right arm was broken. Chen Haijun screamed, covered his arm, and his whole body trembled. Guo Chao held the machete, lifted Chen Haijun's chin, looked at him calmly and said, Do you accept it? Master, I give in. Chen Haijun couldn't bear it any longer. He knelt in front of Guo Chao with a plop, and a foul smell immediately filled the air. This guy was actually scared to death. Guo Chao finally nodded and said, Okay, you can go now, but remember this in the future, don't look down on others. Chen Haijun nodded quickly, struggled to get up from the ground, and staggered towards the car. After running to the car, he finally came to his senses. If Meng Hao hadn't been fanning the flames behind the scenes, how could he have hired someone to deal with Guo Chao? How could he have fallen into Guo Chao's hands and even had to give up his wife? It's clear that I'm being used as a gun by this guy. Thinking of this, he suddenly became furious. You bastard, my arm is broken, and you can't get well either. He rolled his eyes, turned around and looked at Guo Chao and shouted. Chapter 30, She should pay the price for betraying me. Chen Haijun shouted directly, brother-in-law, the fact is that I came to trouble you because of Meng Hao. He wanted to snatch my sister away from you, so he tricked me into finding someone to deal with you. In fact, the person you should deal with the most is him. He also knew how to stab Guo Chao, and he specifically stabbed him in the softest part. Meng Hao, okay, I get it. Guo Chao said with narrowed eyes. Seeing this scene, Chen Haijun gritted his teeth in his heart. You bastard, you are going to be in big trouble soon. He took out his cell phone from the car, locked it, hailed a car, and rushed to the hospital. Shui Linglong looked at Guo Chao and said through gritted teeth, brother, this Meng Hao is too bad. How about I have someone take care of him? Guo Chao shook his head. If I had wanted to deal with him, I would have dealt with him long ago. Let's keep him. Doesn't Chen Dai trust him very much? When he shows his claws, I want to see how Chen Dai regrets it. Shui Linglong nodded, then looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, brother, I'm sorry for what happened today. Let's go find a place to have a few drinks. I'll make amends to you. Guo Chao shook his head, let's do it another day, I have important things to deal with. Shui Linglong nodded and rushed away with a group of people. Seeing Shui Linglong and the others leave, Lin Xiao finally calmed down. She looked at Guo Chao with a surprised look on her face and asked, Chao, how do you know Shui Linglong? Guo Chao said calmly, she was seriously ill, and I saved her life. Are your medical skills still so great? Lin Xiao looked at Guo Chao with shining eyes. Guo Chao looked at Lin Xiao and said, Chen Haijun shouldn't come to harass you anymore. Just go home. After saying that, he turned and left. A KO. Lin Xiao called out, quickly walked over and took Guo Chao's arm, looking at him with a seductive look, and said, Akeo, come home and sit for a while. But Guo Chao shook his head, it's getting late, I should go home. After saying that, he turned around and got in the car. Guo Chao, don't go. I miss you. Lin Xiao shouted and chased after Guo Chao. But as soon as Guo Chao stepped on the accelerator, the car roared away. Lin Xiao stamped her feet and said angrily, you big fool, you big blockhead. The next moment, a cunning look flashed in her eyes. Guo Chao, you are already in my bed, you can't escape from my palm. Guo Chao drove back to the Qilin Bay Villa area and went straight to the lobby. He did not see Su Su, but heard the sound of water coming from the bathroom next to him. Turns out he was taking a shower. He smiled wickedly, walked to the bathroom door, took off his clothes, and pushed the door open. The bathroom was filled with mist and the lights were off, so it was dark inside. He could only vaguely see a person taking a shower with his back to him. Guo Chao went over and hugged the man, smiled and said, be good, I'll help you wash. After saying that, he prepared to do something bad. But the man shouted and turned his head suddenly. When Guo Chao saw it, he exclaimed, oh my god, Qin Ruoshi. He was so scared that he quickly let go of her hand, walked out of the bathroom, and hurriedly put on his clothes. At this moment, a puzzled voice sounded from behind, Guo Chao, what's wrong? Guo Chao was suddenly excited and stood there speechless. What should he say? But at this time, Qin Ruoshi came out of the bathroom in a bathrobe, looked at Su Su and said angrily, Su Su, why did the bathroom light suddenly break? I wanted to call you over to fix it. Guo Chao never expected that Qin Ruoshi would actually cover for him. He quickly said, I heard someone shouting in the bathroom, so I wanted to come over and take a look. So that's how it is. I noticed there was something wrong with this lamp yesterday. You should go and fix it as soon as possible. Su Su nodded and said. Guo Chao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, nodded and went to find tools to repair the light, and the storm passed just like that. After dinner, Qin Ruoshi made an excuse to leave. Guo Chao looked at Su Su and asked in confusion, Su Su, why did you let Qin Ruoshi come to your house? Su Su said casually, she is my best friend, I asked her to accompany me. The next moment, he said with a smirk, what do you think of my bestie? How about I let her share the firepower with me? Hearing Su Su's inhumane words, Guo Chao almost coughed to death. After a while, he reacted and glared at Su Su and shouted, what nonsense are you talking about? Seeing Guo Chao's embarrassed look, Su Su suddenly chuckled. The next moment, she looked at Guo Chao and asked, "By the way, Dai came to me today and wanted me to let her go." "I see what you mean. As long as you agree, I will forgive her." Guo Chao's face turned cold and he said, "She betrayed me, so she should pay the price." Elsewhere, Dai found Meng Hao and asked him hurriedly, "Meng Hao, how did your Navy's talk with Guo Chao go? Is he willing to let Chun Pharmaceutical go?" Meng Hao quickly said, "I had something urgent to do, so I didn't go. The Navy went to find Guo Chao themselves, but don't worry, there should be a result. I'll call the Navy right now." After that, he picked up the phone and called Chen Haijun, then said with a smile, "Haijun, where are you? What do you mean you were in the hospital?" Meng Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, "Okay, we'll go see you right away." Chen Dai also heard what Chen Shuejuan said, and her expression suddenly changed. Why did the Navy enter the hospital? Meng Hao rolled his eyes and threw dirty water at Guo Chao. It must be that Haijun spoke impulsively, angering Guo Chao, so he had Haijun beaten up. It's okay for Guo Chao to be incompetent, but why is he so barbaric? I might as well divorce him. But Chen Dai frowned, shook her head and said, "Maybe that's not the case. Let's go to the hospital." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the car, and Meng Hao hurried to follow. The two of them went to the hospital together and arrived at Chen Haijun's ward. Seeing Chen Haijun lying on the bed with one arm in plaster, Chen Dai's face changed immediately. She hurried over and asked in surprise, "Haijun, what happened to you?" Meng Hao quickly shouted, "Did Guo Chao have you beaten like this?" Hearing that Meng Hao was still messing around, Chen Haijun flew into a rage. He glared at him and shouted, "You son of a bitch, get out of here right now, or I'll kill you." Seeing Chen Haijun's attitude, Meng Hao was stunned for a moment. Chen Dai glared at Chen Haijun and shouted angrily, "Hainan, it wasn't Meng Hao who hurt you like this, why are you so angry at him?" Chen Haijun glared at Chen Dai and shouted, "Sister, he's a bastard, and you're still speaking for him?" Hearing Chen Haijun's increasingly unreliable words, Chen Dai's pretty face suddenly turned cold. "Enough, I won't allow you to slander him, you stay here and recuperate, I'll come to see you later." After saying that, he turned and left, and Meng Hao hurried to follow. Chen Haijun shouted hurriedly, "Sister, I really didn't slander him, listen to me." But Chen Dai had already left. Chen Haijun was furious. The next moment, he glared at Meng Hao's back and said through gritted teeth, "You son of a bitch, you won't be able to run around much longer. Guo Chao will never let you off." Chapter 31, I'm here, your mother is safe. Chen Dai came out of the ward with an angry look on her face. Meng Hao hurried over and said, "Xiao Dai, did I offend the Navy in some way, so why did he say that to me? Otherwise, I should apologize to him." "No, it's clearly his fault, why should I apologize?" Chen Dai said angrily, "But I just don't understand, he used to have such a good relationship with you, why did he suddenly turn against you?" Meng Hao thought about it, sighed, and said, "I understand. It must be because I told Haijun that Guo Chao stole Xiao Meng, and he started to hate me too." "What? Guo Chao and Xiao Meng, are you kidding me?" Chen Dai turned to look at Meng Hao, and asked in surprise, "Xiao Meng is his sister-in-law after all. How could he do that to her? Su Su is still your aunt, yet he dared to do that to her. What else can he not do?" Meng Hao gritted his teeth and said, "The facts prove that he is a scumbag. Why are you still with him?" Chen Dai shook her head, "I still don't believe it. Forget it, I'll wait until I find out the truth. If this is true, I will never let him off." Meng Hao wanted to say something, but Chen Dai changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's think about the company. Guo Chao and the Navy are at odds, so he definitely won't agree to let Chun Pharmaceutical go. What should we do now?" Meng Hao quickly comforted her, "Don't worry, Xiao Dai. We'll always find a solution." Chen Dai's expression finally eased a bit, "I hope so." Meng Hao gritted his teeth in his heart, "Even if you don't believe it, there will always be someone who does." The next morning, just after finishing packing and telling Su Su that she was going to work, Jean Ruwashi called her and said, "Su Su, my mom's condition has suddenly worsened. She's dying. Do you know any famous doctors who can help save her?" By the end of her speech, her voice was clearly filled with tears. Su Su quickly sat up and said, "Ruwashi, don't worry. I actually know a famous doctor. I'll call him right away." She hung up the phone and quickly called again. He put down the phone, looked at Guo Chao beside him, slapped his forehead and said, "You're really looking for someone you don't know. Aren't you a famous doctor? Let's go over and take a look." Guo Chao's forehead was full of black lines. Why was he looking for a donkey while riding a donkey? He and Susu packed up and drove to the hospital quickly. When they arrived at the emergency room, they saw a middle-aged woman lying on the bed, lifeless. An old man in a long gown was examining her, but the next moment, he straightened up, shook his head, sighed, and said, "She's already dying. Prepare for her funeral." Shinruwashi, who was standing next to him, became anxious when she heard this. She looked over at the old man and begged him desperately, "Divine Dr. Song, please think of a way to save my mother. I'm kneeling down for you." After saying that, his legs went weak and he was about to kneel down. "Don't be like this, get up quickly." The old man in green quickly supported Shinruwashi, shook his head and sighed, "The patient has no vital signs and there is no way to save him. Please accept my condolences." Shinruwashi was drained of all her strength in an instant. She staggered to the bedside, knelt down with a thud, grabbed the woman's hand and burst into tears. The doctors around him also kept shaking their heads. But at this time, Guo Chao finally spoke, "The person can still be saved." Everyone at the scene was stunned and turned to look at Guo Chao. The old man in green also turned his head to look at Guo Chao, frowning and saying, "I said the patient has no vital signs and is beyond saving. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" But Guo Chao ignored him and came to the bedside. He looked at Shinruwashi and said, "I'm here to save your mother." Shinruwashi looked at Guo Chao, shook her head, and choked up as she said, "Son Huaisong, the best doctor in Haichang, has said there's no hope. I appreciate your kindness, but there's really nothing I can do. I said I would save him." After saying that, he took out a needle bag, picked out a few silver needles, and prepared to save the patient. Seeing that Guo Chao didn't take his words seriously at all, the old man in green, Sun Huai, felt that his dignity was challenged. He flew into a rage and took a few steps forward. He came in front of Guo Chao, glared at him and shouted, "I said the patient is dying. You don't understand what I say, right? Get out of the way." The patient's condition was urgent and he had to be rescued in time, so he had no time to talk to Song Huai. He reached out and pushed him away, and the silver needle in his hand pierced into several major acupuncture points of the patient like lightning. Song Huai was old and could not bear such a strong force. He staggered backward and finally sat down on the ground. Song Huai sat on the ground, so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He was the best doctor in Haicheng, respected by everyone, but today, Guo Chao pushed him on the butt. He could no longer tolerate it and glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "You bastard, how dare you be so rude to me? If you really have the ability to save the patient today, it would be fine, otherwise I will make sure you can't gain a foothold in Haicheng." Just as he finished speaking, he heard Shinruwashi excitedly shouting, "Mom, you're awake, you're finally awake, you scared me to death, woo woo." Woke up? Song Huai couldn't believe his ears. He struggled to get to the bedside and took a look. He suddenly froze there, stunned. He was surprised to see that the patient he had sentenced to death actually opened his eyes. His complexion also visibly recovered. "Did you really save the person?" He turned his head to look at Guo Chao, and finally realized that this man's medical skills were much better than his. Song Huai's face showed shame. He looked at Guo Chao and said quickly, "Little doctor, it was me, Meng Lang, who just said that. I hope you will forgive me for any offense I caused you." But Guo Chao didn't even look at him. He looked at the doctor next to him and ordered, "The patient has woken up. You can treat him normally." The doctor reacted quickly and nodded, and started to get busy. Everyone left the ward. Shinruwashi looked at Guo Chao and said gratefully, "Guo Chao, I never thought you were such an amazing doctor. Thank you so much today." Su, who was standing next to him, looked at Shinruwashi and said, "Guo Chao is even more powerful than you think." After saying that, he yawned and said, "Oh, I'm so sleepy. You guys keep busy here. I'm going back to catch up on some sleep." After saying that, he left leisurely. Shinruwashi looked at Susu's listless appearance, then looked at Guo Chao and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with Susu? Didn't you get enough rest last night?" Ahem. Guo Chao's old face flushed, and he started coughing. The next moment, he looked at Shinruwashi and quickly changed the subject. "Auntie's condition has stabilized. She will recover after a little more treatment. You don't have to worry." The next moment, he remembered what happened last night and said with an embarrassed look on his face, "I'm sorry for last night, I mistook you for Susu." Shinruwashi blushed, lowered her head and said, "You didn't mean it. Besides, you saved my mother's life, why would I care about that?" Guo Chao finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "Then I'll go to the company. Call me if you have anything." After saying that, he quickly turned and left. On the other side, Chen Dai was rushing to the company, but at this time, Chen Yongxiang called her. Sha Dai, the company employees can't get their wages, and they are making trouble. Oh, I'll go and take care of it right away, Chen Dai said quickly. Chen Yongxiang asked doubtfully, I asked you to talk to Guo Chao about this matter, but there was no result at all? Forget it, take care of the company's affairs first, and then come to the hospital and we can talk in person. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Dai put down the phone and was about to let Meng Hao drive, but the next moment, her brows suddenly frowned. Chapter 32, Meng Hao backstabs Su Mei. Meng Hao looked at her and quickly asked, What's wrong, Sha Dai? Chen Dai said helplessly, The company's employees are making trouble because of unpaid wages, but there is no money in the company account now. I can't solve the problem even if I go there. What should I do? Meng Hao thought for a moment, took out his phone and fiddled with it for a while, then looked at Chen Dai and said, Xiao Dai, I've transferred 3 million to you. Pay the workers' wages first. Chen Dai looked at the 3 million yuan that had arrived on her phone, then turned to look at Meng Hao, her eyes filled with gratitude. Meng Hao, thank you so much, otherwise I really don't know what I would do. Meng Hao shook his head and said considerately, Xiao Dai, why are you being so polite to me? Just transfer the money over and pay the wages. Chen Dai nodded quickly and transferred the money to the company account. She breathed a sigh of relief and said to Meng Hao, Let's go to the hospital to see my dad. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai, smiled bitterly, and said, Xiao Dai, you know Uncle Chen's attitude towards me. Will he yell at me again if I go? You helped me so much this time, why is he yelling at you? Let's go, I will speak for you then, Chen Dai said without hesitation. Meng Hao nodded, then drove quickly to the hospital and came to Su Mei's ward. Chen Yongxian was furious when he saw Chen Dai and Meng Hao coming together. He glared at Meng Hao and shouted, I told you to stop pestering Chen Dai. You don't understand me, do you? Get out of here right now. A flash of hatred flashed across Meng Hao's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He looked at Chen Dai and said quickly, Xiao Dai, I shouldn't have made Uncle Chen angry. I'm leaving now. After finishing, he turned around and prepared to leave. No, Chen Dai went over to stop Meng Hao, glaring at Chen Yongxiang and saying, With me here, no one can drive you away. You. Chen Yongxiang's face turned green with anger. He looked at Chen Dai and said with gritted teeth, He won't leave, right? Then I'll leave. After saying that, he turned away. Dad, why are you so stubborn? Can you listen to my explanation? Chen Dai shouted and chased after him. Su Mei, who was lying on the bed, looked at Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao, he's just a stubborn ass. Don't bother with him. Come and talk to Auntie. Meng Hao nodded, hurried over, and sat next to Su Mei's bed. Su Mei looked at Meng Hao and said, He's just been fooled by Guo Chao and has lost his way. Don't pay any attention to him. I'll try to persuade him later. Thank you, Auntie. Meng Hao said quickly and obediently. Su Mei nodded and asked in confusion, By the way, Navy. Why hasn't he come to see me? What on earth has he been doing? When Meng Hao heard this, a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Isn't this the opportunity? Chen Yongxiang, you have always disgusted me, so today you can just wait for my knife. So he looked at Su Mei aside and said, Auntie, the Navy is so sad now. What made him so sad? Su Mei asked quickly. After all, he was her son, how could she not be worried about him? Meng Hao quickly said, Guo Chao snatched Xiao Meng away. You know how important Xiao Meng is to the Navy. He's almost gone crazy after losing her. What? That bastard actually stole his brother's wife. Is he even a human being? Su Mei screamed. The next moment, she became so angry that her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Seeing this scene, a vicious light flashed in Meng Hao's eyes. Chen Yongxiang, you don't have time to disgust me from now on, right? He waited for a while, then shouted, Auntie, what's wrong with you? Doctor, come quickly. Not far from the door, Chen Dai stopped Chen Yongxiang and shouted, Dad, can you please stop being so prejudiced against Meng Hao? If they hadn't paid 3 million this time, how would we pay the workers' wages? How can we resolve this problem? Chen Yongxiang frowned, then looked at Chen Dai and said, Xiao Dai, we can pay him back later, but you are still with him and it's unclear what's going on. What will Guo Chao think if he finds out? Stop mentioning him, okay? Chen Dai shouted when Chen Yongxiang mentioned Guo Chao. Where was Guo Chao when the company ran into trouble? I can't help with anything, so why mention him? He will only cause me trouble, and he will mess around with my aunt and slap me in the face? When she was angry, her eyes turned red. But Chen Yongxiang wanted to persuade her again, but at this moment he heard Meng Hao's pig slaughtering shout from Su Mei's ward, "Doctor, come quickly." "My mom." Chen Dai's face changed and she quickly ran over, and Chen Yongxiang quickly followed. When the two men arrived at the ward, they saw Su Mei lying there with her eyes closed, not knowing whether she was dead or alive. "Su Mei!" Chen Yongxiang screamed and hurried over to hold Su Mei and shook her continuously, but Su Mei did not move at all. Chen Yongxiang was so anxious that he almost cried. At this time, the doctor rushed over, asked a few people to leave, and started to rescue him. Chen Yongxiang stood in the corridor, looking puzzled and said, "Your mother's heart disease had stabilized. How could it suddenly relapse and be so serious?" The next moment, he turned around, glared at Meng Hao, and shouted, "You son of a bitch, did you say something to my wife?" Meng Hao was startled, but he quickly reacted and looked at Chen Yongxiang with an innocent face and said, "Uncle Chen, Auntie is so nice, how could I provoke her?" Chen Dai glared at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Dad, can you be so prejudiced against Meng Hao?" Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai and was about to confront her, but at this moment the doctor came out of the emergency room. Chen Yongxiang hurried to meet him and asked anxiously, "Doctor, is my wife okay?" The doctor shook his head and said solemnly, "The patient's condition is very serious. We have done our best." When Chen Yongxiang heard this, he almost fell to the ground and his face turned pale as paper. The doctor looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Please send Dr. Song Huaisong. If he comes, there is still a glimmer of hope." Chen Yongxiang suddenly regained his strength. He quickly found Song Huai's phone number and called him. When the call was connected, he shouted urgently, "Dr. Song, I'm Chen Yongxiang. My wife is in critical condition and needs your help. Please come quickly. I will reward you handsomely when the time comes." But before he could finish his words, the other party hung up the phone. The doctor next to him frowned at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Song the divine doctor has a noble medical ethics. He hates it most when people use money to pressure him. You have violated his taboo." Chen Yongxiang finally reacted and said with shame on his face, "Oh, I was also anxious and lost my temper. I'll beat him again." After saying that, he quickly called again, but the call was no longer connected. Chen Yongxiang was so anxious that he almost cried, "What should I do?" At this time, Meng Hao beside him quickly said, "My dad and divine Dr. Song are quite close friends. I'll give him a try." After that, he took out his phone and made a call. After talking for a while, he looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Uncle Chen, shout I, don't worry. Dr. Song will be here soon." Chen Yongxiang glared at Meng Hao with suspicion, but said nothing. Not long after, Song Huai hurried over. Chen Dai's eyes lit up, and she quickly went up to him and explained the situation. Song Huai went straight into the emergency room, closed the door, and came to Su Mei's bedside to check her. The next moment, his face suddenly became solemn. "The patient's condition is too serious, there is nothing I can do." When the doctor next to him heard this, he quickly said, "Then I'll go notify the family." After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. "Wait." Song Huai suddenly thought of Guo Chao, his eyes lit up and he stopped the doctor. "There is one person who may have a solution." Chapter 33, Let us go to the car and have some fun now? After Song Huai finished speaking, he took out his phone and called Su Su. "Boss Su, there is a patient in critical condition. I would like to ask the young doctor to come over and treat him." Su Su was very unhappy with Song Huai's attitude towards Guo Chao last time, so she refused without hesitation. "I'm busy, Guo Chao doesn't run a clinic." "The patient is your sister," Song Huai quickly added. "Ah, my sister? Okay, I got it. I'll let Guo Chao go there as soon as possible." Su Su suddenly lost her sleepiness, hung up the phone, and quickly called Guo Chao. "Little lazy cat, you woke up so early?" Guo Chao joked with a smile. Su Su didn't bother to argue with Guo Chao and quickly said, "Guo Chao, my sister is in critical condition. Please go to the hospital and save her." "Chen Dai's mother?" Guo Chao frowned as soon as he heard it. He really didn't want to have anything to do with Chen Dai's family now. "She is my sister after all. I can't bear to see her get into trouble. Go quickly, please," Su Su said quickly. Guo Chao looked at Su Su, frowned, and said, "Su Su, Chen Dai has cheated on me. She has something going on at home, and you still let me run over to her and show her your affection. Do you think I should be a lapdog?" When Su Su heard this, she also felt that it was inappropriate. This was too cruel to Guo Chao. However, she hesitated for a long time. Finally, she looked at Guo Chao, sighed and said, Guo Chao, Sume is my sister after all. She clearly had a chance to survive. If I ignore her, I will live in guilt forever. Guo Chao, please give me some face and save her. Looking at Susu's pleading face, Guo Chao could no longer get hard, and finally nodded, Susu, I'm doing this for you. Susu shouted happily from behind, Guo Chao, thank you. When you cure my sister, I promise to do it tonight from behind. Hearing Susu's carefree voice, Guo Chao staggered and almost fell to the ground. Could this matter be shouted out loud? After saying that, he packed up, left the company, and drove towards the hospital. 20 minutes later, Guo Chao rushed to the hospital and saw Chen Yongxiang and Chen Dai standing at the door of the emergency room, waiting anxiously. When Chen Yongxiang saw Guo Chao, his eyes lit up and he quickly went over to him and said, Guo Chao, you're here to see your aunt, right? You're so thoughtful. But before he could finish his words, Chen Dai angrily interrupted him, Dad, why do you care about him? If he and second aunt weren't acting like that, would my mom be so angry? After saying that, he glared at Guo Chao and shouted angrily, You son of a bitch, if anything happens to my mother, I will never forgive you. Xiao Dai, can we blame Guo Chao entirely for that? Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai. My mother is almost mad at him, and you still speak for him. Do you have any bottom line? Chen Dai glared at Chen Yongxiang, so angry that she almost died. Seeing Chen Dai's disgusted look, Guo Chao suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. It's like this again. At that moment, he really wanted to walk away, but thinking that this was Susu's instruction, he glared at Chen Dai coldly and turned to go into the emergency room. Seeing Guo Chao coming, Song Huai's eyes lit up and he quickly stepped forward, Little doctor, the patient's condition is. Guo Chao glanced at Sume lying on the bed and said calmly, I already know her situation. After saying that, he came to the bedside, took out a needle bag, took out a few silver needles, and directly inserted them into several major acupoints on Sume's chest, then twisted the needle tails with both hands. In just a few minutes, the straight line on the classic monitor next to it resumed its fluctuation and soon became a normal electrocardiogram wave. Guo Chao took back the silver needle and said calmly, just treat it according to normal treatment methods. It's amazing, it's really amazing. Song Hui shouted excitedly, I'll go out and tell the family members right away. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave, but was stopped by Guo Chao, who shook his head and said, The fact that we saved the patient today is your credit, and it has nothing to do with me. Ah? Song Hui looked at Guo Chao with surprise on his face. Guo Chao said calmly, I have already planned to divorce her daughter and don't want to have anything to do with her family anymore. If Chen Dai and the others knew about his medical skills, given their snobbish nature, they might come to pester him again. After saying that, he turned and left. As soon as Guo Chao came out of the emergency room, he saw Chen Dai clinging to Meng Hao's shoulder, sobbing. Meng Hao held Chen Dai with one arm and patted her shoulder with the other, comforting her softly, Don't worry, Xiao Dai. Divine Dr. Song will take care of it. Auntie will be fine. Seeing this scene, Guo Chao felt nauseous. Meng Hao also saw Guo Chao and asked in surprise, Xiao Dai, why is he here? Chen Dai straightened up and turned around. When she saw Guo Chao, her face suddenly darkened, You just want to come and make fun of my mom. After saying that, he glared at Guo Chao and yelled, You son of a bitch, if anything happens to my mother, I will never forgive you. Guo Chao ignored him and left. His cold voice came from behind him. Sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible, otherwise I will file for divorce directly. Chen Dai was completely furious. She glared at his back and yelled, You're a worthless piece of shit, yet you keep using this to threaten me. Who gave you the confidence? As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yongxiang came out of the bathroom. Seeing Guo Chao leaving, he quickly shouted, Guo Chao, don't go. Let's sit down and talk it over. But Guo Chao left without looking back. Why did you just leave? Chen Yongxiang muttered. The next moment, he saw Meng Hao and Chen Dai hugging each other nearby. He immediately understood the reason and glared at Meng Hao, shouting, She's already married, and you're still hugging her here. How disrespectful. Let go. Meng Hao shuddered and was about to let go, but Chen Dai reached out and hugged him again, glaring at Chen Yongxiang and shouting, What's wrong with comforting each other between friends? You. Chen Yongxiang was so angry after hearing Chen Dai's outrageous remarks. He was about to confront her, but at this time, Song Hui came out of the emergency room. Chen Yongxiang didn't bother to talk to Chen Dai, and hurried over to greet him. He looked at Song Hui and asked hurriedly, Dr. Song, how is my wife doing? It's no big deal anymore. Song Hui said calmly. That's great. Thank you so much, Dr. Song. Chen Yongqiang said excitedly. Song Hui didn't say anything and left directly. Chen Dai also breathed a sigh of relief, and the next moment she glared at Chen Yongqiang and said, Dad, if Manghao hadn't invited Dr. Song, who knows what would have happened to my mom? Now you should know that Manghao is much better than that loser Guo Chao, right? You won't speak for him anymore, right? Chen Yongqiang sighed and shut his mouth. Song Hui walked a few steps and was immediately furious after hearing what Chen Dai said. To be honest, a miracle doctor like Guo Chao is actually a waste in your eyes. How do you live your life? He glanced at Chen Dai and Meng Hao, who were still hugging each other, and immediately gritted his teeth in his heart. It turned out that there was another man in her heart, which was why she didn't take Guo Chao seriously. She deserved to be divorced. When you know the true power of Guo Chao, you will cry. He didn't want to look at them anymore and left in a huff. But after a few steps, his eyes lit up instantly. Guo Chao is divorced, so my granddaughter has a chance. How can I miss such a great doctor? Thinking of this, he quickly picked up the phone and called out, saying excitedly, Wan, let me tell you. At this time, Guo Chao had already left the hospital and saw Su Su rushing over. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and asked hurriedly, Guo Chao, how is my sister? Guo Chao smiled and said, he's out of danger now. The doctor can treat him normally. My husband is the best. Su Su breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Guo Chao's happy face. The next moment, she said with relief, such a good man, but Chen Dai didn't know how to cherish him and instead flirted with his white moonlight. She was really blind. Now that she knows your medical skills, she must be crying with regret. Ha, you think too much. She was hugging her white moonlight and saying that it was me who made her mother like that. Guo Chao said with a sneer. You saved his mother, and he still treats you like this? Su Su couldn't believe her ears. Guo Chao shook his head, I didn't reveal my medical skills. After that, he briefly recounted the story of how the credit was attributed to Song Hui. Su Su nodded, yes, that's the way it should be. Otherwise, Chen Dai might come and pester you again. After she gets divorced, she will know everything. Then we'll see how she regrets it. Guo Chao didn't want to mention Chen Dai anymore. He looked at Su Su and said with a smile, Su Su, you are the one. If I help you today, you will thank me very much. Why don't we go to the car and have some fun? Chapter 34 Anyone who doesn't get divorced is not a human being. When Su Su heard this, a look of fear suddenly appeared on her face. Guo Chao, please forgive me, I'm still in so much pain, let's talk tonight. After saying that, he quickly turned around, got into the car and left. Seeing Su Su's flustered look, Guo Chao was amused. He turned around and got into the car and quickly rushed to the company, only to see Qin Ruwashi already waiting for him in the office. Guo Chao asked in surprise, Ruwashi, Auntie is still in the hospital. Why didn't you take care of her at the hospital? Why did you come to the company instead? Qin Ruwashi quickly said, my mother's condition has stabilized. I've hired a nurse to take care of her. The preparations for the new company are at a critical stage. You've entrusted this matter to me, so how can I let it go? Otherwise, how can I repay your kindness in saving my mother? Guo Chao looked at Qin Ruwashi and nodded with satisfaction. He was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. At this time, Qin Ruwashi saw Guo Chao and said, Guo Chao, the production line construction cycle is too long. I plan to find a few existing pharmaceutical companies and let them do the production. We just need to do a good job of quality control, and then our production will be able to increase quickly. Guo Chao's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He nodded and agreed directly, Ruwashi, just arrange this matter. I fully support you. Qin Ruwashi nodded and turned to leave. Looking at Qin Ruwashi's enchanting back, Guo Chao's mind suddenly emerged with the seductive backline of her in the bathroom last night, and a sudden fire rose in his lower abdomen. Guo Chao quickly shook his head. How did he become like this? At this moment, Lin Xiaoro walked in and saw Guo Chao staring at the door. She immediately thought of Qin Ruwashi who had just left. She understood immediately, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Then she closed the door with her backhand and locked it. She came to Guo Chao and said with a smile, Missing Qin Gong? Guo Chao reacted, his old face flushed. He glared at her and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Xiaoro glanced at Guo Chao and said jokingly, The elder brother is not as honest as the younger brother. Guo Chao's face flushed, and he squeezed his legs together. He glared at Lin Xiaoro and said, Xiaoro, I'm really too busy here. From now on, you can be my assistant and help me share some of the work. As for the salary, it will be at the level of vice president. Lin Xiaorou's eyes suddenly lit up. Her efforts finally paid off. She suppressed her joy, went over and sat on Guo Chao's lap, said with a seductive look, "Brother, I want to thank you very much." At the hospital, Chen Dai looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, "Dad, if Meng Hao hadn't invited Dr. Song this time, Mom would have been in real danger. When the company was in trouble, they paid for it. When my mother was seriously ill, they hired a miracle doctor to treat her. They are much better than Guo Chao. Will you still bother Meng Hao in the future?" Chen Yongxiang opened his mouth, sighed, and was unable to close it. After all, the other person saved his wife's life. If he said anything more, it would be too ungrateful. But he really didn't want the two of them to be together. After thinking for a while, he looked at Chen Dai and said, "Xiao Dai, let me ask you one thing. If we don't beg Guo Chao to let us go, he will let Dingsheng Group continue to target Chen Pharmaceuticals. Chen Pharmaceuticals will inevitably go bankrupt. How can we solve this problem?" Chen Dai frowned when he heard this. Meng Hao, who was standing next to him, said directly, "Uncle Chen, even after leaving Dingsheng Group, Chen Pharmaceutical will continue to develop normally." After saying that, he extended the phone in front of Chen Dai. "Qin Ruoshi has newly established a pharmaceutical company and is now recruiting OEM manufacturers. With your previous relationship with Qin Ruoshi and the complete factory equipment of Chen Pharmaceutical, you will definitely win the bid. I've heard that Qin Ruoshi's newly developed drug is incredibly effective, far superior to our original product. Once it's on the market, it's sure to be a huge hit. If we can take advantage of this, all our problems will be solved." Chen Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this. "Meng Hao, you've solved a huge problem this time. Thank you. I've decided to appoint you as the company's vice president, giving you full responsibility for this matter." Chen Yongxiang frowned when he heard this. "Xiao Dai, isn't this too reckless?" But Chen Dai said confidently, "Not reckless at all, Dad. You've always said that we should know people and assign them to the right positions. Now that Meng Hao has demonstrated his abilities, what else do you have to doubt? Besides, he's the only one around me who can help me right now. Just agree to it." Chen Yongxiang still wanted to refuse, but when he thought of his wife's health condition, he knew he might have to trouble Song Hui again someday, and then he would have to use Meng Hao. So he swallowed the words back, looked at Meng Hao, frowned, and said, "I hope you will sincerely help Chen Dai in the future. If you do anything weird, don't blame me for being rude." Before Meng Hao could say anything, Chen Dai spoke first. "Oh, of course Meng Hao is sincerely helping me, you don't have to doubt it at all. Okay, you stay here and take care of my mom, Meng Hao, and I will go do some serious business." After saying that, he and Meng Hao left directly, went outside, got in the car, rushed to Chen Pharmaceutical, then prepared the bid and submitted it to Qin Ruoshi. Chen Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Meng Hao and said with a smile, "The trouble will be solved soon. I really want to thank you very much this time. Why are you being so polite to me?" Meng Hao said with a smile. He looked at Chen Dai's stunning face, her charming figure, and the alluring scenery under her collar. Suddenly, an impulse arose. He grabbed Chen Dai's hand and said hurriedly, "Xiao Dai, I love you." Then he lowered his head and kissed her pretty face. Chen Dai was stunned for a moment, then quickly turned her head away, blushing and saying, "Meng Hao, don't do this." Meng Hao didn't expect Chen Dai to reject him. He immediately became anxious and glared at her, shouting, "Are you still thinking about Guo Chao? He's already betrayed you and got together with your second aunt. Why would you still want him?" Hearing this, Chen Dai's face flashed with anger. She gritted her teeth and said, "Meng Hao, I will divorce him when this bid is successful. Guo Chao hurt him so much, it's time to break up with him." Meng Hao's eyes lit up instantly when he heard this. Now that they were divorced, he could easily climb into Chen Dai's bed. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Okay, let's go to the bidding now." Chen Dai nodded, packed up, and left the company with Meng Hao, heading towards the Dihao Hotel where the bidding was being held. In the CEO's office at Dingsheng Group, Lin Xiaorou lay in Guo Chao's arms, trembling all over. She stared at Guo Chao and said with a frightened look on her face, "Akeo, are you a human or an animal? You almost killed me. You asked for it." Guo Chao said while smoking, "It's my own fault. I can't live without you." Lin Xiaorou hugged Guo Chao again. But at this time, Qin Ruoshi called Guo Chao and said, "Guo Chao, several companies have submitted their bids. Please come over and take charge. After all, this is a serious matter." Guo Chao pondered for a moment and nodded, "Okay, I can go, But I don't want to reveal my identity yet, so as to avoid complications with my divorce from Chen Dai. Shin Ruwashi agreed and hung up the phone. Guo Chao got dressed, got out of bed, left Dingsheng Group, and drove quickly to the Dihao Hotel. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw the two people he least wanted to see. Meng Hao, Chen Dai. Chapter 35. I said you wouldn't get the bid today, now you believe it. The two people walked very close, talking and laughing, with very ambiguous expressions. Chen Dai's face was full of smiles, completely different from the cold and indifferent person she was when she was with him before. He said to Chen Dai more than once with a smile that she looked more beautiful when she smiled, but Chen Dai responded to him coldly, saying that she just didn't like laughing. Now Guo Chao finally understood that it wasn't that she didn't like to laugh, she just didn't want to laugh to herself. But all this has nothing to do with me anymore. Guo Chao immediately withdrew his gaze and prepared to walk towards the hotel, but at this moment Meng Hao saw him, turned his eyes to Chen Dai and said, "Xiao Dai, look, Guo Chao." Chen Dai turned to look at Guo Chao, her expression suddenly cold. She came over and confronted Guo Chao, looking at him bluntly and saying, "What are you doing here? Do you want me to ruin my business?" Before Guo Chao could say anything, Meng Hao, who was standing beside him, spoke first. "Guo Chao, Chen Dai doesn't mind you being a coward or having nothing. She sincerely wants to follow you. But not only did you cheat on her with her second aunt, you also encouraged Su Su to target Chen Pharmaceuticals. Do you think you've done Chen Dai justice?" As soon as he finished speaking, Guo Chao suddenly raised his hand and slapped him in the face. He looked at him coldly and said, "What kind of garbage bag are you? How can you hold so much?" "Meng Hao!" Chen Dai exclaimed, and hurried over to support Meng Hao. Seeing how swollen his face was, she immediately flew into a rage. She turned and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily, "Guo Chao, you are too barbaric. Apologize to Meng Hao immediately, or I will never forgive you." Guo Chao turned and left, and his cold voice came from behind him, "Okay, I want to see how you can't let me go." Seeing Guo Chao being so arrogant, Chen Dai was furious. She stared at his back and shouted, "Guo Chao, don't think you can defeat me by relying on my second aunt. You're overthinking it. I'm here today to get the bid and make Chen Pharmaceutical develop rapidly. I want you to know that you can't do anything to me. In front of me, you will always be a creeper." Hearing this, Guo Chao stopped, turned his head to look at Chen Dai, and said with a chuckle, "I bet you won't get the bid today, do you believe it?" After saying that, he turned away. "You?" Chen Dai was so angry when she heard what Guo Chao said. But Meng Hao quickly said, "Xiao Dai, he's a coward, how could he possibly influence such a major event? He's just saying some polite words, why get angry about it? With our strength, you're guaranteed to get the bid today." Chen Dai finally let out a breath, and then went into the large conference room on the second floor with Meng Hao. There were already quite a few business owners sitting in the large conference room. Meng Hao glanced around and said to Chen Dai, "Xiao Dai, you see, no one in power can match your strength. This time, you will definitely succeed in obtaining the bid." A confident smile also appeared on Chen Dai's face. Meng Hao quickly took advantage of the situation and said with a smile, "If you successfully obtain the bid today, don't forget to divorce Guo Chao." Chen Dai snorted coldly, I would have done it even if you didn't tell me. I just don't want to see him now." When Meng Hao heard this, he was overjoyed. As long as they got divorced, he could eat Chen Dai with a clear conscience. Two people went over and sat down. Not long after, one person walked into the large conference room, sat at the front desk, and then scanned the entire room. The person who came was Guo Chao. Seeing Guo Chao, Chen Dai's pupils suddenly constricted. Why was he here? And why was he sitting in that position? Guo Chao, without even looking at her, announced directly, "Before the bidding begins, I would like to announce that Chen's Pharmaceuticals does not meet the bidding conditions. Please withdraw first." When Chen Dai heard this, her face turned green. Meng Hao could no longer bear it, and suddenly stood up, glaring at Guo Chao and shouting. This bidding ceremony was presided over by President Shin Ruwashi. What qualifications do you have to speak nonsense here? As soon as he finished speaking, a calm voice sounded from the direction of the door, "Do I say he has the qualifications?" As the words were spoken, a stunningly beautiful woman in a professional suit walked into the conference room. "Engineer Chin!" Chen Dai shouted upon seeing the newcomer. "Engineer Chin, we at Chen Pharmaceuticals are the strongest on the scene. Why are you kicking us out?" Shin Ruwashi looked at her coldly and said, "Because you have bad character." "I Chen Dai was extremely embarrassed when she heard Qin Ruoshi's almost insulting words. At this time, Guo Chao leaned back in his chair, looked at Chen Dai with a mocking expression and said, "I told you that you wouldn't get the bid today, now you believe it." "You." Looking at Guo Chao's smug look, Chen Dai's face turned green with anger. At this time, manhwa glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "Guo Chao, Chen Dai is devoted to you, but you keep targeting her for no reason. Don't you think that's too much?" As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Ruoshi came up to him and slapped him hard in the face. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to shout here? You." Manghao didn't expect Qin Ruoshi to suddenly attack him, and his lips trembled with anger. But Qin Ruoshi ignored him, turned around and looked at the security guards behind her, and ordered coldly, "Go ahead, clean up this garbage." Several people responded and rushed over, grabbing Manghao's hair and dragging him outside. "What are you doing? Let him go!" Chen Dai screamed and followed him out. Seeing Chen Dai's worried look, Guo Chao's eyes flashed with sarcasm, and he said coldly, "Go back and sign the divorce agreement as soon as possible." Furious, Chen Dai turned around, glared at Guo Chao, and shouted, "I promised you I would sign, but listen to me, you're not the one getting a divorce, I'm the one kicking you out." After saying that, he snorted coldly and turned away. Manghao was dragged out of the hotel and thrown outside. Chen Dai looked at Manghao, who was covered in wounds, and her eyes turned red with heartache. She quickly said, "Manghao, I'll take you to the hospital." After saying that, he helped Manghao into the car and drove towards the hospital. In the car, Chen Dai frowned and said, "I remember the last time we begged Qin Ruoshi to return to Chen Pharmaceutical, he told us to go find Guo Chao. This time, Guo Chao attacked us again. Could it be that Guo Chao really has such powerful power that Qin Ruoshi is so obedient?" "Bullshit." Manghao pouted, "If he truly possessed powerful energy, would he still be willing to be your gigolo and cook for you? Then why does Qin Ruoshi listen to him so much?" Chen Dai looked at Manghao puzzledly and asked. Manghao's eyes rolled and he said, "I understand. Guo Chao must have hooked up with Qin Ruoshi and slept with him. That's why Qin Ruoshi listens to him so much." "No way." Chen Dai shook her head. Having been with Qin Ruoshi for so long, she knew her very well. She was known for being aloof and cold towards almost all men. How could she possibly be interested in Guo Chao? It's absolutely impossible. Manghao sneered and said, "Some women appear serious on the surface, but are actually quite chaotic in private. Qin Ruoshi might be one of them. She couldn't resist Guo Chao's temptation and slept with him. There's no other explanation except this. But Guo Chao is not that kind of person." Chen Dai said with a frown. Hearing Chen Dai still speaking for Guo Chao, Manghao immediately became anxious. "Xiao Dai, he dares to have an affair with your second aunt, what else can he not do?" The knife hit Chen Dai's soft spot directly. Chen Dai suddenly became furious and yelled something. When Manghao heard it, he was so excited that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Chapter 36, Catching an Adulterer and a Couple, Catching a Thief and Seizing Stolen Goods. Chen Dai shouted angrily, "He's still a bastard. Why should I still cling to him? I'll sign the divorce agreement soon." When Manghao heard this, he was overjoyed. Today's beating was not in vain. The two of them came to the hospital and the doctor examined Manghao. Fortunately, it was only a superficial injury, and Chen Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. She supported Manghao and walked out of the doctor's office. She happened to see Chen Yongxian coming out to get some water. Chen Yongxian saw Chen Dai and asked hurriedly, "Didn't you go to the bidding? Why are you in the hospital?" Chen Dai said, "I just came back from the bidding site." Before she could finish her words, Chen Yongxiang interrupted her hastily, "What's the result? It must have been successful." "Bullshit success." Chen Dai angrily recounted what happened. Manghao, standing nearby, also added fuel to the fire. "It's all because of that Guo Chao. He and Qin Ruoshi are in cahoots. Otherwise, with our relationship with Qin Ruoshi and our strength, we would definitely be able to get the bid." "Guo Chao and Qin Ruoshi are together?" Chen Yongxian's eyes almost popped out of his head when he heard this. How is that possible? Guo Chao is not that kind of frivolous person. He is involved with my second aunt. Do you think he is that kind of person? Chen Dai was furious when she heard Chen Yongxian still speaking for Guo Chao. Then what do you say we should do? We didn't get the opportunity to cooperate with Qin Ruoshi this time, and we didn't settle things with Guo Chao either. What do you think will happen to Chen Pharmaceutical in the future? Chen Yongxian looked at Chen Dai and said helplessly. Chen Dai was also stunned. Chen Yongxiang thought for a moment, then looked at Chen Dai and said, Xiao Dai, you see, the key to this matter lies with Guo Chao. If the relationship with Guo Chao improves, not only will the cooperation with Qin Ruoshi be promising, but Dingsheng Group will also stop suppressing us. Wouldn't the whole game be better? So, you should make an appointment with Guo Chao and have a good talk. Before he could finish his words, Meng Hao couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, Uncle Chen, that Guo Chao not only hooked up with second aunt, but also stole Haijun's girlfriend. He's a scumbag. Why did you let Xiao Dai go and reconcile with him? You're pushing Xiao Dai into a pit of fire. I think Xiao Dai should divorce him immediately. Seeing that the two were about to divorce, he would be able to marry the beautiful woman, so how could he tolerate any complications now? Guo Chao snatched Xiao Rou? Chen Yongxiang keenly grasped the crux of the matter. Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. The two of them were very intimate together. Meng Hao said firmly. Chen Yongxiang looked at Meng Hao, frowning and saying, they're relatives, so what's wrong with them being a little affectionate? Is this evidence of their misconduct? Aren't you being too arbitrary? Meng Hao quickly explained, no, Xiao used to have a very good relationship with the Navy. Ever since Guo Chao went to Dingsheng Group and had the opportunity to meet Xiao alone, Xiao has severed ties with the Navy. Isn't that obvious? Before he could finish his words, Chen Yongxiang interrupted him, obviously, that's bullshit. These are just your speculations. You're catching an adulterer, catching a thief and taking possession of stolen goods. Without any real evidence, this is all nonsense. You're clearly trying to sow discord between them to achieve your ulterior motives. I'm warning you now. If you dare to instigate a divorce again, I will not hesitate. Meng Hao stared at Chen Yongxiang intently. He really wanted to chop him. But Chen Yongxiang didn't look at him anymore. He turned his head and looked at Chen Dai and said directly, Xiao Dai, don't mention divorce from Guo Chao anymore. I will never agree to this. Go to Guo Chao as soon as possible and ask for his forgiveness. You are too embarrassed to ask Guo Chao out, so I will do it. Tomorrow is my birthday, so I will use this as an excuse to ask Guo Chao out. You two can meet and have a good chat. Uncle Chen, isn't your birthday next month? Meng Hao quickly reminded. Next month is the lunar calendar, and this month is the solar calendar. Do you understand? Chen Yongxiang glared at Meng Hao and shouted. Meng Hao. Chen Yongxiang didn't even look at Meng Hao anymore. He looked at Chen Dai and said, it's settled. Get ready. We'll meet tomorrow at noon. After saying that, he turned and left. After taking a few steps, he turned back to Chen Dai and ordered, by the way, don't let Meng Hao go over there again. Guo Chao doesn't like to see him. Then he left without looking back. Meng Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. This old guy was determined to ruin his relationship with Chen Dai. Humph, just wait and see, I will never let you get what you want. The next morning, as soon as Guo Chao entered the office, Lin Xiao followed him in, closed the office door, locked it behind him, and then came to Guo Chao, stretched out her hand, bent down and whispered in his ear, smiled frivolously, and said, handsome guy, let's get to work. As he spoke, a small hand had already reached into Guo Chao's collar. Guo Chao turned his head and looked at Lin Xiao helplessly and said, Lin Xiao, we can't go to work and do this all the time. Can I still work? Lin Xiao looked at Guo Chao, chuckled and said, why, were you drained by President Su last night? Hey, little dog, your fighting ability is not good enough. Fuck you. Hearing Lin Xiao say that she couldn't do it, Guo Chao's anger was immediately aroused. He stood up, put one hand around Lin Xiao's slender waist, tucked her under his armpit, went to the suite, threw her on the bed, and said viciously, I'll let you know today whether I can do it or not. I don't know how long it took, but Lin Xiao completely collapsed in Guo Chao's arms, turning into a puddle of mud. Guo Chao took the cigarette box and was about to smoke a cigarette, but at this moment, his phone rang. Guo Chao took the phone and saw that it was Chen Yongxiang. He hesitated for a moment, then answered the call. Hello, Uncle Chen. Chen Yongxiang smiled bitterly and said, why, you don't even call me dad anymore. Guo Chao said nothing. Chen Yongxiang smiled bitterly and said, okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Today is my birthday, and I'm thinking of getting together with my family. Let's meet in room 8 of the Hilton Hotel at noon. Are you free? Guo Chao frowned immediately. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Chen family now. Hearing Guo Chao's silence, Chen Yongxiang quickly said, Guo Chao, I know that Chen Dai hurt your heart and you hate her, but Dad didn't do anything to let you down. On the contrary, I've been trying to persuade Chen Dai to get back together with you. Dad really likes you as his son-in-law. If you don't attend this birthday ceremony, I will be really sad. Give Dad a favor, come on, okay? By the end of the sentence, the voice was full of pleading. Guo Chao pondered for a moment, then finally nodded and agreed, okay, I'll go. In the Chen family, Chen Yongxiang was quite nice to him, and in the matter of Chen Dai and Meng Hao, Chen Yongxiang had indeed always stood on his side, so he gave him this face. Chen Yongxiang said excitedly, I knew you would give me this face. Okay, see you at noon. Guo Chao hung up the phone and nudged Lin Xiao, who was unable to open her eyes. Hey, it's Chen Yongxiang's birthday today. We want to get together at the hotel at noon. Do you want to go? Chen Haijun and I have already broken up. What identity should I go with? Lin Xiao glared at Guo Chao. The next moment, she suddenly became excited and raised her head and tilted it, saying, how about I go with you as your girlfriend? Do you dare? Are you crazy? Guo Chao glared at Lin Xiao. If Su knew about this, she'd probably kill me with a knife. After saying that, he stood up, dressed, and walked outside. Lin Xiao angrily glared at Guo Chao's back, gritting her teeth in her heart. Guo Chao, I will definitely pull your heart to my side. Guo Chao came to the outside of the company. He really didn't want to face Chen Dai alone. He thought about calling Su and asking her to go with him, but in the end he gave up the idea. I took my second aunt to see my ex-father-in-law. This was not to celebrate his birthday, but to send him to the hospital. Forget it, just ignore Chen Dai. He got in the car and drove away from the company. 20 minutes later, he arrived at the Hilton Hotel, then came to private room number 8 and pushed the door open. However, the scene in front of him stunned him. Chapter 37 Meng Hao has cancer. Guo Chao was surprised to see that only Chen Dai and Chen Yongxiang were sitting in the private room. Why are there only 2 of them? When Chen Yongxiang saw Guo Chao, he quickly stood up and greeted him warmly, child, come and sit down. After saying that, he came over, pulled Guo Chao over, and sat down next to Chen Dai. Guo Chao looked at Chen Yongxiang and asked in confusion, isn't today your birthday? Why? After all, it's a birthday celebration. Not to mention relatives and friends, the whole family should be there. It's really not right for just the 2 of them to be there. Chen Yongxiang immediately understood what Gu Chen meant, and said with a smile, oh, your aunt is still in the hospital and it's not convenient for her to come over. That brat Haijun said he had something to do and couldn't come over, so today it's just the 3 of us who are left here. But it's nice for the 3 of us to sit together, have a meal, and chat. Guo Chao didn't say anything more. It didn't matter to him who came, so he looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, Uncle Chen, happy birthday to you. Thank you, kid. Chen Yongxiang said with a smile, then glared at Chen Dai, who was sitting there with her head down and silent, and said, why don't you say anything? Hurry up and pour some wine for Guo Chao. When Chen Dai heard this, her brows immediately furrowed. At home, Guo Chao has the lowest status. Whenever something happens, Guo Chao is always the one running around to take care of things. These chores are his, but today she has to serve him herself. Chen Dai feels very uncomfortable. But thinking that he had important things to do today, he held his breath and poured a glass of wine and pushed it in front of Guo Chao. Chen Yongxiang picked up the wine glass, raised it towards Guo Chao, and said with a smile, kid, let's have a drink. But Guo Chao shook his head, I'm driving, I can't drink. As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Dai exploded, glaring at him and shouting, why didn't you say you didn't want to drink earlier? Why did you ask me to pour you some wine? Are you kidding me? In the past, at home, if Guo Chao did something not to her liking, she would start scolding him. She was used to it, so when she saw Guo Chao being so disrespectful, she didn't hesitate to confront him. As usual, Guo Chao would have stood up, bowed and apologized with a smile, but today Guo Chao just sat there motionless, completely ignoring what she said. Seeing Guo Chao's rebellious behavior, Chen Dai was immediately furious and was about to explode, but Chen Yongxiang glared at her and said, today is my birthday, can you please speak properly? Chen Dai was so angry, but remembering that she had important things to do today, she suppressed her anger and shut her mouth. Chen Yongxiang sat down next to Guo Chao and sighed, my child, you and Xiao Dai were such a good couple, but now it's become like this. After listening to Chen Yongxiang's words and looking at the situation in front of him, Guo Chao instantly understood what Chen Yongxiang and his daughter were up to today. It was clear that they were using the name of his birthday to persuade him to reconcile with Chen Dai. Thinking of this, he interrupted Chen Yongxiang directly, Uncle Chen, I still have some things to do, I'll leave first. After saying that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Chen Yongxiang got anxious when he saw this. He quickly stood up, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Son, at least eat your birthday cake before you leave. It makes me sad if you leave like this." By the end of his speech, his voice had become hoarse and he looked very emotional. Guo Chao thought about it and finally sat down. In the Chen family, Chen Yongxiang treats him well. Today is his birthday after all, so let's just do as he wishes. Seeing Guo Chao finally sit down, Chen Yongxiang breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, "I'll go and ask them to send the cake over quickly. You sit for a while, I'll be back soon." After saying that, he glared at Chen Dai and said, "Treat Guo Chao well and don't be so taciturn." Then he hurried away, closing the door behind him. Chen Dai lowered her head and drank tea without saying a word, waiting for Guo Chao to speak first. Because in the past, whenever she was angry and didn't speak, no matter whether he was right or wrong, Guo Chao would come over and show his goodwill to her, and she had long been accustomed to it. Besides, it was clearly his fault this time, and he should bow to me. But after waiting for a long time, there was no movement from Guo Chao. She looked up in confusion and saw Guo Chao holding his cell phone, tapping it non-stop with a smile on his face. It was obvious that he was happily chatting with someone. Seeing this scene, Chen Dai was furious. She was sitting in front of him, and he was chatting happily with others. What did he think of her? Air. At that moment, he really wanted to get up and leave, and never give Guo Chao any more chances. But he quickly realized that he needed his help today, and if he didn't speak up, the Chen family's current troubles would be difficult to solve. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, glared at Guo Chao and said reluctantly, "I'll give you another chance, let's make peace." After saying that, she looked at Guo Chao, expecting to see him overjoyed and ecstatic, but she was surprised to see that Guo Chao just sat there, ignoring her and continued to send WeChat messages. Chen Dai could no longer hold back. She slammed the table and glared at Guo Chao, shouting, "I've already bowed to you, so what's with this attitude? How have I wronged you? I just took care of manhwa and was a little late for the wedding ceremony. Why would you treat me like this?" Hearing Chen Dai's outrageous words, Guo Chao finally looked up at her and laughed. "You and I have already made an engagement and we are married, but you are having an affair with another man. Do you think this is normal? Do you think this is a trivial matter? A wedding ceremony is such an important thing in life, but you stood me up, stood everyone up, and made me a laughingstock. And this is a small matter to you? Come on, tell me what a big deal is." Chen Dai was speechless for a moment, but the next moment she glared at Guo Chao and said, "I did do something wrong, but aren't you also wrong? Just because of such a small matter, you actually confessed your love for my aunt at the wedding ceremony and slapped me in the face. Isn't that excessive? I didn't even care about this and lowered myself to make peace with you. What else do you have to say?" But she quickly remembered that she hadn't come here to argue with Guo Chao today, but to get down to business. So she suppressed her anger and said, "I know you mind me and Meng Hao getting close. I promise to keep my distance from him from now on. Is that okay?" But before she could finish her words, the phone rang urgently. When Guo Chao heard the ringtone, he immediately knew who was calling. Chen Dai picked up the phone reflexively and answered it, quickly saying, "Meng Hao." The tone instantly became extremely gentle, which was a stark difference from the cold and arrogant attitude he had towards Guo Chao just now. Meng Hao's distressed voice rang out over the phone, "Xiao Dai, I'm in the hospital now. The doctor just examined me and suspects I have cancer." At this point, his voice suddenly became hoarse. "Xiao Dai, I'm so sad for you now, can you come to the hospital to accompany me?" Chen Dai's reaction made Guo Chao's eyes narrow suddenly. Chapter 38 Another Solution to the Problem. When Chen Dai heard this, she exclaimed, "Cancer? How is that possible?" The next moment he slumped down in his chair. That reaction was even more serious than Su Mei's. But she quickly reacted and shouted, "Meng Hao, wait a minute, I'll be right there with you." After saying that, he stood up, hurriedly picked up his bag and turned to leave. He walked too hastily and his foot hit the chair, and the blood suddenly spurted out. But she seemed to feel nothing and continued to run outside. When he was almost at the door, he suddenly remembered Guo Chao, turned around and looked at him and said, "Guo Chao, I have something urgent to do. You wait here. I will come back naturally when I am done." After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. Guo Chao chuckled, "I'm really worried about you." Chen Dai, who had already reached the door, heard Guo Chao's mocking voice and immediately became furious. She suddenly turned around and glared at Guo Chao, shouting, "Meng Hao has cancer. He may not have much time left. Do you know how miserable he is right now? What's your attitude? Do you have any sympathy? I'm going to see what's wrong with him." This is unreasonable. After saying that, she didn't even look at Guo Chao, picked up her bag and left. Even Guo Chao, who had already planned to let Shindai go completely, couldn't help but clench his fists when he saw the scene. In her heart, Meng Hao is always important. As long as Meng Hao has something to do, she can throw him aside like garbage at any time. Thinking about how he had been devoted to him and licked him like a dog over the past few years, Guo Chao showed a miserable smile on his face. He really was blind before. But everything is over, and I will never have anything to do with her again. Guo Chao stood up and walked outside, but as soon as he walked out of the room, he saw Chen Yongxiang rushing towards him with a cake. When he saw Guo Chao coming out, he hurried over and said with a smile, "You must be waiting impatiently. Come in quickly and let's start eating cake." But Guo Chao shook his head and said, "Eat it yourself. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Chen Yongxiang got anxious when he saw it. "Oh, I haven't eaten the cake yet, how can I leave?" After saying that, he shouted into the room, "Xiao Dai, Guo Chao is about to leave, hurry out and stop him." But he was stunned when he was halfway through his words. There was no sign of Chen Dai in the room. He turned his head to look at Guo Chao and asked doubtfully, "Where's Xiao Dai?" "Ask her." Guo Chao said calmly and left. Chen Yongxiang shouted hurriedly, "Guo Chao, don't leave. Come back." But Guo Chao left without looking back. "Why did you leave?" Chen Yongxiang shouted, picked up the phone and called Chen Dai. "Chen Dai, didn't I ask you to take good care of Guo Chao? Where did you go?" Chen Dai's urgent voice rang out on the phone, "Dad, Meng Hao may have been diagnosed with cancer. He's suffering in the hospital now. I have to go and accompany him." "Go to hell." Chen Yongxiang exploded upon hearing this, no wonder Guo Chao left in anger. "It turns out you're involved with that bastard again. Don't you know that Guo Chao doesn't dare to see Meng Hao right now? To avoid Guo Chao getting angry, I specifically told you not to let Meng Hao come over. But you left Guo Chao hanging and went to meet that bastard in private. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" But before he could finish his words, Shindai interrupted him confidently, "Meng Hao has cancer and may not have much time left. What's wrong with asking him to wait a while? Is he that important? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to go to the hospital. What does his life or death have to do with us, that bastard? Don't you want the Chen family anymore? Don't you know how important today's meeting with Guo Chao is?" Chen Yongxiang was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He roared angrily, but before he could finish his words, the phone was hung up. "Fuck you." Chen Yongxiang was so angry that he threw the cake in his hand to the ground, shaking all over. The next moment he roared angrily, "You bastard, just wait for me." After saying that, he rushed out, got in the car, and drove towards the hospital. Half an hour later, he arrived at the hospital. As soon as he entered the outpatient building, he saw Chen Dai helping Meng Hao out. Meng Hao put one hand on Chen Dai's shoulder, and Chen Dai held his waist, appearing extremely intimate. Seeing this scene, Chen Yongxiang's face turned green. But Chen Dai looked at him and shouted happily, "Dad has good news for you. Meng Hao got the wrong medical records. He's fine. I'm so happy. I'm happy for your mother." Chen Yongxiang was so angry that his lips trembled. Meng Hao looked at Chen Yongxiang's furious expression, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He quickly let go of Chen Dai and said with a guilty look on his face, "Xiao Dai, did I make Uncle Chen angry? If so, I'll leave. I can't let you two have conflicts because of me." He spoke but stood there motionless. Seeing that this guy was still trying to establish himself at this time, Chen Yongxiang could no longer tolerate it and roared, "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." After saying that, he rushed over and punched Meng Hao in the face. "Meng Hao!" Seeing Meng Hao's bruised face, Chen Dai screamed and quickly protected him. She turned around and glared at Chen Yongxiang, shouting, "Dad, are you crazy?" "I'm fucking crazy. I'm going to beat him to death today." Chen Yongxiang roared with bloodshot eyes and was about to rush over again, but Chen Dai glared at him and shouted, "Don't forget, he saved my mother's life. Aren't you being ungrateful?" Chen Yongxiang was stunned for a moment. Chen Dai glared at Chen Yongxiang and continued, "Also, if you force him away, who will ask Divine Dr. Song if my mother's condition relapses? You? Will Divine Dr. Song give you this face?" This directly hit Chen Yongxiang's sore spot. Chen Yongxiang completely lost his temper. He glared at Chen Dai and shouted helplessly, "If you completely drive Guo Chao away like this, What will happen to Chen Pharmaceutical? Are you going to give up the company? Before Chen Dai could say anything, Meng Hao spoke first. Uncle Chen, even without Guo Chao, Chen Pharmaceutical will still be safe and sound. Chen Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at Meng Hao and asked quickly, Meng Hao, do you have any other solutions to this problem? Right. Meng Hao said confidently, Xiao Dai, I heard that Su Su hasn't been to work for the past 2 days. I suspect it must be his behavior that has angered the boss behind Dingshan Group, so he's asking her to reflect at home. Did my aunt anger the boss behind the scenes? Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao puzzledly and asked. Yes, she angered the boss behind the scenes, so she's being punished. Meng Hao said firmly, think about it, if he's in the boss's position, how could he be a fool? How could he not see that Su Su severed her cooperation with Chen Pharmaceuticals for personal grudges, damaging the company's interests? The two of them must have fallen out. Chen Dai always believed Meng Hao's words without a doubt, so she nodded when she heard this. You have a point, but what does this have to do with us? Meng Hao smiled and said, of course it does. As long as we find the boss and explain the situation, and then build a good relationship with him, he will definitely resume cooperation with Chen Pharmaceuticals. Then all the problems will be solved. Chen Dai's eyes lit up and she said, what you said is a good way to solve the problem. But before she could finish her words, she said helplessly, but we don't even have the chance to contact that boss? Meng Hao's words instantly made Chen Dai's eyes light up. Chapter 39 ISNT This just a stab in the heart? Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and smiled, we don't have it, but Shiro does. Don't forget, she's an employee of Dingshan Group. I also heard that she's been promoted to assistant to the chairman. She must have a say in the boss. If she agrees to act as a go-between, wouldn't all the problems be solved? Xiao Rou has been promoted to assistant to the chairman now? How come I didn't know? Chen Dai looked surprised. Meng Hao smiled and said, Chen Pharmaceuticals is facing difficulties right now, and you're having a conflict with Guo Chao, and you're feeling upset. Of course, I have to be more considerate of you. After hearing Meng Hao's words, Chen Dai's eyes flashed with gratitude. Meng Hao, thank you. If you hadn't been by my side to help me, I really don't know what I would do. Xiao Dai, why are you still so polite to me? Meng Hao said with a smile. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Chen Yongxian couldn't stand it anymore. He glared at Meng Hao and said, I heard from Hai Jun that he and Xiao Rou have had a falling out. Will Xiao Rou be willing to help him? Meng Hao, however, said unconcernedly, Uncle Chen, how could we just end our relationship after such a long time? It's just a minor conflict, nothing more. But even couples have conflicts, let alone boyfriends and girlfriends. I think as long as he apologizes to Shiro, Shiro will definitely forgive him and return to him. Then the two of them can reconcile, and the problems of Chen Pharmaceutical can be solved. Everything will be smoothed out. Before Chen Yongxian could speak, Chen Dai was the first to agree. Meng Hao is absolutely right. Let's go and find the navy now. After saying that, he pulled Meng Hao away, walked a few steps, turned around and glared at Chen Yongxian and said, Dad, did you see that? Meng Hao is much stronger than Guo Chao. Don't even think about forcing me to see Guo Chao again. I'm sick of it. After saying that, he pulled Meng Hao away. After Chen Dai and Meng Hao left the hospital, Chen Dai called Chen Haijun directly. Hainan, where are you? I need you for something. What, you were at the Angel Bar? You went out drinking again, how did you become like this? Before she could finish her words, the phone was disconnected. Chen Dai said angrily while holding the phone, now all he does is drink all day long. He's completely useless. Meng Hao quickly said, it's understandable. Who wouldn't feel bad after having their girlfriend taken away? The next moment, he continued to throw dirty water on Guo Chao. It's all this evil done by this bastard. He even stole his own brother's wife. Is he still a human being? Chen Dai frowned and said, I still don't believe this. There's no way Guo Chao could be that kind of bastard. The facts are right in front of you, why don't you believe it? Meng Hao shouted hurriedly. Chen Dai shook her head and said, I'll investigate later. If he really did something so shameless, I will never forgive him. Let's not talk about him anymore. Let's go find Shiro directly. After saying that, he walked towards the car. Not looking for the navy anymore? Meng Hao asked doubtfully. He just drinks all day long. He's a hopeless case. What's the point of looking for him? Chen Dai said angrily. Meng Hao nodded, ran over quickly, drove the car over, took Chen Dai, and rushed to Lin Shiro's residence. In the car, he pretended to ask casually, by the way, Xiao Dai, didn't Uncle Chen ask you to meet Guo Chao? How did your talk go? Chen Dai's face suddenly turned cold when she heard this. Don't mention him. It makes me angry when you mention him. I've already given him enough face today, but he actually acted arrogantly in front of me. I gave him face. He's a poor, penniless man, and he even did such shameless things as cheating on you with your second aunt and hooking up with Xiao. And he's still putting on airs in front of you? Meng Hao said in surprise. Xiao Dai, can you still tolerate him after he's done this? Divorce him immediately. After hearing Meng Hao's words, a flash of anger crossed Chen Dai's face. She bit her red lips and said, once I've dealt with the boss of Dingsheng Group and resolved the crisis at Chen Pharmaceutical, I'll divorce him. Hearing that Chen Dai was about to get divorced, Meng Hao's heart was filled with excitement. There's finally some progress. I can eat hot food soon. He really wanted to hug Chen Dai and kiss her, but he knew that now was the time to establish his image and he couldn't be impatient, so he looked at Chen Dai and suppressed his excitement and said, don't worry, convincing Xiao Rou and winning over the boss of Dingsheng Group will definitely be successful. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the community where Lin Xiaorou lived. 20 minutes later, the two men arrived at Lin Xiaorou's residence, but no matter how they knocked on the door, no one answered. At this time, the neighbor across the street came out, looked at the two of them and said, this girl has moved away and doesn't live here at all. Chen Dai quickly asked, Auntie, do you know where Xiaorou moved to? The neighbor shook his head. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said, Xiao Dai, call Xiao Rou and see where she is now so we can go find her. Chen Dai looked at the gift in her hand and felt a sense of loss. Lin Xiaorou had actually moved to a new house, but she didn't even say hello to their family. It was obvious that they were much more unfamiliar with each other. Is it really possible to find Lin Xiaorou this time? She felt a sense of underestimation in her heart. But now, apart from finding Lin Xiaorou, she really couldn't think of a good solution. Forget it, I'd better call and ask her where she is first. She took out her phone and called Lin Xiaorou. Chapter 40. Guo Chao and Lin Xiaorou were caught in the act. Dingsheng Group, chairman's office. Lin Xiaorou came in from outside, looked at Guo Chao, who was preoccupied with the lawsuit, and asked doubtfully, didn't you go to celebrate Chen Yongqian's birthday? Why are you so caught up in the lawsuit? Did you go to eat or eat explosives? What do you mean by eating? You're clearly just trying to cause trouble for me. Guo Chao sat on the sofa and angrily recounted what had happened. Lin Xiaorou's eyes widened upon hearing this. Just one call from Meng Hao, and Chen Dai just left without looking back? I now completely understand. In her heart, Meng Hao is 100 times more important than you. The next moment, he said with a mocking look on his face, I really want to know, when she finds out about your identity and power, will she regret it so much that she'll bang her head against the wall? After saying that, she sat on Guo Chao's lap, held his shoulders and said, okay, don't be angry. You've been wronged by her, and I'm here to compensate you. After saying that, he hugged Guo Chao. But just as Guo Chao was getting into the groove, Lin Xiaorou's phone rang urgently. Guo Chao took her phone and hung up casually, then looked at Lin Xiaorou who was looking up. Keep going, don't stop. Lin Xiaorou smiled charmingly and hugged Guo Chao again. In the residential complex where Lin Xiaorou used to live, Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao helplessly and said, Xiaorou didn't answer the phone and just hung up. Hang up? Then let me try calling. Meng Hao said, then took out his phone and made a call. This time, the other party turned off the phone directly. Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao helplessly and said, she didn't even answer the phone. What should I do? Meng Hao thought for a moment and said, how about this? Let's wait for her at the entrance of the group. When she gets off work, we'll be able to see her then. Chen Dai nodded and drove quickly to Dingsheng Group. As soon as the car stopped, Chen Dai's phone rang urgently. Chen Dai answered the phone and listened for a while, then looked at Meng Hao and said, something happened at the company, I have to go back. Meng Hao smiled and said, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll wait here. Xiaorou and I are not strangers anyway. Chen Dai nodded and drove away. Meng Hao was waiting at the door. In the chairman's office of Dingsheng Group, Lin Xiaorou curled up in Guo Chao's arms, her whole body still trembling. She struggled to raise her fist and hit Guo Chao, saying with a fearful look on her face, who are you, or are you just an animal? How come you're so strong? Do you want to tear me apart? I'm really scared of you. Guo Chao burst into laughter and pointed at Lin Xiaorou's phone. Lin Xiaorou took the phone and looked at it, then looked up at Guo Chao and said, Dai and Meng Hao called, they must want me to beg you for mercy, to let me go. Guo Chao looked at Lin Xiao, then will you speak for them? Lin Xiao clearly sensed the danger in Guo Chao's words. She trembled suddenly and said obediently, brother, I am yours now. Anyone who opposes you is my enemy. I will never say a good word for them. Guo Chao nodded with satisfaction, you're so good, let me reward you again. After saying that, he turned over and pressed towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was so scared that her face turned pale. She quickly waved her hands and begged for mercy, brother, I won't dare to do it again, otherwise I will be killed by you today. After saying that, he hugged Guo Chao and said, can I sleep like this for a while? Seeing Lin Xiao's unbearable look after being whipped, Guo Chao let him go. After get off work in the afternoon, Lin Xiao looked at Guo Chao and said, come to my place for dinner tonight. It's also a way to celebrate my new home. Guo Chao agreed immediately. Lin Xiao handed a key to Guo Chao, you go home first, I'll go buy some vegetables and then come back. Seeing Guo Chao nod, Lin Xiao turned and left, walked out of the company and headed home. After waiting at the door for a long time, Meng Hao, who was as hot as a grandson, saw Lin Xiao coming out. His eyes lit up and he quickly followed her from the vegetable market to Baihua community. This is a big deal, and I can't explain it clearly in a few words on the road. It would be better to go back to Lin Xiao's place and talk slowly, which would produce a better result. Besides, after being exposed to the scorching sun for half a day, I was so hot that I was about to die. Wouldn't it be more comfortable to go to her house, cool down with the air conditioner, and chat with her? Meng Hao looked at Lin Xiao's back and said confidently, Lin Xiao has a very good impression of me. She will definitely listen to me. I will handle today's matter properly. Dai, just wait and be my good girl and go to bed with me. Guo Chao, you still want to fight me? You are not worthy. When you find out that I slept with your wife, I am really looking forward to your expression, huh? After saying that, he followed with the gift in his hand. Lin Xiao returned home and saw Guo Chao sitting on the sofa, looking at his phone. Come and help me get the food. Guo Chao stood up and walked to the door. Lin Xiao put the basket on the ground and before she could close the door, she jumped up impatiently, hugged Guo Chao's neck, and with a leap of her body, she wrapped her legs around his waist, tilted her head to look at him, and said with a charming look on her face, what were you thinking about just now? Were you thinking about me? No. Guo Chao shook his head and said seriously, you don't seem to be that charming yet. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes at Guo Chao, stepped back, and pushed up her t-shirt and bra. She leaned forward and said seductively, how about this? Looking at the blooming youth, Guo Chao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Lin Xiao also felt it, moved forward a little, and murmured, a chow, eat it. After saying that, he stuffed it directly into Guo Chao's mouth. Almost at the same time, Meng Hao came over with a gift box and said with a smile, hello, Xiao. Chapter 41, he gets beaten everywhere. He's become a complete punching bag. Before he could finish his words, he saw the scene in front of him and froze there. The gift box in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He had been using Lin Xiao to slander Guo Chao. In fact, he was just throwing dirty water on Guo Chao because he knew how much Lin Xiao hated Guo Chao and there was no way the two of them could get together. But when he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked and stood there in a daze. He didn't expect that his words would come true when the two of them actually got together. But Lin Xiao is Guo Chao's future sister-in-law, and he won't let her go too? Even the extremely thick-skinned Meng Hao felt that Guo Chao was too shameless. Hearing the noise outside, Lin Xiao turned around and saw Meng Hao standing there. Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly got off Guo Chao and pulled down her clothes to cover her body. Meng Hao glared at Guo Chao and gritted his teeth, well, Guo Chao, you can even kill your own sister-in-law. You are truly a beast. I will go back and tell Dai what you are. I will also let her know what kind of person you are. Then he glared at Lin Xiao and sneered, Lin Xiao, you look quite innocent, but I didn't expect that you would even hook up with your brother-in-law. You are such a shameless bitch. After saying this, he snorted contemptuously, turned around and left. But before he could take 2 steps, Guo Chao rushed over and kicked him in the back, saying coldly, dare to insult Xiao, I will destroy you. Meng Hao was unsteady on his feet and rolled down like a ball. His head hit the stairs, creating a hole in them. He screamed miserably in pain. He struggled to get up from the ground and was about to yell at Guo Chao when he saw Guo Chao rushing towards him with a weapon in hand. He screamed in fear and hurried downstairs. When he got there he yelled, Guo Chao, I won't let you go. Just wait for me. After saying that, he staggered out of the community. Standing on the street, Meng Hao covered his head with his hands, almost crying with anger. The injuries from Guo Chao's beating last time had not healed yet, and now he was beaten like this by Guo Chao again. This was a typical old injury not healed yet, and new injuries were added. He was completely treated as a human sandbag. Just when he was feeling frustrated, Chen Dai called him. Meng Hao, have you met Xiao Rou? How was the conversation? What the hell is this? I'm almost beaten to death. Meng Hao covered his head, almost crying with anger. Ah, Xiao Rou hit you? Chen Dai asked in surprise. It's not Xiao Rou, it's that bastard Guo Chao. Meng Hao shouted angrily. Didn't you go to see Xiao Rou? Why are you mixed up with Guo Chao again? Chen Dai was confused. Where are you now? I'm going to find you. A few minutes later, Chen Dai arrived by car. When he saw Meng Hao clutching his head with his face covered in blood, he exclaimed in shock and hurried over. How did you become like this? Let's go to the hospital. After saying that, he helped Meng Chao into the car and sped towards the hospital. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and quickly said, Xiao Dai, let me tell you, Guo Chao and Lin Xiao are really together. He briefly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Chen Dai shook her head and said, Meng Hao, I have some understanding of his character. No matter how wicked he is, he can't be this bad. No, Xiao Dai, I saw it with my own eyes. Why don't you believe it? Meng Hao was so anxious that he looked at Chen Dai and said, Xiao Dai, why are you still speaking well of Guo Chao? Are you still thinking about getting back together with him? He's ruined my family like this. He's done that to my second aunt. How could I still think of getting back together with him? How is that even possible? Chen Dai shook her head and said angrily, Okay, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's get down to business. Did you really not talk to Xiao Rou? As soon as I met her, Guo Chao kicked me downstairs. I almost fell to my death. What was I supposed to talk to? Meng Hao said angrily. And that Lin Xiao and Guo Chao are already together. How could she possibly help us? Seeing that Chen Dai was still a little unconvinced, Meng Hao regretted it so much. Just now when he was at the door, he was just looking at a trivial scene. It would have been better to just record the video with his mobile phone. Alas, it was my own carelessness that I missed the opportunity to completely defeat Guo Chao. Forget it, since the two of them are together, they will inevitably continue to cheat in the future. There will always be a chance for him to push me into bed again. When the time comes, I will take a video and put it in front of Chen Dai. I won't be afraid that she won't believe it. So Meng Hao didn't dwell on this matter anymore and rushed to the hospital with Chen Dai. Chen Dai took Meng Hao to get his wound bandaged. Just as they came out of the emergency room, they ran into Chen Yongxiang. Seeing the two of them, Chen Yongxiang quickly asked, Xiao Dai, how is your talk with the boss of Dingsheng Group going? He was halfway through his words when he saw Meng Hao, who was covered in blood, and asked in confusion, how did it become like this? He was beaten by Guo Chao. Meng Hao shouted angrily. Didn't you go to find Xiao Rou? How did you run into Guo Chao again? Chen Yongxiang was even more confused. Yes, I went to look for Xiao Rou, but I saw Guo Chao and him together. Meng Hao finally found an opportunity to throw dirty water on Guo Chao. Looking at Chen Yongxiang, he quickly said, Uncle Chen, I saw it with my own eyes. The two of them were hugging each other. To increase credibility, Meng Hao directly described the details. Xiao Rou even exposed her breasts and stuffed them into Guo Chao's mouth. Guo Chao was very enthusiastic about eating them. Shut up. But before Meng Hao could finish his words, Chen Yongxiang angrily interrupted him. Listen to what you're saying. I know you and Guo Chao don't get along, but you can't slander him like that. Also, don't you see Xiao Dai is still here? Seeing that Chen Yongxiang didn't believe it, Meng Hao was extremely anxious. No, Uncle Chen, what I said is all true. Shut up. I hate people throwing dirty water at others. He was interrupted by Chen Yongxiang again before he finished speaking. He ignored him and glared at Chen Dai and said, They said they could find Xiao Rou to settle the matter, but what's the truth? Besides throwing dirty water on Guo Chao, what else can he do? Don't be fooled by him anymore. The real thing is to go to Guo Chao tomorrow to admit your mistakes and get back together. If you don't listen to me and let the company go bankrupt, I will sever our father-daughter relationship. After saying that, he ignored the two of them and turned away. Seeing Chen Dai frowning and remaining silent, Meng Hao suddenly became anxious. He looked at her and said quickly, Xiao Dai, Guo Chao is a complete scumbag. You must never bow to him again. Chen Dai sighed and said, let's talk about it later. I can't make my dad angry again. After saying that, he turned and left with a somewhat unsteady step. Seeing this scene, Meng Hao was furious. Is your father so important? He gritted his teeth and said viciously in his heart, you bitch, why are you acting so arrogantly? I won't play with you anymore. If you want beautiful women, there are plenty of them. After saying that, he turned and left. But he had not walked far when the phone rang urgently. He picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID, and his face changed instantly. He really didn't want to answer the call, but he didn't dare. In the end, he answered the call. Before he could speak, a cold voice rang out from the phone. When will you pay me back the money you owe me? When will you deliver the beautiful woman you promised me? Are you planning to default on your debt? Meng Hao quickly put on a smile and said, oh, how dare I refuse to pay you? I will definitely pay you back, and I will send you back right away. But before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by the other party. Stop talking nonsense. I'll give you another week. If you can't pay me back and can't see me by then, you will bear all the consequences. No, a week is too short. Can you give me a few more days? Hello? Holding the phone with a busy tone, Meng Hao froze there. Thinking of the other party's cruel methods, he was so scared that he couldn't help but tremble all over. How could I forget about this? This time I went to find Chen Dai not just to pick up girls. Thinking of Chen Dai, he got a headache again. I originally thought that I was Chen Dai's white moonlight. When I came back to see her this time, I could make her climb onto my bed obediently with just a few words. Then I could make a video to threaten her and hand her and Chen's pharmaceutical to the creditors, and everything would be okay. But he never expected that Chen Dai would be so difficult to deal with. What was even more uncomfortable was that the creditor only gave him a week, which was too tight. What should I do? He finally understood that the only way now was to deal with the boss behind the Dingsheng Group and let the Dingsheng Group let Chen's pharmaceutical go. Only then would Chen Yongchang benefit and stop interfering, and he would have the opportunity to take down Chen Dai and Chen's pharmaceutical. But now I have no chance to meet the boss behind the scenes. How can I do it? Oh, I'm so worried. But the next moment, he thought of someone. His eyes lit up. He picked up the phone and sent a text message to Chen Dai. Xiao Dai, I have a way to deal with the boss behind Dingsheng Group. Chapter 42, Meng Hao uses his sister as a powerful weapon. Chen Dai quickly came out, looked at Meng Hao and asked hurriedly, Meng Hao, what solution can you give me? Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said, Dingsheng Group is looking for a secretary to the board. I'm planning to have my sister apply. She'll definitely be successful. With her looks and talent, she'll be able to easily convince the boss behind the scenes, and maybe even win him over. Meng Wan? Chen Dai's eyes widened when she heard this. Didn't you say that Meng Wan had already signed a cooperation agreement with a large company and would be able to start work immediately? She has a bright future. Why did you want her to come to a small place like Haicheng, and to Dingsheng Group? I know you are trying to help me, but isn't this too unfair to her? Meng Wan is Meng Hao's younger sister and also a classmate of Chen Dai's. Although they were not in the same class, Meng Wan became the brightest star among the students in that class with her outstanding appearance and excellent academic performance. In addition, Meng Hao often mentioned this sister in front of her, so how could she not know how outstanding Meng Wan was? Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said with deep affection, to help you overcome this difficult time, I'd risk everything. Hearing that Meng Hao was willing to sacrifice even his sister for her, Chen Dai was truly moved. She looked at Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao, thank you so much. Once the crisis at Chen Pharmaceuticals is resolved, I will divorce Guo Chao, and then. Although she didn't say the rest of the words, Meng Hao already understood what she meant. His heart was suddenly filled with joy. Everything was about to have results. Meng Hao suppressed his excitement and said to Chen Dai, you go back and take care of Auntie. I'll take care of my sister's affairs. You just need to wait for my good news. After saying goodbye to Chen Dai, he turned and left. After getting in the car, he took out his phone and made a call. When the call was connected, he said with a smile, Wan, it's been so long since we last contacted each other. I miss you. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the other party. Let's get down to business. Meng Hao smiled awkwardly and said, brother, I need your help. A friend of mine is being suppressed by a senior executive at Dingsheng Group, and his company is almost bankrupt. I want to help him, but I don't have any other channels. So, I want you to apply for the position of secretary to the board of directors at Dingsheng Group, and then help me get in touch with the boss. An angry voice rang out on the phone. Meng Hao, you clearly know that I already have a job, but for your own benefit and for the sake of your friends, you want to drag me to work for a small company, disregarding my future. Let me ask you, are you still human? Meng Hao quickly said, sister, just promise me. I won't cheat you. The other person snorted coldly and said, hasn't it been enough for you to cheat me? You cheated me out of my pocket money when I was little, and you cheated me out of my tuition when I grew up. What's even more infuriating is that you also cheated me out of the money I earned working abroad, leaving me so poor that I can't even afford to buy a pair of pants. Cough, cough, cough. Before the other person could finish her words, Meng Hao started coughing violently. Sister, I was a little too much before. I was wrong, but I hope you can help me one last time, for the sake of our brotherly relationship. Okay? Anyway, you haven't officially started yet, so you have some time. What if I don't agree? The other party said coldly. Meng Hao was immediately anxious when he heard this. Mengwan, have you forgotten that time when your parents weren't home and you had acute appendicitis? Who carried you to the hospital in the rain and saved your life? Now you won't even help me with this little favor. Do you have any conscience? The other party fell silent immediately. After a long while, he spoke coldly, since you saved my life, I will help you again. Send me the time and place. Also, let me be frank, if I knew you were cheating me again, I would sever our brother-sister relationship. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Meng Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said happily, as long as you take action, this matter will be almost certain. With your looks and talent, becoming the secretary to the board will be no problem at all. Then, you can impress the boss behind the scenes and convince him to let Chen Pharmaceutical go. Then I can capture Chen Dai, pay off my debts, and live a completely free life. Ha ha. The next moment, he stopped laughing and said through gritted teeth, Guo Chao, you bastard, you've always ruined my good deeds, and you even dared to hit me. Just wait, the day my sister takes down the boss behind the Dingsheng Group will be the day of your bad luck. After that, he picked up the phone and called Chen Dai. When the call was connected, he said excitedly, Xiao Dai, come outside the hospital. I have good news for you. After saying this, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Not long after, Chen Dai came out of the ward building and stood in front of Meng Hao. Before she could speak, Meng Hao went over and said excitedly, Xiao Dai, Meng Wan has agreed to come tomorrow morning to compete for the position of secretary to the board of directors of Dingsheng Group. Once she wins the position of CEO of Dingsheng Group, all the problems of Chen Pharmaceutical will be solved. Chen Dai's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked at Meng Hao and said happily, really? That's great, Meng Hao. Thank you so much this time. Seeing the dimples on Chen Dai's pretty face, Meng Hao's heart suddenly began to stir. He looked at Chen Dai and said affectionately, Xiao Dai, I have a lot to tell you. Let's go get a room and have a good chat. Seeing the fiery look in Meng Hao's eyes and hearing his words, Chen Dai instantly understood Meng Hao's intentions. She quickly shook her head and said, it's getting late, and you should rest. If you have anything to say, let's talk tomorrow. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Xiao Dai, Meng Hao called out urgently, didn't you promise me that you'd divorce Guo Chao and establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with me? Why are you like this now? Chen Dai's words almost caused Meng Hao to suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. Chapter 43 I was caught as a black carp. Chen Dai noticed Meng Hao's anger and quickly said, Meng Hao, the main reason is that my dad is reluctant to let Guo Chao go. But if you can really solve this big problem, I can use it to persuade my dad, and I will have the confidence, right? So the key issue now is to get this done first, don't you agree? After saying this, she turned and left. After walking a short distance, she turned back to look at Meng Hao, smiled charmingly, and said, Meng Hao, keep going. Then we entered the ward building. Looking at Chen Dai's back, Meng Hao was stunned. Meng Hao felt that he was not the one fishing, but rather the one being caught by Chen Dai as a black carp. He finally realized that Chen Dai was no longer the naive girl who believed everything he said. She obviously had her own agenda. But he quickly reacted, with a teasing smile on his lips, no matter how cunning the fox is, it can't beat the hunter. Just wait, your people and your Chen family's property will soon be mine. Chen Dai entered the ward building and thought about the troubles of Chen Pharmaceutical, which could be solved immediately. She felt depressed for several days and finally felt much better. She thought of Guo Chao, the instigator of all the trouble, and suddenly a surge of anger surged up. She snorted coldly and picked up the phone to call Guo Chao. Shilanbei Villa District, Villa Number 1, Guo Chao had just pushed the door open when Su Su came up to greet him cheerfully, smiling sweetly and saying, "Guo Chao, you're back." Then he bent down and put the slippers in front of him. After Guo Chao changed into slippers, he quickly took the briefcase from his hand and said gently, "You've been tired all day. Go sit on the sofa. I've prepared the food. I'll bring it over right away." After saying that, he turned and went to the kitchen. Looking at Susu's busy figure, Guo Chao suddenly thought, isn't this the same situation when he used to take care of Chen Dai? At that time, no matter how late Chen Dai came back, he would wait for her in the living room. As long as Chen Dai came back, he would greet her warmly and ask about her well-being with concern. No matter how ugly Chen Dai's expression was, he didn't mind. But Chen Dai took all this as inevitable and as she was entitled to enjoy it. She never gave Guo Chao any feedback, and Guo Chao never felt her tenderness. But all of this happened to Su Su, whom he had just met. At that moment, his throat suddenly felt blocked. He went over and sat on the sofa, and Su Su quickly brought the food over. Guo Chao saw that each dish was filled with red peppers. He looked at Su Su in surprise and asked, "Su Su, do you like spicy food?" Su Su smiled and said, "It's not me, it's you. Do you know I like spicy food?" Guo Chao looked puzzled. Su Su chuckled, "Every time we go out to eat, you always like to eat those spicy dishes. As long as you pay a little attention, it's not difficult to notice." After hearing Su Su's words, Guo Chao's heart suddenly warmed. When he was with Chen Dai said that she didn't like spicy food. Since then, Guo Chao never put chili peppers in his cooking. So when someone asked Chen Dai about Guo Chao's taste preferences, she would say with confidence that Guo Chao didn't like spicy food just like her. She had never noticed that every time they had a meal together, Guo Chao would eat up all the dishes with chili peppers. He only now understands that when there is no one in his heart, he will not care about anything about you. Seeing Guo Chao in a daze, Su Su smiled and said, "Eat quickly, it will get cold soon." Guo Chao nodded, "Let's eat together." Su Su smiled and shook her head, "You eat first, I'll give you a back massage. You've been tired all day, your back must be sore." After saying that, she came behind Guo Chao, raised her pink fist, and started to hit him gently. Guo Chao was really touched. Having had the same experience, how could he not know that Su Su was really good to him? He was really moved and looked at Su Su sincerely and said, "Su Su, I love you." Su Su smiled and corrected, "Wrong, you should say you love us." Guo Chao almost died from coughing. After dinner, the two returned to the bedroom. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, "Guo Chao, I've already posted a job posting and am planning to hire another secretary for you." Guo Chao shook his head, "Su Su, it's not necessary. I can handle it." Su Su looked at Guo Chao, shook her head and said seriously, "You can handle it, but I'm afraid Xiao, manhwa, and the others can't. I have to find another beautiful woman that you like to help share the firepower." Guo Chao was stunned for a moment, but soon realized that Su Su was insulting him. He glared at her and said fiercely, "Well, you dare to slander me as a casual person? Just wait for my punishment." After saying that, he turned over and pressed Su Su under him. At this time, the phone rang urgently. Su Su raised her white jade hand and pushed Guo Chao's chest. "Where's the phone?" "No matter what." Guo Chao said nonchalantly and prepared to step on the accelerator again. Su Su stopped him, "Take it, don't delay the important matter." Guo Chao then reluctantly took the phone. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Dai's arrogant voice rang out. "Guo Chao, do you really think that you can completely destroy Chen's pharmaceuticals by relying on Su Su? You're overthinking it. Tomorrow I will completely turn the tables, and Chen's pharmaceuticals will be completely revitalized by me. This time, not only you, but also your backer Su Su will be in complete trouble. Do you really think you can act so arrogantly in front of me? You're overthinking it." Before Chen Dai could finish her words, Guo Chao angrily cursed, "What a damn bad luck." After saying that, he hung up the phone and threw it aside. Su Su also heard Chen Dai's words, and a mocking smile appeared on her face. "Guo Chao, according to my guess, it must be Meng Hao who gave her some bad advice and promised her that he could help her turn the tables." She now completely believed that Meng Hao came to help her sincerely, but unfortunately she thought too much. She had no idea what kind of person Meng Hao was. "I have already investigated clearly. Meng Hao is a complete gambler who owes a huge debt in the casino. This time he came back to find Chen Dai just to swallow up his family property and use it to pay off his gambling debts. When the day comes when Meng Hao reveals his claws, Chen Dai will have no place to cry. Guo Chao said with annoyance, I don't want to mention these two bastards, let's get to work. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator. Susu failed to keep up with Guo Chao's rhythm for a while, and grabbed Guo Chao's arms tightly with both hands, letting out a slight groan. 2 hours later, Guo Chao fell into a deep sleep, and Susu murmured. Dare to bully my boyfriend, none of you will be in trouble, Meng Hao, you will soon understand that no matter how much the mouse eats, it is all saved for the cat. After that, he picked up the phone and made a call, saying softly, go do something. The next morning, Guo Chao was busy in the office. Lin Xiaoro came over, looked at Guo Chao, and said with a smile, after layers of assessment, we found a suitable candidate for secretary to the board. Come meet him and see if he's suitable. Seeing Guo Chao nod, Lin Xiaoro turned and left. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Guo Chao, who was watering the flowers, hummed without turning his head. Soon, the sound of high heels hitting the ground was heard behind him, followed by a woman's sweet voice. Hello, Chairman. My name is Meng Wan, and I'm the company's newly hired secretary. Chapter 44 I can't take it anymore. I want to make a fortune by laughing. Hearing the familiar voice, Guo Chao turned his head in confusion and saw a woman standing behind him. The woman had her hair tied up high, revealing a section of her snow-white swan neck. Her oval face was as white, smooth, and round as porcelain, with delicate features and picturesque eyebrows and eyes. A well-fitting professional attire perfectly outlines her voluptuous figure. She stands there gracefully and is incredibly beautiful. She is definitely a rare beauty. Guo Chao quickly recognized the person and shouted in surprise, it's you. The person who came was Meng Wan, Guo Chao's alumnus from the same university as him. Meng Wan also recognized Guo Chao, and a look of disdain immediately appeared on his face. Hey, isn't this Guo Chao, the famous bootlicker in college? Guo Chao, who was about to greet her warmly, frowned when he heard Meng Wan's words. Seeing Guo Chao's expression, Meng Wan said sarcastically, why, was I wrong? I didn't. Everyone knows about your glorious deeds in school. She looked at the spray bottle in Guo Chao's hand and said sarcastically, I was wondering why you were in the chairman's office. Turns out you're a support worker here. You said you've gotten to this point, and I'm upset when I say a few words to you? Just bear with it. Also, you're just a handyman, you should have revealed your identity when I came in, but you were still mumbling and causing me to misunderstand. You're such a good pretender. Completely relaxed, she came to Guo Chao, held her head high, and glared at him from the tip of her nose, saying sarcastically, by the way, aren't you following Chen Dai? Her family situation isn't bad, so how did you end up being a handyman? Halfway through her words, she realized, oh, I forgot. My brother said Chen Dai has kicked you out. Now you've become a little jerk with nothing. She looked at Guo Chao and said with a pout, I just don't understand. How can a piece of trash like you be worthy of competing with my brother for a woman? I think Chen Dai is blind. Your brother? Guo Chao keenly understood the key point. Meng Wan pouted and said, Meng Hao, he's my brother, and you don't even know that. So it was your brother's idea that you apply for the position of secretary to the board of directors? Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan. Of course, if my brother didn't want me to become the secretary to the board, take the opportunity to persuade the boss here, and then deal with that Su something. By the way, Su, do you think I would come to this unknown small company to apply for a job? Impossible. Meng Wan said arrogantly. Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan and laughed, so that's your intention? Well, I'm telling you, you're going to be disappointed this time, because the boss here will definitely not accept a piece of trash like you as the secretary to the board. After saying that, he turned around and sat in the boss chair. You're just a handyman, what qualifications do you have to say such things? If you don't know yourself, you can take a piss and look at your own reflection. Meng Wan said bluntly, and the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. How dare you sit in the boss's seat? Do you understand the rules? I think you don't want to do this anymore. But before she could finish her words, there was a knock on the door and soon Lin Xiaoro walked in. Meng Wan quickly turned around and pointed at Guo Chao, angrily saying, Assistant Lin, this handyman actually dared to sit in the chairman's position. He doesn't understand the rules at all. His presence is only tarnishing the company's image. I suggest he be fired immediately. Lin Xiaoro gave her a cold look and asked, Are you sure you want to fire the boss of the company? Boss? He's the boss here? How is that possible? After hearing Lin Xiaoro's words, Meng Wan was stunned, his eyes full of disbelief. Assistant Lin, are you mistaken? How could a useless person like him possibly? But Lin Xiaoro stopped looking at her and walked straight to Guo Chao, saying with a guilty look on her face, "Boss, I only paid attention to her abilities but didn't examine her character. It's my fault. I'm letting her go now." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Meng Wan and scolded her coldly, "You are not selected, leave immediately." Meng Wan just stood there, looking at Guo Chao, dumbfounded. He is clearly a good-for-nothing bootlicker, how could he suddenly become the boss here? But, that's the truth. Thinking of her sarcasm towards Guo Chao just now, her pretty face turned pale. She really hit a wall today. At this time, Lin Xiaoro looked at her and reminded her again, "Let's go, you are out of the selection today." Meng Wan reacted quickly, his eyes rolling. He looked at Lin Xiaoro and said quickly, "Assistant Lin, please step out for a moment. I want to apologize to the boss alone." Lin Xiaoro turned around and glanced at Guo Chao, who was sitting there without saying a word, then turned around and left, closing the door behind her. He quickly came up to Guo Chao and said with a smile, "Oh, old classmate, I didn't know you were the boss here. I apologize for my words just now. I hope you can forgive me." The boss of a company must have considerable power, so she doesn't want to offend him if she can avoid it. But Guo Chao just sat there without saying a word, looking at her coldly. Meng Wan took a look and immediately understood that it seemed that he had to invest some money today. She took a step forward and hugged Guo Chao's arm, shaking it while saying coquettishly, "Boss, for the sake of our alumni, can you please forgive me this time? Can you please?" She kept shaking, and her plump breasts kept rubbing against Guo Chao's arm. Her looks are no less attractive than Chen Dai's. Guo Chao can be Chen Dai's lapdog, so how can he resist her charm? But what surprised her was that Guo Chao suddenly pulled his arm away and said with a look of disgust, "Don't touch me, I'm dirty." "You." Seeing that he had lowered his status to please him, but Guo Chao didn't give him any face at all, Meng Wan's face suddenly darkened. He stood up and glared at Guo Chao and said bluntly, "I gave you face, didn't I? Do you really think I can't survive if I leave you? You're overthinking it. I might as well tell you that I have successfully joined the Guo Group as the secretary to the board of directors. I will be able to officially start work in a month. Do you know what the Guo Group is? It's the Jiangnan Guo family's business. Do you know what the Guo family is? It's definitely a giant, famous throughout Jiangnan. It's much bigger than your temple. I have a better future than you." After saying that, he turned and left. Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan's back, chuckled, and picked up the phone to make a call. "I'm Guo Chao, can you please check if the Guo Group is hiring a new person named Meng Wan? If so, please give me a job." Ha ha. As soon as Guo Chao finished speaking, Meng Wan burst out laughing. "Guo Chao, do you know what the Guo Group is? Just like a small boss of a small company, you want to give orders to that giant? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" I'm dying of laughter. But before her laughter faded, she heard a respectful voice on the phone, "Master, don't worry, I will arrange it immediately." Guo Chao put down the phone, looked at Meng Wan and said calmly, "Guo Group, you are not qualified to enter." Meng Wan laughed so hard that she covered her stomach. They're actually forming a group to trick people. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to get rich laughing, ha ha ha. But before she could finish her laughter, the phone rang urgently. Meng Wan picked up the phone and looked at the caller ID. She quickly held back her laughter and answered the phone. Chapter 45. Even the girl is cheap to Guo Chao? Before she could speak, a cold voice came from the phone. "Meng Wan, right? I'm officially informing you that the Guo Group has terminated your employment. You don't need to come to work." Meng Wan was immediately anxious when she heard this. "We have already signed an employment contract. Why are you firing me for no reason? What did I do wrong? You have to give me a reason, right?" "You've offended the young master," the other party said coldly and hung up the phone. "Young master?" Meng Wan suddenly turned his head and stared at Guo Chao blankly, standing there frozen as if struck by lightning. She never imagined that Guo Chao, who was a loser in her eyes, actually had such a terrifying identity and had the power to easily control her destiny. It took her a while to react. She hurriedly came to Guo Chao and said with a smile, "Oh, Guo Chao, I didn't know you had this identity. I was wrong just now. I apologize." Seeing Guo Chao remain silent, she gritted her teeth and said, "Brother, please forgive me. Today, I am willing to apologize to you. As long as I can calm you down, you can do anything you want." After saying that, she put her hands behind her back and bent down slightly. Her breasts were big to begin with, and when she bent down like this, her deep cleavage was immediately exposed. As long as she entered the Gua group, her life would be on the fast track and her future would be limitless. She was unwilling to lose this opportunity, so she went all out. She has absolute confidence in her own charm. She believes that under her fierce offensive, Guo Chao will definitely not be able to withstand it and will soon fall completely at her feet. After all, which man in this world doesn't like fishy things? But Guo Chao's reaction completely confused her. Guo Chao looked at her, narrowed his eyes, and said, "I think you're dirty. Don't you understand? Get out." Mangwan looked at Guo Chao and couldn't believe his eyes. Oh my god, he can even refuse this? But looking at Guo Chao's cold eyes, she finally understood that this was the fact. She trembled and dared not to struggle anymore. She turned around and staggered outside. She knew she would never have another chance. Guo Chao didn't even look at her. He turned on his computer and was about to start working, but at this moment, his phone vibrated several times. Guo Chao picked up the phone and his eyes suddenly narrowed. It was a few WeChat messages from Meng Hao. "Guo Chao, Xiao Dai has agreed to be my boyfriend. We can sleep together soon and experience the beauty of love. Now I want to ask you, what do you think?" He finally had the chance to discuss Guo Chao, so how could he let it go? Get lost! Guo Chao yelled and threw the phone onto the table. He was really disgusted. But thinking of Mangwan who had just left, Guo Chao showed an evil sneer at the corner of his lips, then picked up the phone and called Lin Xiaoro. "Notify Mangwan that I want to meet her alone." Not long after, Mangwan hurried back, looked at Guo Chao, and asked hopefully, "Guo Chao, you're willing to let me go, right? You're willing to give me another chance, right?" Guo Chao leaned back in his boss's chair, looked at Mangwan calmly, and asked, "You just said you're willing to do anything, right?" Mangwan was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood what Guo Chao meant. He took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "Yes." Then he went over, closed the office door, turned on the safety, and went straight to Guo Chao. Given Guo Chao's terrifying identity, if she offended him, it would not just be a work issue, but even her life would be ruined by Guo Chao. If I could win his favor and turn my enemy into a friend, my future would definitely be smooth sailing. Even a fool knows how to choose. The next moment, her face was filled with pain, and her tiny cries of pain echoed throughout the room. Guo Chao took the phone and made a video call directly to Meng Hao. Meng Hao's nasty face appeared on the screen. He looked at Guo Chao with a smug look and said, "Guo Chao, Xiao Dai has agreed to establish a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship with me. From now on, she's mine. Guo Chao, I will take good care of Xiao Dai for you in the future, huh?" Guo Chao moved the phone away, and Meng Wan suddenly appeared in the same frame with Guo Chao. At this time, Meng Wan was still immersed in the turbulent waves. Her face was flushed, she bit her red lips tightly, and made a humming sound. Seeing this scene, Meng Hao's pupils suddenly constricted, and he couldn't help but scream, "Wan Wan, what are you doing?" Guo Chao smiled evilly, "Can't see clearly? Then I'll switch the perspective." After saying that, he changed the camera's angle of view. Guo Chao raised the camera again, looked at Meng Hao on the screen, and said with a smile, "Your sister is so smooth." Meng Hao went completely mad at this moment. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared, "You bastard, let my sister go." Guo Chao smiled evilly, "You want to take over Qindai, right? I'll give it to you. I will play with your sister in the future, because I feel much more comfortable driving the new car. By the way, do you have a sister? Cousin is fine, or aunt is fine. Guo Chao, I've offended your ancestors for 8 generations." Meng Hao couldn't bear it anymore, and smashed the phone with a roar. Looking at the phone screen that was off, Guo Chao finally showed a relieved smile on his face. At this moment, Meng Wan suddenly woke up. She stopped and looked at Guo Chao in surprise and asked, "Who did you call just now? Why did I recognize my brother's voice?" Guo Chao smiled evilly and said, "You heard it right, it is indeed your brother's voice." "My brother!" Meng Wan screamed and quickly straightened up. Her face flushed red all the way to her ears. She looked at Guo Chao and shouted with shame and anger, "Guo Chao, look at you. This kind of thing is inherently private. It's inappropriate for others to know about it. And you even video called my brother and let him see it. Aren't you embarrassing me? Are you slapping me in the face? I just want to slap you in the face. I just want to embarrass you." Before she could finish her words, Guo Chao angrily interrupted her. Do you know what your brother did? He seduced my wife, causing us to fall out and our family to break up. Even so, I didn't want to bother with these trash. I thought about separating from them and not bothering each other, but he kept challenging my bottom line. You know what he just sent me? A picture of him sleeping with my wife. He can slap me in the face and embarrass me, so what if I slap him in the face or embarrass him? After hearing Guo Chao's roar, Mangwan finally understood the reason. She looked at Guo Chao with a depressed look and said, So that's why. Then you can just take revenge on my brother. Why are you tormenting me? You're not a good person either. She wasn't finished speaking when Guo Chao rudely interrupted her again. You've been mocking me since we met, and you're here to take revenge on me for your brother without knowing the truth. That's one thing, but what's even more intolerable is that you're trying to take revenge on Su Su. Aren't you asking for trouble? Mangwan opened his mouth wide, speechless. Guo Chao looked at her with a wicked smile and said, Does it still hurt? Mangwan couldn't keep up with his leaping thoughts and reflexively shouted, It hurts. It hurts so much. It's okay if it hurts, I want you to feel pain. Guo Chao smiled coldly and exerted force suddenly. Chapter 46, This is ready to push forward all the way. Ouch. Mangwan screamed in pain, tears streaming down her face. Guo Chao, I really can't stand it. If you can't stand it, just scream. Guo Chao turned on the recording on his phone. Mangwan's fragmented cries echoed throughout the room. I don't know how long it took, but everything finally quieted down. Guo Chao casually sent the recording to Meng Hao, then looked at Mangwan and said, All right, our matter is settled now. You can leave now. Mangwan was completely shocked by Guo Chao's words. She stared at Guo Chao and said with tears in her eyes, If you pull up your pants and refuse to admit it, you are not a human being. Oh, you have to pay. Guo Chao seemed to have just realized it. He took out a wad of money from the drawer and slammed it on the table. Is 10,000 yuan enough? If not, I can add more. You. Mangwan was so angry that she just wanted to give Guo Chao a big slap. Finally, she held back her anger and said through gritted teeth, I don't want money, I want to be your secretary. Since I have given him the most precious thing, I have to maximize the benefits. The best way is to follow him. Guo Chao looked at Mangwan, chuckled, and said, Why, haven't you had enough? You. It was the first time that Mangwan realized that Guo Chao was so shameless. Okay, I agree. From now on, you will work with me. You have paid so much, I can't treat you unfairly. Guo Chao said with a smile. The first part of the sentence didn't sound like human language, but the second part almost drove Mangwan crazy. When your brother disgusts me, we too can just perform for him live. It's so convenient. You. Mangwan suddenly wanted to slap him in the face. She stood up with difficulty and wanted to leave, but the next moment she gasped and almost fell to the ground because it was so painful. Guo Chao finally did something this time. He stood up and helped her to the sofa to rest. He poured her a cup of hot tea and said considerately, Drink some hot tea to relax your muscles and blood circulation, and it won't hurt so much. Mangwan glared at Guo Chao fiercely. If you had been a little gentler just now, it wouldn't have turned out like this. But the next one blushed and quickly stopped talking. As a girl, she was not used to being entangled in such topics. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked up at Guo Chao with a puzzled look and said, Guo Chao, you have such a prominent identity, why didn't you reveal it at the time? If you did, you wouldn't have to lick my ass. Chen Dai would have come to you obediently. Guo Chao shook his head and sighed. Because of Chen Dai, I directly rejected the marriage my family had arranged for me and had a complete falling out with them. I even passionately declared that I would no longer have any contact with them, so I hid my identity in a very childish way. Besides, I think two people who are together are truly in love and shouldn't be swayed by material things. I thought I would wait until after the wedding to confess everything to her as a surprise. But I never thought that Chen Dai's heart was completely on your brother. I was really blind. Mangwan nodded, looked at Guo Chao and said, So how are you going to deal with my brother? Guo Chao's eyes turned cold and he said, When the time comes, I will make him pay a heavy price. When that woman Chen Dai finds out what she is facing and when she is punished, Meng Hao's doom will be here. The next moment, he looked at Mangwan and said with a smile, But now he's my brother-in-law, I can spare his life. Of course, if you serve me well, I can still take a step back. Get lost. Hearing Guo Chao's hooliganism again, Mang Wan glared at him, and the next moment he gritted his teeth and said, for his own purposes, he didn't hesitate to deceive me and trap me. He deserves to be punished. So you don't have to worry about me. You can do whatever you want to him. Also, you don't have to reveal your identity to him. He's just a gambler, and who knows how he'll pester you when the time comes. After hearing what Meng Wan said, Guo Chao nodded. I thought you were a brother supporting demon, but now it seems that you are not. I feel relieved now. The next moment, he smiled and said, are you feeling better now? Your path is too narrow. How about we try again and I'll help you expand it? Get lost. Meng Wan spat with a red face, and Guo Chao burst into laughter. Outside the Municipal People's Hospital, Meng Hao sat in a car, listening to an audio clip sent by Guo Chao. In the audio, Guo Chao's tiger roar was full of pride, and Meng Wan's fragmented begging for mercy was heart-wrenching. Meng Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He deleted the video and audio, threw the phone on the car seat, and burst into tears. Sister, my sister, woo-woo. Originally, Meng Wan thought that this time he could contact the boss behind Dingshen Group, eliminate Guo Chao's backer Su Su, and then completely take down Guo Chao, and everything would be okay. But he never expected that he would end up losing more than he gained, and even his sister was implicated. He was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. At this moment, Chindai called him and said confidently, Meng Hao, Meng Wan has been hired, right? With her ability, there will definitely be no mistakes. Hurry up and ask Meng Wan to meet the boss behind the scenes. Damn it! My sister is finished too. Meng Hao shouted through gritted teeth. Chen Dai was completely confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Where are you now? I'll come find you and we can talk in person. A few minutes later, she came out of the hospital and saw Meng Hao sitting in the car with red eyes. Meng Hao, what's going on? I'm so confused. Meng Hao's eyes were bloodshot as he shouted, my sister was raped by that bastard Guo Chao. I'm so pissed off, woo-woo. He couldn't help but feel sad and angry and started crying again. What? Guo Chao did that to Meng Wan? Chen Dai's eyes were full of confusion. Didn't Meng Wan apply for the position of secretary to the board? How did she get involved with Guo Chao? Have you forgotten that Guo Chao works at Dingshan Group? He must have been attracted by my sister's beauty and raped her. Meng Hao said to Chen Dai. Chen Dai shook her head, I still don't believe it. Your sister is such an outstanding person, how could she possibly be interested in Guo Chao? Xiao Dai, what I said is true, and I have evidence. Meng Hao shouted hurriedly, and wanted to play the video and audio that Guo Chao sent him to Chen Dai, but he quickly remembered that he had deleted the video and audio. He slapped his head and wondered why he deleted all the video and audio. Otherwise, it would prove that Guo Chao was a scumbag. He had acted too impulsively. He looked at Chen Dai and shouted hurriedly. Xiao Dai, what I said is the truth. I can't joke about my sister's reputation, right? Chen Dai thought about it and realized that this was the truth, and her brows immediately frowned. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said quickly, Xiao Dai, this Meng Hao first had an affair with your second aunt, then hooked up with your sister-in-law, and now he's even having an affair with my sister. He's planning to continue this all the way. He's a complete scumbag. Why don't you kick him out and keep him around for the new year? He now wants to take revenge on Guo Chao. The best way is to sleep with his wife and stab him in the heart. He will then take a video and show it to him so that he can also taste the feeling of being stabbed. Hearing that Guo Chao had slept with Meng Wan, Chen Dai was immediately furious. She gritted her teeth and said, why should I bother living with such a scumbag with no moral integrity? I'm going to call him right now and discuss divorce. Chen Dai, blinded by anger, gritted his teeth and said this, then picked up the phone and called Guo Chao back. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. Guo Chao's cold voice rang out from the inside, you want to talk about divorce, right? Chen Dai gritted her teeth and said, that's right, I'm talking to you about divorce. I've signed the divorce agreement, but listen carefully. Since you cheated on me first, it's entirely your fault, so you have to leave the house with nothing. Do you understand this? Chapter 47 Engagement Ceremony, I will give a big gift. After saying this, she waited for Guo Chao to cry and beg her to reward him, but to her surprise, Guo Chao agreed without hesitation, as long as you agree to divorce, anything is fine. Hearing Guo Chao's nonchalant tone, Chen Dai's anger suddenly reached its peak. Meng Hao, standing beside him, quickly fanned the flames, Xiao Dai, who are you? Being able to marry him is a blessing he's earned in 8 lifetimes. How dare he, a poor fellow, ask for a divorce in front of you? Give him some face, agree to divorce him. What's the point of having a piece of trash like him? Don't worry, I'll take good care of you from now on. Chen Dai nodded directly and shouted through gritted teeth. Guo Chao, I agree to a divorce. I'm also officially informing you that Meng Hao and I are officially in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. I'm getting engaged to him tomorrow. I want you to know that I, Chen Dai, am not unwanted. I can live a better life without you, Guo Chao. After hearing Chen Dai's words, Meng Hao was obviously stunned for a moment, and the next moment he almost jumped up with excitement. Chen Dai finally agreed. Thinking that he could sleep with Chen Dai tomorrow night, and then film the whole process and send it to Guo Chao, he was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage and shouted triumphantly into the phone. Xiao Dai will be mine soon. Now I want to ask you, what else do you have to brag about? But Guo Chao's contemptuous voice rang out on the phone, it's just the garbage I threw away, but you treat it as a treasure and even show it off in front of me. Don't you feel ashamed? Also, let me remind you, mine is quite large, and your matchstick-sized one won't satisfy her at all. Be careful, she might give you a few hats too. After hearing Guo Chao's insulting words, Chen Dai was so angry that she cursed, Guo Chao, you bastard. But before she could finish her words, the phone was disconnected. Chen Dai held the phone, trembling with anger. Meng Hao quickly comforted him, don't be angry, Xiao Dai. He's just sour grapes because he can't have them. Let's quickly prepare for the engagement ceremony and invite him over tomorrow. Then we'll see how he regrets it. Chen Dai nodded angrily and drove Meng Hao away. At the same time, in Dingxing Group, the president's office. Seeing Guo Chao put down the phone with a grim expression, Meng Wan asked in confusion, who offended you? Why do you look so grim? Your brother provoked me. Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan and briefly recounted what had happened. Ah, my brother is really getting engaged to Chen Dai? Meng Wan said in surprise, I thought he was just... But before she could finish her words, Guo Chao interrupted her, it's not you who thinks, it's me. I originally wanted to put aside my quarrel with him for your sake, but he's so arrogant. His behavior makes me very angry, so I decided to do something to vent my frustration. After saying that, he stood up and walked towards Meng Wan. Seeing Guo Chao approaching, Meng Wan immediately understood his intentions. She dodged and shouted, if you're angry with him, go find him. Why are you tormenting me? Before she could finish her words, Guo Chao pounced on her like a hungry tiger, pushing her onto the sofa. He bit her earlobe and said seductively, I'll just torture his sister. This kind of revenge is simpler, cruder, and more effective. Meng Wan pushed Guo Chao's chest, shook her head, and shouted in fear, Guo Chao, don't do this, it's still swollen there, ah. Before he could finish his words, he let out a scream as a pair of hands grabbed his arm and the nails dug into his flesh. As the sky gradually darkened, Meng Wan struggled to get up and left Guo Chao's office. Her legs were already weak and she barely had the strength to stand up. But she still forced herself to leave, because she was really afraid that Guo Chao, this beast, would torment her again. Guo Chao also left the company and drove back to Villa No. 1 in Qilin Bay Villa District. As soon as he opened the door, Su came up to him cheerfully and placed her slippers in front of him. You're back, go rest on the sofa, I'll prepare dinner for you. Looking at the considerate Su, and thinking about how he had just messed around with Meng Wan in the company, he suddenly felt guilty. He looked at Su and said, Su, I'm sorry. But before he could finish his words, Su interrupted him with a smile, oh, you're being polite to me. After saying that, he put his arms around Guo Chao's neck, pecked him on the face, and said with a grin, if you feel sorry for me, then compensate me. Then he kissed Guo Chao directly on the lips. Looking at Su, who was considered the most beautiful woman in the world, and smelling her alluring fragrance, Guo Chao reacted instantly. He picked up Su by the waist and went to the bedroom. 2 hours later, everything quieted down. Su looked at Guo Chao and said with a face full of resentment, how can you be so powerful? If you don't find a way, I will torture you to death. Guo Chao raised her nose and said, who told you to provoke me? When Su heard this, her eyes widened, Guo Chao, you're still acting like a good kid after getting the advantage, right? I think you're asking for a beating. After saying that, she raised her pink fist and hit Guo Chao in the chest. She completely forgot that she was not wearing any clothes, and when she swung her fist, it was instantly powerful. Guo Chao looked at the beautiful scenery and his eyes widened instantly. Su sensed something was wrong and looked in the direction Guo Chao was looking. She suddenly understood something and exclaimed, then quickly pulled the towel over her body. Guo Chao, whose interest was piqued again, looked at Su Su and said with a smile, "Why do I think you are more beautiful? Come here and let me take a good look." After saying that, he prepared to pull the towel blanket. Looking at Guo Chao's greedy eyes, how could Su Su not know what Guo Chao was trying to do? She held onto the towel tightly, looked at Guo Chao with a pleading face and said, "Guo Chao, please spare me. If you do that again, I will fall apart." Only then did Guo Chao let Su Su go. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and changed the subject. "By the way, Guo Chao, I heard that a new secretary to the board of directors was hired today. He's quite good looking. What do you think of him?" Guo Chao's mind flashed back to manhwa, who had taken the initiative to flirt with him after tasting the sweetness that afternoon, and he blurted out, "Life is pretty good." Su Su looked at Guo Chao, her eyes suddenly widening. Guo Chao suddenly realized what was happening and quickly tried to smooth things over. "Oh, I was saying she's quite good at her job, worthy of having worked for a big company." Su Su finally relaxed and looked at Guo Chao coquettishly and said, "I'm hungry now and don't want to move. Go to the kitchen and bring me some food." "Here." Guo Chao got up, put on his pajamas and went to the kitchen. As soon as he left, Su Su's phone rang urgently. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Chen Dai. She frowned, but finally answered the call. Chen Dai's voice came from the phone. "Second aunt, I will be holding an engagement ceremony with Meng Hao at the Emperor Hotel tomorrow at noon. You must be there on time." "You are going to get engaged to Meng Hao?" Su Su sat up in shock. "Yes." Chen Dai said arrogantly, "I don't want Guo Chao anymore. I want to get engaged to Meng Hao, who is thousands of times stronger than him." After saying that, he didn't forget to imply Su Su, "By the way, second aunt, some people look quite elegant, but why do they like to pick up the trash I throw away? Do you think this person is a cheapskate?" Su Su laughed. "You said Guo Chao is trash? You said Meng Hao is 1,000 times stronger than him. Fine, you will soon find out how stupid you are. Don't worry, I will definitely attend your engagement ceremony and give you a big gift." After saying that, he hung up the phone. At this time, Guo Chao came over with chicken soup, looked at Su Su and asked doubtfully, "Su Su, who are you calling?" Su Su was about to say it was Chen Dai, but she was afraid of disgusting Guo Chao, so she smiled and said, "It's just an insignificant thing." Guo Chao didn't ask any more questions. He came to the bedside and handed the bowl to Su Su. Su Su refused and said coquettishly, "I want you to feed me." Guo Chao smiled and nodded, then sat down on the edge of the bed. Su Su stood up, wrapped herself in a towel, and leaned into Guo Chao's arms. Guo Chao hugged Su Su, holding the soup bowl in one hand and the soup spoon in the other. He scooped a spoonful, blew it to his mouth, and tested it to make sure it was not hot before feeding it to Su Su. Su Su stared at Guo Chao's handsome face and his resolute expression, and was stunned for a moment. "I am really grateful that Chen Dai is blind, otherwise how could I have picked up such a big bargain?" The next moment, she pouted and said, "If you feed me with a spoon, you have to taste the temperature. It's too troublesome. Why don't you just feed me with your mouth?" "Feed with mouth?" Guo Chao looked at Su Su blankly. "Is it possible to play like this?" Chapter 48. Who is older between the two of us? "Oh, hurry up." Su Su twisted in Guo Chao's arms and said coquettishly. Guo Chao had no choice but to obey, drank a mouthful of chicken soup, touched Su Su's red lips, and passed the chicken soup to her. He was about to leave, but Su Su suddenly reached out and hugged his neck, deepening the sex. She let go of the towel blanket with her hands, and the towel blanket slid off directly, revealing her delicate collarbone and the beauty of her breasts. Looking at this alluring scenery and savoring Su Su's sweet kiss, Guo Chao could no longer hold on and fell again. The next morning, as soon as Guo Chao arrived at the office, Lin Xiaoro followed him. She closed the door and came in front of Guo Chao. She looked at him and said with a pout, "Chao, tell me, who is older, me or Meng Wan?" Guo Chao glanced at Lin Xiaoro's chest and said seriously, "I haven't really compared this. Anyway, I can't hold it in one hand. Get lost." Lin Xiaoro glared at Guo Chao. "I'm talking about positions. I'm the assistant to the chairman, and she's the secretary. Who's more senior between us?" Guo Chao smiled and said, "This is like the president and the prime minister, just different titles, but in fact, they are both equally important. You." Hearing Guo Chao's trickery, Lin Xiaoro glared at her, "Will you treat me the same way in bed?" "How do you know?" Guo Chao couldn't help but ask in surprise. Lin Xiaoro rolled her eyes at him. "I was the one who cleaned up the room after you left yesterday. How could I not know what happened to the traces you left behind?" Also, I could tell from Mengwan's walking posture yesterday. Do you really think I'm stupid? Lin Xiaoro, that's too much. After hearing what Lin Xiaoro said, Guo Chao suddenly felt as if she had stripped him naked. He glared at her and said, Lin Xiaoro, you're just talking nonsense with me at work. You're done now, right? How about I add more burdens to your shoulders? Tisk, why are you pretending? Lin Xiaoro snorted, took out an invitation from a folder, and placed it on the desk in front of Guo Chao. Of course I'm here for business. Chen Dai sent you an invitation, inviting you to Dihao at noon to attend her and Meng Hao's engagement ceremony. When Guo Chao heard this, his eyes frowned obviously, but soon relaxed. He should have let go of this pair of dogs. So he looked up at Lin Xiaoro, squinted his eyes and said, Lin Xiaoro, you sent this kind of thing to me, you really want to disgust me, right? Lin Xiaoro shuddered at the coldness in Guo Chao's eyes and said innocently, this is your invitation after all. I can't deal with it privately. If you don't like it, I'll just tear it up. After saying that, he reached out and took the invitation, preparing to tear it into pieces. But at this moment, Guo Chao's phone rang. He picked up the phone and looked at it. His eyes turned cold. He picked up the phone and answered it. He said bluntly, Chen Dai, don't call me. I'm not interested in attending your engagement ceremony. Chen Dai said indifferently, if you come, I will sign the divorce agreement with you on the spot. If you don't come, we will drag it out. After saying that, he hung up the phone. A chill suddenly flashed across Guo Chao's eyes. He came up with a brilliant idea. His eyes lit up and he raised his hand to stop Lin Xiaoro, who was about to tear up the invitation. Keep it. Since she wants me to go so much, then I will do as she wishes. After saying that, he took out 2 bank cards from the drawer and threw them on the table. He looked at Lin Xiaoro and ordered, these 2 cards have 200,000 each. You and Meng Wan each have one. Then go out and buy some clothes. Find a way to dress yourself nicely. Come back before 11 o'clock and go to the banquet at the Dihao Hotel. Lin Xiaoro looked at Guo Chao and asked in surprise, no, we're not going to work anymore? Your job is to follow my instructions. That's work, understand? Guo Chao said domineeringly. When Lin Xiaoro heard this, her eyes lit up and she said, Boss, I obey. After saying that, he picked up the bank card and turned away happily. Girls like shopping and buying clothes. They don't have to work and they get paid. Who wouldn't like such a good thing? As the door closed, a sneer played on Guo Chao's lips. One is the adulterer's sister, and the other is the whore's sister-in-law. Chen Dai, Meng Hao, since you want me to participate so badly, I'll give you a big gift. But when you see this gift, what will your reaction be? I'm really looking forward to it. Imperial Hotel. First floor lobby. The inside was decorated with lights and there was an air of joy. A colorful silk ribbon was hung across the room with a line of large characters written in a flamboyant style, warmly celebrate the engagement of Mr. Meng Hao and Ms. Chen Dai. Chen Dai and Meng Hao's engagement ceremony was held here grandly. The hall was packed with guests and was bustling with activity. Chen Dai had obviously been dressed up carefully, her pretty face was as rosy as a peach blossom, and she was wearing a red dress. Standing there, she looked like a blooming peony, incredibly beautiful. Meng Hao also dressed up carefully, making his face look even more handsome. The navy blue suit he wore made him look tall and straight, with an extraordinary temperament. Many people in the audience were looking at the two of them, and they kept praising them for their good looks and calling them a match made in heaven. Listening to everyone's compliments, Meng Hao showed a smug smile on his face. At this time, the master of ceremonies looked at the two of them and said, the auspicious time has arrived. Can we start the engagement ceremony now? Chen Dai looked towards the entrance of the hall, frowned and said, wait. Meng Hao also looked towards the door, then looked at the MC and said, wait a moment, an important person hasn't arrived yet. When everyone heard this, they were a little confused. Who was this person that made the two of them wait for him even at the cost of missing the auspicious time? But the two of them didn't say anything, and everyone was too embarrassed to ask, so they just waited there. Time passed minute by minute, and soon it was 12 o'clock. The MC looked at the two of them and urged them again, why don't you just start? If you delay any further, it will be too unlucky. Meng Hao glared at the MC and said, wait a minute, what's wrong? Can you speak? The thing that would make him most happy at today's engagement ceremony is to slap Guo Chao in the face, but up to now, Guo Chao still hasn't shown up. He is so furious that the MC is trying to provoke him. He can't bear it anymore and starts yelling. The MC looked at Meng Hao and thought to himself, I dug up your family's ancestral graves, and you're yelling at me like that? Looking at Meng Hao's gloomy face, Chindai frowned and said, "It seems he won't come. Let's get started." But just as she finished her words, Meng Hao pointed toward the door, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Here he comes. He's here." Chindai looked towards the entrance of the hall and saw Guo Chao walking towards him with his hands in his pockets. He wore a blue shirt and faded jeans. What was even more infuriating was that he was wearing a pair of cross slippers. This outfit didn't look like he was attending an engagement ceremony, but rather like he was going to the vegetable market to buy groceries. Seeing Guo Chao, Chindai instantly exploded. Pointing at him, she angrily shouted, "Guo Chao, do you have any sense of time? Look at what time it is. And you're dressed like that. Do you know how to respect others?" The tone was as domineering and oppressive as ever. Guo Chao looked at Chindai and laughed. Chapter 49 Engagement Ceremony, Face Swollen. Guo Chao looked at Chindai and said sarcastically, "You can't stand waiting until 12 o'clock? Have you ever thought about how I would feel if you made me wait until 1:30 in the afternoon for our wedding ceremony? You." Chindai never expected that Guo Chao would use this to contradict her, and she was speechless. "What do you mean by you?" Guo Chao came to the front of the stage, looked at Chindai, and said bluntly, "Besides, who are you to me now? What qualifications do you have to tell me what to wear? What qualifications do you have to boss me around? You." Chindai was stunned when she saw Guo Chao, who always nodded and bowed when he saw her in the past, dared to be so rude to her today. Meng Hao took a step forward, glaring at Guo Chao and yelling, "Guo Chao, today is our engagement day, and you're here to cause trouble. Do you think that's appropriate? We've been putting off the ceremony until now for your sake, and you're here to cause a scene like this? Do you think that's appropriate?" Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao, chuckled, and said, "Why are you waiting for me for your engagement ceremony? Am I that important? Could it be that you think the engagement ceremony isn't lively enough, or that sleeping tonight isn't lively enough, and you want me to join you? You." Meng Hao didn't expect Guo Chao to speak so shamelessly, and was choked and speechless. The guests below were also in an uproar. Guo Chao was Chindai's ex-husband, and he shouldn't have come to his ex-wife's engagement ceremony. But not only did he come, he also said such outrageous words in public, which was too much. Logically speaking, Chindai shouldn't have invited her ex-husband to her engagement ceremony, but looking at the invitation in Guo Chao's hand, it was obvious that he was invited. Seeing Chindai and Meng Hao unwilling to miss the auspicious time and wait for Guo Chao to come, what kind of operation is this? Did they get kicked in the head by a donkey? Most people were confused, but some people didn't care about that. Seeing Guo Chao's big move at the start, their eyes lit up with excitement. It was obvious that there was going to be a big show to watch today. Ha, eat melon and eat melon seeds. At this time, Meng Hao reacted and realized that the rhythm was completely disrupted by Guo Chao. He had to quickly adjust to his own channel. So he glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "Guo Chao, Xiaodai is devoted to you, but you're cheating on her with other women, and even more than one. It's clearly you who's shameless first. What right do you have to make a scene here? At this time, we must stand on the moral high ground, nail Guo Chao to the ground, take the opportunity to whitewash Chindai, and let everyone understand that the divorce was not Chindai's fault, but was entirely Guo Chao's own fault." As soon as he finished speaking, several people around him shouted, "Mr. Chen is such a high-ranking person, yet she is willing to marry a piece of trash like him. She should be absolutely loyal to Mr. Chen, but he actually goes out to flirt with other women. How shameless. And he found one. This is the first time I've seen such a shameless person. This kind of rubbish, what qualifications does he have to stay by Mr. Chen's side? Mr. Chen should just kick him out." Hearing the shouts of the crowd, Meng Hao's face became even more smug. He looked at Guo Chao, waiting to see him blushing and speechless in embarrassment. However, Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao and said calmly, "You clearly knew that Chindai was a married woman, yet you flirted with her and caused her to cheat on you. If we talk about shamelessness, you're even worse. And I'm ready to divorce Chindai. I'm free now, so what if I have a boyfriend? What if I have several? Don't I have the right to choose? What qualifications do you have to point fingers and make irresponsible remarks here? You." Meng Hao never expected that Guo Chao could be so eloquent, and was stunned by the retort. "What do you mean by you?" Guo Chao continued to blast Meng Hao. "What right do you, a jerk who knows nothing but treason, have to start a fight with the original wife? Do you understand that if you do this now, you're not just going to disgrace your people, you're going to disgrace your entire family, understand? You're talking nonsense. Meng Hao was so angry that he started swearing. But before he could finish his words, Guo Chao suddenly slapped him hard in the face, squinting his eyes at him and said, "Try putting another one in?" Meng Hao. Chen Dai screamed and hurried over to support Meng Hao. Looking at his swollen face, she flew into a rage. She turned around and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily, "Guo Chao, you actually hit him at my engagement ceremony. How barbaric are you?" Seeing Chen Dai's unwavering defense of Meng Hao, Guo Chao smiled. "Since your white moonlight is so good, why don't you just get engaged to him? Why did you ask me to come here? Could it be that you realized his is too small and you miss my big one?" You. Chen Dai never expected that Guo Chao would speak such dirty words to her in front of so many people. She was so angry that her face turned green. Meng Hao, who was standing next to her, quickly stopped her, shook his head, and said, "Xiao Dai, don't bother with this rotten guy. Divorce him immediately. We have business to attend to." She finally understood that this Guo Chao was no longer the taciturn person he used to be. He was now a sharp-tongued guy. She would only suffer if she continued to talk to him. Chen Dai reacted, took out the divorce agreement from her bag and threw it directly in Guo Chao's face, saying coldly, "I don't want to argue with you, a scumbag. I've signed the divorce agreement." Then he raised his head high, his eyes shot from the tip of his nose to Guo Chao, and said proudly, "I have the looks and status I want. I married you, so you should be careful and serve me. But you dared to betray me. I am divorcing you today. Do you regret it? From now on, no outstanding girl will ever be attracted to you. You will be lonely for the rest of your life. I ask you now, do you regret it? Without you, no outstanding girl will be interested in him?" Just as Chen Dai finished speaking, a cold voice sounded from the direction of the door. The two turned around and saw a pure and lovely beautiful woman in a white dress and ponytail slowly approaching them. Chen Dai quickly recognized the person who came. It was Chen Dai's future sister-in-law, Lin Xiaoro. Lin Xiaoro came over and hugged Guo Chao's arm directly, then looked at Chen Dai with a provocative look and said, "Do you think I'm excellent?" Everyone at the scene saw this. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Oh my god, Guo Chao is actually getting together with Chen Dai's future sister-in-law. What? Chen Dai never expected that Lin Xiaoro would hit her in the face at this time. She immediately became anxious and glared at Lin Xiaoro and shouted, "Xiaoro, I know he brought you here to piss me off, right? You and him have nothing to do with each other, right?" Lin Xiaoro kissed Guo Chao on the cheek, then looked at Chen Dai and said with a laugh, "Do you think we are still acting now?" Chen Dai. Everyone present. But at this moment, a crisp voice sounded at the door again. "Who said that no good girl would be interested in Guo Chao if I left you?" Everyone turned around and saw a woman with beautiful hair tied up high, a stunning face, and a professional suit, walking towards them in high heels. It's Meng Wan. Seeing Meng Wan actually come to interfere, Meng Hao was furious. He glared at Meng Wan and shouted, "Why are you here to interfere?" Meng Wan ignored him and went over to hug Guo Chao's other arm. He looked at Chen Dai and laughed and said, "So do you think I'm excellent?" Seeing this scene, the scene exploded instantly. Chapter 50. Guo Chao is actually the boss of Dingsheng Group? Oh my god, isn't this Meng Hao's sister? She's also hooking up with Guo Chao? This isn't a slap in Meng Hao's face, it's a stab in his lungs. At this point, everyone understood why Chen Dai and Meng Hao were waiting for Guo Chao to come. They wanted to use today's engagement ceremony to slap Guo Chao in the face and make him regret it. But now Meng Hao was holding Chen Dai's sister-in-law's arm with one hand and Meng Hao's sister with the other. They didn't say anything, but had already fought back, hitting both of their faces until they were swollen. Meng Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over and couldn't speak. Chen Dai's face was also extremely ugly. He took a deep breath, looked at Lin Xiaoro and Meng Wan and shouted, "Xiaoro, Meng Wan, you see clearly, he is a worthless piece of trash. I have now stripped him of all his assets. He has nothing left. You must not be deceived by his shameless lies, otherwise you will be destitute and regret it for the rest of your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a calm voice rang out from the direction of the door, who said Guo Chao is useless and has nothing. Everyone turned to look at the door, only to see another girl approaching. The girl has long hair, a smooth and fair oval face, delicate features, and picturesque eyebrows. A well-fitting haute couture suit perfectly highlights her proud figure. She stands there gracefully and is incredibly beautiful. Especially that extraordinary temperament, which makes people dare not have any blasphemous thoughts. President Su, president of Dingsheng Group. Someone recognized the person and immediately shouted. The person who came was Su Su. Everyone looked at Su Su with their eyes wide open. Su Su rarely appears in public. I didn't expect that the most beautiful woman in Haicheng would appear here today. It's a feast for the eyes. But Su Su didn't even look at anyone and walked straight towards Guo Chao. Meng Wan and Lin Xiaoro both knew about the relationship between Guo Chao and Su Su. When they saw the real person coming, their pretty faces turned red and they quickly let go of Guo Chao. Su Su came to Guo Chao, looked at Lin Xiaoro, then looked at Meng Wan, then looked at Guo Chao, and said with a smile. Bringing so many people here, it's so lively. Guo Chao was caught red-handed, his face flushed, and he quickly said, they are both my secretaries. I came here today just to get their support. Secretary. Su Su smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Guo Chao's ear and whispered, is it the kind where a secretary does things when there's work to do, and a secretary does things when there's nothing to do? Cough cough. Guo Chao never expected Su Su to be so fierce. He choked and started coughing violently. Seeing Su Su's intimate behavior of talking close to Guo Chao's ear, everyone's eyes almost popped out. Oh my god, Su Su, this beautiful girl from a high mountain, actually has such a close relationship with Guo Chao? Everyone looked at Guo Chao with eyes like knives. When Chen Dai saw this scene, her face turned green. She never expected that Su Su would come over at this time and flirt with Guo Chao. This was a slap in her face. She couldn't help it, staring at Su Su and shouting angrily. Su Su, I didn't invite you today, why are you here to cause trouble? Su Su tapped Guo Chao's forehead with a finger and said, you little bastard, I'll deal with you when we get back. I have to do my business first. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Chen Dai and said with a smile. You called me Su Su, and I'm your second aunt, understand? You're being disrespectful, don't you understand the rules? Many people at the scene were petrified when they heard this. Guo Chao wants to beat both of them up in the face. Chen Dai was so angry that she was shaking all over. She stared at Su Su and shouted. Second aunt, you've been fired by the boss of Dingsheng Group. You have nothing now. You've become a pauper just like him. Do you still want to stand up for this scumbag today? Do you have the qualifications? I fired him for the boss behind Dingsheng Group? Su Su looked at Chen Dai, her eyes widening. Where did you get that? Chen Dai said proudly, if you hadn't been fired by the boss behind the scenes, how could you be idle at home and never go to work? Everyone knows that you are a workaholic. So that's it. Su Su couldn't help laughing. She put her arm around Guo Chao's arm, looked at him with a tearful expression and said. Before, no one supported me, so of course I had to work hard. Now that someone supports me, why should I work? He supports you, a piece of trash with nothing. Why should he support you? Is he going to do anything for you? Chen Dai said with a mocking look on his face. Su Su turned her head and looked at Chen Dai, smiling and said, you said that he, the boss of Dingsheng Group, is a piece of trash with nothing? Boom! This sentence was like a bombshell, and everyone at the scene was stunned. How could this good-for-nothing Guo Chao actually be the boss behind Dingsheng Group? Impossible. Chen Dai was the first to shout, I've been with him for 4 years, how could I not know what kind of person he is? Let alone the boss of Dingsheng Group, if he had any ability, he wouldn't be like a dog, licking my boots all day long, so don't flatter him, I won't believe you even if you say so much. Su Su looked at Chen Dai and said sarcastically, don't you think about why I agreed without hesitation when Guo Chao proposed to me on your wedding day? Don't you think about it, I dare to target Chen Pharmaceutical and make such a big fuss. Do you think this is a decision that a mere district president can make? You're already an adult, why are you still so clueless? Chen Dai's expression suddenly changed. She looked at Guo Chao in surprise and said, are you really the boss of Dingsheng Group? Then why did you hide it from me? Before Guo Chao could say anything, Su Su spoke first. Guo Chao didn't tell you because he wanted to live a simple yet happy life with you as ordinary people. However, he has helped you a lot. If it weren't for the Dingsheng Group founded by Guo Chao, which has been secretly supporting you, do you think Chen Pharmaceuticals could have reached its current level with your limited ability? He has been helping me secretly? Chen Dai exclaimed in surprise. What else do you think? Su Su looked at Chen Dai and said bluntly, Guo Chao pursued you for 3 years and finally lived in your house for a year. For such a long time, if he paid a little more attention to him, you would definitely notice something. But you only have your white moonlight in your eyes, completely ignoring Guo Chao and treating him as a poor guy with nothing. You are really blind. You are the only one who wants Guo Chao to regret it, but in fact, you are the one who should regret it the most. Chen Dai, let me ask you this, do you regret it? I. Chen Dai was dumbfounded and speechless. But at this time, Mang Hao beside him shouted, Xiao Dai, don't be fooled by her. We went to school with Guo Chao for 3 years, how could we not know what kind of person he is? If he was really rich, he would dress like that all day long, not even being able to afford to eat in an aristocratic restaurant, and he would also establish the Dingsheng Group. How could he possibly come up with so much money? Sell blood? Even if he sold all the blood in his body, how much money could he raise? Selling a kidney? Even if he sold both kidneys, how much money could he raise? And he even established the Dingsheng Group? Is that a joke? So don't be fooled by his lies. Su Su looked at Mang Hao and laughed. It's true that a summer insect can't talk about ice. Even now, you still think Guo Chao is poor. Do you know his true identity? Chapter 51, Humanity Shura Field. Su Su wanted to expose Gu Chan's shocking identity directly, but at this moment, an angry roar sounded from the direction of the door. Well, Chen Dai, you evil creature, you actually dared to get engaged to Mang Hao behind my back. I'm so brave. As the words came out, a middle-aged man rushed in angrily. When everyone looked, it was Chen Dai's father, Chen Yongxiang. Dad, why are you here? Seeing Chen Yongxiang, Chen Dai felt guilty and hurried to meet him. You dared to hide this from me? Do you still see me as your father? Chen Yongxiang put his hand on his waist and shouted angrily at Chen Dai. Actually, my purpose today is... Chen Dai stammered to explain, but before she could finish her words, she was angrily interrupted by Chen Yongxiang. Don't explain to me, I won't listen. Chen Dai, oh Chen Dai, I once told you clearly that I don't accept this Mang Hao, and you actually got engaged to him behind my back, how outrageous. I'm putting this on hold, your marriage will never happen. Mang Hao, who was standing behind him, became anxious upon hearing this. He quickly came over to look at Chen Yongxiang and said in a strong voice, Uncle Chen, don't worry. Leave Xiao Dai to me. I will definitely treat her well in the future. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yongxiang slapped him hard in the face, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes and roaring, You son of a bitch, are you still screaming? Mang Hao! Chen Dai exclaimed, quickly blocking Mang Hao. She glared at Chen Yongxiang and shouted, Dad, he's at least my friend. Why are you hitting him in public? That's really disrespectful to me, isn't it? Chen Yongxiang roared angrily, It's already this time, and you're still protecting this scumbag, are you trying to piss me off to death? Before he could finish his words, he became so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Dad, wake up, wake up! Chen Dai hurried over, hugged Chen Yongxiang and screamed, but Chen Yongxiang did not respond at all. Seeing this scene, Mang Hao felt very happy. Originally, after the engagement ceremony, I was going to enjoy Chen Dai tonight, but I didn't expect that it would be completely ruined by you. This is retribution. I wish you would die. But I soon realized that I hadn't gotten anything out of it yet, so it was not the time to turn against him. I still had to establish my character. Thinking of this, he hurried over and said hurriedly, Xiao Dai, quickly send Uncle Chen to the hospital. After saying that, he carried Chen Yongxiang on his back, quickly left the hotel, got in the car and rushed towards the hospital. Su Su said lazily, I wanted to use a big move today, but I didn't expect it to turn out like this. It's really boring. Let's go. After saying that, he took Guo Chao's arm and walked straight outside. After walking a few steps, he turned around and looked at Lin Xiao and Mang Wan behind him, smiling and inviting them. You two are coming back with me? The four of us are playing poker together, so we'll have enough. Together, fight, pounce, and defeat? Lin Xiao and Mang Wan were stunned. The two of them reacted quickly, their pretty faces flushed, and they hurriedly shook their heads and said in panic, Boss Su, we still have to go to work. After saying this, the two of them left quickly. Gone. Gone. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Su Su muttered, hugged Guo Chao, and left openly. Until the real culprits all left, everyone at the scene was still stunned and had not reacted. Guo Chao, the gigolo despised by everyone, is actually the behind-the-scenes boss of Dingsheng Group? What's even more exciting is that Guo Chuanqi actually took Chen Dai's future sister-in-law, Chen Dai's aunt, and Mang Hao's sister into his pocket. His fighting power is too strong. Now, how should Chen Dai respond? There's a big melon to be eaten next. Someone quickly thought of another question. Judging from today's situation, Su Su obviously didn't know that she had two other competitors. Now that she knows, can she swallow this? You have to know that Su Su is also a very arrogant and cool female CEO who is sought after by thousands of people. How could she possibly suffer such a loss? Can Guo Chao deal with Su Su when he returns? The Shura field of humanity is worth looking forward to. At this time, Guo Chao and Su Su had already come outside. Guo Chao went over and opened the car door attentively. Su Su got into the car with a calm manner. Guo Chao closed the car door and hurried over to drive towards the Qilin Bay Villa area. Guo Chao glanced at Su Su sitting in the passenger seat and saw that Su Su had her eyes closed, and it was obvious that she didn't want to talk. Guo Chao gave a bitter smile. He was obviously angry. The two of them rushed to Villa Number 1 in Qilin Bay Villa District. Guo Chao quickly ran over, opened the car door, supported Su Su, and said attentively, "Su Su, slow down." Su Su turned her head and looked at Guo Chao with a half smile. "Oh, explain what happened today to me." "Hee, Su Su, listen to me. The reason I'm with Lin Xiaoro and Meng Wan is just to get revenge on those two dogs Chen Dai and Meng Hao. In fact, the one I care about the most is you. If you don't believe me, just feel my heart and you'll see it's beating for you." Guo Chao said shamelessly, then took Su Su's hand and pressed it against his chest. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and laughed. "I used to think you were quite honest, but now I realize you're so good at talking and coaxing people." "No, you are really the most important in my heart," Guo Chao said quickly. Su Su glanced at Guo Chao and laughed. "He's really good at talking. Also, my boyfriend is really capable. The red flag is flying high at home and the colorful flags are flying outside. It's awesome. Keep it up." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the bedroom. Guo Chao felt that the words were not right no matter how he listened to them. It was obviously a mockery of him. He hurried to catch up, but Su Su entered the bedroom and was about to close the door. Guo Chao took a look and saw that the boy was obviously still angry, so he had to comfort him. He quickly squeezed in, picked up Su Su by the waist, and walked towards the big bed. Su Su was stunned by Guo Chao's shameless behavior. Even at this time, he still wanted to mess with her. She pounded Guo Chao's chest and struggled desperately, but she couldn't get away no matter what. Guo Chao pressed her down on the bed and reached out to take off her pants. Su Su was furious. She glared at Guo Chao and shouted, "You came out of their place and you want to come into my place? Isn't that disgusting? Go take a shower first." Seeing Su Su's tone soften, Guo Chao smiled and said, "That's fine." After saying that, he turned and left to go to the bathroom. Su Su quickly stood up, went over and locked the door, gnashing her teeth and saying, "You cheated on me and you still want to touch me? You're dreaming." Guo Chao didn't know that Su Su had cut off his retreat, so he went to the bathroom and took a pleasant bath there. When he thought about making love with Su Su in a while, he suddenly felt hot all over. Chapter 52 Meng Hao stabbed Su Mei. At this time, in the First People's Hospital of the city, Chen Dai was outside the emergency room of the hospital, walking around with an anxious look on her face. At this time, the door of the emergency room opened and the doctor came out. Chen Dai hurried over and asked hurriedly, "Doctor, how is my dad? Is he okay?" "He's recovered." The doctor looked at Chen Dai and said, "The patient already had severe high blood pressure, and after this attack, the situation has become even worse. You must remember to try not to make him anxious or upset in the future." Chen Dai then breathed a sigh of relief, nodded, and quickly ran into the emergency room. When Meng Hao, who was behind him, heard this, his face was immediately filled with disappointment. How come he didn't die? With this old man standing here, it is difficult for me to capture Chen Dai, and the plan cannot be implemented at all. Oh, what should I do? But the next moment, he remembered what the doctor had said just now. His eyes rolled and he immediately had an idea. He turned and walked towards Su Mei's ward, muttering, "You can't be impatient, right? You can't stand being angry, right? Then I'm going to add fuel to your fire." Meng Hao went directly to Su Mei's ward. Seeing Su Mei sitting on the bed, he hurried over and said with concern, "Auntie, you are still very weak. Don't sit there all the time. Lie down quickly." After that, he went over and helped Su Mei lie down on the bed, then sighed and said, "Auntie, there are some things I don't know whether I should tell you. If I tell you, I'm afraid your body can't bear it. If I don't tell you, I really feel too angry. Otherwise, I'd better tell you. Let me tell you, that bastard Guo Chao not only slept with Xiaodia's aunt, he also slept with Haijun's fiancée Xiaro, his future sister-in-law. He's planning to push all the women in your family away. Do you think he has any shame? Ugh. When Sume heard the explosive news, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and could no longer bear it. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Manhwa took one look and a malicious smile appeared on his face. He then stood up and quietly left. He soon arrived at the emergency room and looked at Chen Dai with concern and asked, "Xiao Dai, how is your uncle doing?" Chen Dai said with lingering fear, "It's recovered, but the doctor said he can't rush it anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, the nurse rushed in a panic, looked at Chen Dai and shouted, "Are you Sume's family member? Sume had another heart attack and has been sent to the emergency room." When Chen Yongxiang, who was lying on the bed, heard this, he became furious, his eyes rolled back and he fainted again. Chen Dai was so anxious that she started crying and screamed, "Dad, wake up! Doctor, doctor!" The doctor quickly came over and asked Chen Dai and Meng how to leave. Meng Hao looked at Chen Yongxiang lying there motionless, with a vicious smile in his eyes. "Ha, you can't bear it this time." Chen Dai came outside, she was so anxious that she almost cried. How did my mother's condition suddenly deteriorate to this point? Not long after, the doctor came out. Chen Dai looked at the doctor and asked quickly, "Doctor, how is my mother? Is she okay?" The doctor looked at her and shook his head. His face was serious and he said, "The patient's condition is very serious. We have no way to treat him here." Chen Dai was so anxious that she almost cried when she heard this. "What should I do? Nothing can happen to my mom." The doctor suggested, "Why don't you ask Dr. Song Huaisong to give it a try?" Chen Dai nodded, quickly took out her phone and called Song Hui, but the other party's phone was busy. Chen Dai was getting anxious when Meng Hao came over and said quickly, "Xiao Dai, don't worry. I've already called. Divine Dr. Song will be here soon." Only then did Chen Dai breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the door of the emergency room opened again and the doctor came out. Chen Dai hurried over and asked the doctor hurriedly, "Doctor, how is my dad? Is he okay?" The doctor nodded, "He's out of danger, but he's still very weak. Remember my words, don't make him anxious anymore." "Okay, I'll remember that." Chen Dai agreed hurriedly and ran into the emergency room. Meng Hao stood there with his nose crooked. This old man was really tough. How could he be so fine as to endure this? He even suspected that the doctor's words about not being impatient were a lie. "Forget it, let us go in and take a look at the situation." Meng Hao followed in and saw Chen Yongxiang holding Chen Dai's hand. He asked hurriedly, "Xiao Dai, how is your mother's condition? Is it serious?" Chen Dai quickly comforted her. "Meng Hao has already invited Dr. Song. My mother will definitely be fine with his help. Don't worry." Only then did Chen Yongxiang breathe a sigh of relief. Meng Hao looked at Chen Yongxiang and quickly took credit for it. "Uncle Chen, did you see that?" When faced with a crucial situation, Guo Chao couldn't even see his shadow. This guy is really unreliable. Chen Yongxiang also heard that Meng Hao was taking the opportunity to curry favor with him, and he felt very uncomfortable, but when he thought of his wife's health, which depended on him, he had to hold his breath and said nothing. Meng Hao was feeling proud, so he stopped being so arrogant in front of me, right? At this moment, hurried footsteps were heard outside. Meng Hao looked out, then turned to look at Chen Dai and said excitedly, "Xiao Dai, Dr. Song is here." Chen Yongxiang quickly said, "Don't worry about me, go and meet Dr. Song." Chen Dai agreed, and she and Meng Hao hurried out to meet Song Hui, greeting him with a smile. "Dr. Song, please help me with my mother's illness." Song Hui nodded slightly, entered the emergency room, closed the door casually, went over to check on Sume, and his expression suddenly became serious. "I can't do anything about this. It seems I have to trouble the little genius doctor." After saying that, he picked up the phone and called Guo Chao. In Villa number 1 of Qilin Bay Villa District, Guo Chao came to Su Su's bedroom after taking a shower and turned the door handle, but he couldn't open the door no matter what. Only then did Guo Chao realize that the room had been locked. Guo Chao's forehead was full of black lines. So this is the trick he used on me. But now I was in the wrong, so I had to say something small. "Su Su, open the door and let me in." "Impossible." Su Su's firm voice rang out from the room. "The kitten will only be given fish if it's obedient. You clearly cheated on me outside, and you still want me to serve you. Why?" Guo Chao was about to defend himself when his phone rang urgently. Guo Chao picked up the phone and saw that it was Song Hui calling. He answered the call casually and heard Song Hui's helpless voice. "Little miracle doctor, Chen Dai's mother has had another heart attack, and it's even more serious than the last time. I'm really powerless to help her. I'd like to trouble you, little miracle doctor, to help. Chapter 53, Guo Chao is a miraculous doctor. Guo Chao refused without hesitation, I don't have time. After saying that, he hung up the phone. But at this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Su came out and looked at Guo Chao and asked quickly, is my sister sick again? Guo Chao nodded, yes, Dr. Song went to treat her, and her condition was too critical, so he wanted me to take action. Su became anxious when she heard this, the situation is so serious, then you should go there quickly. No. But before she could finish her words, Guo Chao interrupted her rudely, Shindai and Meng Hao were just getting engaged, disgusting me, and now they're asking me to save her mother. Why? Isn't my head cuckolded enough? Seeing that Guo Chao was really angry, Su quickly advised, Guo Chao, I know Shindai has gone too far and you are resentful. If it were someone else, I wouldn't advise you to take action, but Sume is my sister after all. I can't just watch her get into trouble, right? Seeing that Guo Chao still had a cold face and didn't speak, Su hugged his arm, shaking it while saying seductively, be good, as long as you help my sister, I will accompany you tonight. As long as you're obedient, I won't pursue the matter between you, Xiao, and Meng Wan anymore. Guo Chao looked at Su and shook his head, Su, you said it, I should have helped you unconditionally, but you forgot what Shindai's attitude was when I rescued Sume last time? If I go again, and she insults me again, will you have the heart to do it? Su frowned when she heard this, Shindai and the others are really going too far, but I can't bear to watch my sister die without helping her. What should I do? Guo Chao looked at Shindai and said, I won't go, but I will teach Song Hui acupuncture techniques to help your sister. After all, you asked me to help, so I can't deny you face. Su nodded heavily, hugged Guo Chao and kissed him on the face, okay, call for help quickly. Guo Chao nodded, picked up the phone and made a call, Dr. Song, I said, you come and do it. In front of the emergency room of the First People's Hospital of the city, Meng Hao was holding Shindai's hand and comforting her softly. Don't worry, with divine Dr. Song's help, Auntie will be safe and sound. Just as he finished speaking, Song Hui came out of the emergency room. Shindai hurried over and looked at Song Hui and asked hurriedly, Dr. Song, how is my mother? It's okay now. Song Hui said indifferently, turned around and left. Thank you, Dr. Song. Shindai shouted excitedly. Before Song Hui could say anything, Meng Hao smiled and said, Xiao Dai, you see, as long as I'm here, divine Dr. Song will rush over to treat Auntie immediately, so as long as I'm here, Auntie will be fine. Hold it. He was interrupted by Song Hui, who had already lost his patience. Before he could finish his words, I rushed over after hearing your call. Who do you think you are? Don't think that you can boss me around just because of the relationship between your Meng family and me. You're overthinking it. I'm telling you, from today on, I have nothing to do with your Meng family anymore. If you dare to call me again, I'll chop you to death. After saying this, he didn't even look at the stunned Meng Hao anymore and walked away. Why is Dr. Song angry? And it seems like he has a lot of opinions about you? Looking at Song Hui, who left angrily, Shindai asked in confusion. Meng Hao was also confused. He didn't seem to have offended him, right? Why was he acting this way? But the next moment, he rolled his eyes, looked at Shindai, and said through gritted teeth, I figured it out. Guo Chao must have given Song Hui some benefits to let Song Hui suppress me for him. How can this person be so hateful? Shindai glanced at Meng Hao, thought for a moment, and said, someone like divine Dr. Song wouldn't lie for a little benefit. Okay, I'm going to go see my mom. After saying that, he turned around, opened the door of the emergency room and ran in. He looked at the attending doctor next to him and asked quickly, Dr. Liu, how is my mother? The situation has stabilized, the doctor said while busying himself. Shindai finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly went over to hold Sume, who had opened her eyes but was clearly still not fully awake. She said hastily, Mom, you scared me to death. The next moment, I couldn't help but cry with joy. Chapter 54 Guo Chao, do you want to be with us? At this moment, Chen Yongxiang, who had recovered his strength, rushed over with difficulty. Shindai hurried over to support him and asked with concern, Dad, why don't you take a good rest? Chen Yongxiang glanced at Sume, who was still confused, and asked quickly, how is your mother? The doctor said that my mother's condition has stabilized. Shindai replied quickly. Only then did Chen Yongxiang breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, the doctor asked Shindai to come over and sign. Meng Hao came over and looked at Chen Yongxiang and said with a smile, with divine Dr. Song's help, Auntie will definitely be fine. You don't have to worry. Chen Yongxiang sighed and said nothing more. After all, it was Sume who was asked to ask Dr. Song to save her. If he said anything else, it would be too ungrateful. Chen Yongxiang went over and sat next to Sume's bed, holding Sume's hand. Looking at her pale face, he felt a pang of sadness in his heart. At this time, Chen Dai came back. Chen Yongxiang turned his head and looked at Chen Dai, sighed, and said, I am in bad shape this time, and your mother is in such a bad shape. From now on, I will focus on taking care of your mother, and I will leave the company's affairs to you. After hearing what Chen Yongxiang said, Meng Hao's heart suddenly burst into joy. Ha, I finally stopped you, old man, here. From now on, without your obstruction, my plan can be implemented immediately. Chen Yongxiang pondered for a moment, then looked at Chen Dai and asked, the company's current situation is almost hopeless. I suggest you go find Guo Chao and reconcile with him. As long as he calms down, she will definitely let Chun Pharmaceutical go. Before he could finish his words, Meng Hao interrupted him hastily, Uncle Chen, stop mentioning that scumbag Guo Chao. Not only is he having an unclear relationship with Su Su, but he's also having an affair with Xiao Rou. That's just your guess. Did you see it? Chen Yongxiang said, staring at Meng Hao. Dad, stop speaking for him. He even had sex with Meng Hao's sister, Meng Wan. Chen Dai said angrily, I never realized he was such a scumbag before. Why would I beg him to get back together? Am I going to let him cheat on me every day? What, he is also related to Meng Hao's sister? Chen Yongxiang asked in surprise. Could Meng Hao be wrong? Chen Dai said angrily, Dad, I don't want to talk about him anymore. I'm going to the company. After saying that, he left with Meng Hao. Chen Yongxiang murmured, could it be that Guo Chao really has such little self-respect? That's impossible. That kid has always been a clean slate. What on earth could have gone wrong? At this time, downstairs in the outpatient building, Song Hui was holding the phone, his face full of joy as he said, Girl, I didn't expect Guo Chao's medical skills to be so amazing. He taught me a few acupuncture techniques and saved a patient from the jaws of death. He's a true miracle doctor. You'd better hurry up and get close to him, otherwise you won't have a chance, haha. At this time, in Qilin Bay Villa, Guo Chao was on the sofa looking at his phone. Meng Wan called him and said, Guo Chao, if it's convenient for you, please come to the company. Guo Chao agreed and drove to the company. After entering the office, Meng Wan came over quickly and said to Guo Chao, my brother just called me and asked me to ask you to let Chun Pharmaceutical go. Guo Chao leaned back in his boss chair, looked at Meng Wan with narrowed eyes and said, I just want to know what you mean. Feeling the chill in Guo Chao's eyes, Meng Wan shuddered and quickly shook his head, my brother has screwed me over, how could I listen to him? Besides, I'm yours now, what should I do? I'll listen to you. Come here. Guo Chao glared at Meng Wan and ordered in a deep voice. Ah. Meng Wan exclaimed, looking at Guo Chao and quickly shaking his head, Guo Chao, no, it's still swollen. Guo Chao didn't look at her, but shouted towards the door, Lin Xiaoro, stop eavesdropping there, come in too. Lin Xiaoro pushed the door open and walked into the room. Meng Wan looked at Guo Chao in surprise and shouted, Guo Chao, what do you want to do? Do you want to join us? Lin Xiaoro also reacted and stared at Guo Chao with her mouth wide open. How could this guy play such a fancy trick? But Guo Chao glared at them and said, what are you thinking? I asked you to come over and drink with me. When the two heard this, their pretty faces turned red all the way to their ears. Oh, they were just overthinking it. The two men hurried over, took the wine in glasses, closed the door, and then sat in front of Guo Chao. Lin Xiaoro opened the bottle of wine and filled 3 glasses. The 3 of them clinked glasses and drank happily. The drunk Meng Wan looked at Guo Chao, her pretty face flushed, then she bit her red lips, pulled Lin Xiaoro aside, and whispered something. When Lin Xiaoro heard it, her eyes almost popped out. Chapter 55 Xiaoro, I have a bold idea. Lin Xiaoro looked at her and said softly, Meng Wan, I have a bold idea. Guo Chao obviously wants the 2 of us to accompany him together. Why don't we agree to it? We, accompany him together? Lin Xiaoro looked at Meng Wan, her jaw almost dropped in shock. Guo Chao didn't say this, but Meng Wan brought it up first. How could a girl do this? Meng Wan looked at Lin Xiaoro, Xiaoro, let me be honest. Guo Chao is with us more out of revenge against Meng Hao and Chen Dai, not love at all. At this critical moment, the only way we can keep his heart is to give him more happiness. So this time, it was worth it. That's settled. When he gets drunk, we'll take action. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the wine table. Lin Xiaoro's forehead was full of black lines. How could it be decided? In the CEO's office at Chen Pharmaceutical, Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai and said with a smile, "Xiao Dai, Auntie and Uncle Chen's conditions are stable. Why are you still so worried?" Chen Dai sighed and said, "My parents' condition is stable now, but what should I do with this mess of a company? That bastard Guo Chao won't let Chen Pharmaceutical go. I'm so worried." Meng Hao thought for a moment, then turned his eyes to Chen Dai and said, "Xiao Dai, you don't have to worry about this. I'll call Wan Wan later and ask her to go find Guo Chao and let Chen Pharmaceutical go. It's just a matter of her saying a word." Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao with a worried look on his face and asked, "Wan Wan and you have a bad relationship. Will she speak up for you? Besides, can Guo Chao listen to Wan Wan? He dares not to listen." Meng Hao said arrogantly, "If he dares not give me face, I will go to the police station and report him for raping my sister. Then I will make him work the sewing machine. He thinks he can sleep with my sister for free? No way." Chen Dai felt disgusted when she heard Meng Hao even took advantage of his own sister's life. However, he was trying to help her, so she couldn't say anything. After thinking for a moment, she looked at Meng Hao and asked, "Meng Hao, could it be that Wan Wan and Guo Chao really have that kind of relationship? Why don't I believe it?" Meng Hao became anxious upon hearing this. How could I possibly slander him? The truth is, not only did he sleep with my sister, he even arrogantly sent me videos and audio. After saying that, he wanted to take out his cell phone and play the video and audio to show Chen Dai, but he quickly remembered that he had deleted the video. Meng Hao wanted to chop off his hands. Why was he so naive? He looked at Chen Dai and said, "Xiao Dai, let's not talk about this anymore. I'll call my sister later. Just wait for good news. Then thank you in advance." Chen Dai finally smiled. Looking at Chen Dai at this moment, Meng Hao's eyes widened. Chen Dai was already a great beauty. With her faint smile, 2 dimples appeared on her pretty face, which made her look even more cute and innocent. She looked particularly beautiful and attractive. Looking at the vaguely visible scenery inside her collar, Meng Hao suddenly felt a surge of evil fire rising up. He walked to Chen Dai, grabbed her hand, looked at her and said hurriedly, "Xiao Dai, I like you." After saying that, he leaned over and kissed Chen Dai's pretty face. Chen Dai quickly tilted her head back to avoid Meng Hao's attack. She frowned and said, "Meng Hao, don't be like this. We are just friends." "No." Meng Hao became anxious upon hearing this. He looked at Chen Dai and shouted hurriedly, "We are engaged today. You are my girlfriend now." Halfway through his words, he suddenly reacted and looked at Chen Dai, "You still can't let go of Guo Chao. You are upset because he repeatedly rejected me, right? After all, he and I haven't broken up completely yet. We can't do this." Chen Dai shook her head and said. Meng Hao was so angry that he was about to die. After all this effort, he still couldn't defeat this scumbag. At this time, Chen Dai looked at Meng Hao and said, "Also, my father was hospitalized because of our engagement, so we must keep our distance." Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai, his lungs bursting with anger. Keep your mother's distance. He really wanted to pounce on her and kill Chen Dai, but he knew that this was Chen Dai's territory, and if he did that, he would get nothing. Thinking of this, he looked at Chen Dai and quickly said, "Then wait until my sister convinces Guo Chao to let Chen Pharmaceutical go and solve this problem. Can you persuade your father to agree to our plan?" Chen Dai frowned and said, "Meng Hao, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's call your sister as soon as possible and get down to business." After saying that, he raised his wrist and looked at the watch. "It's getting late, I should go back to the hospital to take care of my parents." After saying that, she stood up, picked up her bag and left. "No, Chen Dai, don't leave yet. How about we have a few drinks?" Meng Hao quickly stood up and tried to persuade her to stay. But Chen Dai did not stop and continued to walk outside. "My parents are still in the hospital. It is really inappropriate for me to drink here. Let's do it another time. When the troubles of Chen Pharmaceutical are completely resolved, I will accompany you to get drunk." After saying that, he left. Meng Hao. He remembered Chen Dai's last words, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He gritted his teeth and said, "Chen Dai, just wait. I will definitely get you drunk. I'll see how you can refuse me. But now we should urge Meng Wan to find Guo Chao and let Chen Pharmaceutical go." He picked up the phone and called Meng Wan. But Meng Wan's phone was turned off. Meng Hao was furious. "What the hell is going on? Why are you turning off the computer? Meng Wan did turn off her phone. She knew Guo Chao was in a bad mood and had tried her best to accompany him. She didn't want to disturb his mood because of a phone call. Seeing that Guo Chao was extremely drunk, Meng Wan glanced at Lin Xiaoro. Lin Xiaoro's pretty face turned red. Finally, she bit her red lips and got up. Together, they helped Guo Chao to the office suite and put him on the bed. Lin Xiaoro took off his shoes, but was afraid that he would feel uncomfortable sleeping, so she reached out to take off his clothes. However, she quickly remembered that Meng Wan was still beside her. Her pretty face blushed and she quickly stopped. Meng Wan glared at Lin Xiaoro and said, "We all know what's going on right now, why are you still being so hesitant?" "I'll do it." After saying that, he walked over, unbuttoned Guo Chao's shirt, lifted his body up, took off his shirt, and then took off his pants. She looked up at Lin Xiaoro and said, "Xiaoro, let's get started." After saying that, he slowly took off his clothes. Chapter 56. The woman in his arms is actually her? After taking off her clothes, Meng Wan lay directly inside Guo Chao and reached out to hug Guo Chao. Seeing Meng Wan like this, and then looking at Guo Chao's uncomfortable expression, Lin Xiaoro gritted her teeth and thought, forget it, they are his people anyway, so she might as well give it a try. She also took off her clothes and lay down outside Guo Chao. She shyly reached out and hugged Guo Chao. Guo Chao was in a daze and felt warm and soft on both sides. He opened his eyes in confusion and saw Lin Xiaoro and Meng Wan lying on his left and right. Guo Chao, still drunk, looked at the two of them puzzledly and asked, "What do you want to do?" Meng Wan looked at Guo Chao and said bravely, "Guo Chao, we can see that you are feeling very uncomfortable today. In order to make you happy, Xiaoro and I decided to accompany you together." Lin Xiaoro also nodded with a red face. "Stay with me?" Guo Chao was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. He sat up suddenly, coughing violently, and said, "In your eyes, I'm that kind of gangster, but I'm not." After saying that, he walked straight past Lin Xiaoro, grabbed his clothes and put them on, then staggered out of the suite and left without looking back. Meng Wan and Lin Xiaoro sat on the bed, staring at each other. Even though they were like this, Guo Chao was not moved at all and just left. Is there such a straight man in this world? But when he ate the two of them, he was not polite at all. Lin Xiaoro looked at Meng Wan, sighed, and said, "Wan Wan, do you understand? Guo Chao is with us just to get revenge on Chen Dai and Meng Hao. He doesn't care about us at all. In his heart, there is only Su Su." Meng Wan frowned when she heard this. The next moment, she gritted her teeth and said, "You're eating us for nothing? Impossible. I didn't take it to heart before, but I can't do that in the future. Xiaoro, we have to unite in the future and grab our place in his heart. I don't believe that the two of us can't beat Su Su alone. No man can resist the temptation of a dragon and two phoenixes. He drank too much today and didn't react. We'll find an opportunity to let him have a taste of it later. He will definitely not want to leave us." At this time, Guo Chao had already left the company, hailed a taxi, and headed towards the Qilin Bay Villa area. Qilin Bay Villa area, Villa number 1, Su Su's bedroom. Su Su and Qin Ruoshi sat opposite each other on the sofa. On the coffee table in front of them were a few plates of side dishes and 7 or 8 beer bottles. Qin Ruoshi looked at Su Su across from her and asked in confusion, "Su Su, what's going on? Why are you drinking so much?" Su Su put down her wine glass and exhaled, saying, "Guo Chao cheated on me." After saying that, he filled a glass of wine and drank it down. Qin Ruoshi's eyes widened when she heard this. "No way, you told me it was me." When he was with Chen Dai, he only had Chen Dai in his heart. He didn't even look at other women. He was famous for being chaste. How could he cheat? That was true before, but now he has turned bad. Su Su said angrily. "Then what are you going to do? Break up?" Qin Ruoshi looked at Su Su. Su Su rolled her eyes at Qin Ruoshi. "If I could give up, would I still be so upset? I tell you, I've been in love with him for a long time. Now I finally have the chance to be with him. How can I bear to be separated from him?" After saying that, he exhaled the alcohol and said with a wry smile, "Besides, he serves me so well that I really can't leave him. TSK, how shameless." Qin Ruoshi snorted, then thought for a moment and looked at Su Su and said, "You said Guo Chao was with those two women just to get revenge on Chen Dai and Meng Hao, and there was no emotional connection at all? If that's the case, then you don't have to be sad. Just think of him as someone who went out to buy prostitutes." "That's right." Su Su's eyes suddenly lit up. The two women he found, one is Chen Dai's future sister-in-law, and the other is Meng Hao's sister. He really is out for revenge. I feel much better now that you say that. Are you ready to forgive him? Shin Ruwashi asked again. Now that things have come to this, what else can I do if I don't forgive him? Susu drank another glass of wine and said helplessly, but I must teach him a lesson this time and let him know my attitude, otherwise I will have a harem in the future. At this time, her phone vibrated a few times. Susu picked up the phone and took a look. Then she looked up at Shin Ruwashi and said, I have something urgent to go out for. You wait here. We'll continue our conversation when you come back. After saying that, he stood up and turned away with unsteady steps. Seeing that Susu was in a bad mood, Shin Ruwashi couldn't bear to leave, so she got up and lay down on the bed. Having drunk quite a bit of wine, she felt sleepy and her eyes slowly closed as she fell into a deep sleep. At this time, Guo Chao staggered in from outside, saw that there was no one in the living room, and went straight into Susu's bedroom. It was completely dark, and there was no light in the room, so everything was blurry and unclear. Guo Chao vaguely saw a woman lying on the bed with her back to him. Guo Chao naturally thought it was Susu. His eyes lit up and he muttered, Looks like you're ready to welcome me. As he spoke, he staggered over, taking off his clothes as he walked, and when he reached the bed, he was completely naked. He lay down behind Shin Ruwashi, skillfully lifted up her hip skirt, hugged her slender waist tightly, and prepared to. Shin Ruwashi, who was half asleep, thought that Susu had come back to play a joke on her. She shook her head and muttered, Susu, stop it. I'm so sleepy. Let me sleep for a while. Guo Chao heard something strange and quickly stopped what he was doing and stood up to take a look. He immediately exclaimed, Shin Ruwashi? Shin Ruwashi also heard something wrong in the voice. She turned around in confusion and saw Guo Chao lying naked behind him. Shin Ruwashi sobered up immediately, quickly sat up, lowered her hip skirt, dodged backwards, looked at Guo Chao and shouted in fear. Guo Chao, what do you want to do? Guo Chao was frightened and alert, sobering up a lot. He quickly stood up, grabbed his clothes to cover his body, and said with a red face, I'm sorry, I mistook you for Susu. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Guo Chao hurriedly got out of bed, picked up his clothes as he walked, ran out of the bedroom, closed the door, sat on the sofa, and the next moment he covered his forehead with his hands. Susu was still thinking about the matter between Lin Xiaoro and manhwa. Now she has done something reckless. If Shin Ruwashi tells Susu, she will be completely screwed. Oh, drinking really ruins things. Shin Ruwashi came out of the bedroom. Guo Chao looked at her with embarrassment and said, Ruwashi, I really mistook you for Susu just now. But Shin Ruwashi said something that made Guo Chao's eyes widen. Chapter 57. Tell me, what did you hear last night? Shin Ruwashi lowered her head and blushed as she said, I understand, but don't let Susu know about this. Ah? When Guo Chao heard this, his eyes widened. After suffering a loss, not only did he not make a fuss, but he even covered up for himself? This is really broad-minded. Anyway, the mine was finally dismantled. Guo Chao looked at Shin Ruwashi and said quickly, Ruwashi, thank you. Shin Ruwashi blushed and said, You saved my mother, why would I bother with you? Besides, you recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Oh my god, so reasonable? Guo Chao looked at Shin Ruwashi, and his eyes lit up instantly. His impression of Shin Ruwashi suddenly reached its peak. He thought for a moment, then looked at Shin Ruwashi and said, You can just take the position of president of the newly established Ping Pharmaceutical Company, and forget about the vice president role. Shin Ruwashi was in high spirits after receiving the promotion. She looked up at Guo Chao and made a thoughtless joke, compensation? Cough cough. Guo Chao started coughing violently due to choking. Shin Ruwashi also realized that her words were too reckless, and her pretty face suddenly turned red. At this moment, Susu came in from outside, looked at the two of them sitting there, and asked in confusion, What are you talking about? Shin Ruwashi quickly stood up and said, Let's talk about work. Susu walked over, put her arm around her shoulders and said, Why are you talking about work so late at night? Come on, let's go back to the room and talk. Then he hugged Shin Ruwashi and went back to the bedroom. When Guo Chao saw this, he immediately became anxious. If the two of them slept together, what would his role be? So he stood up, looked at Susu's back and quickly shouted, Susu, it's getting late. Why don't you let Ruwashi go back? She has to go to work tomorrow. I don't want to talk to you. Susu glared at Guo Chao and closed the door. Guo Chao smiled bitterly. Well, there would be no chance to explain to Susu tonight. He shook his head, got up and went back to his bedroom. In Susu's bedroom, the two of them lay on the bed. Susu looked at Shin Ruwashi with sparkling eyes and said, just now, Dr. Song called me and said that even he couldn't save my sister. Guo Chao took action and easily settled everything. I only knew he was a great doctor before, but I never thought he was this good. Ha, I found a treasure. Seeing Susu's beaming expression, Shin Ruwashi asked doubtfully, don't you hate him for cheating on you? Of course I hate him. Shin Ruwashi gritted her teeth and said, let's put it this way. If he's wrong, he must pay the price. I'm going to punish him this time. Oh, go to sleep, I'm so sleepy. Shin Ruwashi lay down on the bed, but kept tossing and turning like a pancake. Shin Ruwashi stared at Susu, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, aren't you sleepy? Why aren't you sleeping yet? Susu said helplessly, being with you is not as comfortable as being with Guo Chao. No, I have to go find him. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. When he reached the door, he remembered his actions. It was really embarrassing. He turned around and looked at Shin Ruwashi and said righteously, I'm not looking for him to do anything, I just want him to give me an explanation. I'm running away. After saying that, he ran out of the room and closed the door behind him. Listening to her words that only made things more obvious, and seeing her anxious look, Shin Ruwashi laughed out loud. No one would believe you if you said that. I think you just can't leave Guo Chao. Is Guo Chao really that good? But soon, he remembered Guo Chao's extraordinary medical skills, his prominent status, his handsome face, and the terrifying thing he had just done when he hugged her from behind. Her heart trembled suddenly. So strong, if it were really like that, it would make people feel so comfortable. But soon her pretty face turned red. What was she thinking? That was her best friend's boyfriend. She closed her eyes and wanted to fall asleep, but her mind was full of Guo Chao hugging her from behind. Her heart was suddenly in turmoil. In Guo Chao's room, Guo Chao had already fallen asleep, but at this moment he keenly heard the sound of the door being pushed open. He opened his eyes and saw a figure who slipped in directly, closed the door with his backhand, came to his bed, glared at him and said, lie down inside. Ah! Guo Chao was obviously cold for a moment. What was going on? But he quickly reacted and quickly moved towards the bed. Susu lay down next to him. Guo Chao hugged her and said anxiously, Susu, have you forgiven me? Susu glared at him, forgive you, how can that be possible? I'm here to punish you, you must pay for your mistakes. After saying that, she turned over and pressed on Guo Chao like a female cat. 2 hours later, we calmed down together. Susu looked at Guo Chao angrily and said, Guo Chao, are you a human or an animal? I really can't stand you anymore. Go find your Lin Xiao and Meng Wan, right? Guo Chao stared at Susu and asked in surprise, are you not jealous of them anymore? I'm still drinking soy sauce. Susu rolled her eyes at Guo Chao and said, if you don't find someone to share the firepower, you'll kill me sooner or later. But he quickly added, but I'm warning you, these two are my bottom line. You're not allowed to go out and hook up with other women. When Guo Chao heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. This meant he was forgiven. Susu is such a nice person, easy to get along with. The next morning, Susu looked at Shin Ruwashi, who had 2 dark circles under her eyes, and asked doubtfully, Ruwashi, didn't you get enough rest last night? Shin Ruwashi glared at Susu, how can I sleep when you guys are making such a big noise? Susu leaned close to her ear, chuckled and asked, good girl, come and tell me, what did you hear last night? Get lost, how shameless. Shin Ruwashi scolded her in shame and anger, I'm going to work now. I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. When she passed by Guo Chao, she couldn't help but look at him, wondering how he could be so strong and torture Susu all night long. Thinking about Susu's comfortable cry again, she wondered, is it really that comfortable? Oh, what was I thinking about? Her pretty face turned red, and she quickly looked away and turned away. Her mind was filled with the scene of Guo Chao hugging her, and her ears were filled with Susu's enchanting calls. Her heart suddenly felt like it was growing weeds. After Guo Chao finished his breakfast, he drove to Dingsheng Group. As soon as he arrived at the door, a man rushed over, stopped his car, glared at him and shouted, Guo Chao, get down here. When Guo Chao saw that it was Meng Hao, his face turned cold and he stepped on the accelerator hard, and the car rushed towards Meng Hao. I'll go. Meng Hao screamed and scrambled to the side. He finally stood up from the ground, his face pale with fear. He glared at Guo Chao and yelled, you want to kill me? Guo Chao ignored him and drove to the company, but Meng Hao glared at him and yelled, Guo Chao, if you dare leave, I'll sue you for raping my sister and throw you in jail. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice came from behind him, who said he was stronger than me. Meng Hao turned his head and saw a girl walking towards him. It was his sister, Meng Wan. Chapter 58. I'll give you $1 at a time. Seeing Meng Wan, Meng Hao suddenly became furious. He rushed over, glared at Meng Wan and said angrily, I called you all night, but you didn't answer a single call. Do you still see me as your brother? Meng Wan stared at him coldly without saying a word. Meng Hao was furious, but remembering that he had asked her for something today, he quickly changed his expression and said, Hurry up and tell Guo Chao to resume cooperation with Chen Pharmaceuticals, or I'll sue him for raping you. Meng Wan glanced at him with disdain, then walked over and hugged Guo Chao as he got out of the car. Turning her head to look at him, she said directly, Guo Chao and I are in love with each other. It's consensual. There's no such thing as forcing someone to do something like you said. Do you understand? Seeing his sister sitting down in Guo Chao's arms, Meng Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He glared at Meng Wan and yelled, You actually favor him. Do you still see me as your brother? You are the one who didn't see me as your sister. Before he could finish his words, Meng Wan angrily interrupted him. You deliberately deceived me by saying he was worthless in order to use me to get close to Guo Chao. This is how you ended up in this situation. And you still have the nerve to question me? Meng Hao, you feel that what you do is not human. His old face flushed and he said embarrassedly, Wan, after all, I am your brother. Today, for the sake of brotherly love, please help me say a word and let Guo Chao resume cooperation with Chen Pharmaceutical. Meng Wan said sarcastically, Is the relationship between brother and sister more important than the relationship between husband and wife? No, so from now on I will stand on Guo Chao's side. If Dingxing Group can cooperate with Chen Pharmaceutical, you can ask Guo Chao. You. Meng Hao was so angry that he almost exploded, but he also knew that his sister would only respond to soft words and not to harsh words, so he suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Sister, please help me. I have already promised Chen Dai to help him solve the problems of Chen Pharmaceutical. If I can't do it, Chen Dai will turn against me. Shut up. He hadn't finished speaking when Meng Wan angrily interrupted him. You clearly knew that Chen Dai was Guo Chao's fiancé, yet you kept flirting with her. Are you acting like a human being? Are you speaking human words? Meng Hao, I'm ashamed of you. After saying that, he hugged Guo Chao and said, Let's go. Don't talk to this kind of rubbish. It will ruin your mood. Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Meng Hao's face turned green with anger. But Guo Chao stabbed him in the heart again. Meng Hao, your sister's character is 1,000,000 times better than yours, so I will take good care of her from now on. Then he added, Your sister is so smooth. After saying that, he hugged Meng Wan and left laughing. When Meng Hao heard these heartbreaking words, he was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. But when he saw the two people were about to leave, he suddenly became anxious and chased after them. How could he be willing to accept that Chen Pharmaceutical's troubles have not been resolved yet? But just as he reached the door, he was stopped by Yang Wei, who looked at him and shouted coldly, Get out of here immediately. If you dare to make trouble here again, I will break your legs. Meng Hao looked at Yang Wei and quickly said, Yang Wei, we are old classmates. Bah! He didn't finish his words when Yang Wei spat in his face. You even had the guts to lay hands on your classmate's girlfriend. I'm ashamed to be associated with a scum like you. You're not leaving, are you? Then let me help you. With a wave of his hand, several security guards came over, grabbed his hair and ears, and threw him out. Meng Hao sat on the ground, shaking with anger. He struggled to his feet, glared at the retreating Guo Chao, and shouted angrily, You son of a bitch, our story isn't over yet. I'm going to sleep with your wife. Hearing Meng Hao still not speaking, Yang Wei flew into a rage. I see you don't want your legs anymore, so I'll grant you your wish. Brothers, fight. Yes. The security guards agreed and rushed towards Meng Hao with rubber sticks. Oh my god. Meng Hao's face turned pale with fear. He turned and ran, shouting as he ran, Yang Wei, why are you showing off? Guo Chao is my brother-in-law after all. If you really make me angry, I'll let him fire you. Do you believe it? Yang Wei almost laughed out of anger. How shameless must this person be to say such a thing? Meng Hao had just gotten into the car when Chen Dai called him. Meng Hao, has your sister convinced Guo Chao to resume cooperation with Chen Pharmaceuticals? When Meng Hao heard this, he was immediately furious and shouted angrily. Don't mention it. She's not my sister. She's an ungrateful person. Not only did she not speak up for me, but she joined Guo Chao in getting angry at me. I'm so pissed off just mentioning her. Chen Dai asked hurriedly, so the deal didn't go through, right? Meng Hao said helplessly, yes, we haven't reached an agreement yet. There was a sudden silence on the phone. Meng Hao's heart tightened, and he quickly said, don't worry, Xiao Dai. I have a solution. I have a friend who's an investor. I'll talk to him and get him to invest in Chen Pharmaceuticals. All these problems can be solved with money. Is your friend reliable? Chen Dai finally perked up and said. Meng Hao quickly said, of course it's reliable. Just trust me. Xiao Dai, let's make an appointment and talk about it in detail. Hearing Chen Dai's agreement, Meng Hao's eyes lit up and he drove away. Guo Chao and Meng Wan came to his office together. Guo Chao smiled and said, Wan, you did well today, but I see you look very worried. Do you really want to help your brother? But you also know that he stole my wife, and I can't help him like this. But I don't object if you want to help him. After all, he is your brother, right? So you have to make money to help him. I can provide you with an opportunity to make a lot of money. Serve me well and I will pay you $1 for each time. $1 at a time. Go buy an eraser and solve it yourself. Meng Wan shouted angrily, stomping his feet. Seeing Meng Wan's face turning green, Guo Chao said seriously, Wan, don't look down on this $1. A little bit adds up to a lot. If you serve me 1 million times, it will be 1 million. If you serve me 10 million times, it will be 10 million. Get out. Hearing Guo Chao's nonsense, Meng Wan glared at him in shame and anger, turned around and left, but just as he turned around, he groaned and quickly held onto the wall, his face full of pain. What's wrong? Guo Chao asked puzzledly. It's all because of you. Meng Wan turned around and glared at Guo Chao. I drank too much with you yesterday, and when I got home I accidentally fell and broke my leg. So it's because of me. Let me take a look at it for you. Guo Chao stood up, came over to help Meng Wan sit on the sofa, lifted up her trouser leg and took a look. There was a shocking wound on her calf, which was still bleeding. Is there anything else inside? Guo Chao said, and rolled up Meng Wan's wide leg pants. Rabbit, where are you looking? Meng Wan hit Guo Chao in embarrassment. Where are you from? I haven't seen it. Guo Chao said arrogantly. You. Meng Wan was completely defeated by Guo Chao's shamelessness. He quickly lowered his trouser legs and rolled his eyes at him. Please take a break. I'm going to the hospital to get bandaged. After she finished speaking, she was about to stand up, but Guo Chao held her shoulders down and said, Stay here, I'll make some ointment for you. After saying that, he turned and left. Not long after, he returned with a box of ointment and helped Meng Wan apply it. Meng Wan sighed and said, This will definitely leave scars. I probably won't be able to wear skirts this summer. Guo Chao's words made Meng Wan's mouth curl up. Chapter 59 No matter how big the boss is, he still has to obey the boss lady. Guo Chao smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll heal your wound today. Forget wearing a skirt, even bare thighs won't be a problem. You're the one with your bare thighs. Meng Wan rolled her eyes at Guo Chao. Also, what are you talking about? You think you have a miracle drug that can make me whole again today? Can you please stop bragging like that? You'll soon know whether I'm bragging or not, Guo Chao said with a smile. At the same time, in the private room number 7 of the Sichuan Flavor Hotel, Meng Hao pointed at a table of dishes, looked at Chen Dai and said with a smile. These dishes are the specialties here. They taste pretty good. You should try them. Seeing that every dish was filled with red chili peppers, Chen Dai, who had no appetite to begin with, felt even more nauseous. She shook her head. I have already eaten in the morning, you can eat. She never eats spicy food and remembers telling Meng Hao about it, but he forgot. At that moment, she suddenly thought of Guo Chao. She had never told Guo Chao this, but Guo Chao had observed her taste and remembered her habit so well that he never added spicy food when cooking. Once she asked Guo Chao, who was from Sichuan and liked spicy food very much, why he never put chili peppers in his dishes. Guo Chao told her with a smile, it was because she didn't eat spicy food. At that moment her heart suddenly trembled. But she quickly shook her head. This bastard had cheated on her and had become a complete scumbag. What else did she want from him? She gathered her thoughts, looked at Meng Hao, and quickly asked, Meng Hao, tell me about the funding. Is your friend reliable? Meng Hao put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, "Of course he's reliable. If you don't trust others, how can you trust me? Let me tell you, he's the vice president of an angel investment company." Angel investment company, that's certainly reliable. Chen Dai's eyes lit up when she heard it. Then how much can they lend? As much as you want, I'll give you. Meng Hao said arrogantly, but you also know that loans now require collateral. As long as you mortgage some of Chen Pharmaceuticals' assets to them, they'll be able to release the loan quickly. Ah? You want to mortgage Chen Pharmaceutical? Chen Dai frowned immediately. That is to say, we will mortgage it. When we repay the loan, Chen Pharmaceutical will still be ours. Besides, it's only a part of it. What are you worried about? Meng Hao quickly advised. Should I discuss this with my dad? Chen Dai said after thinking for a while. No. Meng Hao quickly held down Chen Dai's hand that was making the call, shook his head, and said, Uncle isn't feeling well right now, and he's still taking care of Auntie. Don't bother him. We can handle this little thing. Then he grabbed Chen Dai's hand and said sincerely, You don't trust others, but you can't trust me? You know, I'm your boyfriend now, how could I possibly cheat you? Chen Dai wanted to say something, but then Chen Yongqiang called, Xiao Dai, your mother's condition has relapsed again, you should go to the hospital as soon as possible. When Chen Dai heard this, her expression changed immediately and she quickly said, Okay, Dad, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Meng Hao and said, Meng Hao, I have to go to the hospital right away. Let's put the loan matter aside for now. After saying that, he left. Meng Hao looked at Chen Dai's back, a cold expression on his face. Now that you know Guo Chao's identity, you've become much more distant from me. It seems I have to hurry up and close the net, otherwise, when you finally wake up, it will be troublesome. After that, he picked up the phone and called. When the call was connected, he said with a smile, Mr. Wang, let's meet and discuss in detail. At Dingsheng Group, in the chairman's office, Mang Wan pushed the door open and looked at Guo Chao with surprise. Guo Chao is truly amazing. Not only has the wound on my leg healed without a scar, but now there's only a faint red mark left. After saying that, he came to Guo Chao happily and rolled up his trouser legs. Look, come and take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, a woman's teasing voice rang out from the doorway, What's so good? Come, let me see it too. As the voice was spoken, a woman walked into the room. Meng Wan turned around and exclaimed, quickly lowering his trouser legs, blushing and saying, Boss Su, why are you here? The person who came was Su Su. Su Su said with a half smile, Let me see if the feng shui of this company is bad. Otherwise, why is my boyfriend always being pestered by vixens when he is in the company? Hearing Su Su's indirect criticism, Meng Wan's pretty face suddenly turned red to her ears. Guo Chao glared at Su Su and said, What nonsense are you talking about? Meng Wan's leg was injured, and I applied some ointment to her. She asked me to see the results, understand? Meng Wan nodded quickly, Yes, that's right, that's what happened. I also want to talk to Mr. Guo about work. Su Su went over and sat on the sofa, looking at Meng Wan with a half smile and said, Oh, about work? Tell me what you're going to talk about. Meng Wan quickly said, I just saw that Director Guo's ointment is so effective. It removed all the scars on my legs in less than 2 hours. So I'm planning to open a beauty company specializing in this freckle removal cream. It's sure to be a big hit. Hearing that Meng Wan's idea was good, Su Su nodded and said, That's a good idea. I agree. I'll let Guo Chao invest in you, and you'll be fully responsible for this company. Okay, Mr. Su, I'll prepare it right away. Meng Wan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned around to leave. Guo Chao glared at Su Su and said, Am I the boss or are you? You make all the decisions yourself. Su Su said confidently, You are the boss, but I am the boss's wife. No matter how big the boss is, you have to listen to the boss's wife. Do you understand? No matter how Guo Chao listened, he felt that Su Su was driving. Su Su muttered again, I'll have to send that damn bitch Lin Shero out as well, otherwise this office will become a club. The next moment he shook his head again, No, I have to leave one to share the firepower with me. Then he looked at Guo Chao and said with a smile, Do you think I'm very considerate? He. Guo Chao's forehead was full of black lines. Su Su, do you have nothing better to do than come here to cause trouble for me? Of course I have something to talk to you about. Su Su looked at Guo Chao, and it's something big. Hearing that it was a big deal, Guo Chao immediately perked up. What big deal? After hearing Su Su's words, Guo Chao's face suddenly turned dark. Chapter 60. I can eat Chen die soon. Su Su said seriously, the people I arranged reported to me that Meng Hao was planning to take action against Chen Pharmaceutical. Before she could finish her words, Guo Chao interrupted her, the dirty deeds of that bitch have nothing to do with me from now on, and I don't want to hear about it. How can it be unrelated? Chen's Pharmaceuticals was built by Dingsheng Group. It can be said that half of Chen's Pharmaceuticals assets belong to Dingsheng Group, and also to you. Your money is my money, how can I allow it to fall into the hands of others, so I must take it back. After saying that, he stood up, came over and grabbed Guo Chao's sleeve. Hurry up and follow me, quickly. What if I don't go with you? Guo Chao said unhappily when he saw Su Su's forced buying and selling behavior. Su Su turned her head to look at Guo Chao, laughed, and the next moment she hugged him, saying in a coquettish voice, hubby, don't do this, it hurts. Oh my god. Guo Chao exclaimed, quickly covering Su Su's mouth and glaring at her, what are you doing, you tigress? Do you want to completely ruin my reputation? Su Su opened Guo Chao's hand and said with a smile, are you going or not? Oh my god. Guo Chao was completely defeated. Wouldn't it be better if you had been so obedient earlier? Su Su said with a smile, and pulled Guo Chao outside. The two left the company and got into the car. Su Su looked at Guo Chao and said, the buyer Meng Hao found is called Wang Dabiao, and he's also a very difficult person. Guo Chao said contemptuously, don't worry, talk to him, and leave the rest to me. After saying that, he picked up his phone and sent a text message. Seeing Guo Chao's confident look, Su Su smiled and said, well, today it's up to you. The word was pronounced very hard and with one sound. Guo Chao. In private room number 2 of the Hilton Hotel, Meng Hao sat opposite a man. The man was of middle age, with a bald head, a face full of flesh, and a pair of triangular eyes flashing with a fierce light. He looked like a ruthless person. The man, the boss of Haicheng Qijin Group, Wang Dabiao. Meng Hao pushed a free transfer agreement in front of Wang Dabiao and said with a smile, Boss Wang, I will give you 10% of Chen Pharmaceuticals assets first. Before he could finish his words, Wang Dabiao interrupted him coldly, the entire Chen Pharmaceutical Group is worth less than 300 million. You gave me 10% of the assets, which is 30 million. You think you can get rid of me with 30 million? Are you kidding me? Looking at Wang Dabiao's cold eyes, Meng Hao's face turned pale with fear. He quickly said, Boss Wang, that's not what I meant. I just want to give you some first, and I'll pay you back later. What's the point of paying it back slowly? How long have you been owing me? He was interrupted by Wang Dabiao before he could finish his words, either you give me the entire Chen Pharmaceutical Company today and we'll settle our debt, or I'll break your legs. Meng Hao was so anxious he almost cried when he heard this. No, Mr. Wang. If I give you the entire Chen Pharmaceutical Company, Chen Dai will never forgive me. This is something you should consider, not me. Understand? Wang Dabiao glared at Meng Hao. You don't agree, right? I think you don't want your legs anymore. Agree, I agree to everything. Meng Hao was so scared that his bones were soft. He dared not resist anymore. He quickly modified the agreement and pushed it in front of Wang Dabiao. Wang Dabiao read it once, took a pen and signed his name, tore off a copy, and threw the other copy in Meng Hao's face. The bill is settled, but don't forget what you promised me. You will send that bitch Chen Dai to my bed as soon as possible. Meng Hao quickly said, Boss Wang, Chen Dai hasn't succeeded yet, so please give me another week. Don't touch Chen Pharmaceuticals during this week, and you have to give me another 5 million. Hold it. Meng Hao was interrupted rudely by Wang Dabiao before he could finish his words. He straightened up, stared at Meng Hao, and said with narrowed eyes, why the hell haven't I gotten anything yet? You still want more money. Do you think I'm a fool? No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. Meng Hao quickly shook his head and explained, I said I was mortgaging the company to get a loan. Chen Dai won't take the bait unless she sees the money. This way, you won't be able to taste her. Wang Dabiao looked at Meng Hao, chuckled, and said, okay, I'll give you the money, but if I find out later that you're playing a trick on me, you can imagine the consequences. After saying that, he took out his checkbook, scribbled a few words, tore off a page, and threw it in Meng Hao's face. Remember, you only have 1 week, get out. Meng Hao quickly picked up the check and left in a hurry. Wang Dabiao poured himself a glass of wine, tilted his head back and drank it, with a devilish smile on his face. That woman has a pretty face and a good figure. I'm sure I'll be so happy if I press her down on the bed. I'm going to make a fortune this time, huh? Just as he finished speaking, a woman's calm voice rang out at the door. How did Mr. Wang make a fortune? Tell me about it. As soon as she finished speaking, the door opened and Su Su walked into the room gracefully. Wang Dabiao glared and roared, Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have? But the next moment he recognized Su Su, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and he quickly said with a smile, So it's President Su, I apologize for my words just now. Please forgive me. Come and sit down. Su Su went straight over and sat down. Wang Dabiao smiled and said, Boss Su, what's the matter with you coming here today? Su Su looked at Wang Dabiao and went straight to the point. Manghao gave you the Chen's medicine just now, right? I came here for Chen's pharmaceutical. Now give me Chen's pharmaceutical. Wang Dabiao frowned upon hearing this. Boss Su, this is Manghao paying me back my debt. It's not nice for you to steal my love like this, right? Su Su looked at Wang Dabiao and said calmly, You deliberately set up a trap back then and cheated Meng Hao out of a large sum of money. That Meng Hao is a fool. Do you really think everyone else is a fool? You are just trying to get something for nothing, don't you understand? Wang Dabiao sat on the chair, looked at Su Su and said calmly, Boss Su, does this matter have anything to do with you? Su Su said calmly, This has nothing to do with me, but Chen Pharmaceutical was supported by my Dingxing Group. It can be said that most of Chen Pharmaceutical's assets belong to Dingxing Group. If you want to embezzle Chen Pharmaceutical, you are taking my money, and I will not agree to this. Wang Dabiao looked at Su Su and said arrogantly, This has nothing to do with me. I only know that Chen Pharmaceutical is Meng Hao paying off my debt, so I can't give it to you. Nothing else, please. Su Su looked at Wang Dabiao, What if I insist on taking Chen's pharmaceutical? Wang Dabiao looked at Su Su and laughed, Su Su, I give you face and call you President Su. If I don't give you face, you are nothing. Do you really think that your Dingxing Group can suppress me? You think too much. If you really push me to the limit, don't blame me for flipping the table. Su Su sighed, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to seize it. If that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, he clapped his hands. Soon Guo Chao pushed the door open and came in. Wang Dabiao looked at Guo Chao and burst into laughter. Isn't this the gigolo from the Chen family? Su Su, I thought you were going to bring in some powerful guy. Turns out it's him. To be honest, even if I fuck you today, he'll have to watch you, believe it or not. Before he could finish his words, Guo Chao suddenly swung his hand and slapped him directly in the face. There was a loud bang, and Wang Dabiao's body weighing nearly 200 pounds was thrown to the ground by Guo Chao. Guo Chao looked at him coldly and said, Are you still arrogant? Chapter 61 This is also a fairy. Wang Dabiao covered his swollen face and looked up at Guo Chao with disbelief in his eyes. He never thought that this coward would dare to hit him. It took him a while to react. He got up from the ground, pointed at Guo Chao and roared angrily, You bastard, you dare to hit me, you wanna die. Before he could finish his words, Guo Chao slapped him again with his backhand. This slap was even harder, causing blood to spurt out from the corner of his mouth. Hasn't it been enough? Wang Dabiao was completely furious. He glared at Guo Chao and roared angrily, All right, you bastard, you actually dared to hit me? You really think I'm easy to bully? I tell you, you're overthinking it. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'll take your last name. After saying that, he took out his phone and made a call someone to come to the Hilton Hotel immediately. Bring your weapons, I want to bleed you today. He put down the phone and looked at Guo Chao, gritting his teeth and saying, Do you know what I do? I'm not only a businessman, but also a gangster. I've dealt with countless people who tried to stop me from demolishing houses. You, a piece of trash, dare to jump in front of me. You're really too bold. If I don't chop off your limbs today, I'll take your surname. Before he finished speaking, a lazy voice sounded outside the door, Whose limbs are you going to chop off? As the voice was spoken, a woman pushed the door open and entered. Wang Dabiao, who was already furious, heard someone openly challenging him. He immediately flew into a rage, turned around and glared at the person who came and roared, Who the hell do I want to chop off my limbs? It has nothing to do with you. But before he could finish his words, he saw who was coming. The woman had her hair tied up high, revealing a long, snow-white swan neck. Her oval face was as white and smooth as porcelain, and her facial features were like ivory carvings. She wore a white tight-fitting shirt on her upper body, which perfectly outlined her slender waist and the fullness of her chest. She wore a pair of black silk trousers underneath, which highlighted her long and beautiful legs. The woman stood there gracefully, like a blooming peony. Her hot body made all the men fantasize about her and couldn't control themselves. They wanted to pounce on her and have a kiss on her. But when Wang Dabiao saw the woman, not only did he not feel the slightest blasphemous desire, but he was so frightened that his face turned pale instantly, and he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Sister Shui, it's you." The person who came was none other than the underground emperor of Haichang, Shui Linglong. When Wang Dabiao recognized Shui Linglong, his expression changed instantly. He does have some strength in Haichang, but that is in front of others. In front of Shui Linglong, he is nothing. Thinking of how he had dared to speak rudely to this great god just now, he was so frightened that his heart was in a knot. He trotted over to Shui Linglong and quickly said with a smile, "Sister Shui, I really didn't know it was you. Otherwise, I would never dare to be so presumptuous in front of you." Shui Linglong didn't even glance at him. She walked straight to Guo Chao, smiled sweetly, and said, "Brother, I rushed here as soon as I received your text message. It seems I'm lucky I'm not late." Younger brother? Boom. These two simple words were like a thunderclap, rolling over Wang Dabiao's head. He was so scared that he froze there, his scalp almost exploding. Oh my god, this unknown piece of trash is actually Shui Linglong's younger brother? Shui Linglong turned around and came to Wang Dabiao. She raised her hand and patted his fat face. She laughed and said, "Wang Dabiao, you've become so capable now. You even want to bully my brother, right?" Wang Dabiao didn't dare to resist being slapped in the face by Shui Linglong like a dog. He forced a smile and said, "Sister Shui, I really didn't know he was your brother, otherwise I wouldn't dare to disrespect him even if I were beaten to death." Shui Linglong looked at Wang Dabiao, shook her head and said, "After so many years in Haicheng, don't you know my style of doing things? I, Shui Linglong, have always been vindictive and will not tolerate any loss. You bullied my brother like this today, and you think you can just let it go with an apology? You must pay the price today. Well, use your company to appease my brother's anger." No. Wang Dabiao was so scared when he heard it that he screamed, "Sister Shui, please don't do that. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong." The company was a foundation he had built after years of hard work. If the company was taken away, Wang Dabiao would become a complete pauper. He could not accept such an outcome, so he looked at Shui Linglong and begged bitterly. But Shui Linglong stared at him coldly without saying a word. Wang Dabiao quickly turned around and begged Guo Chao for mercy, "Little brother, I really don't know the relationship between you and Sister Shui. I just offended you and I apologize. I hope you can say a word for me and ask Sister Shui to forgive me." Guo Chao sat there eating melon seeds and ignored him completely. Wang Dabiao was so frightened that his scalp went numb. He quickly turned around and begged Su Su for mercy, "Boss Su, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Please speak up for me and ask the boss to forgive me. Please." Su Su put down the teacup, looked at Wang Dabiao and said calmly, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why aren't you arrogant now?" Wang Dabiao quickly kowtowed and begged for mercy, "I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again, I am willing to hand over Chen Pharmaceutical. It should have been done earlier. Why did it have to be like this? Tell me, what did you talk about with that Meng Hao?" Wang Dabiao did not dare to hide anything and told the whole story in detail. This Meng Hao is still plotting something. How can I let him have his way? You want to do this, and that. Su Su looked at Wang Dabiao and gave him orders calmly. Wang Dabiao nodded quickly and left in disgrace. Shui Linglong looked at Su Su and said with a smile, "My sister-in-law looks beautiful and gentle, but I didn't expect that she is also a decisive and ruthless person." Su Su blushed at the words brother-in-law. She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Sister Shui, you're joking. I have some things to do. I'll be leaving first." Then he looked at Guo Chao and ordered, "Guo Chao, Sister Shui helped us so much today. You must have a few drinks with her to express your gratitude." After saying that, he turned and left. Shui Linglong closed the door, came over and sat next to Guo Chao, and said with a smile, "Su Su is a famous beauty in Haicheng. I didn't expect that this flower would be picked by you. You are really lucky." But Su Su is the pure and lovely type, totally different from her sister. Do you want to give her a try? Puff. Guo Chao, who had just taken a sip of wine, couldn't hold it in any longer and spat it out, all spraying onto Shui Linglong's chest. The white shirt was quickly soaked and became almost transparent, and the aqua blue cover inside and the amazing outline were completely outlined. It looked like a ripe peach, so tempting. Guo Chao took a look, turned his head hurriedly, and said with a red face, "Sister Shui, please don't do this, I really can't stand it." Seeing Guo Chao's embarrassed look, Shui Linglong couldn't help but giggle any longer. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I still have some things to deal with. I'll talk to you another day and we'll have a deep chat then. After saying that, he stood up, giggled and left. Guo Chao. This is also a fairy. Chapter 62, Unlocking New Postures. Guo Chao got up and left the hotel and came to the parking lot, but saw Su Su leaning against the car, looking at her mobile phone. Guo Chao walked over and said with a smile, "Aren't you leaving? You are going to drink with Sister Shui, so you can't drive. Who will pick you up if I leave? Get in the car." Su Su went over, opened the car door, let Guo Chao get in, got into the driver's seat, started the car and drove out. She looked at Guo Chao puzzledly and asked, "Guo Chao, how did you get to know Sister Shui?" Guo Chao recounted the story of how Shui Linglong suddenly fell ill and how he rescued her from the brink of death. Su Su nodded, looked at Guo Chao with a smile on her face and said, "My boyfriend is really capable. By the way, I thought you were going to have a good talk with Sister Shui in there, how come it was over so quickly?" "It's over so soon?" Guo Chao's forehead suddenly darkened. He turned around and glared at Su Su, gritting his teeth and saying, "You're mocking my ability, right? Fine, I'll prove it to you right now." After saying that, he went to pull Su Su's hand. Su Su pushed his dirty hands away. "I'm driving, stop messing around." Guo Chao then let him go and leaned back on the seat, but Su Su's next words almost made him climb onto the dashboard. Su Su only muttered, "You pissed me off. I'm inviting Lin Xiaoro and Meng Wan to join us in taking care of you. I want to see how capable you are. 3 people clean up together?" Guo Chao looked at Su Su, coughing and gasping for breath. Looking at Guo Chao's embarrassed look, Su Su burst out laughing. Seeing Su Su's turbulent look, Guo Chao's eyes widened instantly. Su Su felt Guo Chao's greedy gaze, and she rolled her eyes, looking at him seductively and said, "Do you want to eat?" Cough cough. Guo Chao's face turned red due to the teasing and he almost died of coughing. At this moment, his phone rang urgently. Guo Chao concealed his mistake and took out his phone to answer it. "Hello, Meng Wan." Meng Wan's sweet voice rang out on the phone. "Guo Chao, I'm about to start trial production of a new product. Can you come over and give me some guidance?" "Okay, I'll be right there." Guo Chao agreed and hung up the phone. He then turned to look at Su Su and said, "Su Su, Meng Wan asked me to go over and try out a new product." Su Su looked at him and said with a smile, "It's about unlocking a new posture." Guo Chao was completely speechless by this tiger woman. He glared at her and said, "If you're worried, why don't you come along too?" "I don't have the time. You tossed me around all night and I'm so sleepy. I have to go back and get some sleep to recharge my energy so I can have another 300 rounds of battle with you tonight." Su Su curled her lips and pushed the door open to get out of the car. Then she turned around and looked at him with a smile and said, "Just because I'm not going doesn't mean I don't know anything. I'll check it out when I get back tonight and you'll know. If you're not energetic enough, you better be careful." After saying that, he twisted and turned and left. Looking at her swaying figure and listening to her shocking words, Guo Chao suddenly felt upset. In the past, Su Su had been the undisputed flower of the high mountain. Cold and beautiful, she kept people at a distance. In his mind, she was the epitome of self-respect and self-love. But now, does a girl become like this once she becomes a woman? I don't understand, I really don't understand. Guo Chao shook his head, started the car, and sped towards the new company. At this time, at the First People's Hospital of the city, Meng Hao came to Su Mei's ward, waved the check in his hand towards Chen Dai, and said with a smile, "Xiao Dai, I got the funds." Chen Dai's eyes lit up, and she quickly went over to take the check and took a look. 5 million. Meng Hao nodded. "Yes, this is the first installment of funds. The rest will be deposited into the account soon." Chen Dai said happily, "As long as the money is in place, everything will be revitalized." "Meng Hao, thank you so much for this time." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Chen Yunxiang who was sitting on Su Mei's bed and said, "Dad, did you see that? Meng Hao is the only one who really helps me. Now you won't criticize him, right? But I always feel that it's inappropriate to use the company as collateral for a loan." Chen Yunxiang said with a frown. But before he could finish his words, Chen Dai interrupted him impatiently. "You don't even have anything to pledge, and you still want money? How can you possibly get something for nothing? Besides, it's only 20% of the company's assets. What's the big deal?" Chen Yongxiang wanted to say something, but Chen Dai spoke first. "Dad, I have to go to the company quickly." There are still many things waiting for me to deal with. You stay here to take care of my mother. I'm leaving. After saying that, he pulled Meng Hao and turned to leave. The two men came outside and got into the car. Meng Hao started the car and laughed. Su Su leaned back, breathed a sigh of relief, and said, "As long as there is capital injection, the company will be revitalized quickly. With my ability, I will definitely be able to develop the company." The next moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard, you really think that you can trample me under your feet with the help of Dingsheng Group? You think too much. When Chen Pharmaceutical rises one day, you will kneel before me." Meng Hao nodded quickly. This Guo Chao is truly despicable. We must not let him off easily when the time comes. Then he looked at Chen Dai and said with a smile, "Shadai got the funds, this is a good thing, I think we should celebrate." Chen Dai, in a very good mood, nodded directly. Seeing Chen Dai agree, Meng Hao's heart was immediately filled with joy. As long as I eat Chen Dai today, she will have to let me control her in the future. As long as I offer her to Wang Dabiao, all my accounts will be settled. This is great. The two of them quickly arrived at the Biyun Hotel and found a private room to sit down. The food and drinks arrived, and Meng Hao filled a glass and handed it to Chen Dai. "Cheers to getting us the funding." Chen Dai took the wine glass and drank it all. Meng Hao filled his glass again. "Cheers to your future success." "Thank you." Chen Dai took the wine glass and drank it again. Meng Hao poured another glass of wine and handed it to her. "Cheers to you for getting rid of that scumbag Guo Chao." Mentioning Guo Chao, Chen Dai suddenly became furious. "Don't mention this bastard, it's a spoiler." After saying that, he took the wine glass and drank it again. When Meng Hao heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. Chen Dai had completely let go of Guo Chao. As long as he got her drunk, she would be at his mercy. "It seems that it is almost certain that I will eat Chen Dai today." Thinking of this, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he picked up another glass of wine and sat next to Chen Dai, extending it to her. "Cheers to starting a new life for us." Chen Dai shook her head and said, "Meng Hao, I can't hold my liquor. I can't drink anymore." Looking at Chen Dai's flushed face, looking at the tempting scenery inside her collar, and smelling the alluring fragrance on her body, Meng Haoden felt a surge of heat all over his body. He could no longer control himself, and suddenly reached out and hugged Chen Dai. Looking at her with greedy eyes, he said, "Shadai, you are so beautiful, I really like you so much." After saying that, he leaned forward and kissed Chen Dai's beautiful lips. Chapter 63 Stabbed in the Back. Chen Dai had drunk quite a bit and felt a little dizzy. Meng Hao held her tightly, and she felt a little weak all over. But the next moment, she woke up completely. She hurriedly pushed Meng Hao away, shook her head, and said, "Meng Hao, don't be like this, we're just friends." Meng Hao immediately became anxious when he heard this. He glared at Chen Dai and shouted, "We're not friends, we're boyfriend and girlfriend. Xiao Dai, I really love you. Please don't reject me, okay?" After saying that, he tried to hug Chen Dai again, but Chen Dai dodged him again, shook her head and said, "Meng Hao, please don't be like this, okay?" Seeing Chen Dai refuse again, Meng Hao was completely furious. He looked at Chen Dai and shouted, "Xiao Dai, can't you let go of Guo Chao? This scumbag hurt you like that, and you still think about him. Are you stupid? Thinking about him? How is that possible?" Chen Dai said coldly, "It's just that the company hasn't entered the formal stage yet, I really don't have this mood." Then he looked at Meng Hao and said, "Meng Hao, once the company is back on track, I will promise you, okay?" Meng Hao stared at Chen Dai, unable to believe his eyes. She was clearly a naive, innocent girl who hadn't been able to walk when he saw her, but how could she become so scheming? And was she even playing the same old trick of "don't release the eagle until you see the rabbit"? Seeing Meng Hao's displeased expression, Chen Dai frowned and looked at him and asked, "Meng Hao, don't you even have this little bit of patience?" Meng Hao finally realized what was happening and quickly said, "No, I just really want to be with you. If that's the case, I'll wait for you." But in my heart, I was gritting my teeth. "Just wait, I will definitely take you down within this week." After the two of them finished their meal, Chen Dai urged Meng Hao to drive towards Chen Pharmaceutical. Chen Dai was browsing the news on her phone. The next moment, she turned to look at Meng Hao, her eyes lighting up as she said, "Meng Hao, Meng Wan has established Ping in Pharmaceutical. They mainly produce anti-freckle cream. The first round of investment was 500 million yuan. Your sister has made it big. Don't mention her. I get mad when you mention her." Meng Hao was immediately furious when he heard Meng Wan. She's sitting right there in the arms of that scumbag Guo Chao. She doesn't even have me as her brother in her eyes. Whatever happens to her is none of my business. She is your sister after all. It will benefit everyone if we have a good relationship with her. Chen Dai quickly advised. I treat her as my sister, but does she see me as her brother? No, let's not mention her anymore. I get angry when I mention her. Meng Hao said angrily. Seeing that Meng Hao's face had turned green, Chen Dai stopped trying to persuade him. The two of them quickly arrived at Chen's pharmaceutical. In the past, as long as their car arrived at the door, the gate would open quickly and the security guard would stand at the door to greet them respectfully. But today, when they arrived at the door, the gate was tightly closed, there was no movement at all, and not a single security guard could be seen. Meng Hao honked the horn impatiently. After a long while, several security guards came out of the security room. Meng Hao glared at the security guard and yelled, "Didn't you see our car? Why don't you open the door? What are you doing standing there? Are you standing there like a corpse?" But the security guard not only didn't open the door, but instead glared at him and yelled, "Who the hell do you think you are? What right do you have to shout here? If you act arrogant again, I'll smash your car. Do you believe it? You guys?" Seeing a few stinky security guards yelling at him, Meng Hao was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He turned his head and looked at Chen Dai in the passenger seat and shouted with gritted teeth, "Chen Dai, why are you still keeping these garbage around? Just drive away, drive away." Chen Dai looked at the security guards and frowned. She went in and out of the company every day, so she knew the security guards, but the people in front of her were obviously strangers. She pondered for a moment, then picked up the phone and called the office director. "Hey, when did Director Lu's company's security get replaced? Why didn't I hear anything about this? You didn't even tell me. Do you still think I'm the CEO?" As soon as she finished speaking, an angry voice rang out on the phone, "You're still blaming me? I was just about to find you. You sold the company without even telling us in advance and just fired us all. What do you think of us? We're just toilet paper, can you just throw us away whenever you want? What do you mean I sold the company and fired all of you? What's going on?" Chen Dai was completely confused. "You sold the company to Wang Dabu yourself, how could you not know that? Stop pretending. We will not let this matter go and we must get an explanation." The other party hung up the phone directly after saying that. Chen Dai finally realized something was wrong. She turned to look at Meng Hao, frowning and asking, "Didn't you mortgage 20% of the company's assets? How come it's the entire company now? Didn't you contact your friends at the Angel Investment Company? How did the company end up in Wang Dabiao's hands now?" Meng Hao was also complaining in his heart, how could this happen? Seeing the cold light in Chen Dai's eyes, Meng Hao quickly put on a smile and said, "I don't understand this either. Wait, I'll give you a call and ask." He hurriedly got out of the car, walked to the side, picked up the phone and called Wang Dabiao. When the call was connected, he quickly asked, "Boss Wang, didn't you agree that you would take over the company in a week? Why did you do it today?" Wang Dabiao's domineering voice rang out on the phone, "Do I need you to tell me what to do? Do you think you are worthy of it? Besides, it's my company now, I can take it over whenever I want, understand?" Meng Hao was so angry at Wang Dabiao's inconsistency that his lungs almost exploded, but he didn't dare to get angry. He quickly said, "Boss Wang, that's not what I meant. If you do this and alarm Chen Dai, how can I send her to your bed?" But before he could finish his words, Wang Dabio interrupted him rudely, "This is your business, not mine, understand? And send Chen Dai to my bed as soon as possible, or I'll chop you to death." "No, Mr. Wang, listen to me, hello?" Meng Hao shouted hurriedly, but the phone was already connected with a beep. Meng Hao froze there, stunned. Then, the sound of high heels tapping against the ground echoed from behind him, followed by Chen Dai's cold voice, "What's going on? Come on, explain it to me." Meng Hao turned to look at Chen Dai and quickly put on a smile, saying, "Chen Dai, don't be angry. Let me explain. It's like this. I felt that 20% of the assets was too little to mortgage, so I mortgaged the entire company. But I really have no ill intentions. I'm doing this for the good of the company." "Shut up." He was interrupted by Chen Dai angrily before he could finish his words, "I don't want to listen to your nagging now. I just have one word, take the company back to me immediately, otherwise I will never let you go." After saying that, he turned and left. Meng Hao looked helpless. He had mortgaged the company to Wang Dabiao, and now he got nothing in return. But if things break down like this, then there will be no hope for sleeping with Chen Dai. No, I must find a way to make this matter go away. He thought about it, his eyes rolled, and he quickly went over to stop Chen Dai, watching her confidently draw up a big plan. Chapter 64, Be Good, I thought about it. He looked at Chen Dai and said confidently, Don't worry, Xiao Dai. There is a way. As long as we find someone to negotiate with Wang Dabiao and return the 5 million to him, the company should be able to get it back. Who's going to talk to them? Are you going? Chen Dai suddenly turned around, glared at Meng Hao, and said coldly, This Wang Dabiao is from the construction industry. He's a gangster. He's arrogant and domineering, and he won't give a damn. Not to mention my Chen family, he doesn't even give face to anyone more powerful than us. You still want me to talk to him? Do you think it will work? I'm not asking you to go, I'm asking my sister to come forward. Meng Hao said quickly, You also said that my sister is now the president of a large company. If she comes forward, Wang Dabiao will definitely give her some face. Then we can talk things over and get the company back. Chen Dai glared at Meng Hao and said coldly, I won't listen to your nonsense. I'm going with you to see your sister. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the car. Originally, Meng Hao was thinking of going there himself, making up a lie, and fooling Chen Dai, but now it seems that Chen Dai has obviously realized that she has been fooled and will not fall for it anymore. He hated Wang Dabiao so much in his heart. To be honest, if you hadn't done this, I might have succeeded. But there's nothing we can do, he's the boss and he has the final say. He gritted his teeth, got into the driver's seat, started the car, and drove to the address registered by Ping & Pharmaceutical Online. In the president's office of the newly established Ping & Pharmaceutical Company, Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan and said with a smile, Wan, you're quite quick. You said you were going to set up the company this morning, and it had grown to the scale by the afternoon. I really admire your ability. Meng Wan smiled bitterly and shook his head. No matter how capable I am, I can't create a company like this in half a day. Let me tell you, this company is also part of Dingxing's business. It's the second phase of a project that President Su is planning to build. Now that he heard that my project has a future, he handed the company over to me. So, the progress we've made is all thanks to President Su. Su, she has quite a vision and courage. Guo Chao said with a smile. That's right. Meng Wan nodded. In just 1 year, he transformed a small, unknown company into a giant group. How could he have done that without vision and courage? Let me tell you, in the industry, President Su is a legendary figure. Guo Chao suddenly felt embarrassed. For the past year, he had been busy licking Chen Dai's ass and had not paid any attention to Su's affairs. He didn't expect that this girl had such incredible abilities. Meng Wan saw Guo Chao and asked doubtfully, No, you've been with President Su for so long, haven't you discovered her abilities? Guo Chao muttered, I see, he's really good in bed. What did you say? Meng Wan didn't hear clearly, so he looked at Guo Chao and asked again. Guo Chao immediately realized that Meng was being reckless. He quickly changed the subject. You said you're going to start trial production of the new formula? Meng Wan nodded. The freckle cream has been produced and has yet to go through a lot of verification, so I have to produce the new product first. Get the product on the market as soon as possible. Also, Mr. Su previously planned to produce pharmaceuticals for this company, naming it Ping & Pharmaceutical, but freckle cream should be classified as cosmetics, so I want to change the company name to Chaowan Ming Zhuang. Do you think it's appropriate? Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan and said, I've handed the company over to you. You'll be in charge of these matters. By the way, why is it called Chaowan Ming Zhuang? What's the meaning? Meng Wan blushed and said perfunctorily, It means super perfect. Guo Chao nodded and looked at Meng Wan with some confusion. Just explain it. It's normal. Why are you blushing? Meng Wan was afraid that Guo Chao would see through her thoughts, so she quickly changed the subject. Guo Chao, the effect of this freckle cream is amazing. Look, there are really no scars at all now. She had already changed into a long skirt, so she bent down and lifted up the hem of her skirt, saying happily, Look, it's really gone. Now I can wear a skirt. Really? Come and let me see. Guo Chao went over, grabbed the hem of Meng Wan's skirt, and lifted it up as high as he could. In fact, he was just joking, thinking that Meng Wan would quickly hold up her skirt. But unexpectedly, Meng Wan stood there without moving, allowing him to lift up her skirt. So the slender beautiful legs and the black underwear inside were all presented in front of Guo Chao, clearly visible. Seeing this attractive scenery for the first time in broad daylight, Guo Chao's eyes widened. Meng Wan didn't expect Guo Chao to be so rude. She didn't react for a moment and was about to explode, but she quickly thought of their relationship and felt relieved. Looking at Guo Chao, who was staring at her, Meng Wan's eyes showed a hint of teasing. The next moment, she reached out and pulled down her black panties. She looked at Guo Chao and said, "Don't you want to see this? I'll show you." So Guo Chao just glared at them. Guo Chao never expected that Meng Wan could be so pungent. The spiciness directly hit his eyes, and he coughed violently and turned to walk outside. Meng Wan was aroused by desire, and went over to hug Guo Chao's back, panting slightly, and said, "Be good, don't go, I miss you." Feeling the soft pressure on his back and smelling the alluring fragrance of Meng Wan, Guo Chao's whole body suddenly ignited with a raging fire. But he quickly reacted, pushed Meng Wan away and said, "The company hasn't even opened yet, and you're doing this here. Aren't you afraid of ruining the feng shui?" Meng Wan glared at Guo Chao and said, "When you lifted my skirt just now, why didn't you think that it would ruin the feng shui? You can lift up the skirt, but you can't do that." After saying that, Guo Chao clamped his legs together and quickly ran outside. "I have to go to the bathroom to cool down, otherwise I will make a fool of myself." As Guo Chao arrived at the bathroom door, he saw a man and a woman walking towards him. It was Meng Hao and Chen Dai. Seeing these two dogs and bitches, Guo Chao suddenly felt nauseous. He looked away and turned to walk towards the bathroom. But Meng Hao saw Guo Chao, pointed at him and shouted, "Xiao Dai, look at Guo Chao." Chen Dai looked up and saw Guo Chao. Her pretty face suddenly turned cold. She snorted coldly and went over to stop Guo Chao. She glared at him and said coldly, "Guo Chao, what do you mean by following me? You want to get back together with me, right? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Thinking of your relationship with someone else makes me feel sick. So put away your little thoughts. We are divorced." She was already in a bad mood today, and now seeing Guo Chao coming to bother her again, she immediately flew into a rage and attacked him with a barrage of thunder. After hearing Chen Dai's self-righteous words, Guo Chao almost laughed out of anger. "I followed you? I want to ask you to get back together? Are you crazy?" Meng Hao, who was standing behind him, finally got his chance to shine. He rushed over, glared at Guo Chao, and shouted, "You piece of shit! How dare you talk to Xiao Dai like that? Apologize to her immediately." Before he could finish his words, Guo Chao slapped him across the face, knocking him to the ground. He looked at him coldly and said, "Are you still screaming? Meng Hao." Seeing Meng Hao being knocked to the ground, Chen Dai exclaimed, and like a conditioned reflex, she went over and helped Meng Hao up. Seeing this scene, Guo Chao's eyes narrowed immediately. Chapter 65, Being a Whore and a Saint. Meng Hao, supported by Chen Dai, climbed up from the ground and glared at Guo Chao, roaring angrily, "You bastard, you dare to hit me? I'm going to kill you today." He was about to pounce on Guo Chao, but Chen Dai stopped him at this moment, frowning and saying, "Don't forget, he is now the boss of Dingxing Group." Upon hearing this, Meng Hao's eyes flashed with fear, but he quickly reacted and glared at Guo Chao, shouting angrily, "So what? Don't forget, this is my sister's company, not his territory. He can't cause any trouble here. Wait, I'll have my sister come out and deal with him now. Who do you want me to deal with?" Before Meng Hao finished speaking, a cold voice came from the office in front. Meng Hao looked up and saw a stunningly beautiful woman in a skirt walking towards him. It was Meng Wan who came out after hearing the noise. Seeing Meng Wan's eyes light up, Meng Hao quickly rushed forward, pointing at Guo Chao and gritting his teeth. "Sister, that bastard actually hit me on your territory. He's really audacious. Gather our forces immediately and cripple him. Cripple him." After saying that, he turned around and looked at Guo Chao, saying with a smug look on his face, "You son of a bitch, you dare to act wildly on my sister's territory? You're in big trouble today." After saying that, he looked at Chen Dai and quickly offered his courtesy, "Xiao Dai, this bastard actually dared to disrespect you. Today I will definitely help you vent your anger." But after shouting for a long time, there was no movement behind him. He turned around and glared at Meng Wan and shouted, "Sister, why haven't you made any movement yet? Hurry up and gather some people to deal with him." Meng Wan glanced at him and said calmly, "You asked an employee to gather people and beat up the boss?" Meng Hao looked at Meng Wan and shouted, "Meng Wan, are you kidding me? Didn't you start this company yourself? What does it have to do with him?" Meng Wan sighed and said, "How could I possibly start a company in such a short time? Do I have the resources? No. This company was originally part of the Dingxing Group, and the new formula was provided by Guo Chao, so everything belongs to Guo Chao. I'm just a high-level working girl, understand? These words hit Meng Hao on the head like a club, and he froze there like a wooden chicken. He never imagined that this place was actually Guo Chao's property, and his sister was still just a working girl. He thought that by relying on Meng Wan, he could stand up and sing, and give Guo Chao a good beating to vent his anger. But now he realized that his actions were nothing but a joke in front of others. But these plays still have to be performed now, otherwise I won't be able to pass Chendai's test. So he swallowed his saliva, smiled awkwardly and said, "Oh, look at what's happened. This has become a joke." After saying that, he came to Guo Chao, extended his hand, and said with a chuckle, "Brother-in-law, there were some misunderstandings between you and me in the past. Let's shake hands today and put aside our grudges with a smile." Chendai, who was standing behind, couldn't believe her eyes when she saw this scene. She could never have imagined that Meng Hao would actually bow to Guo Chao. Guo Chao didn't even look at the hand Meng Hao extended and slapped him in the face. With a loud bang, half of Meng Hao's face suddenly swelled up. Meng Hao was stunned. He had never imagined that even after revealing his identity, Guo Chao would still hit him. He covered his face and glared at Guo Chao, unable to help but shout, "Guo Chao, I'm your brother-in-law, how could you hit me? I just wanted to see how thick-skinned you are. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned that I couldn't even break you with a beating," Guo Chao said sarcastically to Meng Hao. "You?" Hearing Guo Chao's impolite words, Meng Hao's face turned green with anger. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Guo Chao rudely. "What do you mean, you Meng Hao? You seduced my wife, cheated on me, and made me a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Now you want to be my brother with just one sentence. Do you think it's possible? Also, what did you call me, brother-in-law? When did I ever agree to marry your sister? Do you know why I slept with her? It was because I wanted to get back at you. Also, not only will I sleep with your sister, I will also sleep with all the women in your family. I will let all the men in your family taste the feeling of being cuckolded, understand? You are shameless." Hearing Guo Chao's anti-human words, Meng Hao's lips trembled with anger. However, Guo Chao looked at him and stabbed him again without mercy. "I learned this from you. If we talk about shamelessness, you are my teacher." You. Meng Hao stared blankly at Guo Chao, his lips trembling and unable to speak. He had never imagined that Guo Chao, who used to be so taciturn at school, could actually be so eloquent. He was so overwhelmed by the retort that he turned around and glared at Meng Wan, shouting, "Can't you see he's bullying me? Why don't you say a word? Do you still see me as your brother?" Meng Wan went straight over and took Guo Chao's arm, looking at Meng Hao and said bluntly, "Compared to my brother, my boyfriend is closer." Meng Hao covered his head. He felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Chendai, who was standing next to her, saw Guo Chao put his arm around Meng Wan's slender waist and flirt with her. She suddenly felt like she had drunk a bottle of aged vinegar, so sour that she couldn't help but glare at Guo Chao and yell, "Guo Chao, you're flirting with another woman in front of me. Do you still have any shame?" Guo Chao turned his head and looked at Chendai and laughed. "You cheated on me during your marriage and had an affair with other men, and you're still shameless now? I have divorced you and I am free now. It's none of your business who I am with. What qualifications do you have to tell me what to do? You actually said I was shameless. I really don't know how thick-skinned you are to say such a thing." Chen Dai screamed when she heard this, "You are slandering me. There is nothing innocent between Meng Hao and me. There is no." "Hold it." Before she could finish her words, Guo Chao interrupted her rudely. "What did you do with him? Don't you have any idea? And do you really think that what you did was so secretive that no one would know? I tell you I know everything, so don't insult everyone's intelligence with such words, okay?" The next moment, he hugged Meng Wan and kissed her on the face. Then he turned his head to look at Chendai and said, "Look, I picked up girls, and I did it right in front of you. It's even more disgusting to be a whore and want to be a saint." You. Chendai had never seen Guo Chao's tongue so sharp. She was stunned and speechless. She stamped her feet and shouted angrily, "Guo Chao, you bastard, don't come to beg me again." After saying that, he turned and left. Guo Chao looked at her back and said something. When Chendai heard it, she was so angry that she almost cried. Chapter 66. I think you deserve to be punished. Guo Chao looked at her from behind, chuckled, and said, "I'm begging you, why? Are you so attractive to me just because you have gold or diamonds?" Listening to Guo Chao's dirty words, Chendai was almost crying. Why did this guy speak so badly? She didn't want to stay any longer and went straight to the elevator. Who knew what nasty words this bastard would say if she stayed any longer? When Meng Hao, who was behind, saw Chindai leaving, he wanted to chase after her, but he quickly realized that the important business had not been done yet. So he held back his anger and looked at Meng Wan and said, "Wan Wan, I hope you can do me a favor for the sake of me being your brother. Go talk to Wang Dabiao and ask him to return Chen Pharmaceutical to me." After hearing what Meng Hao said, Meng Wan laughed sarcastically. "You deceived me many times before, even my tuition was swindled away by you. Did you remember that I was your sister at that time? Even when you were willing to give me to Guochao in order to achieve your goal, why didn't you think that I was your sister? Now that you think about it, don't you think it's over?" Meng Hao's face flushed, and he quickly said, "Sister, I was wrong before. I apologize to you. From now on, I will definitely treat you as my own sister. Please help me today." Meng Wan laughed, "You will treat me as your own sister? I just believe what you say. Do you think I have the ability to speak for you? Do you think Wang Dabiao will give me this face? Don't you have him by your side? If you can't do it, won't you drag him with you?" Meng Hao pointed at Guo Chao next to him. Meng Wan was completely infuriated by Meng Hao's shamelessness. "Meng Hao, you slept with someone's wife, cuckolded her, and now you actually want her to come and help you. Are you mentally retarded or did you get kicked in the head by a donkey?" Guo Chao looked at Meng Wan seriously and said, "Meng Wan, you can't be so absolute. If this brother-in-law is obedient, I might actually help him if I'm happy." Meng Wan looked at Guo Chao with surprise in his eyes. Was this guy also kicked in the head by a donkey? But after hearing what Guo Chao said, Meng Hao felt like he had found a lifeline. His eyes lit up as he looked at him and quickly said, "Guo Chao, as long as you can help me settle this matter, I will agree to any conditions you offer. I will definitely satisfy you. Can you really agree to any condition I ask?" Guo Chao looked at Meng Hao and said with a chuckle, Yes, I can agree to any condition you give me." Meng Hao shouted quickly. He finally had the chance to escape from the sea of suffering, so how could he let it go? Guo Chao nodded, then leaned close to his ear and said seriously, "I heard from Meng Wan that your family has arranged a fiancée for you. She's not only beautiful but also has a great figure. You haven't touched her yet, right? I'm very interested in your fiancée. So, as long as you bring her over, send her to my bed, and let her serve me well, I will definitely help you. What do you think, brother-in-law? I'm a good person, right?" You. Meng Hao's face turned green with anger after hearing what Guo Chao said. This guy is not just talking, he really intends to sleep with his own woman, he is really ready to put it into practice. He quickly realized that Guo Chao had no intention of helping him and was simply teasing him. Meng Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He roared and rushed forward, swinging his fist and hitting Guo Chao's head. But before he could touch Guo Chao, he was kicked to the ground by Guo Chao. He slid so far that his clothes and face were scratched. He looked extremely embarrassed. Guo Chao blared and roared, "Get out of here right now. If you dare to jump in front of me again, don't blame me for not giving anyone face. I will chop you to death." Do you believe it? Looking at the coldness in Guo Chao's eyes, Meng Hao was so scared that his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He struggled to get up from the ground and ran into the elevator in a panic. Seeing the elevator door about to close, he shouted with a lack of confidence, "Just wait, you bastard, this isn't over yet." As soon as he finished speaking, the elevator door closed completely. Meng Wan turned her head and pushed Guo Chao's hand away. She frowned at him and said unhappily, "Look at you. I gave my body to you and followed you wholeheartedly, yet you keep saying that you slept with me just to get revenge on Meng Hao. Your words are really hurtful. I'm just a tool for your revenge, right?" After saying that, his eyes suddenly turned red, he stamped his feet, turned around and walked towards the office. Guo Chao slapped his head and thought, "Oh, I was just thinking about disgusting Meng Hao, and I did it without any hesitation. I completely forgot that Meng Wan was next to me. What I said was really inhuman." He scratched his head and quickly followed Meng Wan into the office. Looking at her, he said embarrassedly, Wan, what I said just now was a little inappropriate. Don't take it to heart. I was wrong. I apologize. In fact, in my heart, you are more important than my life. How could I just use you as a tool for revenge? Don't you think so?" After hearing what Guo Chao said, Meng Wan's anger immediately subsided. She looked up at Guo Chao and said angrily, "You said such rude words, and you think you can get away with it by just a simple apology? Impossible. You must show sincerity today." Upon hearing this, Guo Chao said generously, "What kind of thing is this? By the way, after you finish buying the famous costume, it will be yours. Is my sincerity enough? You want to get rid of me with money? Who do you think I am? I tell you, this is not enough." Meng Wan glared at Guo Chao and said angrily. When Guo Chao heard this, his eyes suddenly widened. "You little bitch, I gave you a company, and you still can't do it? What on earth do you want? You're so shameless, aren't you? You want to make things difficult for me, right? I think you deserve to be punished." After saying that, he took off his clothes, pushed Meng Wan onto the desk, lifted her skirt, and pressed on her. "Rabbit, didn't you say that staying here would ruin the feng shui? Why did you come here?" Meng Wan shouted while struggling, but before he could finish his words, his body suddenly stiffened. At this time, Meng Hao had already left the company and got into the car. Meng Hao had just caught up with them. He quickly opened the passenger door, got in, looked at Chen Dai with a smile, and shouted, "Are you going to leave me behind?" But Chen Dai suddenly turned her head, stared at her pretty face and said coldly, "Did your sister agree to go to Wangdabiao to return to the company?" "Oh," she answered. Meng Hao was about to make up something, but he quickly remembered that Chen Dai was there just now. If he said that again, he would be treating her like a fool. So he quickly said, "Xiao Dai, don't worry. Even if she doesn't agree now, I'll try to persuade her later. She'll definitely agree. After all, blood is thicker than water." "Enough." Chen Dai glared at Meng Hao and shouted angrily, "Meng Wan isn't willing to help you at all, and you're still talking nonsense here. You really think I'm a fool, don't you?" "Oh, that." Meng Hao's face flushed red, but the next moment, his eyes rolled and he had an idea. Chapter 67, Not Getting a Penny, the company is gone? He looked at Chen Dai and said quickly, "Xiao Dai, even without Meng Wan, I still have the Meng family behind me. My Meng family is also a wealthy family in Nanjun. How could we not be able to take down Wang Dabiao?" But before he could finish his words, Chen Dai interrupted him rudely, "I don't want to listen to your nonsense now. Get out of the car immediately." Seeing that Chen Dai was really angry, Meng Hao got out of the car helplessly. Then he looked at Chen Dai anxiously and said, "Xiao Dai, when can I go see you? When you take back Qin Pharmaceutical, you can come to see me again." Chen Dai said coldly, stepped on the accelerator, and the car roared away. She glanced at Meng Hao in the rearview mirror and saw that this white moonlight whom she had been thinking about so much was actually stabbing her in the back. Her heart suddenly became extremely painful. At that moment, she felt that Meng Hao, who had been perfect in her mind before, had become so disgusting. She couldn't help but think of Guo Chao again. Guo Chao has always been devoted to her, and even wanted to give her his heart. She used to think he was disgusting, but now she understands that it is something worth her attention. At that moment, a rare sense of regret arose in her heart. At this moment, Chen Yangxiang called her, "Chen Dai, I want to ask you, many people in the company called me and said that the company was sold. What's going on? I'm at the door of Chen's pharmaceutical company now. Come over here and explain it to me immediately." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Chen Dai's heart suddenly tightened. She had originally wanted to hide this from Chen Yangxiang, but it seemed that she couldn't hide it anymore. She gritted her teeth, turned around and headed towards Chen Pharmaceutical. 20 minutes later, she arrived at the entrance of Chen Pharmaceutical and saw Chen Yangxiang standing there with a sullen face. Chen Dai quickly got out of the car and looked at him cautiously, "Dad." Chen Yangxiang turned abruptly, stared at Chen Dai, and asked bluntly, "Didn't you tell me you only took 20% of the company's assets as collateral? How come the company is now entirely yours?" "Dad, it's Meng Hao," Chen Dai said with a look of grievance. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yangxiang angrily interrupted him, "Don't mention that bastard to me. Will it be any use putting the blame on him? Can we get our company back?" "Well." Chen Dai was choked and speechless. Chen Yangxiang glared at Chen Dai, furious, "I told you a long time ago that Meng Hao was not a good person and asked you to be careful of him, but you didn't listen to me at all and kept getting involved with him. Not only did you lose Guo Chao, but your company was also suppressed to the point of being unable to breathe. Now it's even worse, even your nest has been taken away. What are you doing? What kind of people can you find? They are right, you are really blind." Chen Dai, who was already in a bad mood, was angrily scolded by Chen Yangxiang. Her eyes suddenly turned red with frustration, and her eyes were instantly filled with tears. Seeing Chen Dai's sad and tearful look, Chen Yangxiang's heart softened suddenly. After all, she is my daughter. He held back his breath, looked at Chen Dai and asked, how much did the company sell for in total? If the loss is not too big, find a way to replenish Wang Dabiao and take the company back first. I didn't ask him about this. He said he would give him 5 million first, and the subsequent funds would follow immediately. Chen Dai said quickly. Don't listen to his nonsense. It doesn't count as money if you can't get it. Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai and said, give me the 5 million first. Meng Hao still has the 5 million, and I haven't asked for it yet. Chen Dai said quickly. When Chen Yongxiang heard this, he staggered in anger and almost fell to the ground. He glared at Chen Dai and shouted angrily, so now you haven't received a penny, but the company is gone, right? Dad, don't worry, Meng Hao will get the money back. Chen Dai said quickly, looking at the pale Chen Yongxiang. Shut up. Chen Dai was interrupted angrily by Chen Yongxiang before she could finish her words. It's already this time, and you still believe him? I doubt whether you are an idiot or not. Chen Dai was also annoyed by the scolding. She glared at Chen Yongxiang and shouted, have you forgotten that my mother's illness relapsed twice, and it was Meng Hao who called in the miracle doctor and saved her life? Now you are slandering him like this. Don't you think it's a bit ungrateful and repaying kindness with enmity? This sentence hit Chen Yongxiang's sore spot at once. Chen Yongxiang opened his mouth and was speechless. Money is important, but compared to his wife's life, it is secondary. He looked at Chen Dai and wanted to say something, but at this moment his phone rang urgently. Chen Yongxiang picked up the phone, took a look, and quickly answered it. After listening for a while, he couldn't help but screamed, what? Su Mei's illness has recurred? Good, let's rush over right away. He ran towards the car, shouting, go to the hospital quickly. Your mother's illness has recurred. Chen Dai's face changed when he heard this, and he hurried over to get in the car. Chen Yongxiang started the car and drove towards the hospital. Chen Yongxiang was driving, turned his head and glanced at Chen Dai and said, the doctor said that your mother's condition this time is more serious than the previous 2 relapses. I guess Dr. Song will have to take action again. Call Meng Hao and have him contact Divine Dr. Song and rush to the hospital. After saying this, he couldn't help but blushing. He was just cursing the other person, and now he turned around and asked the other person for help. Oh, it was so embarrassing, but for the sake of his wife, he didn't care about anything and even risked his face. Chen Dai quickly nodded, took out her phone, and called Meng Hao. Meng Hao, please contact Divine Dr. Song immediately and have him come to the city hospital. My mom's condition has relapsed. Meng Hao was worried about not being able to get close to Chen Dai, but he didn't expect that God would give him an opportunity. He quickly agreed and said firmly, I'll contact Song Hui right now, and I'll rush to the hospital as soon as possible. Don't worry, Auntie will be fine with me here. Hearing Meng Hao's confident words, Chen Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at Chen Yongxiang and said, did you see? Meng Hao can still be relied upon at critical moments. I thought about it carefully. He was just being too eager for quick success and wanted to prove his ability to me. But he definitely wanted to help me. He probably didn't have any bad intentions. Hearing Chen Dai still speaking well of Meng Hao, Chen Yongxiang felt a headache. He shook his head and said, I'm not in the mood to talk about this right now. Let's go to the hospital and check on your mother's condition first. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator and the car roared away. 10 minutes later, the two of them rushed to the Municipal People's Hospital and came to the emergency room. They looked at a nurse who came over and asked, excuse me, has Dr. Song Hui Song arrived? But the nurse shook her head and said, Dr. Song? I didn't even see him coming. Chen Yongxiang's expression changed drastically when he heard this. He turned to look at Chen Dai and shouted, call Meng Hao again and ask him what's going on. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Hao hurried over, looked at Chen Dai and said, is Divine Dr. Song here? Chen Dai shook her head, I haven't seen Divine Dr. Song at all. Oh, I've sent him several text messages. He should have received them. Why hasn't he come yet? Meng Hao frowned. Chen Yongxiang was so angry he nearly exploded. He glared at Meng Hao and yelled, such a serious matter, and you sent a trivial text message? Why don't you call me? I'm sorry about your phone bill, can't I top it up for you? Chapter 68 Chen Yongxiang kneeled to Guo Chao. Meng Hao's face flushed red from being rebuked. He said awkwardly, Uncle, I called him, but he didn't answer after several attempts. I'll try calling him again. I took out my phone and called again. The next moment, my eyes lit up and I said, it went through. It went through this time. After that, he said bluntly to the phone, I called you but you didn't answer, and I sent you text messages but you didn't reply. That's a bit too much. I don't have time to talk to you about this now. Come to the Municipal People's Hospital right away. Auntie's heart disease is recurring. After saying that, he looked at Chen Dai with a look full of showing off. It was obvious that he was saying, what's wrong with him being a miracle doctor? Doesn't he still have to let me boss him around? But before he could finish his words, Song Huai's bone-chilling voice rang out over the phone. What qualifications do you have to yell at me? Who the hell do you think you are? Well. This sentence nearly choked Meng Hao to death. He swallowed a few times before recovering and quickly said, What's with your attitude? Don't you care about my father's face? But before he could finish his words, Song Huai interrupted him rudely, You're still using your dad to pressure me? Who the hell is your dad? If you give him face, he's a friend. If you don't give him face, he's nothing. Meng Hao was completely stunned. He couldn't help but ask, No, weren't you very respectful to me the first 2 times I called you? Why are you like this time? I'm giving you face, but who do you think you are? Song Huai's voice was filled with sarcasm. The first time, I just happened to be free. The second time, I went because the patient was Guo Chao's relative. I'm giving you face, but can you please stop flattering yourself? Can you have some dignity? Meng Hao was frozen in place, his mouth wide open, unable to utter a word. I was thinking of taking this opportunity to act big, but I didn't expect my face to be swollen. Chen Dai, who was standing nearby, saw Meng Hao holding the phone without saying anything. She quickly walked over and shouted into the phone, Dr. Song, my mother is in critical condition. Please come and save her. I beg you. Hearing Chen Dai's voice, Song Huai became even more furious. I told you last time that it wasn't me who cured your mother, it was Dr. Guo Chaoyue. I told you to go to him if you have any problems. Are you deaf, or did you just ignore my words? Chen Dai also stood there in a daze. Chen Yongxiang, who was standing nearby, quickly came over and asked, Dr. Song, do you think Guo Chao's medical skills are really that amazing? Do I need to lie to you? Song Huai said bluntly, you don't want a son-in-law as good as Guo Chao, but treat a piece of trash as a treasure. Your daughter is blind, you are blind too, and your whole family is blind. After saying that, I didn't want to say anything more and just hung up the phone. Chen Yongxiang's face turned green from being scolded. He didn't care about these things at this moment. He quickly took out his phone and called Guo Chao, but no one answered the phone. Chen Yongxiang glared at Chen Dai, who was stunned beside him, and shouted, Hurry up and call your aunt and ask her to find Guo Chao. What are you doing standing there? Chen Dai finally reacted and took out her phone to call Su Su. But at this moment, Meng Hao hurried over, stopped her, shook his head, and said, Xiao Dai, you and I have been classmates for 3 years, how could we not know his background? Does he know medicine? He knows nothing. He is simply having an affair with Song Huai's granddaughter, and Song Huai is speaking for him. You must not be fooled by him. Seeing that Meng Hao was still causing trouble at this hour, Chen Yongxiang could no longer tolerate it. He suddenly rushed over and slapped him in the face, roaring angrily, Get out of here right now. If you dare to mess with me again, I'll chop you to death. You. Seeing that Chen Yongxiang actually hit him directly, his face turned green with anger. He really wanted to slap him back, but he quickly realized that Chen Dai was still next to him. So he suppressed his anger, turned around and looked at Chen Dai with a look of grievance and said, Xiao Dai, I also have good intentions, but uncle actually hit me. Get out of the way. Chen Dai understood everything after hearing Song Huai's words. She was extremely disgusted with Meng Hao at this point. She was also anxious to call Su Su and ask Guo Chao to come over and save his life, so she had no mood to watch him perform here. Her pretty face darkened and she said bluntly, Get out of the way. After hearing Chen Dai's words and looking at her disgusted expression, Meng Hao was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of disbelief. He never imagined that Chen Dai, who used to have eyes and face full of him, would actually dislike him today. It took him a long time to react. He looked at Chen Dai with a hint of resentment in his eyes. He gritted his teeth in his heart and said, Okay, you wait for me. Then he left in shame. At this time, Chen Dai finally dialed Su Su's number and shouted hurriedly, Aunt, my mother's illness has relapsed and the situation is critical now. Please call Guo Chao quickly and ask him to come over, otherwise my mother will be in danger. Woo. At the end, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Su Su wanted to say something to her, but remembering that her sister was still in danger, she said directly, I'll call him right now. Dai put down the phone, looked at Chen Yongxiang and shouted excitedly, "Dad, my aunt has agreed to call Guo Chao." Chen Yongxiang sighed and said, "You could have solved this with just one phone call, but now it's turned out like this." Dai, you really shouldn't have treated Guo Chao like that." Dai was stunned for a moment, and rarely did she refute. At this time, in Chao Wanming Makeup Company, in the president's office, Meng Wan was lying on the desk with his saliva flowing out. She was all tortured and greedy. Guo Chao went over and sat on the sofa, lit a cigarette, turned on his mobile phone, and soon, the screen was full of missed calls. There were messages from Chen Yongxiang, Chen Dai, and Song Hui. Guo Chao took one look and understood instantly that something was wrong with Su Mei and she wanted to find him for help. He casually threw the phone onto the coffee table, then leaned back on the sofa and smoked leisurely. Damn it! If Su Mei had been nicer to him, he would have helped her for the sake of his ex-mother-in-law. But this woman was extremely mean to him, swearing at him all day long and instigating Chen Dai. She should have kicked him out and married Meng Hao instead. It can be said that Su Mei definitely did not play a good role in Chen Dai's affair with Meng Hao. She has treated him like this, why would he do anything to her? Guo Chao is not a pushover, so he would never do such a saintly thing. Is he sick? He would rather die. At this moment, his phone rang again urgently. But Guo Chao sat there, smoking leisurely, and didn't even answer the phone. Meng Wan at the table couldn't stand it anymore, so he got down from the table with difficulty. His legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. She glared at Guo Chao angrily. Is he a human being or an animal? Answer the phone, it's been ringing for a long time. Meng Wan looked at Guo Chao. I don't want to fucking answer it. Guo Chao leaned back on the sofa, took out another cigarette and put it in his mouth. After saying this arrogantly, he took out his lighter and prepared to light it. But at this moment, Meng Wan's phone rang urgently. Meng Wan took out the phone and looked at it. His face changed. He quickly answered the call and greeted respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Su." When Guo Chao heard that it was Su calling, his hands trembled, and the flame from the lighter almost burned his eyebrows and beard. Oh my god, could this girl be so good at predicting things that she knew that I was having an in-depth conversation with Meng Wan here and called me? At this time, Su said something calmly on the phone, and Meng Wan was so scared that he almost sat down on the ground. Chapter 69. That is not a prescription to save people, but a poison to kill people. Su's calm voice rang out from the phone, Meng Wan, why are you breathing so rapidly? Meng Wan, who already had something to hide, staggered and her expression changed when she heard this. She quickly said, Boss Su, I just did some exercise, so I'm a little out of breath. Fitness exercise? Oh, why did I come up with such a lame excuse? I wonder if Su is thinking something wrong. What if she really realizes something? Meng Wan was thinking wildly, her heart was in a knot, but Su's voice on the phone was still calm. Guo Chao, please stay with you. Hearing that Su no longer pursued the matter of her shortness of breath, Meng Wan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly said, Guo Chao is here. I'll give him the phone now. After saying that, he quickly handed the phone to Guo Chao. Guo Chao greeted with a smile, Hey, Su. Why is your voice so hurried? Su asked directly, Did you just do some fitness exercises with Meng Wan? Meng Wan and Guo Chao looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. Oh my god, they can even calculate this? Meng Wan has already started looking for cameras. Guo Chao was still resisting. Su, what nonsense are you talking about? We are researching the formula. Let's study each other's body structures. Su's words made Guo Chao completely kneel down. But Su continued, I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. My sister is sick again. You should rush to the hospital for treatment immediately. If anything happens to her, be careful of you. Guo Chao was torn when he heard that his boss didn't want to go, but since Su had asked him, he couldn't refuse. But the next moment, his eyes lit up. How could he let go of this good bargaining opportunity? So he said with a smile, Su, I can help you and save your sister, but you just have to stop bothering me and Meng Wan. Oh, and Lin Xiaoro's matter. It would be better if it could be solved in one package. Meng Wan, who was standing next to him, felt her heart sink and thought, oh my god, this guy just made their relationship public? It would be strange if Su didn't get angry. But Su's calm voice rang out on the phone, I was thinking about the three of us serving you together tonight. When did I ever care about Meng Wan and Xiaoro? Am I that narrow-minded? 3 people serving Guo Chao together? Meng Wan staggered and almost fell to the ground. This is not the right way to insult others, right? Guo Chao smiled and said, Su, that's fine. You prepare dinner and make the bed tonight. Oh, and prepare the water for the bathtub in advance. You know I like taking a bath. Are you kidding me? Su's voice was instantly filled with coldness. Guo Chao smiled and said, You were the one who joked with me first. Stop talking nonsense. My sister is in critical condition. Go over and get her treated quickly. If you can't cure my sister, you'd better be careful. Su said angrily. If I'm cured, will you really arrange it that way tonight? Guo Chao teased Su with a smile. Su said word by word, Don't worry, I will arrange it for you when the time comes. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Why are you in such a hurry? Guo Chao muttered, put down the phone, put on his clothes, and walked outside. When Mangwan saw Guo Chao was about to leave, she immediately felt guilty and looked at him and asked quickly, Guo Chao, what should I do if President Su calls me again? Guo Chao turned his head and looked at Mangwan, smiling and saying, Then just agree and go to her house. She's already said that tonight, 3 women will share 1 man. What are you still worried about? 3 women, sharing 1 man? Mangwan's eyes almost popped out. Looking at Mangwan's stunned expression, Guo Chao laughed heartily. Su was joking, and I was joking too. How could that be? Don't worry, Su wouldn't be so bored as to keep calling you to talk about this. After saying that, he turned around and left, driving towards the First People's Hospital of the city. Half an hour later, Guo Chao arrived at the First People's Hospital of the city. He saw Chen Yongshang at the hospital entrance from a distance, pacing back and forth and looking towards the intersection. When he saw Guo Chao driving over, his eyes lit up instantly and he jogged over to meet him. When he saw the car stop, he quickly opened the door, raised his hand to block the car frame, and greeted him enthusiastically, Guo Chao, be careful not to bump into your head. Seeing Guo Chao get off the car, he excitedly shouted, Guo Chao, you are here, I am so happy. The next moment, he said with a look of guilt, My child, it was Chin Dai who was wrong before. It was our family who was wrong. I apologize to you. I hope you can be magnanimous and help your aunt. Please, I kneel down for you. After saying that, his legs went weak and he actually knelt down in front of Guo Chao. Looking at Chen Yongshang's gray hair and red eyes, and thinking about how Chen Yongshang had treated him well in the Chen family, his heart softened. He quickly reached out and helped Chen Yongshang up, and promised directly, Uncle Chen, there is no need to do this. I will do my best to treat him. Yeah. Chen Yongshang looked at Guo Chao and nodded quickly, such a good child, but that damn girl didn't know how to cherish him. She is really blind. Guo Chao didn't want to talk about Chin Dai, so he turned around and walked towards the emergency room, with Chen Yongshang following closely behind. When they arrived at the door of the emergency room, they saw Chin Dai standing there, pacing back and forth with an anxious look on his face. She heard footsteps, turned around and saw Guo Chao. Her eyes lit up and she wanted to go over to him, but she felt she couldn't take that step. After all, she was used to the relationship where Guo Chao was always licking her ass. She really couldn't give in at the moment. But knowing that her mother's life depended on Guo Chao, she felt that she should go over and express her gratitude, so she took a step forward, stretched out her hand towards Guo Chao, and was about to speak, but Guo Chao acted as if he didn't see her. He pushed open the door of the emergency room, walked straight in, and closed the door. Chen Dai's face changed all of a sudden. She had already made concessions on her own initiative. How could he not accept it and dare to do this? But she quickly realized that she should not worry about the details now, but pray that he could really save Su Mei. In the emergency room, Su Mei's attending physician came over, looked at Guo Chao, and said bitterly, Little doctor, you're here, but it's a little too late. The patient has no vital signs now. It's probably beyond saving. How about I go and notify the patient's family? Guo Chao waved his hand, then came to Su Mei's bedside to check on her condition and gave the following instructions: 300 grams of raw aconite root, 50 grams of ginseng, and 10 grams of licorice. Boil over high heat, then reduce heat until the juice is reduced to half a bowl. Take as soon as it is cooked. 300 grams of aconite, little doctor, this dosage is too much. The doctor's face changed suddenly when he heard it, and he looked at Guo Chao and asked hurriedly. The pharmacopoeia stipulates that the dosage of aconite should not exceed 15 grams. Guo Chao's dosage seriously exceeded the standard. If a medical accident occurs, it will be illegal. Besides, raw aconite is highly toxic. Using aconite in this way is not a prescription to save lives, but a deadly poison. Guo Chao took out a silver needle and stabbed it towards the major acupuncture points on Su Mei's body like lightning. His sonorous and powerful words came from behind. Chapter 70. Do you have any status in front of Guo Chao? He said bluntly, which is more important, the pharmacopoeia regulations or human life? Just do it. If anything happens, I, Guo Chao, will take full responsibility and will not implicate you in any way. Seeing Guo Chao's resolute words, and thinking back to the incredible medical skills he had demonstrated twice before, the doctor was also inspired. Whatever the consequences, I will bear them with you. Your decision is correct. Doctors should be committed to saving lives, not worrying about gains and losses all the time. After saying that, he left. A glint of approval flashed across Guo Chao's eyes, and he stabbed the needles in his hand one after another, until he had stabbed out 8,864 needles in total. Not long after, the attending doctor came over with a small bowl of medicine, pinched Sumei's jaw, slowly poured the medicine into her mouth, then stood aside, watching Sumei's reaction with a nervous look on his face. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. After all, I have a wife, children, and elderly relatives behind me. In just over 10 minutes, Sumei, who had been lying there without any reaction, miraculously opened her eyes, and her pale face showed visibly some color. The attending physician was completely shocked. The patient, who had no vital signs and had been sentenced to death by him, was actually pulled back from the brink of death by Guo Chao. He looked at Guo Chao, and there was no longer a trace of doubt in his eyes, but full of admiration. Guo Chao flicked his right hand, retracted the silver needle, turned his head and looked at the attending physician. In order to test the efficacy of the medicine, I once boiled and took a pound of raw aconite. In the end, I walked through the gates of hell, but was released by the king of hell. I have personally experienced the medicinal properties of raw aconite, so I am absolutely confident in using it. In addition, the patient's life is cut off, and we must rely on the medicinal properties of sufficient raw aconite to restore Yang and save her, in order to pull her back from the devil's palace. Not even a little bit will do. The purpose of the pharmacopoeia is to ensure absolute safety and prevent medical accidents. Therefore, the dosages of these toxic drugs have been repeatedly reduced, completely losing their guiding significance and making doctors hesitant to use them. Tell me, how is this different from murder? The attending physician looked at Guo Chao with admiration and said, Sir, you are right. Lu Hong has learned a lot. Guo Chao nodded. This time, reduce the amount of raw aconite to 200 grams. The rest of the prescription remains the same. Make another decoction and feed it to her. Her condition will be completely stabilized. After saying that, he turned and walked outside. Lu Hang bowed and saw him off. As soon as the door opened, Chen Yangxiang rushed over and looked at Guo Chao and shouted hurriedly, Guo Chao, how is your aunt? Is she okay now? He clenched his fists, fearing that Guo Chao would say something bad. Before Guo Chao could speak, Lu Hang behind him said, the patient is out of danger. Really? That's great. Chen Yangxiang was excited and rushed into the ward. Chen Dai followed him in. Seeing Sumei, who had woken up and had a rosy face, Chen Dai covered her mouth. This time she watched everything from outside the window. Lu Hong almost didn't take any action. Guo Chao was in charge of the whole process. So it was Guo Chao's credit that Sumei woke up. God, Guo Chao actually had such incredible medical skills. Chen Yangxiang staggered to the bedside, grabbed Sumei's hand, and said with a look of fear, Sumei, you scared me to death. If anything happened to you, I would not be able to live. At the end of his speech, his eyes suddenly turned red. But he quickly reacted, turned around and shouted with gratitude, Guo Chao, thank you so much this time. But before he could finish his words, he was stunned. Guo Chao had already left and there was no trace of him. This is Lu Hong who was standing next to him. He looked at Chen Yangxiang and Chen Dai's side and said, these 3 times of saving patients from danger were all thanks to Guo Chao. Your family really owes him a debt of gratitude. Chen Yangxiang's face flushed, and he quickly said, I know. After saying that, he turned around, glared at Chen Dai beside him and shouted, did you hear what Dr. Lu said? Chen Dai, still in shock, shouted in disbelief, how come he has such amazing medical skills? I've been with him for 4 years, and I never discovered it? You're blind. Chen Yangxiang shouted angrily, we don't have time for this nonsense now. Go get Guo Chao back and express our sincere gratitude to him. I'm going to chase Guo Chao? Chen Dai looked at Chen Yangxiang, her eyes full of surprise. Why, are you trying to lower your status? Tell me what your status is now? A manager of a small company that's about to go bankrupt. Why are you so arrogant in front of the boss of Dingsheng Group? There was also someone who saved your mother, didn't he? You see it? Shouldn't you go and say thank you to them? After hearing Chen Yongxiang's last words, Dai immediately lost her temper, bit her red lips, turned around and chased after him, but turned back not long after. Chen Yongxiang's eyes widened when he saw him. Why did you come back so soon? Is it enough to just say thank you? Shouldn't you treat him to a meal? Who are you trying to please? Dai said helplessly, Dad, when I went out, Guo Chao had already left. I called him but he didn't answer. What can I do? But before she could finish her words, Chen Yongxiang interrupted her without any hesitation. What do you mean there is no way? You won't go to his house to look for him? The next moment, his eyes widened. Are you still unable to let go of that bastard Meng Chao? Well, you still can't recognize the true face of that bastard. Are you an idiot? The reason he came back this time was to cheat you out of your family fortune, not for any bullshit relationship, understand? Dad, I didn't. Dai hurriedly defended herself, but before she could finish her words, she was rudely interrupted by Chen Yongxiang. Don't try to defend yourself, I saw it clearly. Dai, you don't know how to cherish such a good son-in-law like Guo Chao, but you have an affair with that trash Meng Hao, and you even make Guo Chao angry and leave. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? In the past, you kept saying Guo Chao was just a poor fellow. Now do you know who he is? He's the boss of Dingsheng Group, and his status far surpasses yours. Let me ask you, do you regret it? In the past, you always said that Guo Chao was a waste, but the facts proved that he was a real miracle doctor. Even your mother's life was saved by him. Now I ask you, do you regret it? And the Bai Yueguang you longed for so long has become a liar who has cheated you out of all your wealth. Now I ask you, do you regret it? Dai was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she was speechless. After all, she was his daughter, so Chen Yongxiang couldn't say anything too harsh. He suppressed his anger and glared at her, saying, It's over now. There's no point in bringing up the past. Let's resolve the issue now. Go find Guo Chao immediately, admit your mistake, apologize to him, and ask him to agree to get back together. Impossible. Dai screamed before Chen Yongxiang finished speaking. Not only did he have an affair with my aunt, but he also hooked up with Xiaro and that Meng Wan. There's no way I'm getting back together with a scumbag. But before she could finish her words, she was stunned by Chen Yongxiang's words.